Chapter 181 TV shows. After seeing the explanation in the notes, Lin Qing was relieved to know that this thing would not pose a threat to him. After all, monsters are too dangerous. Otherwise it would be a real hassle. However, it is still cool to have an alien creature as a pet. Besides, the function of the human-faced insect species is here. And before this thing grows up, it is a small one. And Lin Qing feels that he can accept it. Is this a lucky coincidence of the cuckoo chicken? Lin Qing muttered. His eyes fell on this seemingly ordinary hen, trying to see what is different. But this flaxen feathers, the seemingly bloated body, and the sharp beak have a tendency to fight with people at any time. And it looks like an ordinary hen. There is no difference from the free-range chickens sold in the vegetable market. It is exactly the same. Could it be that the cuckoo chicken simply treats the egg case as food? But can an ordinary hen be capable of dealing with an alien? According to Lin Qing's cramming knowledge, this kind of alien creature often has some kind of pollution, and ordinary creatures can't resist it. Lin Qing still didn't give up, and clicked on the cuckoo chicken column in the pet. This time, she finally made a new discovery. Introduction. This is an ordinary but ideal hen. Experience 1. Hatching eggs. Bald eagle. Has been successful. Rewards special mutation once. Experience 2. Mutation is successful. Awakening hatching bloodline. Omnipotent hatcher. Can successfully hatch an egg creature once. Experience 3. Hatching egg cases. Egg cases with human-faced insect bodies. Hatching. In a corner where no one pays attention. The cuckoo chicken is grown up alone. Cuckoo chicken has its own simulator. Lin Qing picked up cuckoo chicken and looked at it. She looked into the eyes of the two little eyes, and seemed to see a little light of wisdom. She couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the blood of Tyrannosaurus Rex, it is still a little smart. However, although Lin Qing was a little excited, she still had to punish him. Although it was a lucky coincidence this time. If a dangerous boss came, it would be dead. She said to the little bear seriously. In the future, you are not allowed to move the things in the backpack space without my permission. Also, put cuckoo chicken in solitary confinement for a day and not allowed to eat. Okay, master. Lin Qing put down cuckoo chicken. The hen seemed to sense danger, flapped its wings, and ran out. The little bear saw Lin Qing relax and realized that things were not so dangerous. What about this egg? The little bear pointed to the dark green egg case in the incubator. Let the cuckoo chicken continue to hatch. Lin Qing thought for a moment. Put the incubator and the eggs in the small storage room. And keep the cuckoo chicken there, so as not to forget to hatch the eggs. Okay, master. The little bear left with the incubator. Lin Qing suddenly remembered that he had not seen A013. So he called the little bear and asked. The little bear explained, the power system of the whole house needs energy support. And A013 is making electricity in the small storage room. I almost forgot about this. Lin Qing touched his nose and walked away with a guilty conscience. I don't know when the dungeon world will be opened. So Lin Qing took the opportunity to count the ores smelted on the workbench 2 weeks ago. 36 pieces of iron ore, 22 pieces of bronze ore, and 9 pieces of black crystal ore. A total of 200 stones, 80 iron blocks, 49 bronze ingots, and 20 black crystals were produced. Lin Qing was quite satisfied with the result. I don't know how these ores produce so many additional stones. Then, she continued to take out the iron ore and put it next to the mechanical arm to process it into nails. While waiting for the workbench to process, Lin Qing had not forgotten about the TV. She pressed the remote control casually, and soon a layer of snow appeared on the black TV screen. And then it turned into a blurred mode of the picture in an instant, vaguely like a layer of gauze. A message popped up on the bracelet. The TV program experience card time has ended. Players need to unlock the TV viewing rights to continue watching. Do you want to consume 10 gold coins to unlock the TV program? This time, Lin Qing had experience and decisively clicked to agree. However, spending 10 gold coins still made her feel a little painful. After deducting the gold coins, the TV screen instantly became clear again. On the screen, it seemed that a documentary about an orphanage was being filmed. After the camera swept across the gate of the orphanage, 5 large characters were clearly displayed. Rainbow Orphanage. Then, the director turned to film some adopted orphans. On the green grass, children wearing white dresses or short-sleeved shirts and shorts, holding hands and forming a circle, were singing nursery rhymes with their heads shaking. Some other children chose an older child to wear an eagle mask, while the others lined up in a line, grabbed the back of the companion in front, and happily avoided the pursuit of the eagle. Some other children were riding rainbow-colored plastic ponies or climbing up and down the slide, and they also looked very happy. This scene looks extremely normal. It is no different from an ordinary orphanage. But Lin Qing had seen the so-called TV program before. She knew that it was not an ordinary program, but a copy experienced by the player. This seemingly daily scene will soon be broken by some form and become a place for escape. She began to think about why the survival system gave the player this device for no reason. Is this a benefit specifically for the player? If the player sees it, going through this copy again can avoid some dangers in it. However, Lin Qing inexplicably had an idea that the role of TV is not just this. However, she did not catch the premonition that flashed through her mind, so she chose to give up temporarily. At this moment, on the TV screen, the sky suddenly changed under the bright and dazzling sunshine and white clouds. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a cloudy weather. The director of the orphanage came out and said lovingly, "Children, the weather has changed. Go back to your room. It's almost time for a nap." Hearing the word nap, some children had a hint of fear in their eyes. However, under the director's order, these children, except for a little pale, had no intention of resisting and lined up to enter the orphanage building. After the director appeared, the documentary switched to indoor shooting, and the whole picture seemed to be covered with a gloomy tone, which was particularly depressing. The children held hands and went up to the second floor, returned to their own small beds in the lounge, and covered themselves with small quilts. Afterwards, the curtains of the lounge were also closed by the director, and the picture instantly became dim. She walked out of the lounge, revealing only a blurry face, and whispered to the children before closing the door, "Good afternoon, children." Chapter 182 World Merchant. The screen ends here, and the commercial time begins again. This time, a man wearing a black hooded cloak, completely covering his face, standing on a sand dune in a wilderness plain, mumbling something. In the corner of the screen, it says Association Recruitment, and the contact information of the association's head. While waiting for the documentary, Lin Qing listened carefully for a while. However, the guy's tone of voice was extremely weird, and it sounded very uncomfortable. If she continued to listen, her head might explode. Let's change the channel first. Lin Qing pressed the button to change the channel. But this time, the screen showed that the channel change was not successful. She looked confused and tried other buttons again. What's going on? Is the remote control broken? Before she finished speaking, the TV screen showed the player's room level is too low, and only one TV program can be unlocked. More TV programs can be unlocked after the room is upgraded. Lin Qing was stunned. When I tried it before, couldn't I still change the channel? It was a TV program experience card time before, and there was no level limit. After players activate TV activity privileges, they become official viewers and can only watch in limited numbers. Lin Qing was speechless and laughed at the shameless words. Okay. After becoming an official viewer, I am restricted in every way and have no privileges. This time, the screen did not respond, and it looked like it was playing dead. What kind of capitalist is this? The game system is in a dominant position, because survival players have no privileges. The recruitment broadcast was played over and over again, as if it was brainwashing. Looking at this situation, I don't know when it will end. Lin Qing could only lower the volume and try to divert his attention to do something else. After taking stock of the things to do, Lin Qing remembered that the pool of black flowing substance caught in the restaurant was still in the sealed storage space. It seemed useless to keep this thing. Should I sell it to the world merchant? She muttered to herself and clicked on the personal panel, and then checked the extra module in the space backpack. Currently, Lin Qing has only unlocked one space grid in the sealed storage space. She found out after putting the black fluid substance in it. Sealing this kind of monster will not only consume personal sanity and health, but also have a certain storage time limit. Lin Qing had a headache. It seems that selling this thing is still very risky. However, risks are often proportional to benefits. I don't know what price this monster boss can sell for. Lin Qing is still looking forward to it. She clicked on the information of the alien in the space grid to check. Name, parasitic species. Storage time in space, 23 days. There are only a few items about the monster, unlike items like props, which have notes to check. However, how do you sell this thing? Do I have to trade it in the dungeon world? I don't know where to find the world merchant. Soon, she thought of a prop that she had opened before, and took it out of the space backpack. This is a white business card with a few words scribbled on it. World Merchant. This prop can be used 3 times, and you can actively contact the World Merchant to order support materials and props. After Lin Qing chose to use the business card, a screen of a calling process soon appeared on the bracelet projection. After about 10 seconds, the screen showed that the call was successfully connected, and the smart assistant was processing it. This is the World Business Contact Center. Do you have any familiar businessmen to contact? Or do you need me to recommend one for you? Unexpectedly, it was such a question after the call was connected. Soon, after Lin Qing reacted, do you have a businessman named 007? As soon as this code came out, Lin Qing remembered it at that time. So he immediately said the name. Okay. Wait a moment. I'll check it first. After a while, the smart customer service said, okay, I have checked it for you. Do you want to connect 007's call? Answer. Lin Qing agreed immediately. Okay. I'm transferring it for you. Please don't hang up. Beep. Beep. Just as Lin Qing was drinking a sip of water, the screen showed that it was connected. Hello. I am the World Businessman 007. Thank you for contacting me again. Do you need to buy anything? Or do you need to sell something? Lin Qing directly stated his purpose. Hello. I am here to sell something to you. Will you accept a parasitic monster? 007 said enthusiastically, yes. But I need to investigate the specific situation on the spot. Investigation? Lin Qing was a little surprised by this word. Yes. You send me your ID name and agreed to authorize me to go to your space. 007 explained. Lin Qing hesitated. Do you want to enter my room? That's right. 007 said with a smile. If you trade monsters, you need to come to the door to inspect the goods. After all, identifying monsters is also a big deal. Inviting a strange NPC in casually is not safe. It's not that she is too cautious. After all, this isn't a game, and she doesn't know what danger she will encounter. This merchant was met by Lin Qing in the mountain village world. If she hadn't met him and bought the amulet he recommended, Lin Qing might have died at the hands of Lin Imo. Perhaps hearing her hesitation, the merchant explained, don't worry. You used the props in the game to contact me, and you are protected by the props, so there will be no danger. As soon as these words came out, Lin Qing instantly thought of another meaning. That means that if you don't use props and meet a world merchant, it may be dangerous? Could it be that the merchant will rob the player? Realizing that the words were slipped out, 007 added, what do you think? Do you agree? Lin Qing looked through the card rules again, and then chose to agree. She sent her ID and agreed to the merchant's invitation to enter. After about a minute, Lin Qing was wondering if the merchant would climb out of the chimney. The door of her room was suddenly knocked. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. This sudden knock on the door instantly made Lin Qing's heart jump. After all, this is not a copy world, and the sudden knock on the door is still quite frightening. Hello. I am the World Merchant 007. A laughing male voice came from outside the door, which was both low and suppressed, like the voice of some devil. Lin Qing made some psychological preparations, turned the door handle, and opened the door. After all, she had never opened the door at this time, and now she was a little nervous. Chapter 183 Transaction. Outside the door, it was pitch black. Neither the ground under my feet nor the sky above could be seen. Even the door stood abruptly outside the door, as if it was in a place where time and space were stagnant and flowing. The peddler that Lin Qing had seen in the mountain village world was now standing outside her door. This peddler-like merchant still wore a bamboo hat and a black mask around his face, revealing only his 2 eyes. He wore a gray coarse cloth shirt, straw sandals on his feet, and held a worn metal lantern in his hand. With the help of a little light at the door, his outline was illuminated. Lin Qing couldn't tell how he stood in a space without a point of interest. Maybe he used some kind of prop. Come in. Guessing this, Lin Qing stepped aside and let him in through the door. Thank you. The peddler walked in from the door with a backpack on his back and a hunched body. After Lin Qing closed the door, she found that he was looking at his activity area. The TV screen was still replaying the recruitment advertisement of the association, except for the shelves and workbenches of the convenience store, as well as the sofas and fitness equipment. There was basically nothing else. The peddler pointed to the advertisement on TV and shook his head and said, "This association is still recruiting people. It's just crazy and long. Like the weeds that can't be burned out." Lin Qing was a little curious. What does this association do? Apparently the association will exist for a longer time. The peddler turned his head and looked at Lin Qing strangely and said, "This is a long story. The god they believe in has existed for a long time. The following information is paid information. Do you want to continue listening?" Lin Qing, good boy. It costs money everywhere. How much money do you need? The peddler gestured to Lin Qing. Lin Qing subconsciously said, 2 gold coins? No. It's 20 gold coins. The peddler said simply. Lin Qing said faintly, "Is 20 still not enough to unlock all the information?" The peddler grinned. "This depends on the value of the information. Since you are my old customer, I can give you a discount. I will sell you the information about this association. Then no need." Lin Qing chose to refuse directly. After all, this association is none of her business, and there is no point in figuring it out. And now she can't compare prices from 3 different stores. She is very suspicious of being ripped off. Let's take a look at the monster we are trading. Okay, where is the monster? The peddler said to Lin Qing straightforwardly. Lin Qing was already prepared. She took out the black liquid directly from her space backpack. Now this creature is trapped in a glass bottle, sliding along the bottle like mucus, as if constantly looking for a gap to escape. However, under the effect of the sealed space, it has no chance to rush out. The peddler took the bottle. A flash of amazement flashed in his eyes, and looked around at the light and said, "Very good. Although it is in a weak period, but it is a good product." However, Lin Qing had been mentally prepared for a long time, and felt that this second-hand dealer would not be so straightforward. As expected, the peddler looked regretful and said, "This kind of monster is more common, and the number is too large. Even if I resell it, I can't sell it at a high price. I can only give you this number." He gestured to Lin Qing with the number 3. Lin Qing would not be fooled by such an obvious price. She asked directly, "How much?" "I won't sell it for 30. The peddler was surprised. How could it be sold for 30? "This is too cheap. You are my old customer, so of course I will give you a preferential recycling price." "Could it be 300? A monster can be sold for 300 world gold coins." Lin Qing can't help but feel a little excited. "Of course it's 300. The peddler smiled. "This is the first time you come to me to recycle monsters. Although the market price of monsters is not high now, I hope to cooperate with you for a long time. If you have any monsters, you can contact me in time, and I will give you the most satisfactory price." Unexpectedly, a monster can be sold at such a high price. This time, it was Lin Qing's turn to be surprised. She half believed and half doubted. "You didn't lie to me, did you?" "World Merchant 007. I'm honest and fair. No matter what age the player is, I will treat them equally. Please believe in my professional ethics." The peddler promised her solemnly. Lin Qing has only met this merchant so far, and doesn't know what other middlemen are like. But according to the morality of the merchant, it's good not to cheat. 300 gold coins are indeed not a small amount. Although there is a sealed space, this thing is always a disaster. It's better to sell it early and get some gold coins. "Okay. Then I'll sell it to you." "Okay. I'll give you the gold coins right away." The peddler excitedly put down the backpack, took out a purse from it, and counted out 300 exquisite golden round coins. Lin Qing tapped it again, put it back into the space backpack, and confirmed the authenticity of the currency. "Then I'll take it too." At this time, the peddler put the glass bottle back into the backpack. Lin Qing saw his backpack and thought about the last time he met the peddler. "Do you have any other props in it? For example, the substitute doll before, and the holy water that makes ghosts appear?" Lin Qing still remembered the effect of the substitute doll described by the peddler at that time, which could bear a curse attack for the owner and belong to the B-level prop. She has always been very tempted by this prop. Although many treasure chests were opened in the later world, there were no items with such effects. When he heard Lin Qing ask this, the peddler's eyes lit up instantly. "Yes, of course." He rummaged through the backpack again and took out a puppet made of grass and sticks. "This is the substitute doll. The original price is 200 gold coins. Today I will give you a 10% discount. You can get it for 180 gold coins." Lin Qing took it. This is a simple straw doll, which is light in the hand, like a farmer squatting on the roadside, and making it casually. It doesn't seem to have any function. However, the moment Lin Qing touched it, he had already seen the information of this prop. Name, substitute doll. Number of times it can be used, once. Function, use this substitute doll to block a curse attack for you. Note, although it looks like a simple doll, it is also a master's ingenuity, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. After confirming the authenticity of this prop, Lin Qing put it away. Okay, I'll buy it. Then he counted out 180 gold coins from the 300 gold coins given by the original world merchant. The peddler took out a small pot of clean water. This is holy water for ghosts to appear, and I'll sell you a pot for 10 gold coins. Lin Qing took it again and confirmed the function of the prop. At this time, she remembered something. Do you have holy water that can purify? Chapter 184 World Update. Purifying holy water? Hearing this, the peddler scratched his ears. I don't have this item, but I can ask my colleagues for you. Okay. Lin Qing nodded. When she heard the holy water just now, she suddenly thought of the blessing of the Virgin Mary. That item can only be used 3 times. At that time, the item had been used once by 404. And Lin Qing also used it once when facing the human-faced insect boss. Now there is only one chance to use it. This item can maintain the player's sanity in front of some bosses that reduce the sanity value. The importance of this item is self-evident. Using purifying holy water can extend the number of times the blessing of the Virgin Mary can be used. So, Lin Qing has been thinking about purifying holy water since the peddler agreed to help her find it. It means that there is a channel. What other props do you have? I want to see them again. There are a few more. I'll take them out for you to see. Then, the peddler took out another item and told Lin Qing. This is an animal nutrition potion. After using it, it can shorten the growth cycle of animals. It is especially popular among breeding players, allowing them to quickly obtain meat. The disadvantage is that the animal's appetite will also increase greatly. After all, energy must be conserved in theory. He was holding a long glass jar with light green liquid. As it was shaken up and down, the liquid showed a texture like quicksand, which looked very wonderful. Seeing this, Lin Qing was moved. The little sea eagle is currently in its infancy. When Lin Qing went back, he checked that it usually takes 4 months for the bald eagle chicks to grow into young birds after hatching. With this item, the growth cycle of the little sea eagle can be shortened. However, Lin Qing did not show it. After all, the little sea eagle has been locked in the small storage room with the cuckoo chicken. The peddler probably didn't see it. She coughed lightly. Ahem. It does sound useful, but I don't have any edible animals at the moment. The peddler continued to sell. It's also very good for storing supplies. When you have the breeding function, you will definitely be interested in this item. Although this item is cheap, the chance of opening it in a treasure chest is still quite low. Will you really not consider it again? What's the price? Lin Qing continued to follow his words. The peddler rolled his eyes. Not expensive. Not expensive. I'll give you a discount price. Only 2 gold coins. And this nutritional potion can be used 3 times, which is a sure win. 2 gold coins are indeed not expensive. After all, meat can be opened in a treasure chest. Indeed, only players who like farming will buy this item. Lin Qing bought it without hesitation. With gold coins, it feels so good to shop. Lin Qing thought of something. By the way, do you know there is an item called Treasure Box Catcher? Treasure Box Catcher? The peddler, who was originally smiling, suddenly changed his expression and looked surprised. Have you seen this item? Lin Qing said vaguely. I have heard of it. So I asked? The peddler slapped his thigh and said, this item is extremely difficult to obtain even in the dungeon mission, and we are not qualified to sell it. This is a good thing that countless players dream of, and it is best to use it where it matters most. His black eyes rolled around, looking very greedy, staring at Lin Qing and said, you really don't have it? Ha ha ha. I also think this item is very tempting. So I want to ask, since I don't have this item, I won't force it. This time, it was Lin Qing's turn to be shocked. Looking at the peddler's reaction, the importance of this item is self-evident. She had a hunch that if it weren't for the restriction of the World Merchant business card, this peddler would seem to be able to swallow her in one bite. That's a pity, the peddler said regretfully. However, I can tell you the importance of this item, which is equivalent to the existence of a blockbuster among players. Even those high-level players may not have seen it. If they know about it, The player who owns this item may be targeted. He didn't finish the rest of his words. But Lin Qing also knew the consequences. She had already used the treasure chest catcher. So she didn't have this worry now. She pretended to be disappointed. That's not the case. Who wouldn't want this treasure? I just overheard it, and thought how could this prop exist? She had a few more questions about the props. But she didn't plan to ask any more. The more you talk, the bigger the possible loopholes. Lin Qing planned to end this topic and ask about other supplies. But at this moment, the peddler hurriedly packed up the backpack, put it on his back, and walked out the door in a hurry. However, he looked very happy, and turned back while opening the door and said, "Happy transaction. If you have any items you want in the future, you can continue to contact me. I wish you great wealth and fortune." The next second, the door was closed by the peddler, and he disappeared into the darkness. "You ran so fast. Is your butt on fire?" Lin Qing muttered. She wanted to ask for zombie crystal cores and toy cores to upgrade A013 and the little bear, but the peddler ran away so quickly. At this moment, a series of regular electric current sounds suddenly sounded on the original silver broadcast at the door. Ding! The world outside the door is being updated. Please be prepared. After 20 minutes, the world outside the door will be refreshed and you can go out to explore. Good luck to all players. Hearing this, the world channel became even more lively. Ah! So excited. I can finally explore the world outside the door again. What's going on? There is no reminder of the novice period this time? I'm really looking forward to it. This is the first refresh of the dungeon since the merger. I really don't know what will happen next. What about the novice period? Is there a new player in the world channel? We are all veterans. Why are you still pretending to be noobs here? Why do you feel that everyone has become more crazy after the merger? You are indeed a group of psychopaths selected from the small area. The world outside the door will kill you. And you are still looking forward to it. Are you looking for death? Yes. Yes. Everyone has experienced a narrow escape from the world behind the door, and came back alive. No one knows what the world behind is like. There is no novice benefit in this world refresh, which may be more dangerous. I have this hunch too. The last copy eliminated only 37 players in our small area. Although everyone's strength has improved compared to the novice period, it is hard to guarantee that the world outside the door will not increase in difficulty. Me too. It's really hard. I can't roll up. And I can't lie down. When will this day end? Chapter 185 System Warning. Lin Qing's heart tightened when she saw these discussions. She also had a hunch that the world outside the door would not be so peaceful this time. However, the prompt system did not give a reminder, indicating that the world outside the door has not yet been determined. So, Lin Qing opened the personal panel and planned to check her personal data and weapons first to prepare for the world outside the door. Room level, LV7. Note, this player has a very strong physique, far exceeding the average level of ordinary humans, and has a leading chance of survival in the dungeon world. After training during this period of time, Lin Qing finally brushed the first 3 data to this level. Sanity and health have basically recovered. As for the weapons in her hands, there are iron daggers, wild bows and arrows, machetes, pistols, fine steel sabers, iron swords, and AK automatic rifles. The number of bullets is at a normal level. These days, Xiao Xiong has also made a new batch of bombs. A total of 85 bombs. As for the props in her hands, there are even more. Lin Qing classified the props according to their levels. Ordinary props, lizard color changing scales, giant crocodile whip. S-level props, red string mandarin duck knot, world selection black card. A-level props, evil repelling peach with sword, worm mother core, lucky clover necklace, bomb bear, speed flight, flaming silver spear, blessing of the Virgin Mary, protective vest, space magic cube, wind silver ring, puppet strings, detective pipe, reverse time hourglass, rose cross, divination horoscope, world merchant's business card. Among these props, the props that can be used continuously in theory are evil repelling peach with sword, bomb bear, speed flight, flaming silver spear, wind silver ring, and rose cross. Others only have one chance to use, including the worm mother core, clover necklace, blessing of the Virgin, protective vest, space cube, wind silver ring, puppet string, reverse time hourglass. These props that only have one chance to use are very valuable to Lin Qing, especially in an emergency. They can also be used to save lives. As for B-level props, there are the killer's chainsaw, frozen shooter, actor's mask, fireproof clothes, psychedelic smoke, stand-in doll, guiding compass, and treatment kit. Among them, there are more functional props. If you are about to use them up, you must also pay attention to replenishing them. The remaining are a few C-level props, some of which have similar functions to the above props. So Lin Qing temporarily regards them as substitute props and has no intention of selling them. Just as the 20 minutes of waiting were about to end, the radio sounded again. The world outside the room has been updated, and players can go out and explore freely. However, before the voice fell, Lin Qing suddenly felt a sense of crisis. She seemed to be in the void, facing a giant sphere. Then, the reminder system in her mind also heard its voice. Warning! The world outside the door is extremely dangerous. Host, do not open the door. Do not open the door. Do not open the door, and make the room and the world outside the door the same. Hearing the system's warning, Lin Qing's original nervous mood was relieved a lot. However, she still looked serious. Okay, I know. What's wrong with the outside world? What level is the world outside the door this time? Even the reminder system told her not to go out, according to her current strength. Even in some dangerous worlds, there shouldn't be too many problems. The prompt system continued, according to the system detection. There is now an unknown deep space outside the door. If the door is open now, the host's room will be assimilated into a damaged escape pod, which has entered the gravitational orbit of the star and cannot survive outside the room. Hearing this explanation, Lin Qing's face instantly became ugly. She immediately understood the meaning of the prompt system and walked quickly towards the window with the curtains drawn. The moment she lifted a corner of the curtain, the dark space outside the window disappeared. What came into her eyes was a huge sphere. The silver sphere with hot flames was like a huge white hole, attracting the room in this place towards it. Just taking a look at it, Lin Qing's eyes began to feel uncomfortable due to the strong light. She hurriedly pulled down the curtain, and after waiting for a while, her eyes adapted to the environment again. What on earth is going on? The newly updated world outside the gate is definitely a place of death for ordinary players. The survival system obviously does not intend to leave a way out for ordinary players. I don't know how many of the 10,000 players will be thrown into this world after the merger, and how many will be eliminated. Thinking of this, Lin Qing quickly opened the world channel. She refreshed it, and found that many players were planning to go out. Bye, everyone. I'm going out to explore first. Ah, I've already smelled the smell of the treasure chest, so I'm going out first. Are you guys just going out without any precautions? I don't know if it's my sixth sense that's working, but I always feel a little uneasy. Hee hee. Cowards. Just stay in your room and don't go out. I'm going out to brush materials. But soon, the avatars of some players, who were originally speaking in the channel, turned completely gray. Lin Qing looked at the number of players in the upper left corner. The original number of 10,000 had become 8723, and this number was still rapidly decreasing. At this time, someone also found something wrong. Fuck. Wait a minute. Everyone. What's going on? Check the number of survivors in the channel. It's dropping too fast. Oh my god. What's going on? I was planning to go out. I noticed that too. What's going on? Is this number a bug in the game system? Based on my observations during this period, the game system cannot have a bug. This could only mean that the world outside the door is very dangerous this time, and players will die if they go out. This is too scary. I'm a little afraid to go out. Are there any players who are alive after opening the door? Can you tell me what's going on outside the door? Ah, I went out, and it's okay outside the door. It doesn't look dangerous. Could it be that there is a difference between Europe and Africa? It's better to wait and see. It looks like I'll wait for the next refresh of the world behind the door. Otherwise I won't know how I died. During these discussions, Lin Qing finally saw a message from a living person outside the door. I'm finally alive. Outside my door is the deep space. And now I'm lying in a shabby escape pod. Fortunately, the equipment at hand is relatively intact, and I'm alive by breathing oxygen. Chapter 186, The World of Elimination. It's the same here, but the escape pod is relatively intact. But it's still drifting towards the nearby star. Oh my god. Who can tell me what to do now? Oh my god. Deep space. Good luck. If the escape pod is intact, there should be buttons that can be operated. Can you try to operate it? The guy with the damaged pod is basically hopeless. Even if there is oxygen, the ionizing radiation, temperature, ion storms, etc. next to the star are all problems. Even if you can temporarily breathe oxygen, you can't resist the sharp drop in temperature. That's right. I feel so cold and a little hot now. I don't know if I'm hypothermic. Wow. I shouldn't have gloated just now. Is this world outside the door something that people can endure? Strange. Isn't there a treasure chest in the deep space world? Maybe we can look for a treasure chest where there are some useful supplies? I just tried to control the escape pod, and I can control the direction a little bit. Just now, a treasure chest floated past me, and it was a black stone treasure chest. But help me. I don't dare to go out of the hatch. Oh my god. I have giant phobia. Fortunately, the world behind the door is not deep space. Otherwise, I would be scared to death. Fuck. It's also scary here. After opening the door, a strong stream of seawater suddenly poured in. I felt like my lungs were about to explode. I don't know where I was rolled. And it's pitch dark here. Have I been pulled into some deep sea world? Deep sea world? That shouldn't be the case. If ordinary people were there, the water pressure in the deep sea would directly crush them. Oh my god. Now that you mention it, is it possible that someone has really entered the deep sea world? Once the player opens the door, they will be crushed into slag in an instant. Whether it is deep space or deep sea, I feel that the update of the world outside the door is too dangerous this time. So I won't go out. Wait. Even if it is this kind of world. So what? No one realizes it. The previous game broadcast clearly said that our room will protect the players, and the room will be absolutely safe. Isn't this a violation of the rules? If the room level is low, it may not be safe. Don't forget, once the room level is too low, it will be broken into by monsters outside the door. Lin Qing looked at the series of discussions that floated by, and her heart was chilled. This is just the players who just went out. And so many people have been eliminated. Although her room has been upgraded to level 7. It can't cope with the environment of deep space. So what level of room can challenge this copy? Lin Qing thought about it, and his eyes fell on the ID named Raw Coconut Latte without sugar. Just now, the player said that his escape pod was relatively intact and could still be operated and controlled. Since there was a treasure chest in the world outside the door, it would not be difficult to obtain survival supplies. However, the escape pod entered the orbit of this huge hot star and was approaching rapidly. So it seemed that the chance of survival would be slim. At this moment, the player suddenly sent another message, which shocked Lin Qing. Family. Something seems to have come from the deep space. I always feel that it is not a good thing. Stay in the live stream and see if you can survive. I'll consider whether to go out. Something is coming. What is it? Maybe there is hope for help. Help. That seems to be a huge ship. It is emitting a beam of light and is shooting towards me. Fuck. Have you left there? Buddy? Is that a laser or energy weapon? I know this game is not good. Hurry up and operate the escape pod to get away. Otherwise you will be wiped out. I'm crying. This escape pod seems to be out of my control again. What should I do? That beam of energy is coming. At this moment, the ID named Raw Coconut Latte without sugar turned gray. Fuck. Are you dead? Oh my god. He died too quickly. I'm so anxious that I feel like an ant on a hot pot. Can you give us more information? What about those of us who haven't left the house? Yes. Yes. Are there any players in that world? Can you tell us what's going on? Are you so cold-blooded? Just when someone died, you're clamoring to give us more information. You can't do that even if you want to profit from someone's death. Cut it out. Now you stand up and speak for that guy. Do you think you're noble? If you have the ability to help him, take out your props and supplies. Otherwise, you're just nagging in the channel. The person is already dead. There's no point in you arguing about this. We can only lament and use the information they left to prepare. Alas. Haha. A bunch of cold-blooded monsters. Even if I die in this world, I will never leave you any useful information. The channel started to quarrel again, and Lin Qing did not read it anymore. There are too many people in this region, and the number of people discussing in the World Channel has increased several times compared to before. And there are also a lot of worthless garbage messages. Lin Qing continued to flip up. And the ID name of the player who opened the damaged cabin turned gray. Only the player who said he was in the deep sea. His ID was still struggling to light up. And I don't know if he can survive successfully. At this time, the number of surviving players in the channel has dropped sharply to 6705. Lin Qing couldn't help but take a breath. In just this moment, nearly 1/3 of the players in the world channel have been eliminated. Did the world outside the door deliberately eliminate so many people this time? These players who can complete the challenge of merging regions have also gone through selection. And they are definitely not ordinary people. Unexpectedly, they were caught in such a world update. This is the first large-scale screening of people, which is definitely intentional in the survival game. It looks more like a warning to all players. Lin Qing opened the friend list again, and saw those familiar IDs, and finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Lin Ning also noticed the situation in the channel, and sent a message. Sister, I was scared to death. How are you? I'm fine. How about you? It's fine here. Just a floating island world in the sky. A little dizzy, but it's much better than the world mentioned in the channel. That's good. Thinking like this, Lin Qing was also considering her own situation. According to the prompt system, even with her current level 7 room, it is not safe. So, will she choose to stay in her room and not participate in this world exploration? If she stays in the room, her safety can be guaranteed. But this means that she has lost an opportunity to explore the dungeon world. Room upgrade resources, daily supplies, and props cannot be obtained during this period. In her previous small area channel, some players did survive many worlds by hiding in their rooms. However, just like the maze dungeon, some worlds will force you to go out. Once you lack the props to deal with the relevant dungeon, you will also fall into the abyss of death. Chapter 187 World Selection Black Card. At this time, Lin Qing's eyes fell on an item in her backpack. That was the only rare item she had now. The World Selection Black Card. This item was originally obtained in the first dungeon world when she first came to the survival game. The unlucky brother who floated from the foggy sea didn't drop much supplies for Lin Qing, but each one was very useful. This world selection item can only be used once. After the world is updated, before the door is opened, you can choose any world outside the door on the card to cover the current world outside the door that has not been assimilated. Among them, there are only 3 worlds outside the door that can be selected. Vampire Manor, Abandoned Space Station, Mountain Village Ghost Night. Among these 3 worlds, Lin Qing has only been to one. That is, Mountain Village Ghost Night. This is first within her exclusion range. Although the divination horoscope in her hand can be regarded as an explanation to Lin Mo. However, the female ghost is very likely to be trapped in that world. If Lin Qing chooses this world, he will most likely fall into her hands. Besides, she is obviously moody, and it is hard to say when her brain circuit will change, leaving Lin Qing in that world. No, I can't go. Lin Qing shook his head and rejected this choice. As for the other 2 worlds, they are the Vampire Manor and the Abandoned Space Station. The boss of the Vampire Manor is obvious, and Lin Qing also has a prop to deal with it. The Rose Cross. This prop has a certain attack power against dark creatures and can cause fatal damage to them. If you want to save your life in this world, it shouldn't be a problem. As for the third option, the Abandoned Space Station. Just hearing this name, it gives people a very bad association. I don't know what the boss here is, how dangerous it is. Lin Qing temporarily stopped the idea of exploring. At this time, she subconsciously asked the prompt system, how about the Vampire Manor on the World Selection Black Card? Where do I plan to explore? The prompt system didn't communicate much with Lin Qing, and only gave prompts in some emergency moments or before going out. Lin Qing didn't know if she could communicate with it. However, with the mentality of trying without losing anything, Lin Qing still asked casually. Half a minute later, just when Lin Qing was a little disappointed and thought it would not respond, the voice of the prompt system suddenly came. Ding. After system detection, the host can go to the Vampire Manor. Vampire Manor. A medium to high difficulty copy. If there is no special prop to suppress dark creatures, it is likely to be life-threatening. However, the host already has relevant props and can go to explore. Great. Hearing the prompt system say this, Lin Qing's eyes lit up instantly. However, she also had her own thoughts. What kind of place is the Abandoned Space Station? compared to the vampire manor. Do you recommend going there? This time, the prompt system obviously did not give her the answer she wanted. Not recommended for now. However, Lin Qing was not discouraged. For her, knowing that she could go to the vampire manor was good news. Since she got the affirmation from the system, Lin Qing did not hesitate much and immediately chose to use this prop. As the light of the world selection black card lit up, the survival game system also reminded again. Ding! The system detected that the player became rich overnight and used the world selection prop. Currently, there is only one chance to choose this prop. Do you choose to use it? Lin Qing said. Use it. All world selection props for the player to become rich overnight. There are currently 3 worlds to choose from. 1. Vampire Manor. 2. Abandoned Space Station. 3. Mountain Village Ghost Night. Please choose one of them. Lin Qing, I choose one. Vampire Manor. The player's choice has been confirmed. And the world outside the room is being refreshed. Refreshed successfully. I wish the player good luck in exploring. Until hearing this, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, she walked to the window again. After opening the curtains, she saw the endless wilderness and the faint blue sky. And she was really relieved. It seems that this is the world of vampires. However, it is somewhat different from what I imagined. But compared to the deep space world, this is obviously much safer. Looking at the scene in the wilderness, she felt a little relieved. But she did not relax her vigilance. Lin Qing's knowledge of vampires only exists in some literary works. Different literary works have different descriptions of vampires. What sharp teeth? Bats? Living by sucking human blood? Etc. And some writers hold a romantic fantasy filter for vampires. There are also many ways to restrain vampires. Among them, there are those who are afraid of the cross, the sun, silver, and holy water and garlic. Lin Qing currently has the rose cross, which can be said to have a bottom line. However, she did not forget to bring some offensive weapons and props. Guns and bombs. These 2 hot weapons are definitely indispensable. The word silver in the fiery silver gun means it can be considered a silver weapon. With its powerful fire attack power, it will definitely be useful. Lin Qing called the little bear again and asked it to bring a head of garlic for cooking. Although the little bear was full of doubts, he still peeled a plate of garlic for Lin Qing and reminded, Master, the garlic for cooking is almost gone. Please use it carefully. Okay. Okay. Lin Qing put away a can of white and tender garlic and agreed. At this time, the voice of the prompt system came again. The copy is called Vampire Manor. The story takes place in the Northern Lord's land in the Middle World. There are legends about vampires, and the farmers living on the Lord's land seem to be silent about this matter. The player will play the role of a noble girl who has traveled here and explore the truth here. After system detection, other players have appeared in the channel of the host's world. It is recommended that the host be vigilant. Okay. I understand. Lin Qing nodded and agreed. She was not surprised by the fact that other players appeared. After all, there is a difference between the world choices of Europe and Africa. Since some of them have refreshed highly dangerous worlds, there must be some players in a relatively safe environment. So it is not surprising that other players appear here. As for the story background of this copy, Lin Qing also listened carefully. The legend of vampires? It seems that I have to explore the manor where this lord is in the identity of a noble girl. I don't know what the copy is like. Lin Qing murmured and judged. At this time, she had finished dressing. After briefly explaining the precautions to Xiao Xiong, Lin Qing walked towards the direction of the door. After holding the metal door handle tightly, she subconsciously exhaled. I hope this exploration process will be as smooth as before. Chapter 188 World 8, Vampire Manor. After opening the door, Lin Qing unexpectedly discovered that the original room had turned into a carriage. On the endless plain, only a small road that stretched to the distance could be vaguely seen. The old servant who drove the carriage was hunched over, feeding the horses with hay, and said angrily, Miss, we should be able to reach Earl Kane's manor this evening. That group of robbers is too hateful. We must ask the Earl to help wipe out this group of bandits. Okay. Lin Qing responded casually, observing the surrounding environment to prevent any danger, while listening to the old servant's nagging complaints. If the Lorendal family had not declined, your fiancé would definitely not have neglected the marriage between the 2 families, and we would not have had to travel thousands of miles and be robbed by bandits. Now your dowry and followers are all lost, leaving only a carriage. What a pity. Listening to the NPC's monologue introducing the background, Lin Qing roughly understood what happened. She briefly mentioned a few information points, wrote down the important content, and asked curiously, "Is my fiancé okay?" "Oh, my lady, could it be that in the fight just now, even your head was injured? Those guys are really hateful." The old servant looked sad and seemed very worried about the so-called lady's marriage. The Lorendel family has declined so much. If even you have problems, how can we revive the glory of the family? Earl Kane will definitely look down on us even more. Listening to the NPC automatically finding a good excuse for her, Lin Qing felt more relieved in her heart. I may just have some temporary amnesia. But what time is it now? The old servant said, "Oh, it's morning now. We probably have to travel a day to reach the Earl's mansion." One day. It was Lin Qing's turn to be surprised. She didn't stay in this world for long. If she spent a whole day on the road, it would be too uneconomical, especially the winding muddy dirt road in front of her. In addition to the deep ruts left, there were also rain puddles of varying sizes. If she took a carriage on this road for a day, it would definitely break her apart. Perhaps seeing the hesitation on Lin Qing's face, the old servant persuaded, "Miss, according to the map, there is a village ahead where we can rest. We can get there before noon. Please be patient and wait until you get to the manor. Then you won't have to suffer all this running around." "Okay," Lin Qing agreed. And at this moment, her ears suddenly moved, as if she heard the sound of horseshoes coming from afar. Lin Qing's heart tightened instantly. And then she heard the voice from the prompt system in her mind. Ding! The first wave of bandits is detected approaching, and supplies will be dropped at that time. Please prepare in time. Huh? After hearing this, Lin Qing's face was instantly happy. It seems that this is the first wave of monsters, and they are coming just in time. She immediately ordered the old servant to get into the carriage first to prepare, so as not to delay her from showing off her skills. Ah, the bandits won't let us go? No. Miss, please get in the car quickly. We have to leave here quickly. As the old servant said, he was about to pull the reins of the horse, ready to continue on his way. The first wave of robbers is coming, so continuing to escape will definitely not succeed. Lin Qing directly and roughly dragged the old servant into the carriage and closed the wooden door. Then he whipped out the whip and swung it on the buttocks. The brown horse instantly raised its front hooves and cried, and ran towards the distance in small steps. And at this moment, the robbers have arrived. The leader who just appeared had a hideous face and a beard. He wore simple leather clothes and leather boots, rode on the horse savagely, wielded a sharp long knife in his hand, and came in the billowing smoke and dust. He mumbled in a language that Lin Qing could not understand. There were about 4 or 5 robbers like this, and some of them carried bows and arrows, which seemed to be able to attack from a distance. According to their riding speed, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with the carriage. This is the robber, but it seems that he is still in the era of cold weapons. At this time, Lin Qing had loaded the bullet and his index finger was on the trigger. After seeing the enemy clearly and entering the shooting range of the AK, he immediately aimed at the leader's chest. Bang, bang, bang. With a few gunshots, the leader, whose eyes were already shining with victory, was not prepared at all and fell heavily from the horse's back in an instant. Seeing this scene, the robbers behind were a little surprised, but they still did not give up the plan of attacking. It's just that his face has a little more anger, as if he wants to avenge his partner. The archer also intends to take off the arrow feathers, and it seems that he wants to imitate Lin Qing to attack from a distance. Wow, these monsters are quite smart, but they are all a group of little karami. Lin Qing decisively turned the muzzle of the gun to him. Bang, bang, bang. The archer also fell off the horse, with a bloodstain on his chest. At this time, the remaining 3 people watched their 2 companions die inexplicably, and finally had some fear in their eyes. They seemed to slow down and turn their horses around. Lin Qing certainly would not miss this opportunity. After a burst of gunfire, he left the remaining bullets to the others. As the last person fell off the horse, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He put away the somewhat hot muzzle and replenished the lost ammunition. After all, the system said that this was only the first wave of robbers coming, which meant that there would be several more waves behind. At this time, the survival game system also issued a reminder. Ding! The player eliminated the first wave of robber monsters, and the system is settling accounts. These monsters dropped quite a lot of supplies, and Lin Qing was quite satisfied. And there were also skill rewards dropped, which really surprised her a lot, especially the writing knowledge. It was a pleasant surprise, which meant that she didn't have to stay in that damn simple carriage without shock absorbers. However, as for disassembling the horses, Lin Qing chose to refuse. Don't disassemble for now. Okay. If the player needs it, you can use the disassembly function. Horses are good things in this era. These are horses brought by bandits, and they will not panic like ordinary horses when they encounter danger. What's more, Lin Qing also has riding skills, so he can't waste them. Chapter 189, Killing the Robbers. The 5 horses were not disturbed by the gunshots. They were scattered not far from Lin Qing and began to eat grass with their heads down. They didn't seem to have any idea about the sudden change of their new owner. Lin Qing collected the supplies dropped by the robbers and whistled at a beautiful little white horse. Hey, guy, do you want to be my mount? Among the 5 horses, only this white horse was strong and had a wisp of black mane on its head. Especially the faint black on its body made it look particularly beautiful. Okay. Silence is tacit agreement. Lin Qing took the reins and jumped onto the horse's back with the help of the stirrups. Then he glanced in the direction where the robbers came from, and then rode towards the carriage carrying the old servant. Let's go. Let's chase them. Although riding on the horse's back was bumpy, the horse's shock absorption effect was still good. Even the pitted road surface was jumped over by the strong horse's legs. Lin Qing was riding on the horse, high up, and still had the mind to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the endless wilderness, until he saw the familiar figure of the carriage in front. He pulled the reins in his hand. The carriage had stopped, and the old servant came out of the carriage, hugged the horse's head and cried, "Woo woo woo. What should I do now? The young lady must be dead. Then where should I go? Woo woo woo. I didn't expect that I would be so old and still fall to this point. How can I explain this to the master's family?" At this time, he raised his head and suddenly saw Lin Qing's figure. He was obviously startled and fell to the ground with a grumble. Young lady. He raised his head and looked at the horse under Lin Qing in confusion, and the 4 brown horses that followed. What are you doing? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows and smiled. This is the spoils of war. Let's go. Let's continue on our way. There will be another wave of spoils delivered to our door in a while. Oh, good. Good. The old servant was ecstatic. I knew that the children of our Lorendel family were definitely not cowards. If the master was still alive, he would definitely be happy for you. Yeah. Lin Qing nodded perfunctorily at him, then looked back at the road behind him. The old servant also hurriedly got on the carriage, waving the whip to keep up with Lin Qing's journey. As a result, the two had just walked a short distance when the road not far behind them was filled with billowing dust again. Lin Qing said to the old servant, "You go first." Okay. This time, the old servant did not hesitate much, and immediately drove the carriage and took away 4 spoils of war. Lin Qing slowed down his pace and waited slowly in place. As expected, the second wave of robbers' attacks had arrived. This time, the leader was a fierce-looking man with earrings on his ears. His bare arms were full of muscles, one hand holding the reins, the other holding an iron axe. Compared with the 3 or 4 people behind him, he looked extremely strong and had a high combat power. He was still shouting in a language that Lin Qing couldn't understand, and he was approaching her. Lin Qing looked at the warhorse under her and understood the reason for the hostility. After all, the horses of his accomplices were already hers, so the man was self-evident. No wonder this group of people was obviously crazier. It turned out that they were here for revenge. However, in Lin Qing's eyes, these people had become monsters that could drop items and skills. If she didn't kill this wave, even she herself felt a little pity. Therefore, Lin Qing still followed the same method as before. After a burst of shooting, the 5 bandits also fell off their horses. This time, the leader was obviously more bloody, with more than a dozen bullets in his body, but he was still struggling to cut her. Lin Qing did not hesitate and decisively added another knife. At this time, the survival game system also reminded. Ding! The player eliminated the second wave of bandit monsters, and the system is settling. A surviving horse was detected. Do you want to decompose the meat? Lin Qing didn't want to choose to decompose, But one of the horses had a leg injury and could not survive if it continued to run. She could only bear the pain and decompose it, and obtain 7 pieces of horse meat and horse skin. It's a pity. Otherwise this lady's dowry could have another horse, Lin Qing said with some regret. It would be great if the dowry could come back. Maybe there would be more useful things. However, according to the nature of this game, it will definitely not deliver resources to the door easily. Lin Qing looked at the direction the bandits came from with some greed, hoping that they could bring her some more supplies. She tried just now, but she couldn't continue to go in the direction she came from, so she could only temporarily suppress the idea of wiping out the bandits' base camp. Hey, miss, are these also your spoils? When Lin Qing caught up with the old servant, although he was also surprised, the joy on his face had already betrayed his inner thoughts. Lin Qing nodded. Yes. Hey, that's great. Let those bandits have a good lesson and know the consequences of messing with our Lorendal family. Although our family has declined, it is not without successors, and we will never be bullied, the old servant said with a smile. Although he knew that this was a compliment from the NPC, Lin Qing was still happy in his heart. After all, who doesn't like to hear nice words? The two of them rushed for a while, and then there was another more intense and chaotic sound of horse hooves. At this time, the trophy horses around seemed to have heard the footsteps of the pursuers and ran hard. This time, without Lin Qing's reminder, the old servant had already volunteered. Miss, then leave it to you. I'll go first. As he said, he waved the whip neatly and ran away first. This time he ran away quite fast. Lin Qing blew a whistle, turned the horse's head, slowed down the pace of riding, and waited for the third wave of enemies to attack. This time, the bandits who appeared after the rolling dust were obviously different from the previous two groups. They even wore heavy chainmail and leather boots, held sharp spears in their hands, and even wrapped their heads in helmets, looking more well-trained. These armors protected the important parts of the chest. If you want to penetrate them with bullets, it may be a little laborious, so you can only kill them at close range. At this time, Lin Qing didn't want to entangle with them anymore, so she threw 3 bombs directly. This cost her warhorse, but it was also the fastest way to solve the problem, although she was very confident in her recently increasing strength. After all, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, and she was not sure if she would fall into the trap. Chapter 190 Village and Players. After a burst of explosions, the world finally quieted down. It must be said that this kind of world that relies entirely on firepower suppression is really cool. After dealing with the third wave of bandits, Lin Qing happily waited for the drop supplies. Ding! The player has eliminated the third wave of bandits, and the system is settling. Hearing this long list of rewards, Lin Qing was instantly happy and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this is still a world of brushing supplies and skills, and the monsters are all ordinary bandits, which seems to be quite easy. Pick up the supplies dropped by the bandits and put them into the space backpack. And Lin Qing turned around again to chase the old servant. After upgrading to intermediate riding skills, she felt that her ability to control the white horse was more proficient. Soon, Lin Qing caught up with the old servant, who was rushing ahead. Now there was no surprise on his face, and he smiled and said, "Hello, young lady. How was your harvest this time?" Lin Qing blinked, thinking of the 4 dead horses, and said regretfully, "All the horses died, and I only brought back a little horse meat." "Ha ha ha. Young lady, I'm glad that you are safe. Those robbers should be severely punished." The old servant was overjoyed and drove the carriage forward slowly, but he looked very proud. He pointed to the hills that began to appear not far away with his whip. Not far ahead, there should be a village. This place is not far from Earl Kane's manor, and there should be men guarding the nearby village, so we can relax a little. Okay. Lin Qing glanced into the distance and saw only some undulating grassland, but no so-called village. However, since the old servant said so, it should not make much difference. After walking about 20 miles, even Lin Qing, who was riding a horse, felt a little tired, and finally came to a village along a river. Most of the houses here are built with stones and thatched roofs, and only the main road is paved with broken stone slabs to form a path. The sheds between the villages exude the smell of cow and sheep feces. Now there are more strangers in the village, and women and children are cautiously sideways, while men can't help but touch the farm tools at hand, fearing that someone they can't afford to offend will come. in the square in front of a small church. The old servant jumped out of the car, took off his hat, knelt down and made a greeting to everyone, then stood up straight and said, "Excuse me. My lady is from the Lorendel family, and is also the fiancée of Earl Kane. I want to stay here for a while. Please forgive me. I don't know who is the village chief. My lady was attacked by robbers on the road, and was quite frightened. Now I don't know if those robbers will attack again. It would be great if someone could send a message to the Earl to escort our lady." After hearing the old servant's words, the women and men around looked at each other in surprise. Soon, an old woman wearing a sun hat came out. She looked the two up and down and said, "Our village chief has gone to town. If you want to deliver a letter to the Earl, you can send the young men from our village. They have fast running speed and can reach the place in half a day instead of a day's journey." "Oh, that's a pity." The old servant shook his head. Immediately, a young man came forward excitedly. "My name is Hal. I can run to deliver the letter to the Earl, although the family has declined. Nachiel still has to maintain it." The old servant carefully took out a purse, took out a silver coin from it, and said with some pain, "Thank you then." The young man ran away happily. Afterwards, the old servant planned to rest in a slightly cleaner chapel, and Lin Qing also cooperated with his performance, opened the car door, and came out. At this time, several people came out of the chapel. One of them saw Lin Qing's figure, and instantly became happy. He ran over while waving his hand. "Hey, rich man. I didn't expect you to be in this world." Lin Qing squinted slightly against the sunlight, and then he saw the face of the person who came. It turned out to be Lu Yan. Unexpectedly, he was also in this world. This made her a little surprised. What a coincidence! Lin Qing glanced at him, and the few people behind him who were obviously dressed differently from the villagers, and she had a rough idea in her heart. These should be the other players who entered this world. That's not true. When I was watching the chat in the channel, I thought I was unlucky and got a dangerous world, but it turned out to be quite safe. Speaking of this, Lu Yan scratched his head and said, "Ha! I was busy chatting. Several of you here are also players. We have triggered the world mission and are discussing how to complete it together. Let me introduce it to you. Go play. I don't need you to introduce it." Among them, a woman with heroic eyes pushed Lu Yan away. She has wavy curly hair, a pair of big red lips, and a ferocious tattoo on her exposed arm. Now she holds a cigarette in her hand and slowly blows out smoke rings from her mouth. She looks like a big sister who is not easy to mess with. In addition to her, there were 3 men and 2 women behind, and none of them spoke. After a quick look, Lin Qing understood the status of the people. However, while she was observing the woman was also looking at her, and she sneered at something. "I am Su Qian, and I am leading people through this dungeon mission now. If you want to pass it smoothly, you have to listen to me." This person came with bad intentions, and Lu Yan next to her even blinked at her frantically. Obviously, Lin Qing is not someone who is easily angered. She even smiled and said, "Okay. But where's the key to triggering the mission? Please take me there." "That's fine. But what is your current identity? Why do you look different from us?" "Well, there is nothing to hide." Lin Qing simply told her the identity. "You are Kane's fiancé? Haha. That's easy." After hearing Lin Qing's words, the big sister named Su Qian smiled heartily. "Our mission is related to the Earl, and we are worried that we can't contact him normally. Your identity will be perfect." Then, she patted Lin Qing's shoulder. "Let's go. I'll take you to see the old woman first." Chapter 191 Main Quest. On the way to the chapel, Su Qian explained to Lin Qing, "There is an old lady named Susan in the north of the village. Her family is poor, and her only daughter Anna also went to work in the manor of Earl Kane. However, Susan said that Anna has not written to her family for a year. She wrote to the manor to inquire, but did not get any news. So she came to see the priest. The priest in the church said that there are many poor girls in the nearby villages who disappeared after entering the manor like Anna. At least in the past 3 years, 5 people disappeared inexplicably. You meet the priest and the old lady first. They are the key to triggering the main quest." "Okay. Thank you." Unexpectedly, this world can trigger the copy so easily. Lin Qing was a little surprised. Soon, she met the 2 key figures mentioned by Su Qian in the chapel. The old woman was wrapped in a headscarf, with gray hair, a high-nosed bridge, and deep eye sockets. At this time, she was sitting on a bench in the church, holding a cloth-covered basket by her side, and praying with her eyes closed. As for the priest, he was a middle-aged man, wearing a tattered robe, with a haggard face, making the sign of the cross on his chest and praying to the statue. After waiting, Lin Qing took the initiative to talk to two important NPCs, and the information she got was indeed similar to what Su Qian said. After the conversation, her bracelet also popped up the system task. Ding! The player triggers the main plot of the Vampire Manor dungeon. Dungeon Task 1, find and rescue the missing girl, not achieved. Dungeon Mission 2, kill the vampire Count Cain, not achieved. Dungeon Mission 1 reward, get a room upgrade opportunity, free deduction of material consumption. Dungeon Mission 2 reward, get a random material package, including room upgrade, item upgrade, and pet upgrade materials. Before Lin Qing thought about it, Su Qian patted Lin Qing on the shoulder again and said, "How is it? Your system task has also been triggered." Lin Qing nodded. "Yes. That's good. This time the mission is very clear. The so-called Count Cain is the dungeon boss we need to eliminate. We are just worrying about what to do. I sneaked into the Earl's manor under the name of a lurker, but I didn't expect you to come. That's quite a coincidence." Lin Qing said, "That's indeed quite a coincidence. My servant has just sent a villager to report the news. If the Earl is willing, the person sent may arrive before 2 or 3 o'clock. And my identity is said to have attracted the robbers to rob. And you can just blend into the team." Hearing Lin Qing say this, Su Qian's face instantly brightened. "Great. I'll tell the others first. And you should be prepared. If the Earl also comes, then we can just kill him in the village." After saying that, she left first. Lin Qing glanced at the priest, who was worried about this matter, followed Su Qian out, and just met Lu Yan, who was walking towards him, until Su Qian led the group away. Lu Yan looked frightened. "I was scared to death. Rich man. Fortunately you didn't conflict with that woman. She is the 9th-ranked swordsman in the World Channel. She is very powerful. I saw her kill a robber with one punch. Just now, someone in the team was dissatisfied and was taught a lesson by her. Only then did he behave himself." At the beginning, Lin Qing noticed the difference between the players and realized that this woman was not easy to deal with. Unexpectedly, it was the 9th-ranked player, which really surprised her. However, this did not hurt her interests. So Lin Qing did not plan to conflict with her for the time being. She asked Lu Yan next to her, "Why did you get mixed up with him?" Lu Yan waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it. When I went out, there was a windmill mill, and then I encountered robbers robbing. So we joined together to fight monsters. Then I explored the church and accidentally triggered the main quest. So that's it." Lin Qing nodded, noticing that her identity was indeed the most unique among them. She told Lu Yan about her copy identity and asked if there were any treasure chests seen nearby. Lu Yan scratched his head and said, "That's not the case. It's strange. We only got the drop supplies from the bandits. Is this world special? Maybe?" Lin Qing nodded. At this time, Lu Yan glanced at the people who were discussing under the big tree not far away, and whispered, "But boss, the villagers in this village seem to be able to rob. Just now, the big sister took the lead in robbing a lot of villagers' food." Hearing this, Lin Qing was a little interested and looked at the villagers, who were sneaking around not far away. "Oh, villagers can also rob?" "Of course." Lu Yan frowned. Big Sister led people to break into many farmers' homes, and it seems that there are more food reserves. However, I think that although this is a mission world, we can't do things that go against our conscience. So I didn't do it with her. After listening to Lu Yan's words, Lin Qing chuckled. "It's already a survival world. Maybe I will be the next one to die. You are really a man of integrity." As she said that, she also looked under the tree, and it happened that a male player looked over, with a gloomy look, as if he had bad intentions. Lin Qing still looked normal, smiled at the man normally, and the man turned his head away. "Do you know who the other players are?" Lu Yan glanced over there. "Well, I've almost figured it out. They shouldn't be ranked. One of the women is a little singer, but I don't remember her." At this time, the old servant beside him also came over. "Miss, it will probably take some time for the Earl to come. You should eat first." He had just gone to the villager's house to borrow firewood, and now he brought back a lot of firewood, planning to make lunch. Okay. Lin Qing just took out the seized robber's supplies and asked Lu Yin to fetch a bucket of water from the small river next to him, planning to cook a pot of oatmeal and wild vegetable porridge. The old servant just set up a wooden rack, took out a piece of horse meat he had just obtained, cut it into small pieces, and put it on a wooden stick to roast. Soon, the delicious horse meat was roasted and smelled fragrant, and it drifted to the other people with the wind, causing them to look over from time to time. Lu Yen was also surprised. Wow, boss, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good. Horse meat. Horse meat? Lu Yen was surprised. This is a rare thing. As the meat was roasted and sprinkled with cumin and seasonings, the taste became even more tempting. At this time, several people under the big tree not far away finally couldn't sit still. In addition to Su Qian, several other players nearby couldn't help but come over, led by a young-looking woman. Your barbecue smells so good. Can we use our own food to exchange some barbecue from you? Chapter 192 Twists and Turns. Okay. What food do you have to exchange? After all, my horse meat is quite rare. Lin Qing still looked normal and smiled at the three players. I didn't expect that this player was so stingy. Wu Mingting was a little unhappy. She was a little famous star before, and her agent and fans held her in the palm of their hands. So she was treated like an ordinary person in the game. She just said it casually, but she didn't expect that this player didn't have any intention of refusing. Could it be that he really wanted her to take out her own supplies to exchange? Hee hee. Don't you know me? I'm Wu Mingting. I played in Gods and Demons Return to Dreams before. Haven't you seen it before? Lin Qing blinked and vaguely found a little impression from the depths of her mind. She seemed to have seen this name on the short video software. Well, I saw some clips. Sorry, I don't remember much. But, what does this have to do with our transaction? Of course, I'm a big celebrity. Aren't you excited? After hearing this, Lin Qing figured out a few things. This person must be a celebrity. He actually wanted to get something for free. But, is the celebrity effect so effective? Lin Qing took a bite of the skewer and said slowly, Sorry, I'm not very interested in this aspect. Let's discuss what you use to exchange for horse meat. After hearing Lin Qing's words, Wu Mingting's nose was crooked with anger. She didn't know if this person was playing dumb, but she was definitely going against her. She had met other female players before, but most of them were shy and embarrassed to refuse her purpose. Unexpectedly, this time she ran into a tough guy. In the game, meat can only be obtained from treasure chests and monsters, and meat can quickly increase satiety. She planned to keep the meat for herself, so how could she plan to exchange it with others? At this time, another man next to Wu Mingting also shouted, What do you want? Let Sister Mingting sign for you. Which is equivalent to paying for it. Another woman with glasses also spoke up, Yes. Sister Mingting is very popular. If it were in the outside world, we couldn't get so close and talk to Mingting face to face. Who cares if she is a star or not? Lu Yin, who was watching this farce next to him, muttered in a low voice. Lin Qing's evaluation of this was also two idiots. This is a survival world. Does anyone care about the autographed photos of female stars? Seeing that Lin Qing didn't say anything, the man actually started to take action directly, trying to grab the roasted horse meat directly from the old servant. Of course, the old servant refused and immediately yelled, You are robbing. In response, Lin Qing did not give in at all. He picked up a robber's long sword and hit the man's arm with the back of the sword. The man screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Ah, my arm is going to break. And Lin Qing smiled and said, This will not happen again. Otherwise it will not be the back of the sword, but the blade that will cut your hand. Although it is in the game, we must follow the rules. Seeing this scene, Wu Mingting's face turned pale instantly. She and another girl helped the male player, who fell to the ground, and said coldly to Lin Qing, Just wait. As they said that, the two of them helped the male player walk towards the original tree. Lu Yin was obviously still frightened. These people are too domineering. Lin Qing was already used to this kind of provocation, and he didn't care about giving Lu Yin the skewers that the old servant had grilled. Eat it. Replenish your physical strength. I guess there will be a tough battle to fight later. Seeing that Lin Qing didn't care, Lu Yin thought about it, and it was true. This is a rich man. How could he be afraid of the threat of such a person? Lu Yin thought of something while eating horse meat, and reminded Lin Qing. Rich man, you have to be careful of this woman. Although her combat power is not high, She seems to have a prop that can bewitch people. When the robbers attacked, a male player was stabbed to death for her. Hearing this, Lin Qing was a little surprised. Really? While she looked over thoughtfully, the three people who returned were also looking fiercely at the barbecue trio. Su Qian was sharpening the machete in her hand, and glanced at them and said, "It's not easy to get a free lunch. If you have this time, you might as well replenish your physical strength and spirit. It's not easy to take shortcuts in this game. It's better to use your mind on the right path." After hearing Su Qian's words, Wu Mingting's eyes turned instantly. "Big sister, this person is a thorn. She won't listen to you at a glance. Don't you teach her a lesson?" Although Su Qian was unhappy, she didn't show it. "This person didn't offend me, so there's no need to be an enemy of her. Besides, this person's identity is very useful. It's not good to fall out now." "Identity? You mean the identity of the Earl's fiancée?" Speaking of this, Wu Mingting was obviously a little excited, and whispered, "When it comes to acting, I'm the best. Dealing with the Earl is something that an ordinary person like her cannot do. At present, our people are in the majority, and she only has one player. No matter what aspect is discussed, we are in the upper hand. So why should we accommodate her?" Su Qian's heart also moved, but she glanced over there and hesitated in her heart. "Let's wait and see, and then we'll talk about it." At this time, Lu Yen drank wild vegetable oatmeal porridge and whispered to Lin Qing, "Rich boss, take a look. They are gathered together and whispering. I always feel that they are plotting something. Will they hate you because of what happened just now?" Lin Qing glanced over there. "Maybe. But we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because of this kind of people. In this survival game, the first thing Lin Qing understood was to hide where he should hide, but not to give in where he should be tough. This kind of bully who only fears the strong and bullies the weak will not give in because of a temporary concession, and will definitely become more aggressive." At this time, Lin Qing was full and sent a message to Lin Ning, asking her to take a photo of the horse meat skewers she put into the trading space. However, perhaps because Lin Ning was busy, she did not reply to her in time. Lin Qing estimated that it would take some time before the Earl came, so she decided to go to the river to catch some fish. Recently, the little sea eagle's appetite has increased greatly, and the fish she caught in the creek valley will soon be gone. We need more fish to supplement our food reserves. Lin Qing threw a whip to Lu Yen. "How is it? Can you ride a horse?" "A little bit." Lu Yen took the whip and scratched his head. "Okay. There are probably fewer fish in the river here, so we will go to a farther place to catch fish." Lin Qing looked over at the big tree and saw that they were already eating, and it didn't look like they had any bad intentions. However, Lin Qing still left the old servant behind to watch from a distance and gave him a few words of advice. Chapter 193 Riverside. Although the old servant looked a little hesitant, he could not refuse Lin Qing's reason and could only nod. "Okay. Then the situation here is left to you. If there is a situation, just act accordingly," Lin Qing said with a smile. "Okay, miss. Don't worry. Compared to the glory of the Lorendel family, I will definitely pay more attention to your safety." The old servant stood straight and patted his chest to assure Lin Qing. At this time, Lin Qing turned his horse's head and ran towards the river with Lu Yen. When he was far away from the chapel, Lu Yen looked back and saw that the few people under the big tree, especially the little star, were still sneaky and didn't seem to have any good intentions. So he reminded Lin Qing again. Lin Qing comforted him. "It doesn't matter. I have my own plan." After listening to Lin Qing's words, Lu Yen was relieved. Soon, the two of them rode along the river to the downstream, where the water flow was much calmer, and the river water was extremely clear, and fish could be seen swimming by the naked eye. "Wow, there are so many fish here, and they look plump." Lu Yen was obviously a little excited and said, "Can we have fish for dinner?" "Of course." Lin Qing nodded gently, jumped off the horse, and stepped on the soft land by the river. The air here is fresh, exuding the unique fragrance of soil and wild flowers in the wild. The medieval dungeon world does not seem to be polluted at all, and it is more like a world where you can go on vacation. Hee hee. Then I won't be polite. Lu Yen also jumped off the horse in a hurry, took out a bucket from the space backpack, rolled up his trouser legs, and planned to go down to fish. Lin Qing summoned A013 directly from the pet space. A013 experienced this kind of space conversion for the first time, and was still a little puzzled. But when he saw Lin Qing, He instantly realized that it was Lin Qing's action. Master, what do you want? Oh, go to the river to catch some fish. But be careful not to spread the zombie virus. Lin Qing pointed to the direction of the river not far away, gave him a fishing net and bucket, and said confidently, after all, she also had subordinates. So she could be lazy when she needed to be lazy. And she didn't have to do everything herself. Okay, Master. A 013 heard the order and left obediently. Lin Qing took out a lounge chair from the space backpack, set up a parasol next to it, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in the wild. It looks much safer here. And she didn't forget to bring a few living things in the room out for some fresh air. When the cuckoo chicken came out, it was still a little surprised. After seeing the green grass, it immediately started to play and burrowed into the grass to find food. Lin Qing only had time to warn it, be careful. Don't be dragged away by wild animals. Not far away. Only the sound of clucking could be heard. Lin Qing was still very confident about the agility of the cuckoo chicken. She just let it go. Soon, the little sea eagle and the little bear were also brought out by her. The little bear blinked and said in surprise, "Huh? Master?" It was holding a mop and wearing an apron. And it looked like it was cleaning. Lin Qing smiled and said, "Come out and relax. And continue the work in the room later." The little bear looked surprised. "Really? Master?" Lin Qing nodded. "But it won't be long. I have something to do later." The little bear had already turned his attention to the unknown wildflowers, butterflies and wild bees in the bushes, which looked very novel. It also went out. As for the little sea eagle, although the little bear had been feeding it, however, Lin Qing's intimacy with it has increased a lot. So for Lin Qing's sudden action, it just called for a while, then stared with big eyes and opened its mouth to ask for food. It is only half a month old now, with soft gray fur, and it looks like an ordinary chick if you don't look at it casually. But its appetite is amazing. Basically it eats every day when it opens its eyes, and its body size is much larger than when it hatched. In addition, Lin Qing used growth props for it, so this guy's appetite is even greater. If Lin Qing didn't have a lot of meat reserves, he would really worry about not being able to feed this little guy. Lin Qing teased it with a small piece of meat for a while, and the little sea eagle basically ate it until it couldn't fit another piece in its mouth. And then it squinted and began to bask in the sun. After half an hour, the cuckoo chicken came back, with a lot of mud on its paws and mouth, and it looked like it had had a good meal. Even the little bear came back, holding some fennel seedlings and small wild onions in his hands, and said, "Master, we can eat fennel stuffed buns." This caught Lin Qing's attention, and she praised sincerely, "Not bad. Not bad. The little bear is really capable." After a while, a 013 brought back a full bucket of fish to Lin Qing, and after Lin Qing put them into the space backpack, he turned back. At this time, Lu Yen, who had been catching fish for nearly an hour, also came back. Seeing Lin Qing's family, he was very surprised and said, "Hey, why is there an extra hen?" A 013 on the river bank. He had seen it in the maze world before, and knew that it was a mysterious partner of Lin Qing. He didn't expect to see some strange pictures after fishing. For example, the big bear doll that looked fake. How did this guy pick vegetables with his huge bare paws? Lin Qing introduced it to him with a smile. Lu Yen enviously said, "Oh my god. There is a pet space at level 7. Why didn't I think of finding a pet to keep? No. I also want to find a pet to keep me company." Lin Qing did not comment. At this time, in the jungle far away from the river, there was a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds, and a carriage flashed by. This is closer to the manor, Lin Qing thought. Did the Earl send someone? Lu Yen also said, "Boss, let's go back quickly." Lin Qing nodded, but looking at Lu Yen's figure, he gave him a piece of clothes as a replacement. Lu Yen happily took it. "Thank you, big man. You saw that my clothes were wet, and even gave me a change." However, when he saw the complete form of the clothes, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "What is this?" Lin Qing also collected the items on the ground and sent Gaguji and the others back to their original room. Then he said, "Change first. It's safer." In the small square, as the Earl's men entered the village, the original Su Qian's group had begun to prepare for action. Although they were very confident that they could do it, they still felt a little nervous because they had done something wrong. At this time, the little star poked his head out of the carriage where Lin Qing was originally writing. Don't dawdle. Anyway, they haven't come back. Maybe they were killed by robbers. Besides, my acting skills are here. Don't you believe it? Chapter 194 Manor Steward. And you, old man, don't forget what I taught you just now, or you'll be in trouble. The little star didn't forget to threaten the old servant, and made a beheading gesture. The old servant looked coerced, looking at the direction of the horse hoof sound at the entrance of the village with a sad face. Amid the expectant eyes of the crowd, a team of neatly dressed knights rode to the chapel. As the last horse stopped, the door of the dark brown wooden carriage was pushed open from the side. A man wearing a black top hat and a well-dressed black suit got off the carriage. He had a black beard, wrinkles left by the years at the corners of his eyes, and his face looked very amiable. He spoke in a very aristocratic tone, and said to the old servant, "Excuse me, are you the daughter of the Laurendale family? I am Quincy, the butler of the Earl's castle. Not long ago, I was ordered by the Earl to welcome the daughter back to the manor castle." "Yes." The old servant tried to remain calm. "This is Margaret Laurendale, the daughter of the Laurendale family. Before our master passed away, he and the Earl's father had made a marriage contract between the two families. Now it is the agreed day, so the lady came to the north specially. However, unfortunately, we encountered robbers on the road. Those hateful guys took away the lady's dowry, and Miss Laurendale was almost captured." At this point, the old servant described the experience on the road miserably, and finally concluded, "If it weren't for Our Lady's good luck, she might not have met His Royal Highness the Earl. I am very sorry for what Miss Laurendale has suffered. On behalf of the Earl, I would like to apologize to the lady. This is indeed the Earl's mistake. The Earl has had a headache for the past 6 months, and has been recuperating. As a result, he has no time to deal with the affairs of the territory, allowing those robbers to take advantage of the opportunity to enter. I will report to the Earl when I go back and ask him to send someone to deal with this matter as soon as possible." This butler named Quincy, although he looks quite old, is very decent in his responses, the old servant complained, but he couldn't say anything. Quincy glanced at the carriage with the logo of the Laurendale family. "If Miss Laurendale is fine, then we will set off as soon as possible. After all, it is almost night, and it is very unsafe for us to travel." Hearing this, Xiao Mingxing knew that it was done. She hurriedly said, "I'm fine. Let's go." Hearing the voice, Quincy's smile froze for a moment, and then he said, "Then we will set off now." Just then, the old woman and the priest in the chapel also rushed out, especially the old lady who lost her daughter. She was extremely excited, and the other guards had to trap her. The old lady could only scream at Quincy frantically, "Where is Anna? Where did you hide her? Why is there no news about her?" The housekeeper was stunned for a while, and seemed to understand what she meant, and explained with a smile, "I'm sorry, ma'am. Miss Anna has indeed resigned and left, and we can't restrict her freedom. As for where she went, we really don't know. Anna didn't leave. I know she is a quiet child. In the last letter, she was still comforting me and asked for leave to come back to visit relatives. She couldn't leave quietly." Quincy shook his head and said, "This is a pity. What I just said is the truth. Maybe you can look for it somewhere else." The old woman cried heartbreakingly, but the priest beside her kept muttering, "I saw it. You are devils. The devil's minions. So you come to harm these poor and innocent girls. Wait. God will never let you go." As he said this, he suddenly took out a bottle of holy water from under his wide sleeves and splashed it at the old housekeeper. At this time, the guards next to him reacted, rushed forward and restrained him firmly. Quincy took out the folded handkerchief from his chest pocket, wiped the water on his face, and said calmly, "Father, please don't slander people at will. What you have done has violated the law, and these will be presented to the Earl as evidence." As he said this, he still looked calm and called the convoy to set off again. This scene was a little puzzling in Su Qian's eyes. Since they came to this world, they have encountered the so-called robber monsters, but have not encountered a vampire. The water that the priest splashed just now should be real. According to common sense, if it is a vampire, there will definitely be some reaction. Unexpectedly, the butler under the Earl was so calm, having experienced the world that was always scary from the beginning. She couldn't help but doubt everything. However, at present, this world is still very ordinary and simple. Everyone was about to set off, and Lin Qingzhen brought Lu Yin back and blocked their way. She saw the provocative eyes in the carriage, but she didn't show any signs of being angry. Instead, she raised the net bag of fish in her hand and waved it inside. "Miss, according to your instructions, we caught the fish back." Seeing Lin Qing's expression was so calm, it was not the reaction she imagined at all. And that male player actually changed into a female outfit. What was going on? Although she was a little puzzled, in order to maintain her image, she had to say, "This is my maid, who was sent by me to catch fish just now. Just let her follow behind." "Okay." The housekeeper nodded and smiled at her. At this time, Lu Yan and Lin Qing rode behind the team, and Lu Yan understood what the little star's revenge was just now. I couldn't help but frown and said, "Big rich man, aren't you angry? That person just robbed your identity." And even the big sister pretended to be indifferent. They had already discussed it. Lin Qing looked at the team in front. "No matter what, we can get into the castle and name anyway. However, this fiancé's identity may not be a hot commodity. Since she likes it, it's okay to take it." Lin Qing had a hunch that these people would trip her up, but it might not be too bold to directly rob her of her identity. Before she left, she told the old servant to keep an eye on the carriage. If this group of people had any unexpected requests, they could just do as they said. Judging from the old servant's expression just now, this was almost exactly what she predicted. This was a dungeon world in a survival game. Since this identity was used, it was bound to pay the price of use. However, what surprised Lin Qing was that the people said by the Earl were surprisingly normal. Lu Yan was also a little surprised. He sent a message to Lin Qing through the bracelet, "Big Rich. What's going on? Did the dungeon boss directly welcome us into its lair? Were we not wiped out?" Chapter 195 The Cursed Castle. The team crossed the wheat fields and grasslands, and finally entered a valley. With just this one entry, it seemed as if they had entered another world. The originally sunny weather was instantly covered by a gloomy cloud. In the valley, there was only a small path for the carriage to move forward, and there were swamps and dead trees all around. There were even unknown strange cries coming from a distance, which made everyone feel creepy. At this time, Quincy also rode behind the carriage and laughed softly, saying, "Miss Lorendelle, it's okay. This section of the road is a little difficult to walk, but we will be there soon." "Okay." Wu Mingting had to pinch her nose and said, "Who asked her to play the role of a fiancé who took the initiative to come to the door?" However, this section of the road was too difficult to walk. But was sore from the bump. She was still sitting in the carriage said by the Earl's butler, which was covered with soft velvet, but it still did not have much shock absorption measures. When has she ever suffered such a great punishment? Thinking of this, she rolled her eyes toward the window, and when she thought of the attitude of the female player, she became angry. If it weren't for her, how could she suffer such a great punishment? Just then, she caught a glimpse of something passing by in the swamp, and her face instantly brightened. It turned out to be a treasure chest. Although it was only a bronze treasure chest, it was also the first thing she saw after coming to this dungeon. Wu Mingting hated that she couldn't get off the car because of her identity, so she could only send a message to Su Qian, asking her to pretend to be 2 steps behind and quickly pick up the treasure chest to prevent it from being obtained by others. Obviously, the other person was Lin Qing. Su Qian and the others were in the carriage driven by the old servant. As soon as she received the message, she immediately signaled others with her eyes and sent a male player to get off the carriage. At this time, Lu Yan also saw their actions and couldn't help staring at the male player for several times. The male player cursed and spit at them with his belt. "What are you looking at? You want to see me peeing when I get off the car? Dead she-male." Soon, he walked back the way he came and disappeared in the mist in the swamp forest. Lu Yan was innocently caught in the crossfire, but he was a little puzzled. What do they want to do? They act alone. Aren't they afraid of danger? I always feel that this place is a bit creepy. I always feel that there is something under the swamp. Rich boss, do you think this manor housekeeper is the boss? He tricked us here to kill us. Lin Qing couldn't deny his wild imagination. That's not the case. But there are definitely dangers on this road. Take out your weapons and be careful. Okay. After hearing Lin Qing's comfort, Lu Yan became even more frightened. In this dark and dense swamp forest, if a monster really ran out, it would be really difficult to escape. He quickly took out his gun, then used a life-saving prop, and carefully peeked around. The team had just walked a short distance when suddenly the male player who had been a few steps behind them, screamed from the swamp forest behind them. "Oh! Save me! Come and save me!" Su Qian in the car instantly realized that something was wrong. I immediately jumped out of the car and rushed in the direction of the way back. "I told you. Acting alone really got into trouble." Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qing saw that the fog in the swamp forest was getting thicker and thicker. So he pulled a piece of cloth, wet it, and covered his face with it. "Big rich man. What are you doing?" Lu Yin asked subconsciously when he saw Lin Qing was so strange. Lin Qing looked around and explained, "The fog in the swamp forest is generally poisonous, which is the so-called miasma. I see that the fog is getting thicker and thicker. I don't know if it will be dangerous. It's better to be careful. Big brother is still thoughtful." Lu Yin also imitated Lin Qing's actions, picked up a piece of cloth, wet it, and covered his face with it. At this time, the two saw that Su Qian, the big sister, followed from behind with a gloomy look. She was still dragging the body of the male player in her hand. He looked like he had been tortured inhumanly. His face was blue and purple, and he died in extreme pain. The death of this person made these players feel nervous. As soon as they got on the bus, a player asked anxiously, "Sister Qian, what happened? Isn't Qian very powerful? How could he be trapped here?" Su Qian's face was gloomy. "It can only be said that Qian was tricked. The bronze treasure chest over there is a poisonous snake in the swamp. It is estimated that Qian didn't notice it for a while, and was bitten by the snake." As she said, she lifted the man's neck, and found 2 blood holes on the shoulder. The blood had coagulated into dark brown, but the wound looked very deep on the surface. Unexpectedly, she lost one of her team's men without even seeing the boss of the dungeon. This can't be said to be a bad start. At this time, she also noticed that the fog in the swamp forest was getting thicker and thicker. There is something strange in this swamp forest. We should be careful when we see the treasure chest on the road later. At the same time, in another carriage, Wu Mingting also received the message from Su Qian. Her face turned pale instantly. At this time, the butler of the Earl's castle knocked on the window of her carriage, with a strange smile on his face. "Miss Lorendelle, I kindly remind you to restrain your men a little. Although I have walked through this swamp forest countless times, there are still many dangers in it. Before we arrive at the castle, we should not do anything unnecessary." "Okay. I know. Why are there so many rules?" Wu Mingting said with some dissatisfaction, seeing that she was a little bored. The housekeeper couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're bored on the road? So I'll tell you about the Earl's territory, especially this swamp forest. A long time ago, it was said to be a cursed land by the surrounding people. There were a large number of vampire bats living there. Legend has it that no one could come out of the swamp forest alive. At that time, the Earl's ancestors built this castle directly in the valley to quell the rumors. Then, generations of descendants lived here, and it seemed that nothing else happened. They all survived safely, and the rumors would also dissipate." His words accompanied the empty swamp road, as if he was a ghost. Especially the little star who was closest to him felt a little scared in his heart. She interrupted him. "Okay. Stop talking. Are you trying to intimidate me? I'll tell your master when I see him. Don't forget, I'm your master's fiancé, your future mistress. I won't forgive you for treating me like this." After hearing this, the butler smiled apologetically and said, "Oh, sorry, miss. My story is too scary. Please forgive my sin. Look, we're almost there." Chapter 196 The Count. The dark and dense fog dispersed, and in front of the motorcade, a tall building like a castle appeared. The entire castle was built of neatly stacked stones, with the spire towering high, seemingly reaching the sky, and a kind of black vines climbing under the fences and walls. Just such a building, appearing so abruptly in the foggy valley, always gives people a strange, cold and inhuman feeling. "Is this the castle?" Wu Mingting murmured, always feeling that this building gave her an ominous feeling. "Yes, Miss Lorendelle. Please get off the car. I guess the Count should have been waiting for a long time." The carriage had stopped in an open space in front of the castle, and the butler smiled and opened the door, stretching out a hand wearing a white glove. When things got to this point, the little star had to bite the bullet and get off the car. I don't know why. When she got here, she felt very scared. She even regretted grabbing this role. At this time, she subconsciously looked back at Su Qian behind her, and the meaning in her eyes was self-evident. If there was really danger in entering, She must be rescued. At the same time, she also saw Linqing jumping off the horse. Although the woman's eyes were confused, her face was very calm, and she did not show any surprise. Could it be that this person knew that there was a problem here? That's why she was not surprised at all when she was in the village, and even pretended to be her follower without changing her expression? Before she had time to think about it, the butler had already helped her to the courtyard of the castle. At the gate of the courtyard, there stood a man in black with a cane. He wore a black hat and a well-ironed suit. He was handsome and tall. He looked gentle and gentlemanly. At this time, the man held the brim of his hat with his fingertips, raised his head slightly and nodded. "Sorry, Miss Lorendelle. I can't go to greet you in person due to my health. Please forgive my negligence." As he said that, in the surprise of the little star, he politely took the woman's hand, bent down, and kissed her fingertips. The little star was shocked and widened her eyes, and her face turned red in an instant. This kind of aristocratic etiquette was still a little far away from her. The most important thing was that the man had an extremely handsome face. He had narrow eyes, and a pair of eyes as dark as the night. Whether it was the handsome and tall nose or the extremely sexy lips, they all showed his demeanor and charm. Even for the little star who was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry, she couldn't help but be stunned by this side of the man, and her heart couldn't help but beat fast. "No, it's okay. You're not feeling well. I forgive you," she stuttered. "Thank you, very beautiful and lovely lady." The Earl smiled and winked at little star, then let go of her hand. "I have arranged a sumptuous banquet for you to welcome you from afar." All this was undoubtedly a very harmonious scene in everyone's eyes. This boss showed a very calm and composed attitude from his appearance to his interactions with others, and looked very normal. Seeing little star follow him into the castle gate, several people began to breathe a sigh of relief. A male player next to Su Qian breathed a sigh of relief. "I was scared to death. I thought we were going to fight when we met. Sister Qian, why didn't you take action when the opportunity was so good? Then our first task is completed, and the second task will be easy. Right?" Su Qian shook her head. She still had concerns. "Wait a minute. We don't know where the missing girls kidnapped by the Earl are. If he does something and locks them in a secret room, it will be difficult for us to find them." "Oh, so that's the case?" Sister Qian is more thoughtful. After listening to the explanation, the male player chuckled and flattered her. However, Su Qian obviously didn't accept it. She looked a little cautious. "Let's go in and take a look first. Try to get along well with the Earl first. Don't alarm him first." As she said that, she took the lead and walked towards the door. Linqing stood behind not far away, thinking about the conversation between the two just now. Lu Yen reminded her. "The big guys are gone." Linqing nodded. "I know." Lu Yen was obviously more disappointed than Linqing. "I didn't expect that little star to get in so successfully. It was so easy. I was worried about her just now. I thought she would be discovered." Linqing smiled and said, "What's the good of being discovered? Isn't it better to let her involve the Count?" As she said that, she paused and looked around the castle, seeing that there was really no danger around except for the vague mist. She said, "Besides, I don't think this character has much advantage. It must not be very easy to contact this kind of dungeon boss." Lu Yen nodded, not quite understanding. "That's true. Killing him might be easier. If you deal with such a boss, it might be really time-consuming. Anyway, I can't do this kind of work. Maybe he is an actor, and he is used to it because he has been exposed to it more often." As the others walked into the castle, the old servant, who was driving the carriage, also sneaked up to Linqing. He had a droopy face and a dejected look in his eyes. "Miss, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't maintain the honor of the Lorendelle family and let that group of people take away your identity." Linqing smiled and said, "This is not your problem, and I reminded you before I came. Now it's very good. Listen to me about the plan below." She whispered a few words in the old servant's ear, and the old servant agreed with his eyes drooping, and then walked towards the direction of the carriage. At this time, Linqing walked to the door of the castle. "Let's go. We will follow." This castle obviously revealed a bit of weirdness, so the seemingly normal Earl must not be an easy person to deal with. The castle was covered with thick carpets. On the long table in the restaurant, there were several branch candles with golden bases, dimly illuminating everything around. As the Count said, There were all kinds of delicacies on the long table, all served in golden utensils. And even forks and spoons were forged from gold. Everything here undoubtedly demonstrated the powerful strength of the owner. The Count sat at the end of the long table, and in the dim light, his face looked more handsome and charming. He squinted slightly, looking at his fiancée who came from afar, looking full of admiration. "My dear, this table of delicacies is all arranged for you. Are you satisfied? And your group of men? Please rest assured, I have arranged suitable rooms for them." Chapter 197. Entering the castle. Xiao Mingxing was speechless. This castle always gave her a gloomy and cramped feeling. And even the temperature was much lower than outside. In order to maintain her status as a noble lady, she wore a large skirt that showed her femininity, exposing her shoulders and neck, which looked very elegant. But the temperature had been dropping since she entered the valley. In this castle, she estimated that the temperature was only a few degrees, because her body was already trembling. And even her teeth couldn't help but chatter. Hearing the Earl's words, she could only force a smile. "Sorry. My appetite is a little uncomfortable. I may have failed your kindness." "Oh, I neglected it." The Earl stood up and bowed slightly, walked in front of her, and his eyes fell on the large exposed skin on her neck and back. In an instant, Xiao Mingxing felt that her exposed skin was like being stared at by some prey. She just turned her head to say something, and felt a warm feeling with a faint body temperature covering her. The Earl's suit wrapped around her back, with a certain smell of wormwood and grass on the man. Then the Earl's voice was heard. "Sorry. It's my fault. Because I was sick, I put a lot of ice in this castle, which made the temperature here a little low. I will help you go back to your room to rest." Hearing him say this, the little star nodded nervously. The moment he approached, she thought he was going to attack, and was about to take out the weapon under the table to deal with it. It was a false alarm. She smiled dryly. "It's okay. I'm just not used to it. And the bumps on the road also made me lose my appetite. It's a waste of your kindness." Hearing this, the Earl smiled, held her shoulders and leaned closer to her face, and finally put his chin gently on her shoulder and took a breath. He continued in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "It's not a waste. After all, you are my fiancée." The little star's face flushed instantly. This distance was too close, and it couldn't help but remind people of a very charming and ambiguous atmosphere. However, when she pushed this man out, she felt a little soft all over, and she didn't even have the strength to refuse. However, in a place she didn't notice, the corner of the Earl's mouth curled up a strange smile, and even the bottom of his eyes instantly became red and bloody, like some kind of bloodthirsty beast. The place where the servants of the castle eat is in a special small room. However, the people who were temporarily placed here certainly didn't feel like eating here. The little star was taken to the restaurant by the Earl. After entering the castle, even the castle butler disappeared. This undoubtedly made everyone a little confused. However, the butler left them the key to the living room in the castle. Su Qian glanced at these people. Wu Mingting has already mixed with the Earl, so we must act quickly and try to find the missing girls before she is discovered by the Earl. For safety and convenience, we will work in pairs and explore the castle as soon as possible. Of course, if we can pry open the mouths of the NPCs in the castle, we will try to get as much information as possible. Do you understand? I understand, Sister Qian. The voice was sparse. Okay, let's explore in groups first. At this time, Su Qian looked at the passive and lazy Lin Qing and Lu Yin duo with dissatisfaction, and did not give her any response, as if they didn't take her seriously. After the others left, Su Qian suppressed her dissatisfaction and stood beside Lin Qing. Are you still holding a grudge for what happened just now? This identity is crucial and can help us gain valuable exploration time. Maybe we can also use this relationship to get information about other missing girls. It takes someone with extremely high acting skills to play this role. You are an ordinary player, and you might mess this up. That's why I allowed Wu Mingting to use this identity. So that's how it is. Lin Qing smiled without changing his expression. After all, I am just an ordinary player. Just follow your plan. After all, I will benefit from completing the task. Do you really think so? Su Qian said half doubtfully. Although in her eyes, this person is just a female player whose name she doesn't even know. But it always feels a bit strange. After all, if a hot-tempered player's identity is robbed, they can directly fight with this group of people in the village. Or he is a weak player with no idea. Lin Qing nodded and pointed at Lu Yan beside him. Our strength is still relatively weak, so let's explore together. Until the two of them walked out. Su Qian realized that she had forgotten to ask her about her player identity. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether I join or not. As she said that, she turned her head and walked towards the other side, where no players were exploring. At the same time, on another route, Lin Qing also looked at the key with some hesitation. This is an item to return to the room. Then, there are two choices in front of her. Is it to continue exploring the castle according to the arrangement of the big sister, or to return to the guest room to rest? At this time, the voice of the prompt system came from the brain. Ding. According to the current situation, it is recommended that the host return to the room. Lin Qing thought of something and instantly had a clue in his heart. At this time, Lu Yan also sent a message to Lin Qing through the bracelet. Boss, the temperature here is so low. Do you feel like it's an ice cellar? Lin Qing nodded. The temperature here is indeed much lower. It seems that the owner of the castle did it on purpose. Then, she shook the metal key in her hand. Let's find the route back to the room first and rest here. Ah. Why? Lu Yan's face was startled, and a hint of confusion was revealed in his eyes. At this time, two girls in black and white maid skirts passed by. They seemed to be wearing a lot of clothes and walked towards the kitchen with boxes. Lin Qing winked at Lu Yan, and Lu Yan instantly understood what she meant and stopped the two maids. Hello. Two beautiful ladies. The castle is too big. My companion and I are lost here. Can you point us to the right way? The two maids looked at each other with stiff faces, as if they had no expression at all. Then, the slightly taller maid on the left said to him coldly, Which room do you live in? Lu Yan took out a key and shook it in front of her eyes. The maid raised the corner of her lips stiffly, turned sideways, and pointed to a road behind. Go forward along this road. There is a turning staircase. You go up 3 floors. There is the guest room of the castle. After that, the two walked straight over. Thank you, young lady. Thank you very much. Until they walked away, Lu Yan couldn't help but complain to Lin Qing. Ah, boss, are they human? How come there is no expression on their faces? And their words are so rigid. There is absolutely no warmth at all. While Lu Yan was talking to them, Lin Qing had already scanned their bodies without changing his expression. Especially the neck of a maid, which was obviously covered with a square of gauze. And it seemed that her neck was injured. At this time, Lin Qing said, It is estimated that they have been assimilated by vampires and become monsters in the castle. If we continue to explore, we will probably be in danger. Chapter 198 Hunting. Danger? Why is there danger? Lu Yan asked subconsciously. Lin Qing asked, What are we now? Lu Yan scratched his head and racked his brains to come up with an answer. The servant of Miss Luo. Lin Qing nodded lightly, looked around the luxurious 4-poster bed guest room, and explained, We are now in the boss's lair. The servants in the castle are equivalent to the boss's subordinates. The boss will definitely not let us explore easily. Besides, according to the housekeeper's arrangement for us, we should be in the arranged room now. Ah? Is it still like this? Lu Yan couldn't help but be a little confused. Is it that the rich boss is overthinking? Looking at the players who were exploring in the team group, they didn't encounter any danger, and someone even explored a wooden treasure chest from the room in the castle. However, these ideas were just in his mind, and Lu Yan still believed in Lin Qing's judgment. During the conversation, the two followed the maid's instructions and came to the correct guest room. Lin Qing inserted the key in his hand into the door of the corresponding room. With a click, the door was gently pushed open. The walls here are covered with gorgeous patterned wallpaper, a gorgeous Roman 4-poster bed, and thick carpets. Lin Qing just stood by the window to see if he could find anything, and heard Lu Yan, who was not far away, almost jumped up. I'm going to go. Boss, the situation has changed. Lin Qing's heart suddenly moved, and Lu Yan turned over the bed and came directly to Lin Qing, pointing to the information on the bracelet for her. Because Lin Qing was a latecomer, she was not pulled in. But Lu Yan was pulled in earlier. That little star is dead. Lu Yan's expression became obviously nervous. The message he pointed to Lin Qing was a picture that Su Qian sent to their team group. The situation was probably very panic at the time, and the light in the picture was very dim. The little star in the picture was lying on a soft mattress with her limbs stretched out, but the aorta on her neck was roughly bitten open, and the gushing blood dyed the lace bed curtain red. The little star's expression was very strange. On her pale face caused by blood loss, a pair of eyes that were still open showed a dreamy smile, as if she was in a dream. On the headboard above her head, there was a word written in lace font, which was more eye-catching because a corner was blown up by the wind. What is even more frightening is the few lines written on it. Any unclean bride will have her beautiful dream of blood cut short. Anyone who does not follow the rules will be hunted by monsters. Anyone who is dishonest will pay the price for his actions. At the bottom, there are a few lines written by Su Qian with gritted teeth. End the exploration process and return to your room quickly. Wu Mengting is dead. The dungeon boss doubts our identity. Someone immediately responded. What's going on? I'm about to finish exploring a floor. Wouldn't it be a pity to end the exploration now? Ah. Why is Sister Ming dead? Isn't she the boss's fiancée? According to her identity, the boss shouldn't kill her. Did the dungeon boss kill Xiao Ming? No one can stop me. I want to avenge her. At this time, Su Qian was anxiously rushing back to the room. Although there were not many people in the team, they were her subordinates after all. Wu Mengting told me that she had a prop that could bewitch the dungeon boss. Now that she is dead, it means that the prop has no effect, and the words on the bedside are obviously left by the boss. This damn beast. Maybe he recognized Wu Mengting was not the real fiancé at the beginning, so he did this. Damn. I misjudged. Maybe the identity of this fiancé is the most important, and the boss will only recognize the fiancé set in the dungeon. Ah. Sister Qian, what should we do? Now that we have deceived the boss, we will not really be hunted by him. We also took the initiative to step into the monster's lair. Isn't this sending him to death? Target? Su Qian gritted her teeth and said a few more words in the team chat. Where is that mouthful of food and water? Isn't he with that female player? Find them. We must make that female player admit the identity of the Earl's fiancé and defend us. Otherwise, we will all die in this dungeon sooner or later. Isn't that player in the group? At him and see if you can see him. I said that the farther I walk, the more vicious the castle servants I meet look at me. Damn. It can't be because of this reason. Could it be that the longer I stay outside, the greater the hatred I attract? At this time, Su Qian's forward speed has slowed down. She felt that the air around her was getting colder and colder, just like a big ice cellar. She looked around and took a look at the dark castle corridor. Although she didn't see a living creature, she always felt like she was being stared at by a monster. Damn it! Where is my room? Why can't I meet anyone now? Where is the castle steward? He disappeared when he got here. However, the strange shadows were getting closer and closer. It seemed that as long as she stood in the darkness, she would be slowly wrapped up from bottom to top. Su Qian could only grit her teeth and said, It seems that I can only use that prop. She bit the tip of her index finger hard, and the blood gushed out on a silver palm-sized mirror. Great mirror monster, please guide me home. In an instant, a strange purple light shone from the originally silver mirror, and a low woman's laughter seemed to come from it. Then the purple light power gushing out from the mirror took the lead and wrapped Su Qian before the black shadow completely covered her. At the moment of complete envelopment, the purple light exploded like a Psylocke, and Su Qian, who was originally trapped in the black shadow, disappeared instantly along with the strange silver mirror in her hand. After Su Qian disappeared, a group of black red-eyed bats suddenly flew out of the black shadow of the corridor. They flew silently through the corridor of the castle like the wind and flew towards the window into the cloudy night sky. After all, Su Qian was a player with a life-saving prop, but other players were not as lucky as her. At this time, another male player was running in another corridor. After he asked about the route back to the room, the maid who had a dull look suddenly became red in the eyes, and her teeth and nails became particularly sharp, and she rushed towards him. Unexpectedly, the two suddenly turned against each other and turned into monsters with sharp mouths and fangs. He escaped from their hands by chance, and could only use all his strength to run forward desperately. Chapter 199 Secret Passage. At the same time, his message for help kept coming out from the team group. Oh my god! Help me! The maids in the castle have also mutated into monsters. Is there anyone who can come and save me? They are following me. I am followed by a group of bats. It's even worse. Come to the third floor of the castle. The guest room is here. As long as you enter your room, there will be no danger. This is a message sent by Su Qian. She was teleported back to the room by the purple light. But other players did not have the same props as her, so they could only swing their legs to escape. The situation suddenly deteriorated to this point, giving her a big blow again and again. Originally, when she entered the world outside the door, the relaxed environment in the village gave her a very relaxed illusion. This world may be a very simple one. However, this time the dungeon boss is obviously very smart. He judged the player's choice and created a very peaceful illusion, letting the player fall into the trap himself. This is undoubtedly contrary to the content of the second task. Only by exploring the castle can they hope to find the missing girl who was hidden. She was so anxious that it felt like countless ants were crawling in her heart. When she was about to be unable to bear it, she finally saw the message sent by the originally silent one. The players here apologize. It is definitely not the best choice to choose to admit the identity at this time. This is when the dungeon boss is furious. Now I am in a hurry to prove myself. I have no evidence. Who knows if the boss will turn against me? The boss here said that everyone is an adult and can take responsibility for their own actions. Since you have chosen to play this role, you can only bear the consequences of failure. The man obviously refused. Su Qian's eyes turned cold. She saw with her own eyes that the players in the teen group had dropped from 7 to 4. This means that in the monster riot just now, only 2 people successfully returned to their guest rooms. Unexpectedly, the other player next to him, who was eating and drinking, was so selfish and didn't consider the survival of other players at all. Although it was her fault, she couldn't just stand by and watch him die. As the captain of this operation, this meant that her command was a complete failure. At this time, Lin Qing and Lu Yan, who were staying in their guest rooms, were undoubtedly safe. Seeing the conversation in the teen group, Lu Yan couldn't help but sweat a layer of cold sweat on his back. Oh my god! This is too scary. A normal person would want to explore the surrounding environment while delaying the boss. Unexpectedly, this boss actually did the opposite. Boss, this is amazing. How did you think of this question? Lin Qing raised her eyebrows. She was standing by the bed. At this angle, she could just see the old servant feeding the horse in the stable. When Lin Qing heard the identity news, she guessed that this identity was a hot potato. Unexpectedly, the little star took it over, which just solved Lin Qing's troubles. The copy looked easy, and even when they first entered the world, the monsters were just a group of bandits who could be defeated with hot weapons. But that was just a smokescreen to wear down the player's vigilance. Therefore, the real task of the copy content was ignored. This is a castle led by a vampire boss. The man who looked weak and harmless was the key to disturbing their minds. Lin Qing knew that some bosses in the dungeon world would have their own way of thinking to deal with players. She estimated that this vampire boss had the same idea. Pretending to be delayed and letting players explore and be hunted might be his evil taste. Lin Qing explained it to Lu Yan in detail. Although Lu Yan was a little confused, he seemed to understand some of the truth and felt a chill on his back. Then, boss, what should we do now? Can we only stay in the room? But if we stay in the guest room, it's okay if those monsters don't come. But what if they knock on the door? I feel that this door doesn't seem to be able to withstand their attacks. Lin Qing was also thinking about this problem. Obviously, there was a big problem for the players in the guest room. Obviously in a dilemma. Just now, she had been observing the layout of this room, and it seemed that there was no clue here. But since the system prompted her to go back to the room to explore when she was in the corridor, it means that there should be the truth that drives the development of things here. At this time, Lin Qing carefully checked the room again, and finally found a strange place under the bed. There is a hidden secret door below, which seems to lead to other spaces. Lin Qing tried the posture, and at this height, she could only bend down and crawl in. She didn't forget to leave him a message. Lu Yan, help me keep watch. If there is any situation, contact me through the bracelet. I will go in and explore first. Seeing Lin Qing naturally open the iron door of the secret door, Lu Yan screamed at his heart and hurriedly said, Boss, I don't know where it leads to. Please pay attention to safety. Don't worry. I will definitely guard the rear for you. When Lin Qing heard this, he was already squatting down the stairs of the secret door. The further he went down, the fainter the light seemed, until he reached the last step. Lin Qing could stand up straight, but at this height, his head was touching the roof of the floor. As for the width, it was only about 1 meter, and at most it could accommodate 2 people walking side by side at the same time. This looks a bit like the mezzanine of the room below. Lin Qing was thoughtful and planned to look forward to see if he could find anything. In order to ensure safety, she did not take out the lighting tools, and only relied on the weak oil lamp hanging on the wall to barely see the road on the ground not far away. And she took out the color-changing scales to ensure that she was invisible and would not alarm the monsters in the secret passage. After walking about a few dozen meters, the props that were originally walking side by side suddenly became much more spacious. All the way here, there were no monsters squatting here as Lin Qing expected. But in front of Lin Qing, there were 3 locked iron doors. These 3 doors looked exactly the same, without any difference. The iron chain seemed to be very hard and could not be cut easily. It seemed that she was very cherished by her master, so she was treated like this. In order to ensure safety, Lin Qing waited for 10 minutes. There was no danger here. Just when she wanted to choose a door first and everyone went in to take a look, Lu Yan's message suddenly came. "Boss, there is a knock on the door outside." It seems to be the voice of the housekeeper. Chapter 200 Room Inspection. After receiving Lu Yan's message, Lin Qing immediately returned along the same route. It seems that these 3 rooms are placed in the secret passage, and there must be something wrong. However, the current situation to be solved is the above situation. Now that the existence of the secret passage is known, it can continue to explore. As soon as she returned to the guest room, she saw Lu Yan sweating anxiously. After seeing that the person crawling out from under the bed was Lin Qing, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "Huh? Big brother, you are finally back." At this time, Lin Qing also knew the reason for his anxiety, because the wooden door of the guest room had been knocked loudly, and there was a faint strange voice of the housekeeper. "2 guests. Are you in the room? My master has something to ask you. I don't know if it's convenient now." "Strange. Is there no one here now? Or did the guests fall asleep and didn't hear it?" "Forget it. I'll open it and take a look." Even the key turned in the lock outside the door. It seemed that he used the spare key of the guest room. Looking at Lu Yan's expression, the housekeeper outside the door had been muttering in a mysterious way for who knows how many times, which scared him like this. At this time, Lin Qing glanced at the closet at hand, and after opening the closet door, she instantly had an idea. While putting on the wide skirt, she said to him, "You count to 3 seconds in your heart, and then open the door." "Ah." Lu Yan looked a little terrified. "It's not a good time to open the door. Boss, I think I shouldn't call you back. Maybe you can escape into the tunnel, and it will be fine." However, although he said so, his hands were still very obedient, and he put down the action of pressing against the door handle. He subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, a huge force suddenly hit him, and the door was suddenly opened. With one hand on the door handle, the castle butler took a step and walked into the guest room. He glanced at the room and saw Lu Yan, who was still in shock, and Lin Qing, who was lying on the bed in her nightgown. At this time, Lin Qing yawned, looked very sleepy, and woke up lazily from the quilt. After seeing the butler, she took out the cotton plug in her ear canal in a daze. "Butler? What's wrong?" The meaning in her eyes was self-evident, and she was obviously very offended by his rash intrusion. The housekeeper narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped back and bowed. "I'm sorry, young lady. I heard no sound in the guest room, so I planned to come in to see what happened." Lin Qing sneered. "Oh, but you also saw that we were sleeping." "But we were just sleeping soundly, and you broke in so rashly. This is not in line with the rules." She seemed to think of something else. "After arranging us to eat in a small room, you disappeared, leaving only the key and asking us to find the guest room. We haven't settled the account yet." The housekeeper's expression froze for a moment, and then he smiled and explained, "I'm sorry. It's my negligence. This time I rushed here just to confirm the safety of you and your companions, and add a piece of news that I forgot to tell you." As he said, he pretended to smile mysteriously. "This castle has been cursed for thousands of years since it was built. If you don't stay in your room before midnight, something bad may happen. This is hindsight. This curse is not said in advance. Things have already happened, and you still come to pretend to be a good person." Lin Qing raised his eyebrows and smiled. "So that's the case? Then thank you, butler. We rode all the way. We were so tired that we fell asleep on the bed. We were unfamiliar with the castle, so how could we have time to run out and get lost?" At this time, Lu Yan also heard what Lin Qing meant, and hurriedly added, "That's right. I was half asleep. And I heard you knocking on the door in the middle of the night. It was so quiet at night, and I was scared to death. Is this how you treat guests in your castle? This is so rude. It turns out that the servants of the Earl's family have this kind of family education. The two attacked together, and the butler's face seemed a little overwhelmed. It was my mistake. I didn't check the correct information. So I brought you this trouble. I will ask the Earl for forgiveness in person. Soon. After apologizing several times, he retreated from the room. After the door of the room was tightly closed again, Lu Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the mattress. Huh? What's going on? Why did this old guy suddenly come to check the room? I thought they knew that the fiancé was fake, and they wanted to get rid of us together. Lin Qing shook his head. Although I don't know how they knew that the fiancé was fake. We are still members of the Lorendell family, and we abide by the rules of the castle. So he can't do anything to us. So that's the case? Then these guys are really cunning. Lu Yin sighed. But boss, did you find anything down there? Where does it lead to? Lin Qing briefly described the scene of the secret passage to him, and finally mentioned the 3 doors before the discovery of an open space. There should be something behind those 3 doors. Lu Yin was a little surprised when he heard this. Ah, is there a trap behind it? What if it is a monster? This question was still within Lin Qing's expectations. As long as it is a general monster, there should be no problem. Even if you encounter a powerful monster in the dungeon, you have a certain ability to save your life. Moreover, the system did not prompt her that there would be danger inside, so the problem should not be big. She told Lu Yin about her ideas and decided to go down again to explore the room in the secret passage before being discovered. Okay, big brother. But if there is really danger, don't be brave. I don't want to spend the night alone in such a place, he said with tears in his eyes. Lin Qing patted his shoulder and said very righteously, don't worry. If you are in any danger, I will definitely come back. After that, she took off her decorative nightgown, revealing the original clothes inside, and planned to explore again. At this time, Lu Yin was the only one left in the guest room. He had to take out his defensive props in case any monster appeared in any corner. Waiting in the silent night, in order to divert his attention, he took another look at the team group. Now there were only 4 living people in it. In addition to him and Su Qian, there were 2 players. Although Xiao Xingxing was somewhat disliked, his sudden death still made him feel uncomfortable. He thought about it and sent a message in the group. Is there a housekeeper here who suddenly came to check the room? How is your side? Is there any danger? Soon, he received a reply. Get out, traitor. Don't use your fake kindness. Unexpectedly, he just kindly reminded them. And these people still said so. Really good intentions are not rewarded. Chapter 201 The First Door. With the first experience and the mark made in the corner, Lin Qing easily returned to the open space in the secret passage. Except for the 3 doors, there was nothing here. Lin Qing decided to start from the door on the left. She took out the freezing gun and fired a bullet at the heavy black chain. Soon, the chain spread with dense ice cracks. Lin Qing kicked it, and the chain broke and fell to the ground. It looks easy to open, Lin Qing said in his heart. Originally, she was worried that the sound would attract monsters, but it was obviously her worry. It was quiet here, and it seemed to be in another space than the castle full of dangers. Although Lin Qing felt a little strange, she still tried to push the door. The next second, the door was slowly opened. Unexpectedly, in the darkness inside, there was still a stone staircase that continued to go down. It seemed to lead to a lower level, and even with her current vision, there was no end to the road. Although everything was going smoothly for now, Lin Qing was still a little nervous. I hope I can find something useful, so that I don't make a wasted trip, she complained in her heart, took out her night vision goggles, and put them on to prevent any monsters from suddenly appearing in the dark and catching her off guard. Then she changed her weapon to a flaming silver gun, believing that the flames of light would teach these monsters a good lesson. Then she continued to step onto the stairs leading to the next level. In the darkness, this staircase seemed particularly long. Just when Lin Qing thought that this staircase would extend infinitely, she finally reached the end of the staircase. This seemed to be some kind of concealed exit, but the stone door was embedded in the wall and looked quite heavy. Lin Qing rubbed it around and finally found a hidden button mechanism. As the mechanism was pressed, the stone door slowly turned, and everything behind it was also reflected in Lin Qing's eyes. This seemed to be a study room that had been neglected by the owner for a long time. The table was covered with a thick layer of dust, which looked full of traces of time. However, since it was a door locked with an iron chain, there must be clues, and Lin Qing decided to continue checking. She took off her night vision goggles and found a flashlight from her space backpack, so that she could finally see the layout of the room clearly. A whole wall of bookcases against the wall was not filled with books, but countless envelopes. Lin Qing put on a mask, opened the door of the bookcase, took a stack of envelopes from the bookshelf, and sat cross-legged on the ground to see what was inside. The handwriting of these writers is very beautiful, and they seem to be noble ladies or ladies. They expressed their greetings to the Earl and described their daily lives. Some letters were very unrestrained and directly expressed strong love. Until Lin Qing opened a letter. She was a little surprised. This seemed to be a series of letters written by noble ladies to their close friends. Dear Irene, I want to ask how your life after marriage is going recently. I also want to share my experience with you. I finally chose to marry the Earl. Except that this is a family agreement. It seems to be no different from usual. The only difference is that the Earl's territory is thousands of miles away in the north, and the climate is relatively cold. I feel that the air is a bit dry, so I specially asked someone to bring fresh roses from the south, intending to take better care of my skin. The Earl is very good to me, although he is not in good health. He still makes me happy. He is a person who is very proficient in food and music, and he also attaches great importance to the etiquette of the nobility. The only thing he is not satisfied with is that he is too perfect, which makes me feel a bit like a fake person. What worries me recently is that another maid disappeared inexplicably from the castle. The Earl advised me not to worry too much. After all, the people here are rough and may leave without asking for leave. In addition, I heard the butler tell me that the valley where the castle is located may be cursed, which makes me very worried. But, when I wanted to ask more, the housekeeper hurried away. Dear Irene, I saw your letter. Congratulations on having a lovely baby. She is your first daughter, and she will definitely inherit your beauty and intelligence when she grows up. In the last letter, I didn't have time to tell you about the disappearance, but there seems to be new changes recently. I don't know if it's because I'm too worried recently, or because the castle in the valley doesn't see the sun often all year round, which caused me to get sick directly. I am very weak and have to lie in bed, but the Count will stay with me all night and make very bitter medicine for me. He seems to be very worried about me, but I don't know if it's because of my illness. I seem to have some auditory hallucinations. Most of them were very painful struggling sounds, as if someone was passing some information to me through the wall, which made my mind very confused. Sometimes, I woke up in the middle of the night, and even felt that they were screaming like ghosts. You said, should I ask a priest to come and help me recite the Bible? I don't know why. Maybe because the housekeeper reminded me. I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with this castle. I told the Count about this idea. He disagreed at first, but my illness seemed to be getting worse, and he had to agree to my request. The priest came. He brought a thick Bible and holy water, and swore to me that as long as I drank the holy water given by God and prayed to God every day, I would be completely cured. Well, I tried this method, and it seemed to work a lot. At least I can go downstairs alone, walk around the room, and look at the foggy valley through the window, which at least makes me feel a lot better. For some reason, I seem to hear those strange noises again, but this time, it came from under the bed. The Count seemed to have something to do today, so he didn't come to accompany me. I was a little scared, but I decided to go down and see what was going on. Well, I don't know how to say it, but I did find something down there. It was a very secret door. I had opened it, but I didn't know where it would lead to. I decided to go down and take a look, although the entrance was very narrow. But I could get in, and it seemed to lead to somewhere else. But the strange thing was, why didn't the Count ever tell me? Well, I couldn't find the right words to describe it again. I found 3 strange doors, and I didn't know where they would lead to. Chapter 202 Letter. In this cold and silent castle room, she was the only one. Seeing this, Lin Qing felt a chill on his back, and subconsciously moved his body. According to the description of the former countess, the feng shui of this castle seems to have some problems, and the shabby and dusty study in this castle does not look simple, considering that one of the tasks of this mission is to kill the vampire count. These tragic events must be related to him. Lin Qing bit the small flashlight, curious about what this lady went through later, and continued to check what happened later under the lighting. At the beginning, these 3 doors were locked. However, because a servant who came with me used to be a locksmith, I got a small gadget from him and opened one of the doors. Behind this door, there was a long staircase. I walked down with trepidation and curiosity, and at the end of the road, I found a dusty study. It was very strange here. What was placed in the bookcase was not books, but letters one after another. I read part of it intermittently, and roughly understood that these were letters that each countess exchanged with the outside world after marriage. Basically, from the original Earl's ancestors to the previous Earl's wife, there were letters with the outside world. Why does the Earl's family have a tradition of preserving letters? This is too strange, and the content is only for each countess. I have never heard of this room from the Earl, nor have I ever seen it. This secret room seems to be intentional. I wanted to ask the Count, but for some reason, there was always a voice in my heart that advised me not to do so. Dear Irene, did you receive my letter? I don't know if the last letter was lost or you didn't have time to reply to me, which always makes me very uneasy. However, my illness suddenly worsened again, and I began to have some symptoms of difficulty breathing. This time, the Count found a very famous doctor nearby for me, saying that he could cure my strange disease. I hope this will have some effect. In the past 6 months, I feel that the Count is a little strange. Sometimes he even becomes like another person, which makes me feel deeply uneasy. In the last letter, I entered the first room and found a huge bookcase full of letters. In the following time, I insisted on reading most of the letters, and accidentally found a portrait of the Count given by one of the ladies. For some reason, the portrait of one of the Count's ancestors looks very similar to the current Count. Oh my god! Except for twins. I swear I have never seen such a similar-looking person. Not to mention after so many generations. This is a letter to myself and to the future bride of the Count. When I was about to get married for a year, I had a feeling that I was going to die soon. At the same time, for a period of time, I sorted out the time when each countess died, which was about 1 year. It seems that I don't know if it's because of this valley, but I always feel that it is related to the ancestral curse mentioned by the Count. Maybe because of the illness. My mind is very confused. In this case, the Count would still insist on coming to comfort me every day and let me drink medicine under his watchful eyes. I looked at this perfect lover, and suddenly a very crazy idea came to my mind. Is the Count going to kill me? I even tasted the bloody taste of death from the bitter medicine. Haha. I may really be crazy. My doubts and curiosity are growing like weeds every day. Since the Count didn't find it, I decided to open the second door and go in to see what is inside. Am I having a nightmare? There are many familiar faces. After entering the second door, it is simply hell on earth. I am very scared. These living lives are sleeping here. No wonder the Count claimed that the girls were missing. But I didn't expect that they were actually locked up here. They have become some kind of livestock being raised and their blood is being drawn. What kind of place is this? Does the Count know this? Ha ha ha. I seem to be really crazy and want to think about some things clearly. But before I die, I want to see what is behind the third door. According to the custom of every countess's letters being left behind, if someone is reading this letter but cannot find the date after me, it proves that my life has finally come to an end. Seeing this, Lin Qing felt a chill in her heart. In this gloomy and cold castle room, she always felt goosebumps all over her arms. Although she is still a relatively bold person, according to the situation described by the Countess, except for some different details, the general situation of finding these 3 doors is exactly the same as hers. This sense of substitution is too strong. It's just that the situation of the NPC is somewhat similar to mine. I'm not a certain countess. Lin Qing comforted herself in her heart. But as soon as she had this thought, a terrifying thought filled her mind. She is not a countess. But her identity in the dungeon is the fiancée of the Count? Is it really just an accident that she can enter this room? What's going on in this dungeon? It's better to just use the ultimate when spawning monsters. At least it's better to use the ultimate when close to the face than to be scary. Lin Qing complained in his heart, stood up and checked the bookcase carefully again, and indeed did not find the message that the Countess appeared from the third room. Although she knew that she had died a long time ago, Lin Qing still felt a little regretful after confirming this situation. She sighed subconsciously. This Countess provided her with a lot of information. Lin Qing began to sort out the key content in her mind. The first piece of information was related to the dungeon task. Behind the second door, the missing girls were locked up. They were in a state of sound sleep in life, which meant that the Count was planning to temporarily maintain their current health while taking blood. After all, the maids in the castle were also recruited from the vicinity of the manor. If too much was consumed, it would inevitably attract the attention of the surrounding villagers. Then one disappeared every few years, which explained the unexpected situation, which was obviously very reasonable. According to Lin Qing's understanding of vampires, this fresh blood of young girls in a living state seemed to be his food reserve for himself. It is estimated that the Countess was already scared when she saw the situation inside. The second piece of information is that this vampire Count is immortal, and it is estimated that every generation uses the same face. Chapter 203 Discovery. Because of the inconvenience of transportation during this period, he hid in this castle without seeing the sun, and there was no chance to see anyone. The worst victims were those poor and innocent countesses. After the Earl of each generation made an engagement for them, they had no chance to refuse, and finally died in confusion. Among them, perhaps someone has discovered what is behind these 3 doors. But the valley is the Earl's territory, and he will definitely not let any prey escape. And the third message is that these countesses will die within a year. Analyzing this, Lin Qing felt a little strange. Then why did the Earl insist on playing the Earl of different generations, and marrying a wife for himself? He obviously doesn't need to pass on the family line, just to show that he is normal in the rumors outside? But why did he kill these ladies within a year? Lin Qing randomly flipped through other letters, some of which were similar to the experience of this lady. Only one very strong countess ran away from the castle with her belongings not long after getting married. However, this is just a very rare phenomenon, because her lover is a pastor in the south. Lin Qing raised her eyebrows. It seems that vampires still have weaknesses. She has already obtained the information she wants from these contents. But the only thing is that she did not get the news behind the third door. This is undoubtedly a very strange part. At this moment, Lin Qing's bracelet flashed, and it was a message sent to her by Lu Yin. Boss, that group of people seems crazy. They said that tonight they plan to go together to encircle the Earl. Anyway, they have to complete a copy task first. I still want to ask if we want to go, and we will share the reward equally. Although I am annoyed by their fickleness, this is also an opportunity to complete the task. So I want to ask you what you think. After seeing the message, Lin Qing was thoughtful. Looking at their reaction, it may be that after the housekeeper's room inspection, they didn't know what happened, so they decided to give it a try. Su Qian's ranking is still above her, proving that she is quite capable, and she can endure it, and doesn't plan to go out in the dark night when monsters are rampant. Obviously, she has some brains. However, this copy doesn't seem to be passed by strong strength. Before figuring out what is behind the third door, Lin Qing doesn't plan to act rashly, and she doesn't plan to tell her about the news of the missing girl. Before finding a way to bring them out smoothly, preserving the status quo is the best choice. At this time, the system in Lin Qing's mind suddenly sent a prompt message. Warning! The Earl is approaching the secret passage. Please pay attention to the host and take responsive actions. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Qing's face changed instantly. No. She stayed here for too long. It seems that she was discovered by the enemy. With a flash of thought, Lin Qing immediately used the function of the wind breath silver ring to rush out, intending to see if she could get back to the room before the Earl arrived. However, this time, Lin Qing miscalculated. Before reaching the top staircase, she stopped in time. Although she hid in the darkness with the help of the color-changing scales, her heart still subconsciously tightened. Next to the first door that was opened, the Earl was leaning against the door, and on the fingertips of his white gloves, he was fiddling with the iron chain that was broken into pieces due to the cold. The Earl raised his eyes slightly, and in his eyes as quiet as the night, a slight smile appeared as the corners of his lips curved up. Although they are wrapped in ice, these broken chains have gained their eternal beauty. Thank you, my fiancée, the real Miss Lorendelle. You really surprised me. Although Lin Qing used the color-changing scales, it was obvious that this person seemed to have determined that she was standing in front of him. So he spoke these words slowly. Lin Qing. Looks like he has some ability. This is a boss that is not easy to deal with. Since he was caught, Lin Qing simply unlocked the effect of the color-changing scales and appeared in front of the boss. She turned the silver pistol against the wall, pointed it at his head and smiled. I'm sorry, Count. It seems that you are the one who surprised me the most. I found a big surprise behind this door. After hearing this, the Count still seemed unmoved. He even stepped back a few steps in a gentlemanly manner, indicating that he was not aggressive. He then explained to Lin Qing helplessly, Miss Lorendelle, I think you misunderstood. If these crazy women can make you so violent, the earls of all generations have told their wives that this valley has been cursed. And it is not so strange to find some strange things in the castle. And the valley is full of miasma. And those poor and weak girls cannot bear the threat of these poisonous miasma. These should not be secrets. Looking at the boss's calm face, I didn't expect that even at this point. He was still trying to cover up. Lin Qing smiled speechlessly. However, Lin Qing still remembered the mission. Since he was not showing any danger now, it temporarily proved that he had no intention of attacking her. Lin Qing decided to continue acting with him to further test the Earl's attitude. She acted surprised. Really? Is this the reason why those ladies died? The Earl threw away the broken chain in his hand, spread his hands, and tried to walk slowly towards her. Of course. Otherwise, with the lame lies of your other two servants, they would not be able to escape the housekeeper's inspection. I notified the housekeeper. Since they are your people, don't do it. Just give a few small punishments as a reminder. These should be regarded as my honesty. Perhaps compared to you, Miss Lorendelle, you found a fake fiancé who came from nowhere to enter the castle. But you played the role of a servant. I don't know what your intention is. After hearing these words from the Earl, Lin Qing's heart tightened instantly. However, she had obviously practiced it. Her expression remained unchanged, and she sneered at the prepared words. Of course it's because of your attitude, Count. When I arrived at the manor, a group of robbers robbed my dowry, resulting in only these servants available. The person who went to the village to pick me up was just the butler in the castle. And you didn't go there in person. From these deeds, it seems that you are not an honest and straightforward person. So shouldn't I discuss it with the old servant and test your attitude? Hearing Lin Qing's answer, the Count's smile seemed to freeze for a moment. Lin Qing continued to strike while the iron was hot and put the hat on. What's more hateful is that you actually killed my maid. Are you directly demonstrating to me? Chapter 204 Cooperation. Demonstration? No. This is not a demonstration. It's just my kind reminder. The Earl blinked and said to Lin Qing slowly. He looked at the second and third doors that had not yet been opened, and his black eyes smiled. And it seemed that he was giving a kind reminder again. You should have heard of the curse in this castle. This secret passage can only be discovered by the fiancée or wife of the Earl. Of course, this is a secret in the castle. As for these three doors, they are actually triple curses. When you open the third door, the curse will fall on the curious person. So, the last thing I want to remind you is, please don't open the door behind. Lin Qing was surprised. He didn't expect that until now. The boss still insisted on maintaining his personality. This old dang has harmed so many people, and he can still continue to lie without changing his face. Although Lin Qing didn't know what he was thinking. It must not be that simple behind it. And people have a rebellious heart. The more they are not allowed to enter, the more they want to enter. The same is true here. However, his next move shocked Lin Qing again. The Earl slowly took her hand and kissed her fingertips. His black eyes seemed to reveal some love. Dear fiancé, according to etiquette, we will hold the wedding tomorrow. I believe I will leave you an unforgettable day. Of course, your friends who came with you can also come to participate. Lin Qing sneered in her heart and reacted. It was probably a Hongyan banquet. However, since the Earl was here, it was not convenient for her to explore behind the door, so she could only agree to his decision. She asked casually, Okay, but since I'm the mistress of the castle, can I walk around the castle freely without being subject to the castle's rules, like everyone else? The Earl smiled slightly. Of course, except for the other two rooms in the secret passage. You can explore freely. Then, my dear bride, see you tomorrow. After that, he suddenly disappeared. Lin Qing thought about it and returned to the room along the same route. When she came back, Lu Yin was staring at the movements around the guest room with a nervous look. Even the curtain slightly blown by the night wind could make him uneasy. At this time, Lin Qing moved the stone slab under the bed and climbed out from underneath. Lu Yin seemed to see a savior, and rushed over with ghosts and howls. Woo 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 boss. Why did you come back so late? God. I was scared to death. After all, unknown things are much more terrifying than known things. This castle is full of weirdness. And it seems that there are monsters stirring even in the shadows. Under the tense situation, even some small movements may cause people to be extremely uneasy. At this time, when Lu Yin heard Lin Qing not talking as usual, he saw that her face was extremely solemn and instantly realized that something was wrong. He scratched his head. Boss, what's wrong? Lin Qing explained it again. Lu Yin was shocked. Ah, hold a wedding. This is a dungeon, boss. It must not be possible. He began to turn around anxiously. Why don't we run away at night? There are windows here. It's just a little high, but it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Qing's face was solemn. And then he shook his head. No. Do it according to his request tomorrow. But I changed my mind about Su Qian. You can contact her and tell her that I agreed to cooperate with her. Cooperation? Lu Yin was shocked by Lin Qing's sudden topic. Lin Qing smiled and said, That's right. Didn't she ask me to admit my identity? Since I was discovered by the boss, I might as well do it according to her request. She said we should take advantage of tomorrow's wedding to have a group battle. Ah! Lu Yin has begun to lose track of Lin Qing's train of thought again. However, according to Lin Qing's meaning, this is definitely not a loss for them. He nodded. Okay. I'll send them a message now. Just after sending the idea, I didn't expect that the players over there were not asleep either. And they immediately responded. Haha. You guys can't hold on first. Since you don't have the strength, don't take on porcelain work. It will be embarrassing now. Now you are pretending to be hypocritical. And you killed Sister Ming Ting. You are really shameless. Lu Yin was thick-skinned and pretended not to see the two messages. He waited for Su Qian's reply. Okay. How to fight tomorrow. We can study the tactics and see how to cooperate. As the leader, Su Qian was more reliable and more rational than them. Lu Yin turned around and asked Lin Qing who was thinking. Boss, she said she wanted to study the tactics. Should I tell her about the wedding? Lin Qing thought about it and nodded. Okay. It's nothing. While she was integrating the information, the system gave another prompt, saying that the key to killing the Earl was behind the third door. She had just gone down the secret passage once, and she didn't know if the Earl would still be there. Although she didn't know why the Earl was in a hurry to hold the wedding. It was obvious that tomorrow's event was an opportunity for her. In addition, Su Qian and the others would definitely attack the Earl. So why couldn't she cooperate with them to play a scene? At this time, after Lu Yin sent the message, he also explained the wedding tomorrow. Instantly, the fan who supported the little star couldn't sit still. Okay. So you have already contacted the Earl. Right? What wedding? And the meeting with the Earl have already happened. Only our poor sister Ming Ting died in this conspiracy. That's right. Sister Qian, don't cooperate with them. It's not enough that they deceived us once. And they want to fight the boss with us. Isn't this a trap? When Lu Yin saw this, he was also very speechless. He felt that his ability to understand was very strong. But he still couldn't keep up with these people's brain circuits. She responded angrily by typing. How does the death of that little star have anything to do with us? You're kidding. From the beginning to the end, that little star never came to discuss the identity of the fiancé. You all knew about it, and tacitly took the role. But you didn't get any benefits. And instead shot yourself in the foot. So you're so anxious. Just now, you contacted us and proposed to cooperate in a team battle and acknowledge the identity of the fiancé. Now we agreed. And you started conspiracy theories again. No matter how you say it. You are right. Right? However, of course, the other side refused to admit it and started to talk about this and that again. Until Su Qian gave an order. The two of them stopped. Although she was reluctant to admit that this arrangement was indeed caused by her. The ability of this boss was uncertain now. And it might not be safe if there were only 3 of them. If she could use the wedding to delay him, it would naturally be the best. Of course, she would not let this cooperation fail. Chapter 205 Wedding. However, another message came from the other side. However, during the wedding, we can just delay the Earl. And another person on our side will go to look for the missing girls. It's not just Su Qian who has this idea. Lin Qing certainly does too. Although Su Qian was a little dissatisfied with this arrangement, she didn't say anything. After all, as long as the female player's fiancé role is in place, It's fine. As for the other person to do task 2, it's not an easy job. When they kill the Earl, even if it's a task, they may find new clues from him, and the chance of finding the missing girls will be greater. On the contrary, on their side, the two of them are separated, and the threat is smaller. For her, this proposal is very cost-effective. So Su Qian also agreed. After receiving Su Qian's reply, Lu Yan explained the words in the group in detail. Boss, those two people in the group said so. They will definitely take ruthless actions at the wedding. Are you really safe alone? Lin Qing looked out the window and smiled. It's okay. Go ahead. Leave this to me. Okay. Seeing Lin Qing's confident look, Lu Yan felt relieved. She didn't forget to remind him. Your task is also very important. You must do it well. Hearing this, Lu Yan got excited and patted his chest and said, Leave this to me. I will do it according to your instructions. Lin Qing nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Rest early. There is another tough battle tomorrow. Okay. After the 10th string was relaxed, Lu Yan also felt endless fatigue and found a small corner to sleep. Lin Qing looked at Lin Ning's dialogue box again and found that there was still no response. She was a little worried. Although the system showed that she was still alive, it was rare that she didn't even have the chance to see the bracelet message. However, it was not a solution to worry like this. Lin Qing sent her another message and asked Lin Ning to reply to her after seeing the message. And then she fell asleep. Of course, a 013 was responsible for the night watch. When it was just dawn, there was a knock on the door. Miss Lorendelle, I am here to bring you the wedding dress and jewelry by the order of the Earl. Hearing the voice, Lin Qing opened the door. She saw the smiling butler, followed by 4 calm maids, all holding large boxes in their hands, which looked very exquisite. This should be the dress and jewelry mentioned by the butler. Lin Qing was not surprised that the butler called her Miss Lorendelle. It seemed that the Earl had told him a long time ago. However, Lin Qing raised his eyebrows. This man really has the qualities of a butler. He accepted the change of identity so easily without any doubt. The butler and the maid entered the door, placed the boxes in their hands on the ground, and then opened the largest one. It was a white wedding dress made of lace. The layers of piled skirts were placed in the box. The chest and waist were decorated with pearls and silver diamonds the size of a fingernail. It looked very luxurious and beautiful. The butler introduced with a smile, in order to express the Earl's sincerity and to apologize to Miss Lorendelle. The Earl had already started to prepare this wedding dress half a year ago. Please rest assured. Lin Qing couldn't deny it. At this time, she asked about Su Qian and the others. And the housekeeper replied, Your friend has been arranged to a suitable position, and you should be able to see it in a while. Lin Qing and Lu Yan looked at each other, and he gently raised the bracelet on his wrist, indicating that the housekeeper was not lying. Lin Qing nodded slightly. Thank you. Then I'll trouble you. The housekeeper still responded very politely. This is what I should do. After a set of tedious procedures, under the guidance of the maid, Lin Qing began to walk down the stairs step by step. On the way, Lu Yan suddenly said, Oh, did the lady pull something? I'll go get it. Lin Qing certainly cooperated with him, pretending to look for it for a while, and then said annoyedly, I guess the bracelet fell in the room, so please help find it. This is the jewelry I brought back from the Lorendelle family. The housekeeper had left, and the head maid looked different. But when she heard the Lorendelle family, she still stepped aside. He should catch up in a while. Let's go first. Lin Qing continued to walk down with her skirt lifted. These maids were also controlled by the vampire. Although they could do some simple work, they were still unable to deal with such a complicated situation, and could only acquiesce to her private behavior. The team continued to walk downstairs. After passing through countless corridors, Lin Qing was led into a very wide small auditorium. It was surrounded by red carpets and roses, and there were so-called friends of Lin Qing sitting in rows of chairs, waiting for the wedding. Su Qian was also very surprised when she saw her, but after making eye contact with Lin Qing, she immediately understood the opportunity to take action. On the high platform at the front of the auditorium, the Earl was wearing a black tuxedo, standing there in a gentle manner. A clergyman stood on his right, and the sound of the organ slowly played music as she arrived. The head maid helped Lin Qing walk slowly on the red carpet in the middle. When he reached the Earl's side, he put his arm around Lin Qing's arm very gentlemanly, smiled gently, and began to say beautiful love words. Oh, My beautiful bride. You are so beautiful today. I am very honored to marry the treasure of the Laurendale family. Lin Qing's smile was a little stiff. But in this situation, this boss could still be so calm. It was not like in the copy. I don't know if his attitude was good or he could hold back. Both were very respectable. And the clergyman standing next to him. What kind of mood did he take on this job? However, looking at the gloomy face of the clergyman, Lin Qing realized that this seemed to be the priest of the chapel. And he didn't expect to appear here. Seeing Lin Qing in a daze, the Earl introduced, Father Kate is very prestigious in this area. I believe it will be a very meaningful thing to let him come to witness our wedding. As he said, he glanced at the priest and asked with a smile, Right, Father? Although Father Kate looked unwilling, it seemed as if he was controlled by some power. Although his face was very reluctant, he said uncontrollably, Of course. It is my honor to be the witness of the Earl and Miss Laurendale. Although the process of this wedding seemed normal, Lin Qing still noticed something strange about the priest. Chapter 206 The Third Door. At this time, in the secret passage, Lu Yin was following A013, walking together in the dimly visible passage, not knowing when they would start. Their time was very short and precious, so they could only speed up. Under such circumstances, Lu Yan's heartbeat became faster and faster, and a layer of cold sweat oozed out of his back. Lin Qing told him that this secret passage should not be dangerous. But because the Earl was elusive and didn't know what accidents would happen, A013 was arranged to assist him. In order to ease the atmosphere, he greeted A013 in front of him. Hey, buddy. Why is your name so strange? How did you become a subordinate of a rich boss? And why are your eyes red? A013 glanced at him sideways, and did not answer his question, but quickened his pace again. Ha ha. Is my question wrong? Lu Yin scratched his head awkwardly and hurriedly followed. He originally wanted to get in touch with the boss's subordinates, but he didn't expect that this person was quite cold. So he had to give up this plan temporarily. After walking for a while, as expected, there was an open space at the end of the secret passage. There were 3 iron doors there, locked with iron chains, which looked very eerie. At this time, A013 had already made a choice for him and walked straight to the room where the third door was. Lu Yin hurriedly called him, Brother 13. Aren't we going to the second door first? A013 shook his head, clenched his hands, and the iron chain of the third door fell off. Then he explained, according to the master, although the location of the personnel has been determined, it is not convenient to rescue them now, and it is easy to be threatened by the monsters and become hostages. The way to deal with the monsters is in the third door, and we need to go in and explore to find a solution. Okay. Lu Yin nodded and agreed with him. At this time, A013 had already opened the door. According to what Lin Qing saw in the diary, once you walk into this door, you basically have no way back. Although he didn't know what was hidden inside, Lu Yin swallowed his saliva subconsciously. A cold wind whizzed out from the passage behind the door, exuding a cold chill. A013 had already walked in without changing his face. Lu Yin glanced around and behind him, and shrank and trembled unconsciously, and hurriedly followed with a sad face. Brother 13. Slow down. Wait for me. After the two entered, there was only one passage inside, and a spiral staircase that went straight down. Nothing could be seen in the dark passage. Only the small lamp in Lu Yan's hand illuminated the space about 1 meter in front of him. Where does this staircase lead to? It can't lead to hell, Lu Yan said subconsciously. After saying this, he realized what he said and spit 3 times. Pooh. 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 My crow mouth. I said nonsense. A013 stared at the bottom thoughtfully. This staircase should have a bottom. Let's go down and take a look. As he said this, he still didn't wait for Lu Yan's answer. He had already walked down skillfully holding the railing. On the quiet dark staircase, there was only the sound of the 2 people's shoes hitting the stairs and Lu Yan's own breathing. It was as if he was the only living thing here. The more he thought about it, the more out of control his mind seemed to be. He couldn't help but think of the classic scenes in various horror movies he had seen. Lu Yan's heart was about to jump out of his throat. In this situation, he trembled for an unknown period of time. Finally, A013 in front of him stopped and even turned his head, making a shushing gesture to him, and hinted him to turn off the small light in his hand. Lu Yan's mind was already tense to a certain extent. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was blank at this time. He covered his mouth with trembling and turned off the light in his hand with one hand. At this time, he suddenly found that the world in front of him was lit up. On the ground around him, I don't know what was covered, emitting a faint blue light, and faintly carrying a faint floral fragrance. Lu Yan's eyes suddenly became very surprised. He had not forgotten the agreement not to speak, and directly asked A013 with his eyes what this place was. A013 certainly didn't know. He shook his head and began to explore the ground. Lu Yan also understood the importance of the matter and hurried to act. Lin Qing above specifically agreed to the dungeon boss wedding and invited Su Qian and the others to fight in a group battle, all to buy them time. So what is here? It seems to be just a blue open space glowing in the dark. However, soon, after the two of them carefully searched, they finally found a clue in this open space. In a corner, there was a hidden door. After fiddling with it for a while, the two finally opened the hidden door and entered the room inside. When seeing this scene, not only Lu Yan was shocked and widened his eyes and mouth, even A013's eyes showed a rare surprise. In the secret room behind the secret door, there was a blue ice coffin. The coffin seemed to be made of ice, emitting a phosphorescent blue in the dark. What was even more surprising was that there were countless blue thin tubes with red blood flowing. They seemed to be vertically flowing down from the wall above, then gathered from the corner, and finally gathered from the bottom of the ice coffin into the coffin. There seemed to be a gluttonous monster with an insatiable bloodthirsty desire living in it, greedily sucking blood. What the hell? What's in it? At this time, Lu Yan was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and there were countless what the hell in his heart. I guess this is the key. Go and take a look. A013 had already approached the slope where the coffins were stacked. After Lu Yan approached nervously, he saw the face of the woman in the ice coffin clearly. She was very beautiful, wearing a simple knee-length lace nightgown. Her skin was rosy and elastic. Her eyelashes were soft and curled, and her long curly golden hair was close to her body and vertical to her ankles, just like the Sleeping Beauty in a child's painting, especially her bright and plump red lips. It was as if she was about to wake up from the coffin in the next second. Even Lu Yan, a rich second generation who had seen countless little beauties, couldn't help but sincerely praise her as a top-notch beauty. However, in this kind of copy, no matter how beautiful the beauty is, she can't have any charming thoughts. He gestured to A013 twice, asking him what to do. A013 was obviously simpler and more straightforward. The next second, his action shocked Lu Yan so much that his eyes almost fell out of his eye sockets. He elbowed the panel of the ice coffin, and the coffin lid made of ice was instantly torn into pieces after being attacked, forming cracks. Then with a crack, the broken ice fell onto the beauty's body and covered her coffin. Chapter 207 Group Battle. At the same time, on Lin Qing's side, the wedding seemed to be going on normally. Father Kate was standing under the stained glass window reciting the blessing, and the following process was that the two followed the oath and hugged each other. At this time, Lin Qing received a message from Lu Yan. He said that behind the third door, he found an extremely beautiful blonde. But this little beauty was lying in a coffin, and she seemed to be sleeping. And she was inserted with a blue tube that absorbed blood, so she should also be a vampire. At the moment, the two thought that this girl was the key, and were planning to pull out her blood-sucking tube. Seeing this information, Lin Qing looked calm, but was surprised in his heart. Behind this third door, there was actually a female vampire. The appearance of this surprised Lin Qing. She thought that there would be something behind that could curb the lifeblood of the Count, so she let the two go in to explore. But she didn't expect it to be this situation. However, since they found this vampire and planned to pull out his tube, it is estimated that the Earl, who is so interested in the things behind the door, will soon sense it. Lin Qing decided to act immediately. The voice of the priest came again. Okay. The two newlyweds can hug and kiss. Hearing this, the Earl's voice sounded in front of Lin Qing. He stretched out his hand and lifted her hair that slipped from her ear. My dear, I am very lucky to marry such an elegant and beautiful lady like you. You are the pearl of the Lorendel family and the treasure of the castle in the future. I will treat you well. Lin Qing blinked and responded to his hug. Thank you for your compliment. The Earl is also very handsome today. At this moment, she reached out from her space backpack, and in an instant, a silver glowing cross appeared on her snow-white gloves. As the two of them hugged, she thrust hard and stabbed the Earl in the heart. At this time, seeing Lin Qing taking action, Su Qian also immediately led people to act. They dealt with the servants in the castle to prevent them from being controlled by the Earl and turned into monsters. At the same time, they were also alert to the Earl's actions and jumped onto the platform. Although he was stabbed in the back, the Earl kept his face stable, but his eyes looked very surprised. He covered the bloody hole made by the rose cross until the blood flowing from the hole dyed the carpet red. And then he covered his chest and said in disbelief, "Dear, why are you doing this?" At the same time, he glanced around and saw Su Qian and the other two players who came with weapons. He still did not change his face and asked Lin Qing, "Aren't these friends you brought here to bless me?" Lin Qing, "Doesn't this boss have any sense? Blessings are a joke." At this time, Su Qian also came forward, holding a heavy-looking military dagger in her hand. After seeing that the boss did not react, she stabbed him in the chest. "Are you stupid? Do you still need blessings for this dungeon boss?" Although he disagreed with Su Qian, Lin Qing still agreed with this sentence. Her rose cross just now stabbed the boss's chest, where his heart should be. The rose cross can be used to avoid the temptation and illusion of the devil. And the cross has a certain attack power against dark creatures, which can cause certain fatal damage to them. Vampires belong to dark creatures, so they should be able to cause certain attacks to them. But even though this item stabbed him, Lin Qing was still a little uncertain. After all, this boss didn't look very powerful, and was even very normal compared to other dungeon bosses that Lin Qing had encountered. It was precisely this series of normality that made Lin Qing vaguely feel a little uneasy. Su Qian didn't care so much, and directly commanded his subordinates. "This boss's ability has been weakened. Who has a knife? Cut off his head first, and see if this vampire will die completely." Hearing Su Qian's order, although the two players were very reluctant and glared at Lin Qing, they still took out a machete from the space backpack and planned to attack him. At this time, Lin Qing suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. Her sixth sense is often very accurate, and she subconsciously stepped back dozens of steps. Coincidentally, at this time, the bracelet suddenly popped up another message. "Boss, I have two pieces of news. One is good news, and the other is bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Before Lin Qing could answer, Lu Yin sent another message. "Woo woo woo. The bad news is that the female vampire is alive. And she said she is the real countess. The good news is that there is a beating heart under her body, which seems to be the fatal point of the count. A013 and I are trying to do it. But this blonde is too strong. And A013 and I seem to be no match for her." Hearing this, Lin Qing suddenly had an idea, and immediately looked at the person who was about to take action, and understood what was going on. He was not injured just now, and all this was just his acting. The extra heart is probably the most important thing. At this time, the Earl also chuckled, and when the machete came, his originally injured body suddenly became extremely light, and suddenly flew up and landed on the silver branch candle ceiling lamp above his head. The player who took action was instantly surrounded by a group of black bats under his feet, and finally heard an unbearable scream in the black fog. Su Qian was also shocked by this scene. After seeing the Earl fly out, she immediately understood what happened. She immediately looked at Lin Qing and said angrily, "What's wrong with this guy? Didn't you say you can succeed?" Lin Qing also immediately took off the cumbersome skirt, dodged the bats flying in the dark, and then responded, "I only said to fight a team battle. I didn't say you can win." The group of red-eyed bats missed the attack and immediately flew towards Su Qian. Su Qian cursed inwardly, waving the bayonet in her hand to sweep away these monsters. And now she regretted it very much. This man is so unreliable. And he is her enemy. How could he tell her all this? But the boss was fatally injured. But he still looked fine, which means that the way to defeat him is somewhere else. However, the entire castle is his territory. It is not easy to get the key support to defeat him in this huge castle. She gritted her teeth, looked at another companion, who was defeated by the bad group, and the Earl, who was standing on the chandelier with a mysterious smile, and regretted taking the initiative to explore the castle. Now not only did she fail to complete the task, but she also lost her life. No matter how you look at it, it is not a good deal. She had to leave here, at least to save her life. However, just when she was about to break the window of the small hall and jump out of the castle, the Earl, who was originally hanging on the lamp, suddenly appeared in front of her. Su Qian's eyes almost went dark, and she was instantly blown away by a force. When she fell to the ground, she felt a chill in her lower abdomen, and found that blood and organs were flowing out. At this time, the Count elegantly took off his blood-stained white gloves, raised his index finger, and said with a shushing smile, "The wedding is not over yet. Please do not leave without permission." Chapter 208 Rose Cross. Until now, the Earl boss still insisted on holding the wedding. However, many dark creatures hiding in the shadows appeared in the small hall. They roared at the survivors, showing greedy eyes, and seemed to want to devour humans. Su Qian cursed inwardly, and hurriedly took out the healing props to heal her wounds. At the same time, she was alert and defended against the attacks of the Earl and his men. The Earl landed on the high platform where the wedding was held, walked slowly to Lin Qing's side, stretched out a hand to her, and smiled. "Please continue the wedding with me. This is undoubtedly a naked threat." Lin Qing blinked. Now she also understood that marriage must be very important to him. After all, even the most broad-minded people would not tolerate the behavior of continuing to hold a wedding after being assassinated. This boss should not be a patient with Stockholm Syndrome. Then Lin Qing suddenly thought of the person behind the third door mentioned by Lu Yin. That is, the female vampire who claimed to be the real countess. All of this, combined with the information Lin Qing knew so far, she suddenly realized what was going on. In some legends, the dead will be resurrected from hell. But this requires the people in the world to use some secret methods to reach an exchange with the devil and summon the soul of the dead back to the world. Combined with the missing girl in the castle, the Earls who never lived for more than a year, and this vampire who has always maintained his original appearance but pretended to be a descendant of the Earl. These should be the conditions for summoning the dead back to the world. I didn't expect that I would have to reason to pass a dungeon, Lin Qing complained in her heart, looking at this man who seemed to still have love in his eyes. She was really disdainful in her heart. This old bastard Ding. He killed so many girls just to revive one person. Why didn't he show up with such overwhelming love to accompany people to hell? Moreover, this old Ding was quite cunning, hiding the fatal point behind the third door, and it seemed that he was quite cherishing his life. Lin Qing was somewhat fortunate that she had delayed until now to take action. At least she knew where his shortcomings were. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. She smiled slightly with narrowed eyes and placed her hand on his palm. "Of course. But I have some questions to ask the Count." The Count looked quite confident and nodded. "You said?" Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, and the other hand behind her back, holding the rose cross, disappeared. "I once read in a diary that a countess said that every earl had the same face. What's going on?" The Earl chuckled. "First of all, you have violated the rules of the castle by entering the door in the secret passage. The 3 doors all carry different curses. So I'm sorry. I don't understand what you are talking about." Lin Qing expected this stubborn attitude, so she continued to ask, "Then what about the legend that you are a vampire?" The Earl's face became much colder. "This is pure nonsense." She continued to ask, "It is said that the second door holds the missing girls. What's going on? Are you willing to take me to see it?" The Earl frowned slightly. "I don't know where you heard this news. It's pure nonsense. And I have already told you that there is a curse behind the door. If you are willing to go in, I will not stop you." He curled his lips and said meaningfully. This man kept talking in circles. It seemed that due to his status, Lin Qing would never be able to get anything out of him. At this moment, the priest who was temporarily arrested was shocked after listening to the conversation between the two. "Devil. You are indeed a devil. Those missing girls are in your hands." For some reason, he broke free from the Earl's restraints, took out a small crystal bottle from his chest, opened the bottle mouth, and splashed the colorless water in the Earl's direction. This time, the half of the Earl's face that was splashed had traces of blisters and burns. He frowned. His face looked a little ugly. And at this moment, a black bat fell from the sky and turned into the original butler's appearance when it landed. He pinched the priest's neck with one hand, and the other hand, like a sharp blade, grabbed the man's heart. However, the priest showed a crazy smile in his eyes, and blood kept coming out of his throat. "Ha ha ha. I prove that you are indeed a devil. God will punish you." Before he finished speaking, the butler twisted his head again and threw the dead man out. He changed another dirty glove, squinted and smiled. "Sorry, master. There was a small episode. The wedding continues?" This time, I will be the witness for you and Miss Lorendelle. Please. The butler leaned forward and made a gesture to invite the two to the center. The Earl then took Lin Qing's hand and slowly walked to the center of the platform. The last step was about to be completed. Lin Qing counted the time that passed by in her heart, and estimated that Lu Yan's fight should be almost over. When she passed by the priest lying in the distance, she sighed in her heart and mourned for him. At the same time, in the secret room, the blonde vampire who suddenly woke up was fighting with A013. Her speed was obviously much faster than A013. And even with A013's speed, it was very difficult to deal with it. Not to mention the fangs on the mouth and the black claws on the hands. Only in this aspect, the zombies and vampires were barely evenly matched. Perhaps because of the monster's physique. Ordinary iron tools can't hurt it at all. Even ordinary silver tools are not of much use. Lu Yan threw away the silver fork that he was going to give to A013. And he was a little anxious in his heart. At this moment, he received a short message from Lin Qing. Auction props. Lu Yan immediately understood what to do. He immediately took the prop and took out Lin Qing's rose cross. The moment this prop appeared, the secret room was instantly brightened. Brother 13. Take it. Lu Yan threw the rose cross to A013 without hesitation. The female vampire seemed to want to snatch it. But she only grabbed one end of the cross, and suddenly screamed, as if she was burned by something. A013 also quickly followed suit, grabbed one end of the cross, and stabbed the female vampire's heart. At the moment of contact, the female vampire screamed, and the silver cross emitted a bright light, shining on her body. The female vampire tried to reach out to resist, but still couldn't stop the spreading light. The light expanded in the broken part of her chest until it became brighter and brighter, as if it had gathered into a ball of hot fire, and finally exploded, blowing the female vampire into ashes. Great! It works! Chapter 209 Mission completed. Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and he remembered something. Quick! There's also the Earl's heart. A013 immediately picked up the cross and rushed to the coffin. The heart nailed to the bottom of the ice coffin seemed to have life, constantly pumping blood out, and looked very strong. Lu Yan took out the hammer and smashed it, and A013 followed. The two of them used the rose cross to pierce the man's heart. At the moment of piercing, the heart stopped beating for a moment. But before Lu Yan could be happy, the heart that stopped beating suddenly beat more violently, as if it was constantly absorbing the blood in the blue tube. But these tubes had been pulled out by the two in advance, and this had no effect. Lu Yan looked at the fist-sized heart that was also full of white light, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this should be okay. At this time, in the small auditorium, it was Lin Qing's turn to read the oath. However, at this moment, the Count's face suddenly changed, and he grabbed her arm and asked loudly, "What did you do?" As he spoke, it seemed that all the black creatures in the small auditorium began to riot, and a whistling gale swirled in the originally small space. At the same time, the Count also spit out a mouthful of blood, looking unbelievable. You entered the third door, and found that thing. How is it possible?" Seeing this situation, Lin Qing immediately understood that it must be Lu Yan and A013 who played a role. The next second, Lu Yan's message was received. "Boss, the female vampire and the heart here have been dealt with. How is your side?" As expected, she was right. However, Lin Qing did not relax his vigilance. In this situation, it was obvious that the boss was in a violent state. Lin Qing, who was wearing defensive props, was ready for battle. However, unexpectedly, the Earl suddenly struggled to grow a pair of black wings, suddenly flew up, and flew out of the auditorium in a whirlwind state. Lin Qing followed closely behind him. She took out the flaming silver gun and fired a bullet at the Earl not far away, intending to add fuel to the fire. "Hey, where are you going?" Seeing that she was left in a small auditorium full of dark creatures, Su Qian felt a little uneasy. In addition, the healing props were quite effective, so she stumbled and followed. Perhaps because of the last moment before death, Lin Qing did not expect this boss to be so fast. He chased him to a secret room in a strange room. Lin Qing saw Lu Yan and A013 converging the battlefield there, and then realized that this was the secret room behind the third door. The Count's face was full of tears, as if he had taken off a false mask. He held the ashes on the ground and said, "Ah, Maria, dear Maria, We are about to succeed. As long as you sacrifice the last Count's bride and hand her over to the devil, you can come back from hell. Ah! But how could this happen? He held the ashes and seemed to have suffered a great blow. I don't believe that such a careful plan would be ruined at the last moment. However, he was stabbed by the rose cross just now, and the wound that had recovered became hideous again. A faint white light was faintly revealed along the wound. What's going on? What's going on? No. I can't accept it. He desperately dragged his body, which was about to disappear, and flew to the side of the secret room, where he tremblingly pressed a button. Flick. Another secret door was opened, and when Lin Qing saw the scene inside, his eyelids jumped. There seemed to be a room painted pure white, with many beds, and countless girls sleeping on the beds. They were pale and looked extremely weak, but they all had a blue tube connected to their wrists. In the end, these tubes extended from the ground to the corner of the wall, penetrated, and gathered in this ice coffin, nourishing the hearts of Maria and the Count, who were about to be resurrected. He wanted to grab a girl at will to suck blood to replenish energy. But how could Lin Qing give him such an opportunity? After a cold laugh, he kicked him out, and then snorted coldly, "Trash!" The Count burst into tears. He felt the rapid loss of power, and the great grief of the failure of the plan. My Maria. She will never come back. Lin Qing looked at this dramatic man with amusement, but did not intend to give the boss much time to say his last words. She took out the flaming silver gun and shot him in the chest again. The two powers combined, and the holy light in the Count's body finally exploded, illuminating the secret room as if it were daytime. Seeing that there was no scum left in the boss, Lin Qing finally felt relieved. Then, she heard the voice from the system, and was completely relieved. Ding! The player has completed the exploration of the Vampire Manor Dungeon Mission 1. Find and rescue the missing girl completed. Dungeon Mission 2. Kill the vampire Count Cain completed. Dungeon Mission 1 reward. Get a room upgrade opportunity, free deduction of material consumption. Dungeon Mission 2 reward. Get a random material package, including room upgrade, item upgrade, and pet upgrade materials. Random material package has been sent to the host backpack. You can check and receive random rewards. After going through so much, it is still a bit rewarding to get these mission rewards. However, at this moment, the sound of the survival system came from Lin Qing and Lu Yan's bracelets at the same time. Ding! Players will get extra rewards for completing the hidden mission exploration. Hidden mission? Lin Qing was a little surprised to hear this. Even Lu Yan was very surprised. Hidden mission. Explore the truth of the vampire castle. Completed. Hidden mission 1. The missing bride. They touched the truth, but died at the moment of knowing the truth. Hidden mission 2. The Count's wedding. He made a deal with the devil, immortal, and constantly sacrificed his bride to save his lover in hell. Hidden mission reward. Key to the castle treasure room. Surviving players who complete the mission can inherit the treasure of the treasure room. Hearing this, Lin Qing's eyes finally lit up. The treasure chest in the castle. It sounds like there are a lot of treasures. They have been tossing around for so long, and finally got a lot of rewards, which is quite comforting. At this time, Su Qian also staggered up from behind, holding her stomach, and when she saw this scene, she was also shocked, although she also received the news that this dungeon mission was completed. The player who completed the mission did not have her name. She looked at the chaos in the secret room, which seemed to be caused by something that did not happen in a short time, and said in surprise, "What's going on? When did you do this? Why don't I know?" Chapter 210 Rescue. At this time, Lu Yan finally felt that it was his turn. He cleared his throat and pinched his waist and said, "Big sister, the player standing next to you is a rich overnight boss who ranks second only to you. I wanted to tell you before, but you didn't give me a chance to explain. Who should I blame? In addition, it was your subordinates who kept provoking us and didn't believe us. This can't be blamed on us." Hearing this, Su Qian was shocked. The female player in front of her was the rich overnight boss who ranked second only to her. As the ninth in the world, she was obviously very concerned about the ranking, especially the players around her. Su Qian had an impression. No wonder this player was calm and didn't react much to the repeated provocations. It turned out to be the 10th ranked player, although the two were only one player apart. Among so many people, the player who could enter the top 10 must be very powerful. She felt a burst of regret in her heart. It seems that she was wrong this time. But the pride in her heart made it impossible for her to reconcile with this person. After all, it was she who led the team to open the dungeon. But they quietly completed the mission and even defeated the boss under her nose. If they hadn't found the boss's fatal weakness, they would never have been able to complete the mission with their current attacks. Even she might have fallen here. Thinking of this, her wound seemed to ache again. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. She simply turned around and left angrily. Since the mission here has been completed, she might as well take the opportunity to explore the castle. Now that the boss is dead, the monsters in the castle should be weakened a lot. It is better to go and see if we can find the treasure chest now. Seeing Su Qian left with a bad face, Lu Yan hurriedly asked, "Boss, what should we do next?" His previous words were obviously intended to anger Su Qian. After all, she was here, and it was not convenient for the two to find the treasure room mentioned in the hidden task. At this time, Lin Qing was thoughtful, looking at the girl sleeping in the secret room not far away. Let's put that aside for now. We have to find a way to take them out first. But the workload is too much. It's better to find some people to do it. She thought for a while. You go and find the old servant, and tell him to call some villagers in the surrounding villages, saying that the missing girls have been found. Ah, is it still so troublesome? Isn't the mission completed? Lu Yan was a little puzzled. Lin Qing explained, although the boss is dead, I don't know what unexpected situations will happen in the castle. After all, there are many dark creatures here, and it's best to transfer them out. Okay, boss, I'll go call people. After saying that, he ran out. After checking the surrounding environment and making sure there was no danger, Lin Qing walked into the secret door that was open on the wall and pulled out the cannula on the arm of a girl next to him. She didn't know how much blood was drawn from her body. Her face was as white as paper. Her lips were pale, and there were some freckles on her cheeks, as if she was asleep. But like the other girls around her, her heart was still beating weakly, as if trying to pump out the last drop of blood, which made her unable to sit idly by. Lin Qing also knew that the mission was completed, but she didn't know why she suddenly thought of the dead priest. After all, she was not a cold-blooded person, and was shocked by his behavior of fighting against the enemy with his own strength. Even she, when she was powerless, might not be able to resist such a boss. After all, the behavior of knowing that it was impossible to do it is always tragic. After sighing about these, Lin Qing was still in a complicated mood. She looked around at the girls lying on the bed. Roughly estimated that there were 50 or 60 of them. Some of them did not have needles in their arms, but their bodies were also very weak. It seemed that they would not live long if they continued like this. At this time, a 013, who was responsible for vigilance, suddenly came over. He was the main force attacking the female vampire. In addition to the fact that his suit was a little tattered, even his handsome face had a lot of scars. However, it is now clear that the recovery ability of zombies is also amazing. Some of his injuries have begun to heal. Except for the damaged clothes, only shallow scars are left, and the scars are gradually easing. What's wrong? Lin Qing asked. Currently in the castle, although the boss is dead, it is not absolutely safe. So A013 is responsible for defending the surroundings. He took the initiative to hand the rose cross to Lin Qing. Master, this has turned black. Lin Qing took it and instantly felt an abnormal heat rushing. She then noticed that the bottom of the silver cross, which was as sharp as a dagger, had a broken black stain, as if it had been invaded by something. And this black stain seemed to have consciousness, and was trying to expand continuously. It may be because the light power contained in the cross played a role, which caused the black stain to not expand rapidly. Is it contaminated? Lin Qing looked at it carefully and frowned slightly. It should be the damage caused by attacking dark creatures. She still remembered the precautions of the rose cross. In theory, it can be used infinitely. But if it encounters a powerful demon boss, it may cause the cross to be contaminated or damaged, thereby reducing the number of times the cross can be used. It seems that the strange phenomenon that appears on the cross now means that there are some problems. Unexpectedly, after killing only 2 vampires, this item began to be contaminated. It is still quite regrettable. After all, this is also a rare A-level item. Lin Qing took the opportunity to check the use of the rose cross. Now there is an additional status column, which shows that it is contaminated and damaged and needs to be purified. As for the number of uses, It is also limited to 3 times. It seems that this handheld item is somewhat similar to the blessing of the Virgin Mary. After use, it needs to be purified. I just don't know if the purification holy water will work. Lin Qing wrote this down and planned to try it after getting the holy water from the world merchant. After all, I don't know if I will encounter this kind of world again in the future. It would be terrible if the props are not powerful enough. At this moment, Lin Qing suddenly felt that the air around her became cold again. She thought of something and immediately put away the cross. At this time, the cold power that felt like it was spying on her seemed to disappear. Although the power appeared for a very short time, Lin Qing also vaguely felt its power. After all, she has not forgotten it. If you hold the rose cross for too long, there may be a chance that it will attract the hostility of the surrounding demons. Fortunately, she reacted quickly just now, and did not let the power continue to invade. Otherwise, there may be bigger problems. Thinking of this, Lin Qing still broke out in a cold sweat. After all, it is easy to immerse yourself in the joy of success and ignore the dangers after defeating the dungeon boss. However, at this time, Lin Qing suddenly heard a slight groan. Chapter 211 Housekeeper. Lin Qing was a little alert and looked in the direction of the sound. It was the first girl she had just pulled out the blue tube from. She woke up faintly after pulling out the tube. The girl held her forehead and leaned on her arm to try to stand up from the bed. Her pupils were chaotic, and she didn't look clear. She was still mumbling something. After observing for a while, Lin Qing made sure that she was indeed not in danger or abnormal, and then walked over. It seemed that there were some inhibitory drugs in the blue tube. So the girl woke up shortly after the tube was pulled out. Lin Qing saw that she had been struggling to sit up, but instead fell down due to muscle weakness caused by lying in bed for a long time. So she approached and helped her kindly. At this time, the girl seemed to have found a trace of clarity in her confused eyes. She held Lin Qing's hand tightly, trying to use her strength but unable to use her strength freely, and slipped down repeatedly. Lin Qing saw her eyes begging for help and her mouth begging for help. And then she realized what she was saying. Save me. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. At least she still had her own consciousness, and was not assimilated by the vampire. She gently patted the girl's hand and comforted her. Don't worry. There are no monsters here. You are all safe. I have also sent someone to tell your family, and they should be here soon. Hearing this, the girl with a small freckle on her cheek flashed a trace of joy in her eyes. Although her lips moved, she still couldn't make any sound. But she obviously responded to Lin Qing's words. A tear that had been drying for a long time flowed out of her light chestnut eyes. And then she silently said thank you. Lin Qing thought of something. Do you know that there is a girl named Anna here? We are here to find her on behalf of her mother Susan. The girl's eyes flashed with surprise, and she nodded with difficulty, trying to confirm this answer. Lin Qing was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the first person to wake up was Anna. She touched her head. Good girl. It's safe now. Lin Qing fed Anna some water and waited for her to try to move her body. Taking advantage of this time, she quickly pulled out the blue tubes of everyone. While waiting, Lin Qing suddenly heard a voice. Countess? The territory is now disturbed by outsiders. Do you want to expel them? Hearing this, Lin Qing was suddenly a little surprised. She walked out and looked vigilantly in the direction where the sound came from. Finally, she found that it came from the body of a bat hanging upside down on the spiral staircase. Lin Qing still knew it. Although bats look very similar to each other, Lin Qing has only seen the one that the housekeeper transformed into, which is twice as large as the normal one. She took out the flaming silver spear without hesitation, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Why? Your master is dead. Why don't you leave here? This red-eyed bat is obviously a dark creature. After seeing them kill the count, it was not afraid at all and continued to stay not far away, which made Lin Qing alert. Ha ha ha. Countess, you misunderstood. The red-eyed bat hanging upside down on the iron railing of the stairs still did not move, and even shook its body slightly, making a swinging posture, which made Lin Qing warn again. I warn you, if you don't leave, the next result will be a charcoal-burned bat, the kind that can turn into ash. As she said this, she narrowed her eyes slightly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The silver muzzle instantly shot out a bright and hot flame, hitting the bat hanging upside down on the stairs. At this time, the bat moved its body, immediately put down its upside-down posture, and fell to the ground with a thump. The bat turned into a butler, looking like a human being, and was not disturbed by the death of the Earl. Lin Qing was a little surprised, looking at the seemingly normal man in front of him. In theory, the boss in this castle is dead, and other dark creatures affected by him will also be affected to a certain extent. After all, the power belonging to the Earl is gone, and other monsters in the castle cannot exist. This is obviously not in line with common sense. Lin Qing finally got serious and stared at the seemingly ordinary man in front of him. She just heard that this man actually called her Countess? Could it be that the curse of the castle has not been completely eliminated and has been passed on to her? The bat turned into a human-shaped butler and said with a smile, "Sure enough. You are also impatient and never listen to what others say. For now, I will not hurt you because you have become the new owner of the castle." Ah? Hearing this, Lin Qing felt a little surprised. She thought she had heard it wrong. Unexpectedly, the butler continued, as if to confirm Lin Qing's doubts, and repeated again, "Yes. You have become the new owner of the castle," as if he was afraid that Lin Qing would not believe it. He said, "Because you got the key to the treasure room in the castle where the wealth is hidden. You have become the new owner of the castle. Of course, some curses in the castle will not disappear. For example, when an outsider invades the castle, the owner of the castle should get feedback." Lin Qing almost thought she was dreaming when she heard this long passage. However, when she reacted for a while, she realized that what the housekeeper said might be true. "Who is the invader you are talking about?" The housekeeper made a stroke, and a picture appeared out of thin air in the original space, showing that Su Qian, who had just run away, was exploring the castle, although she also encountered many dark creatures. Because the owner of the castle did not order a counterattack, she easily broke into some rooms with treasure chests and took the chests away from them. "This is the invader in the castle," the housekeeper explained. "Based on my judgment, she is an illegal intruder, but whether to expel her still requires the permission of the owner of the castle." Lin Qing then realized that if the housekeeper had not lied to her, then she had received a very big surprise. However, she did not lose her mind and calmly pointed out the doubts. "Who are you then? And why do you obey me?" She narrowed her eyes slightly and pointed out the weirdness. The housekeeper was not ashamed of this. He smiled and bowed, took off his hat. "I am your housekeeper and the demon of the castle. You can call me Quincy." At this time, the man, who had originally lowered his head, slightly raised his eyes, revealing a faint red light. Lin Qing was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that this man was actually a demon." But it was obvious that signing a contract with a demon was not a good thing. Lin Qing laughed unhappily. "Does your master know that you betrayed so quickly? His ashes are still lying behind and have not been scattered away." Chapter 212 Castle Master. Quincy laughed. "The Earl and I have a fair contract. He did not fulfill the agreement, causing his lover to leave the world, and he was unable to resist the danger. I can only express my great regret." Looking at the devil in front of him, Lin Qing didn't know what to say. Is it really okay to slander an old customer in front of a new customer? Seeing Lin Qing's dissatisfied look, Quincy smiled meaningfully. "Could it be that you don't want to know where the treasure room of the castle is? Although you, as the owner of the castle, have obtained the key, only the Earl and I know the treasure room of the castle." Lin Qing raised his eyebrows. This devil is quite good at capturing people's hearts. However, is there really such a selfless devil? Lin Qing doesn't know what its purpose is, so she won't let down her guard. Of course, she won't refuse this little help. She smiled slightly. "Okay, this castle is so big. Maybe I can't find the place after searching for a long time. So I'll trouble the housekeeper. Help lead the way later." Although she was confident that she could find the place, she also wanted to see what the demon wanted to do. Quincy placed his hand on his chest, nodded slightly, and smiled. "Of course, my master. It's my honor. I'm glad that you took the initiative to take over the dungeon. I guess your current identity information should have changed." Hearing this word, Lin Qing was not much shocked. After all, some NPCs in the dungeon knew the players and took the initiative to seek cooperation, which was not surprising to Lin Qing. The demon took the initiative to mention the identity information, which was obviously also a system-level matter. At this moment, the system's voice came from the bracelet. "Ding! Congratulations to the player for becoming rich overnight, being recognized by the demon who manages the castle, and obtaining the status of the castle heir. You have obtained a new title, the owner of the Rolandel Castle. You have unlocked a new identity authentication and obtained ownership of this dungeon world. Identity is being determined. Due to the change in the dungeon owner, the dungeon nature is changing. Ding! The dungeon nature change has been completed. The world has been changed from an escape reasoning dungeon to an escape resource collection dungeon. And the dungeon danger level has decreased. Dungeon comprehensive rating, C. Dungeon monster type, bandit plus dark creature. Dungeon terrain, wilderness plus swamp valley plus castle. Dungeon can drop materials, food, skills, treasure chests, etc. Dungeon owner benefits. Materials dropped by players who die in the dungeon world. Dungeon management rewards, world gold coins plus management treasure chests. Note 1. After the player becomes the dungeon owner, the player's identity will be changed to the dungeon owner. This means that it is no longer possible to explore and kill monsters as a player, and to trigger dungeon tasks. Note 2. The dungeon can set new mainline tasks for the dungeon, place treasure chests, and have the power to freely expel players who enter the dungeon. Note 3. The dungeon exit can be connected to the room you are in, and you can shuttle through the dungeon through the room door and patrol your territory. Seeing this, even Lin Qing couldn't help but be shocked. This dungeon can still be inherited? She carefully read the notes on the projection, her heart pounding. It was unbelievable that she actually had a copy. According to the explanation of the system, it actually came with benefits. She was almost dizzy from this series of good news, and even her head was a little dizzy. However, after calming down, Lin Qing was obviously still overwhelmed by this sudden joy. She still clearly noticed a fact. Although she had the key to the treasure room of the castle, she got this identity because she was recognized by this demon. Thinking of this, Lin Qing looked at the demon in front of her, who seemed to know everything. His eyes did not fall on the projection of her bracelet, and he did not seem to hear the information of the survival system. But this firm expression seemed to know everything in advance. You chose me. What is your purpose? Lin Qing did not like to beat around the bush, so he chose to ask directly. Although you may not hear the truth, it is still good to test the waters. Quincy seemed to have been prepared for Lin Qing's questions. He said kindly, "Of course, I want to follow you and serve you. As a demon in the castle, I should also choose a better master for myself." Lin Qing was quite pleased to hear the word excellent. However, since the demon didn't want to say it, she didn't ask any more questions. It's free labor, no matter what its purpose is, as long as it is useful. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up a little, as if she saw a fruitful scene in the future. The terrain here is fields, water sources and grasslands. It is a very fruitful place no matter how you look at it. It is very good for growing vegetables and crops. This is much larger than the planting area in her small room. There are also local NPCs, which are her subordinate subjects. Whether it is farming or doing anything else, they are very useful. Thinking of this, Lin Qing was already impatient. However, she still did not forget the important matter at hand, which was how to settle these missing girls lying in the secret room. Since they are all her subordinate subjects, these girls are the future flower buds, and they must be treated properly. She thought about it and waved to Quincy. Take your men and take the girls trapped in the secret room out and find a comfortable place to put them down. Their families will come later. Also, be gentle and don't hurt them again. Okay, Master. Quincy agreed straightforwardly. After a while, Lin Qing saw that Quincy was commanding a group of gray fogs, and there were countless pairs of eyes flickering in the gray fogs. They were like black clouds, carrying the girls in the secret room on their backs, and then floating up the spiral staircase. Among them, Lin Qing also saw Anna, who had woken up. The little girl with freckles seemed to be frightened, wanting to cry but not daring to. After seeing Lin Qing, tears flowed out, and she looked at her for help. Lin Qing almost forgot about him. She held her hand and hurriedly comforted her. Little Anna is fine. These guys have been surrendered by me, and they won't hurt you now. At this time, Quincy stood up. Master, you can give these to me. His kind face seemed very confusing, and he didn't know what he said to Anna in his ear. Anna seemed to be moved to tears and kept saying thank you to him. Lin Qing. But I have to praise that this guy is quite capable. Quincy was still conscientious and did not forget the reason why he came to find Lin Qing this time. He reminded Lin Qing, Master, what should we do with that player intruder? Chapter 213 Treasure Room. After hearing Quincy's reminder, Lin Qing remembered Su Qian. Speaking of which, The two of them didn't have much conflict, so she didn't intend to make things difficult for her. That's why she said, expel her, so that you don't get annoyed by her. Okay, master. Quincy nodded. At this time, Su Qian, who was exploring the castle relatively smoothly, suddenly felt something was wrong. The creatures that were ready to move in the darkness began to attack her again. They were just huddled in the corner and didn't move. Although she was a little puzzled, she didn't think of Lin Qing, but just thought that some conditions in the castle had been triggered. However, this time, just as she was about to use her weapon to fight back, she suddenly received a message from the survival system. For some reason, this dungeon exploration is over. After a 5-second countdown, the player will be bounced back to the original room. Countdown 5, 4, 1. Oh no. Wait. How come it's over? At this time, Su Qian struggled hard, but the wound in her lower abdomen was still aching. She had to cover the wound that was still tearing, and gritted her teeth and said, TMD? What a weird situation. I haven't replenished the items I consumed in this dungeon. The next second, after a flash of white light, she had returned to her room. Seeing the familiar room scene, she was furious. This time, she lost both her wife and her soldiers, and the loss was huge. At this time, Lin Qing also returned to the top of the secret passage and met Lu Yin, who hurried back. He ran out of breath and pointed to the road behind Lin Qing incoherently, as if he was frightened, and said intermittently, Big boss. Black air. Girl. Was raped by the housekeeper. Lin Qing finally heard clearly what he was talking about, so he waved his hand and said proudly, It doesn't matter. Those are all my people. He also added, the housekeeper too. Hearing this, Lu Yan's eyes widened, and there was an incredible state of shock in his eyes. Ah! At this time, he seemed to have finally found his ability to organize his words. You are not kidding. Lin Qing smiled and said, No. Let's go. After those villagers come, we will go to the treasure room to see if there are any good things. Until seeing Lin Qing walking away, Lu Yan hurriedly followed him, his eyes full of admiration. And he flattered, Wow, big brother. How did you do it? They actually listened to you in a blink of an eye. Weren't they still helping the Earl to chop people just now? They were subdued by you in a blink of an eye. This is too cool. Walking all the way to the gate of the castle, Quincy chose to put those people on the soft carpet at the door. After a while, the old servant brought back a lot of villagers in a mighty manner. When those people saw so many long-missing girls appear here, their faces were full of shock and joy. At this time, the butler stood up and explained, because of the Earl's evil conspiracy, these girls were imprisoned. Today his conspiracy was crushed and these missing people were able to see the light of day again. This is all because of Miss Laurendale's bravery. She brought the Earl to justice. Now Miss Laurendale will take over the castle and become the new owner here. Lin Qing was embarrassed to hear the housekeeper's words. However, these words did create a certain situation for her. Even though the rumor of the missing girl in the Earl's territory has been around for a long time, this place belongs to his private estate, and no one interferes. Now that the Earl's conspiracy has been exposed, the missing girl has seen the light of day again, and the villagers have all knelt down to kiss the new owner of this land. This fanatical conversion lasted for a long time, but the housekeeper has sent people to maintain order and wait for the villagers to take over their relatives. As for the explanation, they have spontaneously promoted it to the later people and respected the new owner of the castle. At this time, the old servant also took the opportunity to come over. His eyes were full of tears, and he took Lin Qing's hand and said, Woo 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 woo. My lady, I didn't expect that in this short night. You actually suffered so much and encountered so many dangers. Lin Qing almost forgot about him. She patted the old servant's hand and said kindly, Look, I survived. Didn't I? And I also exposed the Earl's conspiracy. I finally defeated him, and won the inheritance of this castle. This is the best result. The old servant nodded with emotion. Yes, you are worthy of being the pearl of the Laurendale family. It seems that the master is right. The key to revitalizing the family's future lies in you. Speaking of this, his eyes were bright, and it seemed that he had seen the prosperous scene of the family's growth in the future. Lin Qing said, Of course, I will continue to develop this territory. This is the new starting point of the Laurendale family. After a while, the old servant was also respectfully invited by the villagers to tell the story of the Laurendale family. This was of course the old servant's forte. So he vividly told the origin of the Lorendel family. Seeing that Lin Qing was free, Quincy stepped forward again. Don't you want to see the treasure room of the castle? Please follow me. Lu Yin was also not far from Lin Qing. At this time, he heard the butler's voice. Boss, I want to see it too. Before leaving, Quincy glanced at Lin Qing. Lin Qing nodded. It's okay to take him with you. Lu Yin helped her a lot in this mission. If it weren't for him, things might not have gone so smoothly. Under Quincy's leadership, the three of them turned around and walked up a more rugged staircase down. Lin Qing obviously hadn't seen this road before, and it was different from the secret passage in the mezzanine. Quincy held a lamp and led the two people down further and further. Lin Qing could even smell the earthy smell brought by the soil and the musty smell of long-term lack of ventilation. Soon, an exquisite iron door appeared in front of the three people. Quincy stopped and explained to Lin Qing, Master, this is it. Lin Qing nodded. Okay. She took out the exquisite key from the space backpack and inserted it into the brass lock. She turned it 3 times along with the force, and there was a snap from the lock, and the bolt was bounced open. After Lin Qing took off the lock, Quincy took the initiative to open the door for her. At this time, Lin Qing saw that there was a shadow of a gold object in the corner of the treasure room. Quincy was more familiar with this place than she was, and he used the flame from the oil lamp to light the candlesticks on both sides of the door. Only then did Lin Qing see half of the ground clearly. On the ground here, there were countless gold and silver objects piled up, as well as currency with various patterns. Chapter 2:14 Currency. At this time, Lin Qing kicked a wine glass inlaid with gems at her feet, and it rolled twice, making a crisp sound. She bent over to pick it up, and saw the exquisite patterns carved on the wine glass, as well as the clear blue gems like water. It was so beautiful that it looked like a work of art placed in a museum. And there are more than one gold objects like this gold wine glass, as well as gold coins, jewelry and gems in this treasure room. But they are randomly placed in the corners and piled up into small hills. Even Lu Yin couldn't help being shocked when he saw the scene. Fuck. Boss. You are making a fortune. Although his family is relatively wealthy, he obviously has never seen such a rough and bold scene. Just the value of these items in front of him. If you take them out and sell them casually, it is inestimable. Although seeing this, Lu Yin is still very self-aware. These things are all Lin Qing's. However, the boss has eaten meat, and as a little brother under the boss, he should be able to get a taste of soup. He couldn't help but feel proud. Being able to follow such a big guy proved that he had good vision. At this time, Quincy had already lit up the candles on the wall of the treasure room one by one. A golden hill in the treasure room shone brightly in the candlelight, almost blinding the eyes of the two humans. Quincy introduced, This is the property currently owned by the owner of the castle, and it belongs to you now. However, his words appeared directly in her mind, as if he was talking to her alone. Since your allies are present, I think it is better to use private communication. Lin Qing was a little shocked, and calmed down a little. She threw the golden wine glass back to the pile of small hills, picked up a few gold coins with strange patterns, squinted her eyes, and asked Quincy, Is this all mine to use at will? Quincy nodded. Yes, my master. This strange gold coin is obviously not a world gold coin, but a native currency of the copy world, although they are all gold coins. Obviously because of the different properties of the currency, the purchasing power is also different. Lin Qing handed these gold coins to him. Is this currency only usable in this world? Or can it be consumed in other worlds like world gold coins? Presumably, this demon would not be unaware of the existence of world gold coins. Hearing this, Quincy smiled slightly. Of course, the greatest value of this currency is in this world. If you want to use it as world gold coins, there will be a certain exchange rate. The exchange rate of currency will be calculated according to the rating of the copy, so the exchange between currencies will also be different. As he said, he also pointed one of the gold coins to Lin Qing. For example, this gold coin comes from other places, and the purity of the gold content is very high, so it will be more valuable. After listening to his explanation, Lin Qing felt a little relieved. As expected, the metal currency of this copy world will have a certain depreciation, even as the owner of the copy world. It is not as glamorous as imagined. At this time, Quincy said again, of course, you could also mint world gold coins yourself. However, There is a certain threshold for minting gold coins, and the world above needs to issue the right to mint coins. If you can get the signature of the right to mint coins and get it granted, you can also forge them yourself. Hearing this, Lin Qing was alert and had a series of questions. What is the threshold? Is it the room level or something else? How to obtain the right to mint coins? I didn't expect that the world gold coins could be made by yourself. But this thing called the right to mint coins is probably quite difficult to obtain. Otherwise, the Earl of this dungeon world would not guard this gold mountain, and would not exchange it for world gold coins. Quincy shook his head. I haven't come into contact with this yet. I only heard other people of the same kind mention it. As for the right to mint coins, it is an extremely difficult power to obtain, and there is no way to know it. Hearing this answer, Lin Qing was a little disappointed. But think about it. If the right to mint coins can be easily obtained, the world gold coins may not be so indispensable. What's more, this kind of currency must be specially controlled by the game. Once everyone can mint it, the currency will be worthless. Thinking this clearly, Lin Qing felt a little relieved. After all, she is only in the 7th level room now, and has only experienced a few worlds. Maybe the answer can be obtained in the later dungeons, so pay close attention to it. At this time, Quincy glanced at Lu Yin and said to Lin Qing, although your friend is very good now, there are conflicts of interest between players. I have seen many players who turned against each other or drew swords against each other because of a certain item. So I advise you to keep your distance even if you are a good friend. He smiled slightly. After all, I am a demon who is very good at understanding people's hearts. After hearing this warning, Lin Qing understood this truth. Even between good partners, there may be conflicts of interest. Quincy was right about this. She nodded. Okay. Thank you. I'll pay attention. At this time, Quincy noticed Lu Yin coming and smiled and nodded at him. It may be inconvenient to carry you on the next trip, so please leave for a while. Although Lu Yin still felt a little itchy in his heart, he understood that there were some things that Lin Qing might not be able to tell him. Okay. You guys chat. I'll go upstairs to take a look. After saying that, he had already walked out and took the initiative to close the door of the underground treasure room. At this time, Quincy continued to say to Lin Qing, next, you should be very interested in the place. Basically, all the treasure chests in the castle are here. As he said that, he took the initiative to walk to a corner of this basement and knocked lightly on a stone 3 times. Lin Qing then noticed that there was a secret door here. As the stone door of the slab opened with a rumble, a passage appeared in front of her. First, Quincy walked in with a lamp, and Lin Qing thought about it and followed closely. At this time, he lit the light of the stone chamber. As soon as Lin Qing stepped in, he was surprised to see that there were many different types of treasure chests piled here. It was estimated that there should be 20 to 30 of them, in addition to wooden treasure chests, bronze treasure chests, and black stone treasure chests, as well as some room upgrade materials. The most conspicuous thing here was a silver white metal box. Lin Qing had never seen this box before, and it was obviously a new type of treasure chest. Lin Qing was shocked. What is this? Quincy smiled slightly and explained, this is a silver treasure chest belonging to the new owner of the castle. Do you want me to help you open it? Of course. I can also withdraw and help you guard the door of the stone chamber. Chapter 215 World News. Lin Qing understood what Quincy meant. Although opening boxes is exciting, there are obviously dangers in it. Although she has a reminder system in hand, it is also a dangerous job. Moreover, Quincy seems to be showing his loyalty to her, and Lin Qing is also happy to give him this opportunity. She simply said, then you come and help me open it. Open the silver box first. Okay, master. Just as Quincy walked over, suddenly, Lin Qing's eyelids jumped, and she had a vague foreboding. And then she heard the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the player for getting rich overnight, and successfully obtaining a precious treasure chest, silver treasure chest. After the merger, the player got rich overnight, and was the first player to obtain a silver treasure chest. And the world notification will be opened. World channel announcement. Player ID, get rich overnight, won the world's first silver treasure chest reward in the copy of Vampire Manor. Congratulations to the player for getting rich overnight, and achieving the world's first trigger achievement. First trigger silver treasure chest reward, 40 world gold coins. The prize has been distributed to the backpack. Please check it carefully. Hearing the voice of the world channel announcement, Lin Qing was shocked again. Although she has successfully trained a thick skin, this dog system still shocked her. It is still a capitalist style to find something for her to do and attract hatred value. She knew it would not be so easy. Obviously, as soon as this news came out, it set off an uproar in the World Channel. And a piece of news exploded in an instant. Fuck. Silver treasure chest. Never heard of it. Is this a new type of treasure chest? It actually reached the first report. Who is this big guy? I'm so envious. Silver treasure chest? I remember that before the merger, the highest level box that players could get was basically the copper treasure chest. Could it be that this is a box higher than the copper treasure chest? I didn't expect that she would become rich overnight. She was the number one in our area before. I feel that after the merger, the big guys will not fall. Hee hee. Became rich overnight? Now she is ranked 10. The previous glory is nothing. Now that she has become the number one after the merger. That is strength. The number one now is Quang Bing. If you have the ability, compete with Quang Bing. Upstairs, we are discussing the silver treasure chest. Why are you bringing up the ranking? Are you jealous or do you hate the overnight wealth? As for so much, I'll prove it. This person named Blue Thunder used to be in the same regional channel as Rich Overnight. The two of them had a small feud before. However, this person has no real strength. He is good at talking nonsense and confusing right and wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the top 100 now. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. Now it makes sense. How can you start to criticize people for no reason? This is simply inexplicable. Like a mad dog. At Rich Overnight. Boss, can you reveal a little information? How to get the silver treasure chest? I haven't even seen a shadow of it. Yes. At Rich Overnight. Boss, can you tell me what is in the silver treasure chest? I'm really curious. At this time, Su Qian, who was chatting in the channel, saw this news and was obviously shocked. Becoming rich overnight and actually getting a silver treasure chest. I didn't expect that after she was ejected from the dungeon world for a while. This person took advantage of her and found such a valuable chest in the castle, and was notified by the game system. She felt more and more regretful, and felt jealous and resentful. If it weren't for the little star's self-willed decision, which led to a series of events later, then she might have been the player who got the silver treasure chest. At this time, a message happened to come. Su Qian, didn't I remember you told me that the dungeon you went to was the vampire manor? How come with your strength? Someone robbed your treasure chest? What is the origin of that overnight rich man? Seeing these questions, Su Qian's heart became more and more irritated. So what? I just made a slight mistake and someone took advantage of it. It's just a silver treasure chest. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The person replied to her, Humph. As expected, the overnight rich man is still ranked below you. If she really completed the task by herself, it would be the most surprising to discover the silver treasure chest. I understand. I will remember this grudge for you and avenge you if I have the chance. Seeing this, Su Qian's face was happy. Okay, Brother Zhao Lei. Then I'll leave it to you. Okay, leave it to me. I'm a little busy here. Let's talk when I have time. After saying that, the man had already hurriedly logged off. Su Qian looked at the chat message and snorted coldly. Although she knew in her heart that if she hadn't gotten rich overnight, she might have been stuck in that dungeon even with the mirror monster. But she couldn't swallow this anger. She was obviously ranked the highest in this dungeon. But she was suppressed by the people below her. That was super unpleasant. Now that someone is helping her, she is of course very happy. Just then, she noticed that an abrupt message was inserted into the chat that was originally discussing the silver treasure chest and getting rich overnight. Oh my god. I finally escaped from that damn dungeon. I can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm kind enough to remind you that when you encounter an infinite stair world, it's best not to stop for a moment and run to the upper stairs. Only physically strong players can survive in this world. Others can only wish for good luck. What stair world? Can the above poster explain it more clearly? Damn. I just came back from that world. It almost cost me my life. It's really hard to collapse. I advise everyone to pay more attention to speed training and improvement. Otherwise it's really hard to survive. Me too. I felt that if I didn't make it, I thought I was going to die there. If I didn't run forward with my eyes covered, I would really kneel down. I vomited from climbing stairs. I never want to climb stairs again. Suddenly, so many players came in to discuss, and the word infinite stairs was used for a while. and even the news of silver treasure chests was temporarily brushed away. At this moment, a message from Lin Ning popped up on Lin Qing's bracelet. "Aw sister, I'm back. I finally left that damn infinite staircase. Wow, I'm so touched. I can eat delicious barbecue when I come back. I feel alive instantly." Lin Qing was shocked. When she clicked in, she also glanced at the world channel and found that many people were brushing this word. She looked nervous. What's going on? Lin Ning ate barbecue to replenish energy and told Lin Qing about the miserable experience with tears in her eyes. "I don't know what happened. When I opened the door, there was a long, inclined spiral staircase, and then I heard a sound coming from behind. Guess what? There was a dense group of players behind, followed by a group of monsters. At the back, you can see a very large boulder, which is as high as a building with more than 10 floors. And then it rolls forward. I can't do anything. I can only run forward as hard as I can." Chapter 216 Speculation. Hearing Lin Ning's explanation, Lin Qing's expression gradually became serious. According to her description, this is a large-scale dungeon with at least 100 people. The starting point of the door is the beginning of the competition, and you cannot refuse to participate and must go out. In addition to the giant rolling stones that are pushed up, there are also dungeon monsters. Players must keep running upwards to keep moving forward to avoid being torn apart by the monsters chasing behind or being crushed by the boulders. But even so, there will be traps and other monsters on the stairs. If the player is not careful, he may fall into the trap and die in various tragic endings. By the way, sister, do you have speed props? If you really enter this dungeon, it will save a lot of effort if you have such props. But because of the dungeon type, speed props will also be limited. And finally it will become physical parkour. Lin Ning remembered something and added. And then a chill came again. This dungeon comparable to physical torture is like a terrifying escape nightmare that has become a reality. But most people just have a nightmare. But players have to go all out and struggle to escape from the stair traps and monsters. Also, the main quest of this dungeon is very simple, which is to survive for a certain period of time. My quest time is 36 hours. And the players I met also have 12, 24, and 48 hours, which are probably these fixed times. On certain floors of the stairs, treasure chests or stair props will also appear randomly, which can shorten the time on the infinite stairs, or temporarily return to the room to rest, and will not be chased by monsters outside. Lin Ning said it all in one breath, reminding Lin Qing of the precautions. Lin Qing also wrote down the key information. At least when she encounters this kind of copy later, she can avoid some pitfalls. When Lin Ning asked about the copy Lin Qing was in, Lin Qing also briefly told her about the experience. However, because the nature of this copy has changed, Lin Qing has become the owner of the copy, except for the sniper bandit, which can be used to refresh skills. The main line of the copy has completely changed in other places, especially after the death of the Count. Then Lin Qing's experience is basically useless to her, and can only be used as a reference. As for the copy owner, Lin Qing originally wanted to remind Lin Ning to pay attention to whether he will appear in the later world. At this time, the survival system issued a reminder. Ding! The chat partner has not unlocked the copy owner clues. In principle, it needs to be kept confidential before exploring the relevant copy. As expected, when Lin Qing talked about this matter, the messages sent to Lin Ning became a mouthful of mouth, and there was no way to send them out. At this time, Lin Qing also had an idea in his heart. Since there is a mandatory gag, it seems that this kind of information belongs to the game's secrets. Even if she wanted to avoid the keywords and remind Lin Ning, she might not succeed. Lin Qing thought about it, and temporarily stopped thinking about it. It seemed that it was also accidental that she could successfully become the owner of this vampire copy. Even for a player like her, it was difficult. Then for other players, it was very rare to encounter such a copy that could be inherited. Successfully complete the task, and obtain the copy's recognition, given that each item was indispensable. She gave Lin Ning some daily necessities, and told her to come to her in time to discuss if she had any problems. Lin Ning agreed, and Lin Qing was relieved. After finishing the chat with Lin Ning, Lin Qing looked at the silver treasure chest in front of her and thought about it. Every time she was notified by the game system, it was basically the first time to trigger the relevant props or tasks. So at least it proves that other players in the dungeon have not obtained the silver treasure chest. In fact, There is basically no benefit in notifying this matter. After all, the first bird to be shot will be shot. As the first player to open the box, he will inevitably be remembered by others. If you don't show strong strength, it is easy to be robbed after being discovered by other players. This is the disadvantage of being the first player to trigger the notification. Although Lin Qing has always tended to hide her strength to protect herself, she will not shirk her responsibilities when faced with rewards. Whether it is the deep space world or this infinite staircase world, it is obvious that the danger of the dungeon has increased a lot compared to before the merger. At least the people in the world channel at the moment have survived several dungeons and have certain life-saving props. However, it still feels exhausting now. And even there are large-scale casualties, which is enough to prove the danger of the dungeon. Obtaining enough world gold coins and props is the key to being able to deal with future dungeons. At this time, Lin Qing suddenly had a question. Will the dungeon world she had experienced before also have dungeon masters? At least, according to Lin Qing's current experience, dungeons controlled by players do not seem to have appeared. She quickly reviewed the dungeons she had experienced so far in her mind according to the system's explanation just now. The first deserted island beach can be regarded as a collection and exploration dungeon. When Lin Qing was in the novice period, he stayed there for 2 days and could conduct exploration and collection activities. The monsters he encountered were also normal creatures such as wild bosses, so it was impossible to judge whether there was a dungeon owner. The second zombie world was a material storage and survival dungeon. Zombie A013 had been taken in by her, and it seemed that there was no dungeon owner for the time being. The third one was the Mountain Village Ghost Knight, which was a mutant survival dungeon because of Lin Mo's existence. In that Mountain Village world, Lin Mo, as the boss who broke into that world, controlled a lot of treasures in it, and could be said to be the owner of the dungeon. In the fourth Toy House world, the mainline tasks that Lin Qing brushed were rescue and survival tasks, and he did not encounter the so-called dungeon boss, so it was impossible to judge. As for the fifth world, it was the parasitic dormitory. The mutant mother disguised as Teacher Yi knows the existence of players, and according to her description, she can also control the treasure chest of the dungeon world at will. If the owner of the dungeon has no racial requirements, then this person can also be considered as half the owner of the dungeon. The sixth world is the Hell Maze for the combined competition, which is considered a survival and competition dungeon. Lin Qing clearly remembers that at the beginning of the dungeon, even the system's broadcast voice was different. It seemed that this was a survival dungeon specially prepared to eliminate players like them, and there was no dungeon owner. As for the seventh, which is the vampire manor that Lin Qing is currently facing, she defeated the dungeon boss and successfully inherited the dungeon, which was recognized by this demon. After quickly going through the information in her mind, Lin Qing did not notice any similarities or differences between the dungeon worlds. The reason for this may be that she has experienced too few dungeons and has not found the rules among them. It is also possible that becoming a dungeon owner is really just a random probability. Chapter 217 Silver Treasure Box. After thinking for a long time, Lin Qing's eyes swept over the man standing next to her. During this period, Quincy had been waiting, and did not urge Lin Qing anxiously. Obviously very patient. Although this demon showed her unparalleled sincerity, Lin Qing did not trust him much. After all, this is a demon. He seems to be very familiar with the dungeon world. Not only does he know some common sense that even players don't know, but he also kindly told her the location of the treasure room. He looks gentle and harmless, and has not shown any danger until now. But in Lin Qing's view, no one will be good to another person for no reason. And the same is true for guys like demons who are good at profit. Her eyes fell on the silver treasure box that had just been opened, and she saw what was inside. Lin Qing frowned slightly. The things here don't seem to be as abundant as those in the copper treasure box. At least in the copper treasure box that Lin Qing opened, there will be room upgrade materials, props and weapons, and the supplies are relatively abundant. Could it be that the high-level treasure chest has returned? Lin Qing leaned over and took out a few things from it. However, when she looked at the brief descriptions of these things, her eyes lit up. The first thing was a scroll-like collection plan, which explained in detail the collection rules of the dungeon world. The dungeon owner can collect materials from the dungeon, but because the dungeon level is limited, there will be a certain limit. When a dungeon has forests, mountains, and mining areas, the dungeon owner can mine them reasonably and smelt them into room upgrade materials, which can become his own private property. Of course, when players break into the dungeon world, such places will also be open to them, and players can also explore and mine. Under the restrictions of the rules, the dungeon owner can reasonably expel and interfere. But it may also affect the settlement of dungeon management rewards, because the dungeon management reward is a fixed reward settlement. It means that there will be a stable world gold coin income, as well as the accompanying management treasure chest. Although Lin Qing doesn't know what is in the management treasure chest now, it seems that the rewards for operating the dungeon should be considerable. In this case, it may not be cost-effective just for room upgrade materials. Lin Qing put away the scroll and then checked the second item. When she saw the name, she was even more shocked than the first mining plan. This is actually an invitation letter for the qualification of a prop master. It says, "Dear player, congratulations on receiving this invitation letter," which means that you will be eligible to compete for the identity of a prop master and touch the threshold of a prop master. However, to become a prop master, 3 copies of the document are required. That is, the player's prop invitation letter, the master's inheritance letter, and the survival game certification. The inheritance letters of different masters will mean that you can make props of different qualities and types. So please use your prop master qualification invitation letter with caution. P.S. The Prop Master Association left. These simple few lines of words caused a turbulent shock in Lin Qing's heart. Although the props she had obtained before also introduced the makers, she also suspected that the props in the treasure chest, although randomly dropped, might also be made by people. The invitation letter in front of her undoubtedly gave her a definite answer. She calmed down for a while, and then she realized that the copy world she had touched before was just a tip of the iceberg. Now it seems that she has only touched some truths. The copy owner, the coinage right, the copy world mining certificate, and the current prop master invitation letter. Whenever Lin Qing felt that she had learned this part of the information, and felt that she had touched some of the truth of the copy world, the emergence of new information would shock her eyes again. Although there are only 2 items in this silver treasure chest, whether it is the copy world mining certificate or the prop master invitation letter, especially the last one, it is enough to prove the preciousness of the silver treasure chest. No wonder it is a treasure chest that can only be obtained after inheriting the copy world. In this way, no wonder no player has ever obtained it before. However, after putting away these 2 items, Lin Qing felt a little worried. The news that she got the silver treasure chest has been spread by the game system. If someone gets the silver treasure chest again, wouldn't they know how valuable it is and know that the player is a copy? Then the game will undoubtedly put her in the crosshairs. If only the first place is still notified, and the players behind can hide, she will undoubtedly be in danger when the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. Thinking of this, Lin Qing was furious. This is obviously the system's malice against the players. However, at this moment, another notification message came from the World Channel. Compared to Lin Qing's World notification, this notification looks like a scrolling banner. Much simpler. And there is no reward. Daily treasure chest notification in the World Channel. Congratulations to player ID, Golden Liang, for obtaining a silver treasure chest. When seeing this, Lin Qing noticed that obtaining a treasure chest had obviously become a daily notification in the game. Could it be that if a silver treasure chest is obtained, it will be displayed on the public screen and scrolled once? If this is the case, Lin Qing is still a little comforted. At least she is not the only unlucky person who has been made public. Lin Qing opened the chat and saw that the World Channel had also turned to discuss this matter. What's going on? Someone else obtained a silver treasure chest? Why did the system notify it again? Could it be that obtaining a silver treasure chest has become a daily notification? These are all normal? I'm a little curious. The contents of the copper treasure chest alone are already very exciting. So what are the contents of this new treasure chest? It feels like it will be more precious. Who knows? These 2 people didn't speak, and they didn't want to explain. They must be making a fortune in silence. Could it be that I'm the only one who noticed it? This Golden Liang is the 3rd ranked boss. He got rich overnight. Now, the ranking has risen to 5th place. Currently, only the 2 top 10 players have obtained this treasure chest. It seems that it is difficult to obtain this treasure chest. It is hard to say now, because the number is too small. But the guardian boss next to the copper treasure chest alone is a headache. According to the system's response, this silver treasure chest is obviously more valuable, which seems to be in line with the actual situation. Who said it is not true? Some people survived in the dungeon world, while others easily obtained the treasure chest. It is really annoying that even the game divides people into different levels. Chapter 218 Twists and Turns. Lin Qing took a quick glance and paused on the interface for a while. It seems that this player also chose to conceal the information. But it is true that the qualification to obtain the silver treasure chest is a game secret, except for the speech prohibited by the game. Even those who want to spread this news have to weigh the importance of this news. It is a pity that I don't know in which copy this player obtained it. However, at this moment, a player named Cookie Must Practice More jumped out and angrily accused Golden Liang. Damn it. Everyone. Avoid this guy named Golden Sun. Don't be fooled by his name. He looks decent and has a high ranking. But he is actually a villain. We teamed up together to explore the underground base. But this guy was not loyal. He took advantage of the critical moment when we were fighting the boss and ran into the mission's secret room. I didn't expect that there was a silver box hidden in it. This guy must have known that there was something there. So he deliberately slipped away from us and took advantage of the chaos. Among the many discussions, there is no doubt that only this one has aroused the heat and aroused the interest of players in discussion. Yohu. Eat melons. What's going on? There was a big problem with the second silver treasure chest. I said that the treasure chest was not easy to get, and someone jumped out to testify. I don't know the whole story, so I won't comment. Let's see how things develop. Golden Liang is the boss of our district. I have teamed up with him before. He seems to be a good person. Did the above person misunderstand? Me too. Golden Liang saved me in the dungeon. Could it be a mistake? Can the OP explain what happened? He came up to avoid the thunder and accuse him. Could it be that the boss just wanted to launch a sneak attack on the boss and accidentally triggered the box? Haha. The people above are all Golden Sun's leg hair, or friends who speak for him. I saw it clearly. We were all fighting monsters desperately, trying to eliminate a wave of monsters and push to the last place. But this person took the opportunity to rush in. If he didn't know there was something inside, would he be willing to go? Yes. If this person hadn't taken advantage of the chaos to go in. After we finished fighting these Zerd monsters, there would be at least a share of the treasure chest inside. As for whether it was all embezzled by this person, I can also prove that this person seems to have some props, avoiding a lot of dangers, and leading us to find the treasure chest. Obviously he knew there was something inside. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten the silver box so quickly. I think you just feel that the uneven distribution of spoils leads to unfairness, and you're jealous of other people's rewards. In this case, only those who are capable can get it. Besides, as mentioned above, Golden Flame is willing to take you to avoid so many dangers, which is already quite righteous. Now you are so anxious to grope in the dark. Aren't you just like the idea of the OP? All rookies, saying that grapes are sour because they can't eat them. Practice more, so that others who are watching here won't be jealous. I also feel that it's not good to listen to one side of the story. Can't Golden Flame come out to clarify? What's the situation? Come out and explain it. Haha. This guy is just a coward. There are more than a dozen players in our underground base, and now no one is willing to stand up and speak for him. Doesn't this prove the truth? What's wrong with you saying that? Isn't Golden Lion alive and well? He has got the treasure chest. You won't get anything by jumping here. Players behind him are still flocking to such big players. I agree with the above. Following the big players can still increase the survival rate a lot. Although I don't know why Golden Lion did this. He obviously has his reasons. Besides, you have already said that there are still many players in the dungeon world now, which proves that the loss is not big. Doesn't this just prove that Golden Lion is right to lead the team? By the way, the above person is stupid. Don't you understand the above sarcasm? I can't help it. Since entering the underground base dungeon, everyone has followed Golden Lion. For so long, we have avoided many rooms with Zerd traps. That kind of place. If a player steps in, it is definitely a suicidal act. He should speak with some conscience. Haha. We have been exploring for such a long time. And we have explored such a long way for him. Even if he is a big boss. So what? Do we need to take sides to curry favor with him? Yes. Yes. Everyone is working hard to kill monsters, which also reduces his burden. Everyone has consumed so many weapons and ammunition. And now all the benefits have been taken by him. And he is silent. Not even a word. What's wrong with us complaining a little? To be fair, Although most people are attacking Golden Sun, it seems more like they want to use moral pressure to force others to share supplies with you. The supplies in the dungeon world are obtained by ability. Even if they are in a team, they have to be based on the amount of effort. Now it seems like Golden Sun is helping a group of ungrateful people. You are standing upstairs and talking without any pain. Right? It didn't happen to you. So you are not as angry as we are. When it comes to you, you might jump higher than anyone else. Alas, I am also worried about the situation of teaming up. If weak players team up with strong players, although some dangers can be avoided, it is obvious that the treasure chests and supplies will be occupied by the strong players. If he is a ruthless person, he might even plunder our supplies. Yes, it is really difficult for us weak players. There are risks if we team up. And there are also dangers if we don't team up. Besides, the gap between players is so big now that we don't even have much chance to breathe. Hee. The above two statements are asking for both. There is no such thing as having the best of both worlds. If you can be a teammate with a responsible and strong player, you can avoid a lot of dangers. 4. It's already pretty good for weak players. At least they won't risk their lives. Of course, there are special cases. If you are unlucky and meet an irresponsible teammate, it's bad luck. I agree with the above. Before, I didn't dare to explore, which caused me to be pulled away a lot. But since everyone has survived until now, even the weakest players will have the ability to survive. If you don't like being monopolized by powerful players, then don't form a team to explore by yourself. Aren't the resources you find your own? Everyone, stop arguing. Isn't the reason still the problem of this survival game? Everyone calm down now. As long as you survive, you will have the opportunity to get treasure chests in the next world. Get out of here. Peacemaker. Who wants to listen to you talking chicken soup here? At Golden Sun. Come out and share our supplies quickly. Otherwise, we will all break into the mission's secret room. Chapter 219 Golden Sun. Lin Qing was so fascinated by the news that she ate a lot of melons after just a quick glance, and even lost interest in opening the box. As the second companion to get the silver treasure chest, she was still very concerned about what was going on. Of course, she was just a lurker, eating melons without speaking. After all, before the parties involved come out to speak, it is easy to fall into a dead end if you listen to one side unilaterally. After all, people, whether intentionally or unintentionally, will magnify the shortcomings of others and shrink their advantages to the size of a needle hole. Especially in the case of this kind of interest dispute. Even brothers will sue and calculate because of demolition and housing allocation. Then in the dungeon, the temporary group of players is just a group of rabble. If someone with intention stirs up one or two words, most people's uncomfortable emotions may be completely magnified. In this case, it is even more impossible for them to let one person take all the supplies. It seems that this Golden Sun is difficult to deal with. Lin Qing thought. If this situation is not an isolated case, she should also consider whether to form a team later. After all, no one wants to be accused of such a crime. People can only say one thing, and it may be difficult for the parties involved to tell right from wrong. At this moment, Lin Qing saw the idea of Golden Sun pop up, and wanted to see how he would defend himself. Hello everyone. I am Golden Sun. After the merger, I ranked 3rd, which is more or less a bit powerful. This is not to say that I want to use my reputation to suppress others, but I just want to say that if I want to explore alone, there is no problem at all. The thing is, after entering this dungeon world, I was exploring, and then I met a group of other players. Some of them had been in the same dungeon with me before, so they knew me. I won't say who they were. The situation is that the dozen players were very willing to team up with me. After I explored, I felt that this dungeon was not easy, and it was not a big deal to lend a hand. I have a prop that can detect danger, and someone mentioned it above. When I finally explored the laboratory area of the base, a group of insects did appear there. According to the prop, if I didn't go in to deal with the boss inside, then the Zerg would continue to be created from it. This is why I chose the reason for risking one's life alone. Anyway, the situation is that I killed the boss inside, and this boss dropped a silver treasure chest that I didn't even expect. Because I was injured when I fought the boss, I was unconscious for a while, and when I woke up, I found that the private message had exploded. As for what is in the silver treasure chest, It will be temporarily unable to be shared due to the limitations of the game system. I guess the overnight wealth just now was also due to this consideration. This is the situation now. I am just clarifying it. As for the statements of the group of players above, it depends on each person's opinion. After saying this, Golden Lion did not reply to the players in the World Channel. The wind direction was deflected a lot because of this speech. Why don't you say anything? I quietly say that I feel that Golden Lion's statement is more credible. I think so too. When so many players attacked Golden Lion just now, it felt a little weird. It seems that there is still a discrepancy in the situation. Angry. The environment is ruined by people like this. What's the point of throwing dirty water like this? Can you do this just because you are jealous of the strength of the big guys? What am I jealous of? Didn't Golden Lion admit that he got the silver treasure chest? But he hasn't shared some supplies with others until now. He just doesn't want to. And wants to take it all for himself. TSK. I can see from the words of the rookie that the jealousy is about to materialize. Even now, he still can't hide his jealous madness. The situation is very obvious. This time I stand with Golden Lion. Combined with what Big Lion said, it seems that this group of players really benefited from others. The big guy was kind enough to help lead the team. But he was thrown a basin of dirty water. If it were me, I would feel uncomfortable, let alone share supplies with others. Indeed, if there was no Golden Lion, no one else would have survived to that place. Even if they survived, facing the endless stream of bugs, ordinary people's physical strength and ammunition alone might not be able to last until the end of the dungeon. The world is really going downhill. And people's hearts are complicated. Yes. Someone in the dungeon just said that the big guy Lion helped others avoid a lot of dangers. But the message was deleted. There were also players in the small area channel where the big guy was before, saying that the big guy was very kind-hearted. But he was beaten into leg hair. I think I understand that everyone in the dungeon is an ungrateful person. And they all speak to the rookie player who needs to practice more, for fear that they will not get a share of the treasure inside. I support the big guy to eat alone, and not to share with these dongle wolves. By the way, there was also a player boss in the small area where I was before who liked to analyze the situation for novices, named Qingfeng Zhan. But he was also falsely accused of smearing others, and many people doubted him, which made him discouraged, and he rarely spoke in the channel. There must be many such cases. Don't forget that language is also powerful. Such people directly ruin the image of others. Not only does it make people feel uncomfortable, but ordinary people who can't bear the pressure and have a sense of morality may be forced to share supplies under verbal criticism. I can only say that everyone should speak carefully in the future. It's not easy to survive in a dungeon. With the pressure of survival, everyone is very angry. But I still want to say that everyone should be more rational. We can learn from the boss and listen to his opinions. Experience is much worse than this kind of jealousy. I think it's still a problem with the survival game. Is it possible to complete this broken game? These dungeons are one after another. If you refuse to go out, you will fall behind. Going out always feels like wasting the player's life. No wonder so many people are so angry. I'll also go off topic. Players getting silver treasure chests has become a daily report. That means that as long as someone in the dungeon gets it, others will know about it. This kind of quarrel will definitely be common in the future. I also think that according to the conspiracy theory, this game system is deliberately fanning the flames. It looks like it is helping players show off that they have obtained the box. But it is actually attracting hatred. Even if you are a high-level player. If you are targeted by other high-level players, you will be in trouble. Chapter 220 Opening the Treasure Chest. The Golden Sun incident seemed to have been solved, and Lin Qing did not continue to pay attention to it. At her instruction, Quincy helped her open other treasure chests. Lin Qing roughly estimated that there were 17 copper treasure chests, 33 black stone treasure chests, and other stacked wooden and bronze treasure chests. After all, it was the Earl's treasure room, and this old Deng's inventory was quite rich. It is estimated that he has been committed to the cause of harming people and has not managed it well. So the number of treasure chests is much less than Lin Qing expected. However, the room upgrade materials in the corner are still considerable. After all, I don't know how many players have experienced this copy and left behind precious legacies. Lin Qing licked the bag with tears. After these treasure chests were decomposed, together with other room upgrade materials stacked in the treasure room, Lin Qing got 572 copper. 1096 black crystals, 1446 bronze ingots, 2,389 wooden boards, 2,987 nails, and 3,721 stones. Her room upgrade resources are much richer. Among the settlement rewards of this dungeon, there is a free room upgrade opportunity. So these materials are temporarily considered as reserve materials for Lin Qing. Of course, what interests her most are the props in these treasure chests. After being sorted by Quincy, Lin Qing started with the high-level props and took inventory. Hey, there is actually an S-level prop. Lin Qing's eyes were a little surprised. After all, she has never opened an S-level prop from a treasure chest. Even the copper treasure chest can only open A-level props at most. It seems that she is lucky. Lin Qing took the green ring and checked the information of this prop. Name, Qingming Jade Ring. Level, S-level. Number of times it can be used, 3 times. Function, wearing this jade ring can protect the player's own aura, and will not be disturbed or controlled by external forces. Each dungeon world will consume 1 use opportunity. Note, Qingming Jade Ring. As a hotly sought-after item among survival players, is a rare treasure that can only be encountered by chance. Of course, as the creator of the Jade Ring, I would like to kindly remind the players that it is best to consume the use opportunity of the Jade Ring in the next world. Lin Qing's eyes lit up. The function of this item is quite interesting. After experiencing these dungeon worlds, Lin Qing felt that no matter how strange the world was, it would not shock her. Then this seemingly fantasy prop will also be used in a certain world. Aura, or luck, is also a part of metaphysics. At least Lin Qing feels that her luck is not bad now. She can successfully hold on here, and she feels that there is also metaphysics. Otherwise, it would be like some unlucky players who encountered a big crisis and died as soon as they opened the door. There was no place to cry. However, this note was still a little strange. Although she was a little confused, she was still prepared to follow the note. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. After putting this prop away, she then checked several A-level props. There were several duplicates, 2 of which were the protective vest and puppet strings that Lin Qing had owned before. 5 protective vests for puppet strings, 7 invisibility talismans, and 10 thunderstorm talismans. Name, Invisibility Talisman. Level, A-level. Number of times it can be used, once. Effect, only a little blood from the user's fingertips is needed to hide the player's breath and make the player disappear in the environment. Even high-level players or bosses cannot detect it. Note, this item is completely invisible, which is completely different from optical invisibility. It is a very good sneak attack artifact. Of course, the use of this item is limited and can only be used in the Xiaoxian type copy world. Name, Thunderstorm Talisman. Level, A-level. Number of times it can be used, once. Effect, 3,000 thunders. Exorcise demons and slay evil. This item is refined by the Supreme Immortal and is infused with pure Gongqi. With the power of thunder and lightning, it will be able to produce an unparalleled suppression effect, especially for some evil demons and ghosts. It will have a strong oppressive force. Note, of course, based on the item type restriction, this item can only be used in the Xiaoxian copy type. These 2 items are copy-restricted items and need to be used in the Xiaoxian copy type. To be honest, Lin Qing is still looking forward to this kind of Xianxia copy. After all, who didn't have a dream of flying with a sword when they were young? Although she now has a low-altitude gliding speed flying prop, it is still a little different from the real flying situation. If she enters the Xianxia dungeon, there will be all kinds of flying opportunities, and maybe she can even fulfill her dream of cultivating immortals. However, the dungeon world is not a wishing pool. If she survives in the Xianxia world, Lin Qing can't imagine what the scene will be like. Moreover, with a previous experience, Lin Qing even has a little more vigilance about the appearance of these 2 props. She doesn't think that she can be relaxed even in the Xianxia dungeon. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Lin Qing stopped his association and continued to read the functions of the remaining A-level props in one go. Name, Curse Rebound. Level, A-level. Number of times it can be used, 3 times. Function, with this prop, you can detect the curse, find out the cursor, and transfer the curse to the cursor. Note, this prop is easy to use and is especially suitable for identifying people's hearts. After all, no one knows whether a loved one will choose to leave the curse to you. Name, Broken Hand of God. Level, A level. Number of times it can be used, 3 times. Function, with this prop, you can repair a damaged prop of the same level or below. Note, this prop is extremely scarce and is a rare and unique item. However, because it is an incomplete prop, it did not achieve the satisfactory effect of the maker. If you want to try the complete prop, please contact World Merchant 785. This prop dealer will provide a good communication bridge between you and the prop master. Name, Wise Man's Glasses. Level, A level. Number of uses, 3 times. Function, wearing glasses will have unexpected effects. This is a prop that can use the eyes of the wise to see through the truth. After all, no one knows how ugly the other skin under the human skin is. Note, please be careful not to use it on high-level bosses. Seeing through the truth may risk losing your sanity. After all, sometimes, the more rational you are, the crazier you are. Among these 3 props, only the first and third ones are explained in relatively detailed details. Curse Rebound? Just looking at the name, it is relatively simple to use. As long as someone uses a curse on her, the curse can automatically rebound to other people under the effect of this prop. Relatively speaking, the wise man's glasses are relatively vague. According to the explanation, Lin Qing understood it as a prop that can see through disguise. If someone wears a prop similar to an actor's mask, the user should be able to see through their true identity under the effect of this prop. Chapter 221 Props. Lin Qing still relatively likes this prop. As for the Broken God's Hand, it seems to be quite useful. It can actually repair some props. This is only an A-level and imperfect prop, although it can only repair props of the same level or below. The effect is already amazing. It deserves to be called the God's Hand. Lin Qing also waved the 3 props and put them into the space backpack. She paid special attention to the name of the world merchant and planned to contact him when she was free to see how to get the complete props. However, according to the scarcity value and level of the props, this should not be something she can afford at present. As for the last A-level prop, Lin Qing suspected that this prop was dropped by the little star. This item is called Medusa's Temptation. It is a snake-shaped bracelet with exquisite patterns carved on it. A silver snake dotted with purple diamond gems is hovering around it. The snake pupils are also carved from 2 larger gems, which looks extremely beautiful. In Lu Yan's mouth, Lin Qing remembered that he mentioned that the little star used this item to bewitch a player to help him escape the pursuit of the robbers. And finally the player died to protect her. However, in the vampire copy, this item did not work, thinking that it was ineffective on the count. It is estimated that this item was also received as a dropped item in the treasure room. Lin Qing continued to check the usage information of this item. Name, Medusa's Temptation. Level, A level. Number of times it can be used, undetermined. Effect, to use this item, you need to consume a drop of the user's blood and sacrifice it to the Great Medusa. The master will grant the user the magic power of bewitching, and turn the world around for you. Anyone who hurts you will be used by you. Note, he. Welcome to join our big family and promote the master's props. When seeing this explanation, Lin Qing frowned and felt a little uncomfortable. When hearing the effect, Lin Qing thought it was a hard-controlled prop similar to the strings of a puppet. But looking at the introduction, it seems to be a bewitching power. And looking at the words in the introduction above, blood needs to be sacrificed to the god named Medusa in order to use this powerful power. But according to what Lin Qing had learned from the Special Security Bureau before, in the game, the power of blood is often related to the soul, and the two can basically be regarded as the existence of mutual fusion. Once you sacrifice your blood to a certain god, it may be equivalent to handing over your soul. In this case, although the use of this item does not seem to have any harmful effects, once the degree of blood sacrifice reaches a certain value, it may become a slave of this god. In this dungeon world, Lin Qing does not think that the success obtained by relying on this easy power is so good. After all, this kind of god is not a good thing. But any serious one should not choose to collect the soul of the sacrificer. And the words used in this introduction can't help but remind her of the Fanhua organization she met before, and the recruitment advertisement of the evil organization broadcast on TV. This kind of brainwashing sales promotion method is often used by some inferior pyramid schemes. Lin Qing speculated that the little star should not have no intention to use this prop. After all, as long as she has used the power of this prop, she will definitely not give up easily. Even if she faces this vampire count, she is not without the ability to fight. She may have been counter-accused by the count without knowing it. and then she was killed. However, this is just Lin Qing's speculation. In this case, no one knows what the truth is. Maybe Quincy next to him knows a little bit of the inside story. But Lin Qing is not very interested. Although she got this prop, Lin Qing also planned not to use it unless she had to. After all, no one knows what the cost of using this prop is. Relatively speaking, she still prefers disposable functional props. Although this prop has a limited number of uses, and has considerable requirements for the user, the side effects are much smaller, or even non-existent. Lin Qing doesn't want to survive, but the shell inside has been replaced without knowing it. This is also quite scary. Putting the item back into the corner of the space backpack, Lin Qing continued to check the B-level items below. This time, she was surprised to find that there were toy cores and a bunch of zombie crystal cores. And judging from the quality of these items should be quite good. I don't know if it was refreshed from the treasure chest, or if other players accidentally dropped the items here after death. So Lin Qing picked up a bargain. She is currently worrying about the upgrade of A013 and Little Bear. Although the levels of the Little Bear and A013 are sufficient for now, but Lin Qing still has a lot of urgency. After all, only by being stronger can you have a chance to survive. Although Lin Qing posted a post in the trading space to collect zombie crystal cores and toy cores, there were not many players who came to her because of the small area before. Now that there are so many upgrade props, it should be enough for this zombie and the bear to upgrade a few levels, and they can help her better. As for the next prop, it is 5 bodybuilding techniques that can add points. Name: bodybuilding technique. Level: B level. Number of times it can be used: once. Function: practicing this bodybuilding technique can improve personal physique. For players, it can improve personal strength, reaction ability, and related speed. Note: this item has a stacking limit, and each player can only use it up to 5 times. Lin Qing also has a bodybuilding technique in his hand. If he can practice it to completion, he can get an additional 20 points. Unexpectedly, this complete book of body refining can be combined and used 5 times, which is a full 100 points, which is quite good. Even if there is an extra book, she can give it to others, which is still a profit. Lin Qing also took a rough look at the remaining B-level props. In addition to the healing props, there is another interesting one that caught her attention. This prop is called a paper cutting knife, which is a bronze pair of scissors that looks like it has been used for many years. Lin Qing checked the usage of this prop and immediately brightened up. Name: paper cutting knife. Level: B. Number of uses: 3 times. Function: the user can cut paper into people and drive them to explore or sense danger. Note: the use of this prop is limited in the world and cannot be used in some non-spiritual worlds. Chapter 222 Conjecture. Lin Qing took the bronze scissors in her hand, which was quite heavy. This item called paper cutting knife can actually cut paper figures and then explore the way. Although it is only a B-level item, it plays a significant role. For survival players, exploring in the dungeon world is full of dangers, and they may lose their lives if they are not careful. With paper figures that can be driven, they can explore the way ahead and avoid the dangers. Lin Qing has a prompt system, but can only get partial information. Although she has A013 as a helper, she knows in her heart that once she faces a more advanced dungeon world, she is not 100% sure. Now with the paper cutting knife in hand, she can have a little more sense of security. It's a pity that this item can only be used 3 times, and I don't know how long the paper figure can last. It would be better if it lasted longer. And it can only be used in the world where spirits can communicate, which seems to be quite restrictive. But that's true. If it can be used in all worlds, the function of this thing will be amazing. Lin Qing sighed and put the item into the space backpack. Just when she was about to continue reading, she suddenly realized a fact. Most of the items she has obtained so far have a limited number of uses. Only a few items, such as the wind breath silver ring and the chameleon scales, which are dropped by animals, have no use restrictions. This means that even if the player obtains the item, he cannot be at peace for a moment. After all, the number of uses of this thing is limited, and it will be gone after it is used up. Lin Qing had used many props in her hand, such as the Rubik's Cube that she could use to escape, which now only had the right to use twice. Once used twice, if she could not find new similar props, it would be dangerous if she entered some more dangerous dungeon worlds again. It seems that I still have to work harder in the future and opened more treasure chests to stock up some props. Lin Qing sighed in his heart. His eyes fell on Quincy's face. The demon still had no reaction. And it seemed that he was accustomed to Lin Qing's skillful behavior of collecting props. But who could know what this demon was really thinking? By the way, butler, do you know the prop master? Lin Qing asked casually, testing his tone. As expected. After hearing this word, Quincy smiled knowingly and nodded slightly, saying, of course, prop masters are a very famous profession and are highly respected in every world. But most prop masters are elusive and will not easily reveal their identities. Even if they appear, they are generally unknown. Even master-level prop masters, except for some with eccentric personalities, are unwilling to reveal their identities. After all, no matter which world you are in, having a suitable prop is the key to the survival of the survivors. If it is discovered by some people with bad intentions, it may be dangerous. After hearing his words, Lin Qing nodded and murmured, as expected, some of the props in the treasure chests she has encountered so far will introduce the identity of the maker. But not many. The few that will list the contact information of the middleman. That is, the world merchant. The props opened from the treasure chest generally have a limited number of uses. If you want them again, you can only buy them from a specific prop master through a specific merchant. Then, the props placed in these treasure chests can barely be regarded as trial products for advertising. Especially some consumable props, or damaged props, can only be repurchased with a stable supply. Thinking of this, Lin Qing's eyes were full of tears. A sense of being a beast of burden surged in my heart. What kind of miserable world is this? In order to survive, players must explore the world to find treasure chests to obtain resources and props. With props, they will also be consumed. So you can only keep earning world gold coins to buy props to resist the dangers of the copy world. And the price of this prop is not cheap. The dead are dead. And the living have become hamsters on a perpetual motion machine. They can only run forward continuously to avoid being followed by the footsteps of death. But the good news is that Lin Qing has obtained her own copy world and learned about the news of the coinage right. Finally, there is hope for a fixed source of funds. And she also received an invitation letter from a prop master. So she has the hope of becoming a prop master and making her own props. So she shouldn't have to spend money. Thinking of this, Lin Qing became a little uncertain. After all, the game official is still quite a bitch. And this kind of behavior that is considered to be taking advantage can actually be allowed by it. But think about it. Since Quincy just said that prop masters are very rare, even if they appear in the crowd, they will be extremely low-key. No wonder they are used to this. If there are a few prop masters, it will become a perpetual motion machine for making money. And there will be a constant supply of props. If someone catches her and puts her in a dark room, the ending is unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lin Qing decided to protect her invitation well. After all, if you are not afraid of thieves, you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. If other people know about it, it will be like a child carrying gold in a busy city. She may not be afraid of one player, but she will not be afraid of a group of players. The emergence of this information point also made Lin Qing realize that perhaps this is one of the reasons why those dungeon bosses would recruit powerful human players. A powerful player can bring a steady stream of resources to the dependents by exploring the world. If you can become a prop master, then the future is even more immeasurable. At this moment, this mysterious room survival game finally revealed its secret corner to Lin Qing. But it also brought more questions to Lin Qing. What confuses her most is whether there will really be a player who completes the final clearance. What is the result of the clearance? Everything seems to be unknown. With many doubts, Lin Qing forced herself to cheer up again, packed up the remaining props, and picked out the ones that were useful to her. She was holding a silver-white umbrella in her hand. It looked like it was made of some hard metal, just like some mechanical props in the martial arts movies that Lin Qing had seen. However, when Lin Qing checked its function, she was surprised to find that it was actually a defensive prop. Name, Silver Umbrella. Level, B level. Number of uses, 3 times. Function, turn the umbrella handle to open the umbrella's defense mode. The umbrella will unfold a defense barrier to protect the player from danger. Note, this prop was developed by a scientist. The original laser defense barrier has added aura storage and array carving after the world transformation, which can form an aura barrier. Chapter 223 Planning. Looking at the introduction, Lin Qing felt that this item had a subtle sense of disharmony. After all, lasers and spiritual energy are linked together. Could it be that the technological world and the world of cultivation are also integrated? She scratched her head. Is this possible? It sounds a bit outrageous. But think about it. It's a survival game. So it's possible. After all, this is also a defensive item that Lin Qing currently has. No matter how it is described. It's fine as long as it works for her. Lin Qing still put it away. I hope there will be more and more items with this function. As long as players have this kind of item. Most of them should only eat it, and not spit it out. It is impossible to sell this life-saving item. She continued to check several repetitive items. Name, baited fish hook. Number of times it can be used, once. Note, the bait may be eaten. Please pay attention to the reasonable use of the item. When the prey attracted is too strong, you may hurt yourself or even be dragged into the water by the fish. Name, peach blossom talisman. Number of times it can be used, once. Function, using the peach blossom talisman. You can attract the peach blossom destined person. In the empty world, perhaps you feel lonely. The existence of the peach blossom talisman will connect you to the matching magnetic field and match the existence of your other half. Note, the side effects are not yet known, and the producer is not responsible for this. Name, fierce keyboardist. Number of times it can be used, once. Function, using this prop will improve your logical thinking ability in a short period of time. Clarify your thinking. Help players to clearly debate with debaters, and increase the probability of winning the debate. Note, this item may bring you a certain amount of bad reputation in a short period of time, or it may bring you a certain amount of good reputation. Everything has two sides, or sometimes being neutral is not a bad thing. Looking at these 3 repetitive items, there are 4 baited fish hooks, 5 peach blossom charms, and 3 fierce keyboard players. Except for the first one, which Lin Qing felt was somewhat useful. The other 2 gave her a weird feeling. Especially the second peach blossom charm, which was simply a rubbish item made casually, as if it was just for coping. And it was also very willful that there was no note to explain the side effects. It's a survival game. Is there anyone who is still obsessed with finding a partner? Lin Qing doubts the mental state of the prop maker, and feels that he has fallen into a state of insanity. At present, she can't imagine the application scenario of this prop. So she temporarily puts it in the corner of the space backpack, and plans to wait for a while to see if she can sell it to the world merchant, or hang it in the personal mall in the space, and sell it as a selling item. As for the baited fishhook, Lin Qing felt that it could be used in many scenarios, and was a relatively useful prop. As for the fierce keyboard player, when Lin Qing was in the maze copy, he encountered a monster with a human face and a worm body that was looking for someone to debate. This was also a prop that could be used with the mouth. Lin Qing still paid attention to it, and then put it away. Among the remaining props, there were 2 actor masks that Lin Qing already had, and a stand-in doll that he had bought from the peddler. The first prop could still play a lot of roles at critical moments, and Lin Qing was quite satisfied. As for the stand-in doll, although Lin Qing had bought one from the peddler, he would not complain about the small amount. Although she had opened a similar item before, this item can block a curse attack, which is half the rebound effect of the A-level item. So she can leave it to Lin Ning. As for the C-level items below, the effects of several of them have overlapped with those owned by Lin Qing. Some of them don't seem to have much function. So Lin Qing temporarily put them away and waited to see how to use them. After finishing all the items in this treasure room, Lin Qing finally felt relieved. However, she also gained a lot. So many items to supplement the income, as well as abundant room upgrade resources, and a lot of upgrade materials for Xiaoxiong and A013. Her harvest this time is still quite big. As for the gold and silver utensils outside, Lin Qing also took some and put them in the space backpack. After all, these are her property, and these exquisite gadgets are also good to use as decorations. After emerging from the treasure room, Lin Qing plans to carefully observe the world she just took in again, and through communication with the housekeeper, operate her own mining area, so that she can reasonably harvest room upgrade materials. There are natives here, and these NPCs are very good workers. Of course, Lin Qing can also provide these natives with appropriate wages through breeding, or exchange with other planting materials, etc. Although she is now a capitalist, she must manage her resources well. After all, Exhausting the pond to catch fish is not a long-term development method. Lin Qing even thought of asking the housekeeper to send someone to quietly open an exchange site. If there are enough chips left here, the natives can also trade related materials with the players. However, these things are also plans, and they still need to be reasonably planned, and the details need to be agreed upon. Specific matters still need to be handed over to this demon steward. Although Lin Qing still has some distrust of him now, there is no one in this dungeon world who is more familiar with this area than him for the time being. And the main task here, as well as the opening of related mining resources, Lin Qing also needs to discuss it with this new partner. After Lin Qing talked about these things, Quincy smiled and nodded, showing a gesture of approval. Well, not bad. It's a good idea. However, this can also be reasonably planned. If too many players enter here, it may also hurt the number of indigenous people. Then it will also have a great impact on our mining business. Lin Qing listened to his advice and nodded carefully. Indeed, it was a good choice for her to cooperate with this steward. That's right. The indigenous people are non-renewable resources in a short period of time. You can also pay attention to the bandits attacking there. We'd better establish effective defense measures against these monsters. Or we can organize some indigenous people to establish a defense organization. As for the valley swamp, the difficulty of exploration should remain the same. And you will arrange the resources of the castle. After discussing with Quincy, Lin Qing did realize that this was also a learned demon. And it seemed that he accepted her advice easily. Chapter 224 Help. After all, this was the first dungeon world he had obtained. So Lin Qing still discussed the design very carefully. In particular, Lin Qing also comforted Anna and other NPCs. However, soon as the system task was completed, the player's door also appeared in the castle. Before returning to the room, Lin Qing found Lu Yan and gave him some upgrade materials and a few extra props, including a protective vest and a thunderstorm charm. Although this friend didn't look very strong, he was still very powerful at the critical moment. In detail, he also contributed to the completion of this task. So Lin Qing was quite happy about the things he gave away. Sometimes, people still have to know how to make a living. And she still understands this truth. Lu Yan happily accepted Lin Qing's gift. Thank you, big brother. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing gave 2 A-level props. As expected, following the big brother will have meat to eat. This old saying is true. Although Lin Qing does things quietly, once he makes a move, he is sure to win. Lin Qing is still very concerned about this little brother. She remembered something and reminded, whether it is the deep space world mentioned in the channel or the deep sea world, it is enough to prove that the danger level has increased many times after the merger of the worlds. Even the copy we are in, under the seemingly easy surface, actually hides a lot of dangers. Be careful in the next world. If you have any problems, you can come to me for consultation. However, there may not be a chance to be together in the next world. Even if you team up with others, it is not a perfect plan. It is best to improve your overall quality and ability. Lu Yan thanked her repeatedly after hearing her words. It seemed that this big guy really regarded him as a partner. And Lu Yan was full of energy in his heart. Don't worry. I will also work harder, and will never hold you back in the future. Lin Qing nodded. After finishing the conversation with him, he said a few words to the housekeeper, and then returned to his room. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Qing smelled a strong aroma of mushroom soup and steamed buns. Hearing the sound, the little bear, wearing a tall white chef hat and an apron, poked his head out of the kitchen with a soup spoon in his hand and said happily, "Master, you are back. I just finished the meal. Please eat it quickly." Smelling the aroma of food, Lin Qing realized that his stomach had been flattened because he was busy working. And at this time, his stomach also made a gurgling sound at the right time. Lin Qing was not embarrassed at all, and walked over with a smile. "Little bear is great. I'm just hungry." After a while, Lin Qing ate the fragrant fennel and egg-stuffed buns, and the rich and delicious cream cheese mushroom soup, as expected of Little Bear's chef. His cooking skills are much better than Lin Qing's own. As a pure foodie, Lin Qing could imagine that if there was no Little Bear, she might have been reduced to eating instant noodles every day. After sighing, Lin Qing did not forget to send Lin Ning a dinner. And there were extra upgrade materials. This time Lin Ning replied quickly, "Wow, sister, when did your cooking skills become so good? It's almost at the level of a chef." "Woo woo woo. I have never tasted such delicious mushroom soup. Lin Qing, my cooking skills have improved. Lin Ning, don't you believe it? Sister, don't I know your cooking skills? In addition to ordering takeout, it is still possible to cook some instant noodles. Lin Qing, okay. It's still a bit difficult to trick you. I found a chef. After she told the story about the little bear, Lin Ning was so envious that she almost cried. Sister, you will be my dining partner in the future. Don't forget to leave some leftovers for me. That's no problem. But as a meal ticket, please keep an eye on the seeds in the future. After Lin Qing had the manor, it was equivalent to having a stable source of food, and it would no longer be limited to the restrictions of the planting area. As long as there are seeds suitable for planting, they can be supplied stably. Of course, Lin Ning agreed. No problem. By the way, sister, I also prepared a gift for you. It's in the trading space. Remember to check it? I also have this prop in my hand. Don't worry. Hearing Lin Ning's words, Lin Qing was still a little curious, although she didn't feel that she was short of any props now. It was a gift from her sister after all. So she took a picture of it. After Lin Qing opened it, she was still a little surprised. This scepter made of red crystal turned out to be a magic prop. Name, Flame Scepter. Number of uses, 3 times. Function, the Flame Scepter is made of rich fire elements and can release a wide range of fire tornadoes to destroy enemies on a large scale. Note 1. Due to the violent nature of magic elements, please be careful not to be burned by the flames. Note 2. Using the fire scale stone can charge the magic scepter and increase the number of uses. Lin Qing has the fiery silver spear, which is considered a fire item. However, this was Lin Ning's intention after all. So Lin Qing accepted it and sent her another fire scale stone. I just happened to have a fire unicorn stone in my hand. Remember to take a picture of it. Lin Ning was very surprised. Oh my god. It's really a fire unicorn stone. Thank you. Sister, the fire unicorn stone is very precious. Even Lin Ning didn't expect Lin Qing to have such a thing in his hand, so she accepted it directly. After chatting with Lin Ning for a while, Lin Qing used it as a digestion, and then considered starting a side business for Little Bear, making delicious food or something. Now that she has time, she will do it. She first put 2 servings of mushroom soup on the shelf, and the price was temporarily marked as 1 gold coin to test the market reaction. After doing all this, she still didn't forget the reward for this task. In addition to a free room upgrade opportunity, there is also a random material gift package, which can draw room upgrades, prop upgrades, and pet upgrade materials. Lin Qing clicked on the gift package, and a turntable divided into 3 equal parts instantly appeared on the projection, with a black pointer and 4 words in the middle to start drawing. She clicked on it, and the turntable pointer immediately started to turn. Lin Qing was also a little excited, wondering what it would land on. As the speed slowed down, the pointer finally stopped at the block for item upgrade. Obviously, the result of this draw still satisfied Lin Qing. Congratulations to the player for getting rich overnight and getting a chance to upgrade a B-level item. You can freely choose to upgrade this item, temporarily store it, or use it immediately. Lin Qing now has a lot of B-level items, and she can't think of which one to upgrade, so she didn't choose to upgrade it, since it can be stored. Keep it for when you pass the dungeon. If you encounter danger, choose to upgrade the appropriate B-level item. Immediately afterwards, she just opened the room upgrade panel and prepared to upgrade. Chapter 225 World Update. It is detected that the player has a room upgrade opportunity. Do you want to upgrade now? Lin Qing nodded. Upgrade? After she made her choice, the whole room lit up with a soft white light again, and it seemed to be in the state of upgrading and transformation. She did not forget the upgrade materials of the little bear and A013, so she simply put the appropriate toy core and zombie crystal core into them. The bear and the zombie fell into a deep sleep, and the system also showed that they were being upgraded. Lin Qing settled them on the sofa. This time, she didn't know how long it would take to upgrade, so she chose to go to bed and rest first, not knowing when the next copy would refresh. It was also important to stay energetic. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Qing woke up from her sleep. It was still safer to sleep in her own room. She glanced at the time and slept for 6 hours. She instantly felt tired and energetic. The little bear has completed the upgrade and is starting a new day of cleaning. He said to Lin Qing, "Good morning, Master." The new bombs have been made. I can make 6 bombs a day. And the power is twice as strong as before. Good job, little guy. Lin Qing touched its head. After checking, she found that the power of these bombs had doubled. The amount that originally required 2 bombs could now be achieved with 1 bomb. After putting the bombs into the space backpack, Lin Qing noticed that A013 did not seem to wake up. Lin Qing checked his condition, and was relieved when he saw that he was in the upgraded state. This time, the upgrade and renovation of the room seemed to take a long time. The soft white light still did not dissipate, and it seemed that the renovation work was in progress. Hey, strange. Why did the room upgrade take so long this time? After Lin Qing said this, he suddenly realized that as the room upgrade progressed, the higher the level, the more room upgrade materials would be spent, and the upgrade time would be longer. The upgrade and renovation work this time is so large. It seems that the room will undergo a lot of changes. But I don't know what it will look like. She sighed, and then started to do today's daily exercise punch card. By the way, I glanced at the world channel. When there was no explosive event, the chat content here was varied, with people selling various things, calling teammates in the dungeon world, and chatting. Lin Qing glanced at it, and exited after not getting any useful information. At this time, she found that the mushroom soup originally placed in the trading space was taken down by someone, and there were many players who left messages below, and hoped that the price would be lower. Only then did Lin Qing see that the 2 bowls of mushroom soup were taken down by someone with 2 gold coins. She was a little surprised. 1 gold coin is the highest limit price of the system. She originally wanted to test the market first, but she didn't expect it to be so easy to sell. The person who bought it gave her the highest evaluation. This is the best mushroom soup I have ever tasted. Please keep making it. I am willing to be your loyal fan. Lin Qing, although she knew that Xiaoxiong soup was delicious, she didn't expect it to be so popular. But think about it. Bringing a group of people who live in the modern world and are used to eating all kinds of fast food takeout here. There must be many people who can't cook. It is still quite cost-effective for some foodies to be able to spend money to eat delicious food. Without saying anything, Lin Qing called the little bear over and explained to it what the players expected. After hearing this, the little bear was instantly full of energy. Please rest assured, Master, I will definitely provide everyone with delicious food. However, she thought about it and added that if you bring your own ingredients, you can reduce some of the fees. Just after finishing this matter, Lin Qing also heard the system prompt that followed. Ding. The world outside the host has been updated. Ding. After system detection, the world outside the door is now a world of cultivation. The difficulty is high, because the dungeon is a special type. The mortality rate is extremely high. It is recommended that the host explore with caution. The name of this dungeon is the Secret Immortal Sect, because the origin of the cultivation world has changed. These cultivators seem to have undergone some strange changes. Here, you will play the role of a normal entry disciple, trying to survive and explore the truth in the dangerous and treacherous sect. In addition, other players have appeared in the world where the host is located. It is recommended that the host be vigilant. This world type is different from the previous dungeon world. Please pay attention to protect yourself. And when necessary, please go back to the room to avoid danger. This time, the system prompt is obviously much smaller than the warning sound when facing the deep space world last time. However, the high-level danger here still attracted Lin Qing's attention, except for the deep space world in front. This is the first high-level dungeon she has encountered. Is it so difficult? But the prompt system didn't object to my going out to explore, so it seems that I should be able to go out. Lin Qing pondered in his heart. According to the system's prompt, the world outside the door this time was obviously a copy of Xiaoxian. Although Lin Qing had guessed that there would be a cultivation dungeon based on the props she had opened before. But compared to the imagined cultivation of immortality, this cultivation world seemed to be different from her expectations. In the mysterious fairyland, the dungeon has some distortion. The last time it was distorted, it appeared in the ghost night of the mountain village. It was an abnormal dungeon caused by Lin Mo. Could it be that this dungeon was also changed because of the invasion of some boss? Lin Qing guessed, and gradually frowned, realizing that the world outside the door might still not be easy to explore this time. However, she still had some cultivation props in her hand, and this dungeon was not restricted by props. Even if there was a threat to her, there should be a possibility of survival. This time the dungeon could return to the room. If it didn't work, she would choose to take refuge in the room. When thinking about this, Lin Qing felt a little confident in her heart and planned to go out to have a look. Although the danger was great, the gains might not be small. She couldn't stop eating because of choking, and hide in the room because of the danger. At this time, a voice came from the broadcast in the room. Ding! The dungeon world outside the player's door has been updated. You can start going out to explore. I wish you good luck. Hearing this voice, Lin Qing's heart tightened instantly. This dungeon is a new attempt, and even she is not very sure. At the same time, she also noticed that the window of the original room had turned into a layer of gray fog outside. It was like some kind of fog surrounded the mountains, and a layer of gauze gently covered the green mountains. The environment looks quite normal at the moment. I hope I am not worrying too much. Lin Qing picked up all the props related to the world of cultivation in the space backpack and memorized the rules. Then he did not forget to bring the Qingming Jade Ring and hold the evil repelling peach with sword hanging on the wall. Chapter 226 World 9 Mysterious Immortal Sect. When Lin Qing opened the door and was about to go out, she unexpectedly found that the door of the original room was much lower. She had to bend down to go out, but found that the place where she came out had become a low broken wooden cabinet. Hey, what's going on? This was not what surprised Lin Qing. But when she saw her arm, she suddenly found that her arm had become much thinner, like a dry wooden stick, and only the bones and blue veins wrapped under the skin could be clearly seen. She felt a little uneasy and took out a small mirror to look at it. Sure enough, the original cheeks were sunken. The hair seemed to have become a little messy, and there was dust on the face, which was much different from the original appearance. The height seemed to have shrunk, and only a pair of round eyes looked relatively energetic. If described, it was no different from a little beggar who fled from famine. Lin Qing. She doubted very much that even if her mother came, she might not recognize that this was her daughter. Well, it seems that this is a corresponding change made according to the copy character, so there shouldn't be a big problem. She put away the mirror and looked at the dilapidated thatched house. The room here is not big. It is empty and only has a bed and a wooden cabinet. Nothing else. The conditions of this Xinzong are too bad. Can a small broken room be considered a disciple dormitory? Lin Qing couldn't help but complain. She still remembered that her current identity was a disciple of the Xinzong. But looking at the current conditions, what is the difference from an ordinary small mountain village? Forget it. Let's go out and see what's going on outside. Lin Qing pushed open the creaking wooden door and instantly felt the deep chill brought by the morning mountain wind. It's quite cold. Even with her current physique, she couldn't resist the biting cold wind. Just as she wanted to put on more clothes, a tall and thin boy walked towards the hut. He was wearing a gray coarse linen shirt. His long hair was raised with a hairpin, and his eyes were dark. Although he was not very old, he showed a faint sense of decadence. After seeing Lin Qing, his eyes showed a bit of disgust. You, come with me. The master has something to teach you newcomers. He pointed at Lin Qing. Lin Qing raised his eyebrows. The NPCs here are quite arrogant. She pretended to scratch her head and asked, I don't know who you are? The boy looked like he couldn't stand it any longer. I am your senior brother Gu Lang, who manages the daily life of our Changsheng sect. I'll say it again. If you can't remember it again, don't even take the exam and get out of the sect. Okay. I understand. Lin Qing nodded quickly. I remember it. Senior brother Gu Lang. Seeing Lin Qing's sincere attitude, Gu Lang's expression eased a little, but he still looked dissatisfied. And then he turned and left, cursing. What kind of people did the master recruit this time? Not only are their qualifications much worse, but their brains are also not good. It's really unlucky. Lin Qing. She just wanted to praise the boy for being a normal person. But now it seems that he is not only a hot-tempered man, but also has a poisonous mouth. Unexpectedly, the plot started right after entering. Lin Qing could only temporarily give up the idea of exploration and follow behind him to observe the surrounding environment. This place is indeed on the hillside, surrounded by mountains and fog, like a fairyland. And beside the path on the hillside, there are small courtyards scattered around, which look dilapidated and gray, not like a place where normal people can live. Until he walked to an open space. Lin Qing saw a group of skinny children standing there, of different heights. The only thing that was relatively consistent was that they had a dry body. They looked completely malnourished. I don't know if there are other players in this group. Lin Qing simply mixed in with them and waited for the group to act. At this time, the eldest senior brother started to lecture again. You poor creatures. If the master hadn't kindly brought you back, you would definitely starve to death outside. Now that you have been tested to have wisdom, you should practice well. Don't play tricks all day and disappoint the master's expectations of you. When he talked about playing tricks, he deliberately glared at Lin Qing and seemed to be taking special care of her. Lin Qing lowered her head and pretended to touch her nose to ease the embarrassment. The eldest senior brother snorted coldly and said loudly, after saying so much, "Do you understand?" "I understand." Eldest senior brother, the children said weakly. This made Gu Lang look much more satisfied. Following master to enter the gate of immortals is an opportunity. Our master is the reincarnation of the golden immortal, who came down to earth to experience tribulations, just waiting for people to achieve enlightenment. You kids, it's only because of master's kindness that you have the opportunity to meet immortals, which is a great blessing. He said a lot of words again, and it seemed that he scared a lot of people. The children were all stunned, and only a few of them had their eyes rolling around, looking like they were thinking about something. Okay, I've said what I need to say. You will meet the master later, and behave well. The master will distribute elixirs and dredge the meridians according to your qualifications. Behave well. Don't annoy the master, or you will suffer. One more question. Do you understand? Gu Lang's eyes swept coldly, and all the children hurriedly responded, I understand. I understand. Senior brother. Looking at this group of people who were weak even when speaking, Gu Lang snorted coldly, let's go. In front of the master later. You must behave well. Don't lose my face. As he said, he led the group of people to a more regular courtyard cave, until they stopped in front of the cave. Gu Lang walked in alone to report, leaving them waiting there. After waiting for half an hour, seeing that the senior brother had not come out, a group of half-grown children began to feel a little unsteady, with panic on their faces, and began to whisper with their companions next to them. In front of Lin Qing's left, a pair of skinny men and women were also talking and talking, especially the boy. He lowered his voice. His eyes revealed excitement. Zhao Ying, we made a profit. It's just like I guessed. We entered a copy of Xiuxian. In this case, it must be that any elixir we take can make a huge leap in our physical fitness. It's much better than those exhausting additions. Ah? Really? The girl on the other side showed a hint of worry. I don't know why. I always feel that this place is weird. Since we are all in a survival game. Is this world also abnormal? The boy sneered. What do you know? Let me test you. Do you know what conditions are required to enter the Xiuxian sect? The girl named Zhao Ying shook her head. Chapter 227 Master. The boy said proudly, I have read more immortal cultivation novels than you. You should put your mind at ease, and just wait for cultivation. Let me tell you. According to the process, we are newly recruited disciples, just waiting for the master to teach us the initial qi-inducing cultivation. Even if we don't stay in this dungeon world for a long time, even if we learn a little bit, it will be very useful for ordinary people like us. The girl nodded, not quite understanding. Okay, then I'll listen to you. But? Zhao Ying wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the boy. But what but? This is obviously the master's territory. Be careful of these cultivators, who are sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and listen to everything you say. It depends on the situation. I don't know what the world is like outside. Maybe this is the content of survival. After the boy's scare, the girl panicked for a while, and didn't continue. After listening to 2 sentences, Lin Qing had already judged that the 2 people were acquaintances, and were also players. However, this boy's view on the Xiuxian dungeon is still explained according to the usual impression. This stereotype is a fatal weakness for survival players. Lin Qing did not interrupt for the time being and decided to wait and see. After all, this is the player's own choice. Even if she knows that the situation in this dungeon is different, she can't go up and tell others that there is a big problem here. Some people are stubborn and don't listen to anyone. If you simply remind them, you may get into trouble and be considered as meddling in other people's business. At this time, when Lin Qing was about to listen to the opinions of other children, her sleeve was pulled. Lin Qing lowered her head and saw a child who was much shorter than her sniffing. Xiaoqi, why don't you look unhappy? We are all going to have a full meal. What's there to be unhappy about? Lin Qing instantly realized that this was a kid who knew the original body. She thought about it, and planned to get some information from him. So she made up a random excuse. "Who are you? I hit my head, and I can't remember clearly." Hearing this, the kid instantly became anxious, puffing his beard and glaring. "I'm Ergu. How come you even forgot me? Don't you remember? If it weren't for me, you would have been sold to a beggar by your mother. How could you have entered the immortal gate?" Lin Qing glanced at this equally skinny kid, who was only as tall as her waist. It seemed that the source of this was from him. This kid was so ignorant that he didn't even doubt that a shabby house was called the immortal gate. Seeing Lin Qing's eyes, Ergu was completely anxious. "What's your attitude? Don't look at the poor conditions here. At least you can shelter from the wind and rain and have enough food. There won't be floods this year and locust plagues next year. And there won't be a single person in the surrounding area. Otherwise, you still want to follow and flee the famine. And you won't know where you will die by then." Lin Qing listened to his words and realized that this copy world didn't look peaceful. No wonder the children here are so skinny and malnourished. It turns out that this is the case. In the natural disaster, collecting a few children is nothing. After all, you don't know if you will die, let alone being led to the so-called cultivation of immortals. At this time, the eldest brother finally came out. He looked much more energetic, and even his face was no longer as cold as ice, with a layer of gentle color. "Let's go. The master allows you to go into worship. Be careful. Go in and kowtow to the master 3 times. And then listen to the lecture." This time, without waiting for Gu Lang to explain, the group of children responded excitedly. Although it was important for them to have enough food, it was also very exciting to see the immortal who led them into the sect again. It was said that immortals could turn stones into gold, and they could turn a jar full of rice into gold by waving their hands. They could also fly over eaves and walls and control magical powers. Who would not want to be such a free and easy immortal? Since the eldest brother had allowed it, a group of half-grown children immediately rushed into the cave, fearing that they would fall behind. Only Lin Qing walked slowly behind the crowd. After all, it was better to be careful in such a strange place. At this time, she suddenly smelled a rotten smell, as if the jar of pickled cabbage that had been pickled in the cave for more than 10 years was overturned. And it instantly filled the cave, and the smell was overflowing. As for the others, except for the 2 people who looked like players who frowned, the other children were very happy and kowtowed to the man who was sitting cross-legged on the high cushion at the end of the cave. "Master! Master! Hello! Master! Hello! Master!" Lin Qing certainly would not be the exception. She entered the role, crying and shouting for master, and knelt down and kowtowed like everyone else. After a period of chaos, the master sitting in the shadows pretended to wave his whisk and called out, "Hello! Children! Get up! Get up!" At this time, Lin Qing also took the opportunity to see the true face of the man in the shadows. He looked wrinkled, and the skin on his forehead was so loose that it could pinch a fly to death. But his cloudy, upturned eyes revealed a sense of shrewdness, and he looked very wise. There were candles on both sides of the cave, but not many, and the shadowy appearance made the master look very noble. The master smiled and said, "Children, since you have been selected and qualified to practice, you are destined to be with the master. The master will definitely do his best to teach you the Tao. The purpose of calling you here today is that the first step is to draw the qi into the body. Only when the qi is flowing, the meridians are opened, and the spiritual energy is refined. This is the so-called cultivation. Now, I will give each of you a qi-drawing pill. When you swallow it, you will feel a faint warm current flowing from the dantian, which means that the qi is successfully drawn." As he said, he flicked the whisk, and the silk thread instantly became longer, hooking out a wooden gourd placed in the corner and putting it into the arms of the nearest child. "Child, you come to distribute the pills to the brothers and sisters." The child he chose was flattered and nodded repeatedly, then twisted the gourd mouth, poured out the dark brown pills inside, and distributed them one by one in the children's palms. The children were stunned by the master's magical power. They held the pills in their hands excitedly, but were reluctant to swallow them. "Master, is there only one pill? Can I take it back to my mother? If she eats it, will she get better?" One of the children raised his hand and asked. The master smiled and replied, "My dear disciples, each person only has one pill. In addition, cultivation requires talent. Giving it to others would be a waste. Everyone eat it, and feel the spiritual energy entering your body. The master will teach you the next step of learning. Chapter 228 Trial. According to the system's prompt, this world seems to be no longer the world of immortal cultivation that Lin Qing knows. She observed the qi-inducing pill in her hand for a while. It was the size of a grape, and the whole body was smooth and flat, like chocolate beans used to coax children. If you smell it carefully, you can vaguely smell the strange fragrance in it, which seems unusual. To be on the safe side, Lin Qing did not eat the so-called qi-inducing pill. When she pretended to put it in her mouth, she put it into the backpack space and then pretended to eat it. The other half-grown children also swallowed the pills excitedly, and Lin Qing's little action was not noticed. As for the two people who looked like players, except for the girl who hesitated a little, the boy swallowed it without hesitation. Seeing the boy swallow it, the girl seemed to have made up her mind and put it in her mouth. At this time, seeing that the pills were all swallowed, the so-called master swept the Buddhist dust, rolled back the wooden gourd from the child who distributed the pills, and held it in his arms. Then he said happily, "Children, can you feel the warm current rising from your lower abdomen? If you can feel it, it means that your dantian has been opened. I will teach you a set of mental methods. When you circulate the qi around you, you will naturally find the wonders in it." As he said this, the old Taoist waved his hand again, and golden light floated in the air. Then the golden light flashed and fell on the children's heads. Lin Qing didn't pay attention for a while, and was hit by this golden light. However, this light didn't seem to have any harm, and she didn't find anything wrong for the time being. "Okay. This set of mental methods has been hit into your sea of consciousness by me. When your senior brother teaches you the practice method, this set of matching mental method will be implemented accordingly. Now, the master will continue to retreat and open the furnace to refine the elixir. You can leave on your own." Lin Qing still dispersed with the team. Before leaving, he secretly glanced at the so-called master. He was still sitting cross-legged on the futon with his eyes closed, with a kind face, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. However, the rotten smell hovering in the cave seemed to have not dissipated, and seemed to be getting stronger. Lin Qing did not stay any longer, and quickly walked out of the cave. At this time, she noticed that there were two more Taoist priests around the senior brother this time. One was fat and round, and looked happy. The other person was wearing a simple Taoist robe, with his hair casually tied up, and a medicine box on his back, looking very cool and casual. After the group of half-grown little rascals came out of the cave, they did not dare to rush forward, but stayed not far away, carefully watching the conversation of the eldest brother. Lin Qing also stood not far away and listened to their conversation. "My fellow Taoist, you have seen that our master has just finished giving a lecture to this group of new disciples, and he should have started to retreat now. If I go in and report now, the master will definitely scold me." This is the eldest brother explaining. The fat Taoist priest also smiled and said, "It seems that we really missed it. Otherwise, we can go down the mountain again and bring more people. After all, it is a big deal for monsters to hurt people, and this cannot be delayed." The Taoist carrying the medicine box said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "That's really unfortunate. It seems that I came at the wrong time. However, there is only one immortal sect, Changshengmen, within 100 miles. If I follow my pace, I am afraid that after one round trip, all the people in Qingshui town will be eaten by water ghosts." The eldest brother crossed his arms, turned his head and said reluctantly, "Now I have a lot of work to do. How can I catch water ghosts? Besides, I have to teach these little followers, so I have no time. Since the second brother promised you, the second brother will go, but I don't have the time." The second brother rubbed his hands, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. The cold Taoist priest carrying the medicine box said, "Let's do this. No matter how much the Changshengman pays, I will pay for this time. As for the work of this brother, it's just these little radish heads." He swept his eyes over these children of different heights and continued, "Since you have started practicing, you can't avoid dealing with these monsters. It's good to go down the mountain to see them." Hearing the mention of expenses, the eldest brother's face seemed to relax a little. The cold Taoist priest continued, "It is said that the great philanthropist Chen in the town is also inviting the Taoist priest to pay a donation for the removal of water ghosts. I can also refuse this money, and all of it will go to Changshengmen. What do you think?" The eldest brother's eyes lit up, but he was still a little wary. "Are you serious?" The cold Taoist priest nodded. Yes. I will also accumulate some blessings with Changshengman. That's no problem. Second brother. Go and tell your third sister that she doesn't need to prepare lunch and dinner today. We will go out to eat, and save a lot of money. The eldest brother did what he said, and impatiently called these half-grown children forward. Come on. I will take you down the mountain for trials in a while. And since you have the opportunity, you can also go and see the world. The child distributing the pills raised his hand. Big brother. Master said that we need to practice drawing chi into the body first. Shouldn't you teach us the technique first? There's no rush for the technique. It's just a few mantras. I'll read them to you on the way. Although you are new, there are not many who can draw chi into the body successfully. Those who are not qualified will be driven down the mountain. This kind of trial opportunity is rare. You may be able to draw chi successfully under stimulation. Don't blame me for not telling you about this good opportunity. Listening to the big brother's long argument, the half-grown children were all frightened. Even the questioning child did not make a sound. Like a kitten, he followed behind the big brother and the others, and didn't know where he was going. At this time, the boy player's eyes flashed with doubt. This is different from what I know. It's true that no one is dragged to the trial right after entering the door. This person is not going to trick us. Right? I think so too. He-Jian, did you feel a burning pain in your stomach after taking the pill? I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. The girl lowered her voice. But because she was next to Lin Qing, she heard it clearly. The boy said, What's the big deal? It's just that the pill needs to be absorbed and refined to take effect. The place you feel hot is the Dantian. The master has injected the mind method into our sea of consciousness to help us develop our spiritual roots. Don't be suspicious. It's not easy to have a world where you can practice. Is this easy? Zhao Ying, are you scared by the previous dungeon? After hearing the boy's words, the girl also shut up completely. But I don't know if it was because of the pill or something else. Her face turned red and looked very abnormal. Chapter 229 Fairy Insect. The group walked for a distance and stopped at an open ground. Not far away was a small wooden building in the mountains, which looked relatively neat. The eldest brother said, I'll go get the magic weapon first. You guys just wait here. I'm not responsible if you get lost. After that, he ran over. As for the second brother, the fat round face also smiled and bowed, saying, Excuse me, Brother Song. I'll go and complete the task assigned by the eldest brother first. The cold little Taoist priest carrying the medicine box also nodded. No problem. As soon as the two brothers left, the cold little Taoist priest seemed to be relieved, and looked at the two people who were also going to the wooden building with a serious face. These children also discussed in a low voice, looking at this stranger with an inquiring look. The young Taoist priest turned around and said with a smile, My fellow disciples, are you hungry or thirsty? I have some steamed buns and water here. You can eat some first to fill your stomach. If you are a player, there should be no shortage. Please stand up. I want to tell you something in private. Most of these children only heard the first part. The first part. As for the latter part, naturally only real players can understand it. So, after the young Taoist priest took out food and water, these children swarmed up and drank up the bread and bucket of water he took out. As for those who didn't eat anything, they were naturally real players. The boy named He-Jian and the girl named Zhao Ying also found Lin Qing, who was also a player. Lin Qing just nodded to them slightly, and then walked towards the young Taoist priest, who looked like a player. What do you want to tell us? The young Taoist priest looked a little anxious, glanced at them and said, To make a long story short, this world seems a little abnormal. The task I received is to explore the truth of Changshengman. Along the way, I heard that this sect seems a little strange. What? What's strange? He-Jian stood up and cursed. What do you know? We just took the chi-inducing pill, and were planning to practice. Now you suddenly barged in without saying hello. Isn't this disrupting our plan? I think you are jealous that we can take the pill for free. The player with the identity of the Taoist priest was stunned for a moment, and then responded with what he meant. Do you think I have nothing to do to harm you? Humph. How can it not be? Isn't this just a very ordinary sect of cultivating immortals? What's strange? He-Jian looked extremely dissatisfied. Lin Qing has been immune to the existence of such people. However, the girl named Zhao Ying looked very hesitant, a little unsure, and her eyes wandered between the two. Lin Qing put the unused pill into the space, and could check its profile. As soon as she opened the profile, she was shocked by the name of this thing. It said, "Name, strange chi-inducing pill. Number of times it can be used, once. Note, ominous." Lin Qing was just a little cautious, but she didn't expect to encounter this situation. Players can see the screen projected by the bracelet, and the three players next to her naturally saw what was written on it. Zhao Ying's face changed immediately after seeing it, and he ran to a nearby place and retched, trying to vomit out the contents of his stomach. As for He Jian, his face was also dull. He muttered, "What's going on? Why is it like this?" "Soon," he reacted. His face was livid, and he questioned Lin Qing. "You knew there was something wrong with this pill? Why didn't you tell us?" Lin Qing frowned slightly. In this unknown world, no one with a brain would eat the things given by the dungeon NPC casually. Right? Who knows if you are a player? And you really ate it? Of course. She would never reveal what she found in advance. If he is really a normal player, it would be fine for Lin Qing to remind him. Just now, the girl had already reminded him that the world here is strange. But the male player didn't listen. Not to mention this player teammate, who is not related to him at all. It is even more impossible for him to listen. Seeing the tension between the two, the male player dressed as a Taoist priest immediately came to the rescue and said, "Don't argue. No one would have thought of such a thing. On the way here, I found that there was something wrong with the NPCs in this world. When I helped them with their medical treatment, all kinds of weird situations occurred frequently. Although I don't know what this fairy insect is, based on my years of medical experience. Even if this thing is eaten into the stomach, it should be able to be taken out by surgery. Wait for me to see my expression, and then I will act accordingly." At this time, the eldest brother also walked out of the small wooden building, followed by the second brother. The young Taoist priest immediately signaled everyone to keep silent, and He Jian looked very angry. Soon, the two walked in front of the group of junior brothers and sisters. The eldest brother saw Zhao Ying running to the side and retching, and frowned. "What's going on? I just left for a while, and I caused trouble?" Tao Song hurried to cover up. "I just took a look. It should be that this little sister is not used to the food and water. She was probably a little nervous when she met the master just now. It's no wonder that she reacted like this. I'll give the sister 2 more injections, and she will be fine in a while." "Humph. You are all worthless. It's good enough to have something to eat, but you are not used to the food and water." The eldest brother complained a few words and ordered the second brother to work. "Second brother, open the magic weapon. Let's hurry to Qishui town and finish the task quickly." "Okay, eldest brother." The second brother held a green gourd in his hand, which looked much larger than an ordinary gourd. Soon, under his chanting and spell casting, the green gourd gradually grew larger and turned into a flying device that could carry people. Seeing a big gourd suddenly grow against the wind, getting bigger and longer, the group of children cheered in shock. "Hurry up. Line up and climb up one by one. Otherwise don't blame me for being in a bad mood and teaching you a lesson." The eldest brother continued to scold. The children crawled obediently, but in front of these players, they all looked heavy. At this time, Lin Qing also unexpectedly discovered that her Qingming jade pendant had been used up once. During this period, she had been wearing this item on her body. This means that someone had tampered with her luck at some point. What happened? Lin Qing suddenly recalled the golden light that the so-called master had shot down. Could it be that the thing was tampering? However, this sect is indeed problematic. Since she could get away from here, Lin Qing was temporarily relieved. Chapter 230 Qinshui Town. After this incident, Lin Qing's eyelids kept twitching, and her back felt cold. After all, this kind of mysterious thing, where luck was stolen without anyone noticing, actually happened right in front of her. If it weren't for the Qingming jade ring, she wouldn't have noticed it at all, and would have thought it was a very simple ritual. Whether it was the system's prompts, or this dilapidated and strange sect, or the so-called chi-inducing pill with insect eggs, or the old Taoist's way of stealing luck, all made Lin Qing have a premonition that this seemingly normal world was not normal. After all, this was her first time experiencing this type of survival world, so she was still a little more careful. And Lin Qing didn't trust the seemingly normal player, Taoist Song, in front of her, even though this player said that his mission was to take them away from Changshengmen. At the moment, he was talking about the monster-catching incident in Qinshui town with the 2 brothers from Changshengmen. The 3 of them looked relatively harmonious. talking and laughing in the narrow mouth of the fat gourd, looking a bit like an immortal. The disciples who were temporarily pulled up trembled and squeezed on the gourds, but at the back, wanting to look down with fear and curiosity. As for He Jian, after learning about the insect eggs, his face turned pale. Occasionally, when Lin Qing looked over, he would force himself to glare at her fiercely, looking extremely resentful. And Zhao Ying's lips were also pale, and she looked like she couldn't vomit anymore. There was still a silver needle on her forehead that the player named Song had given her. Lin Qing turned her eyes away, as if nothing had happened, and ignored this person. She would not be kidnapped by this kind of morality. And this person would also be blaming others. If it weren't for role-playing, she would definitely stay away from such people who were courting death and dragging teammates into the water. As for the girl, although Lin Qing wanted to help, the two of them were just familiar friends. Moreover, this person was not firm in her own views, and her views were easily manipulated by the boy. And she listened to other people's views. If she could not get out of this situation, even if she was lucky enough to pass the previous dungeon, it would be easy to fall into the trap when she encountered a difficult dungeon later. There would be no good end if you intervened in other people's cause and effect casually. If there was a choice, Lin Qing did not want to contact these two players. At this time, the boy named Erga came over again, chewing a wild grass stem that he had pulled from somewhere, and forced himself to sit on the edge of the gourd where Lin Qing was. The fierce wind lifted up his tattered clothes, revealing his bare belly and straw sandals, which flew up with the wind. He had to hold up the gourd with one hand and hold down his clothes with the other hand. Hey, Shuqi, why didn't you take the food that the Taoist priest gave you just now? I only took a bite of the big white steamed bun, but I have never eaten such a soft and sweet one. It would be great if I could eat white steamed buns every day in the future. Lin Qing raised his eyebrows, seeing this so-called Erga friend. This guy was quite bold compared to others. She thought for a moment and replied, I'm not hungry now. This Taoist priest seems to be easy to talk to. If I'm hungry, I'll go to him and ask for food. Erga's friend laughed at him. Haha. When did you become so bold? Who was scared away at night and hid in the closet? You insisted that there was a ghost in this blessed fairyland. If I hadn't grown up with you, I wouldn't know your temper. Grown up together? The two should be about the same age. But because of the age difference between men and women, Ergu is much shorter than the original body. So Lin Qing regards him as a child. Ergu, I fell asleep in the closet and I feel like this is a dream. Do you remember how we got here? Lin Qing decided to look for clues from this person. Ergu slapped his thigh and almost slipped off the gourd. He was in a panic and hurriedly supported himself. Finally, he managed to stabilize himself and said, Hee, why don't I remember? This war is so chaotic, and there are refugees everywhere. If it weren't for me, you would have been taken away by a beggar on the street. I just told your mother that your mother actually wanted to sell you to a beggar. Damn, what good can those people have? They all cut off people's arms and legs to make beggars. Or something. Fortunately, we ran away and met a master who accepted disciples. Our master is not ordinary. He is a magical person. He has to test the spiritual roots and test the spiritual stones when accepting disciples. We are the only two in the whole town who can do this. The people in the town are so envious. Money is useless. I can even cultivate immortality. Lin Qing just took the lead slightly, and this friend Ergu seemed to have opened a chatterbox, spitting and talking about the two people's life stories. Lin Qing could only sigh in despair at the eloquence of such a man. However, in his words, this Changsheng sect is indeed a well-known sect within 100 miles. There is also a temple of the ancestors on the mountain, which can bless the people nearby to live long and peacefully. And there are many incense offerings. There are even official seals and documents authorized by the court. It is a serious sect no matter how you look at it. However, the information Lin Qing learned about this sect is completely the opposite. In her opinion, a serious sect would not do such things as stealing people's luck and planting insects, because the two senior brothers of the Changsheng sect were not far away. Although there were also a few young disciples who were timidly discussing and talking, Lin Qing only understood a little bit and did not ask any more questions. After all, cultivators have excellent hearing, except that the master of Changshengmen has problems. I wonder if these two people know everything the master has done. If these two people are also accomplices. Even if they leave Changshengmen now, they are not completely safe. Lin Qing only hopes that this idea is his accidental guess. Otherwise, with the cultivation of these two people, it is really a big trouble. At this time, the words of Taoist Master Song came. The town below is Qingshui Town, and that is the home of Mr. Chen Dashan. It should not be too late to rush over now. I know. The eldest brother responded impatiently, and he seemed not satisfied with the result of the discussion. Then he drove the treasure gourd and flew down to the mansion below. The inertia of diving down was a bit strong, and even Lin Qing had to grab the gourd to avoid being thrown out. As a result, many children fell on their buttocks when they landed. They screamed in pain instantly. The eldest brother was putting away the magic gourd on the spot, and said proudly, "These are just small things. You can't even bear the magic gourd. How can you do big things in the future? Get up quickly and follow me to meet people." "Don't worry, eldest brother. These junior brothers and sisters haven't practiced yet, but they follow us to do the task. Isn't this embarrassing for them?" The fat second brother came up to make up a fool, which was considered to be a relief for the group of children. Chapter 231 Operation. It seems that the attitude of the second brother is much better than that of the eldest brother. This is the conclusion drawn by Lin Qing's observation. But of course it is just her guess. The method of this player surnamed Song did allow them to escape from the Changsheng Gate smoothly. But this is only a temporary solution. According to Lin Qing's estimation, it only took a quarter of an hour to fly from the mountain to Qingshui Town with the magic gourd. This thing can catch them in a minute. And it is unknown whether the so-called fairy insect will be followed. And the two parasitic players are always a hidden danger. I'll go knock on the door first. The player surnamed Song took the initiative to recruit this job. Lin Qing saw that he was confident, and the water ghost thing should be true. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain these two brothers alone. Soon, the ancient door of Chen Mansion was opened by an old servant. When the man saw that it was Taoist priest surnamed Song, he immediately invited the group of people in enthusiastically. "It's Master Song. Please come in." The old servant enthusiastically welcomed the group of people in. "I didn't expect you to invite the Taoist priest from Changsheng sect. My master is so lucky. The Taoist priests from Changsheng sect care about the people, so they come down the mountain to eliminate harm for the people. I'm just a messenger." Master Song looked very humble and praised his two brothers. "This is the eldest brother Gu Lang from Changsheng sect. And this is the second brother Zhu Qi. I have a mission for the sect. So I took my disciples down the mountain to practice and observe. So I brought some new brothers and sisters here. I'm sorry to bother you." "Haha. No need to bother you. The arrival of the immortals really makes my Chen Mansion glorious." Hearing the noise, the master of the Chen Mansion also came up with a smile. He looked quite haggard, and it seemed that the water ghost matter had consumed a lot of energy. However, facing the people of Changshengmen, he still cheered them up. After everyone sat down in the side hall, Master Chen said with a bitter face, "To be honest with you Taoist priests, there have been a lot of disasters in my Qingshui town recently, and many children have been dragged away by water ghosts. The water ghosts are related to the Qingshui River east of the town. I don't know what's wrong with them recently. They dare to go ashore and eat people even in the daytime. The people in the town are complaining. It's difficult for me to deal with it. That's why I dared to ask the two Taoist priests to come down the mountain." These words were basically told to them by Taoist priest Song. Taoist Song also added, "Alas, it's all because of my low magic power and the large number of water ghosts. I couldn't take care of them all at once and couldn't save all the children." The eldest brother pretended to drink tea. "It's just a mere water ghost. How dare they make trouble in the territory of Changshengmen? It's simply against the sky. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Since we are here, we will definitely give you an explanation. Isn't it, second brother?" "Yes. Yes. Yes." As soon as the second brother sat down, he never stopped eating. The fruit plate and cakes for entertaining the guests were basically divided up by him alone. And even the group of standing brothers and sisters didn't leave any. Mr. Chen also pretended not to see it and continued to cry, "Master, what are you going to do? I will definitely cooperate with you. It will be dusk again when water ghosts come out. I wonder how many people will suffer." Alas. Well, Taoist Song and I have discussed on the way and made a preliminary plan. Wait for me to go to the river to investigate. As for the second brother, he can refine the formation to trap those evildoers. Although the eldest brother looks young, he is still relatively prudent. After he made the arrangements, he immediately started to do it, and took a few radish heads with him, saying that they would follow him to exercise. The second brother also found a guest room to refine the formation, and the rest of the children were assigned to an empty room. After they left, Tao's Song also started to go out and call the 3 players who were mixed in. I don't know if there were any clues missed before. I will take them to the town to find out the situation and see if there are any new clues. Okay. Then I will trouble Tao's Song. Mr. Chen saw them running around and seemed to be really thinking about them. The 4 of them managed to get out easily. However, when they passed by an inn, Tao's Song took them in and booked a room. Time is urgent. We don't know what the bug looks like. We need to do surgery to remove it first. Otherwise, it will always be a disaster if such a thing stays in the body. After entering the room, the player surnamed Song said seriously, "Ah, are you going to do surgery in this environment?" He Jian was dumbfounded when he saw the simple environment in front of him. He suddenly remembered something. Will there be no bacterial infection in this place? Do you have surgical instruments and anesthetics? Also, what if the bug is not in the stomach? Can you afford this risk? The player surnamed Song frowned. I'm a doctor. Of course I have all the things you said. As for the environment, it was just a temporary pressure. This world is too weird. We don't know what's in your stomach yet. As for the infection, it's not something you can consider now. No. How can you dare to operate without knowing anything? What if you kill someone? What exactly is this fairy insect? Is it just a mistake? Maybe it's a specialty of the dungeon world? At this time, the male player backed out and looked very scared to have an abdominal operation. No, I don't want to. Dr. Song obviously didn't imagine the current scene. He looked a little ugly. What do you want to do? We don't have much time. There's not much chance for you to weigh the pros and cons. What if you are discovered by those 2 brothers? You may not even have the chance to hide with other props. No. Let me think about it. He Jian backed away. His face pale, and looked very scared. Dr. Song turned to the other girl and asked coldly, "What about you? What do you want to do? Don't you want to have surgery?" However, the difference is that although the female player was pale, and looked like she had no strength to retch, she insisted this time, "No. I want to have surgery to take it out. Dr. Song, you must save me. I really don't want that kind of thing in my body. Just thinking about it will kill me." Dr. Song was also obviously stunned for a moment. He nodded and said, "Okay. I will try my best to save you. Thank you for your trust." Seeing the female player lying on the bed, Dr. Song took various surgical instruments from the space backpack one by one. And He Jian also looked hesitant. Chapter 232 Exploration. In the end, it was Zhao Ying who stood up and accepted Dr. Song's proposal. Lin Qing glanced at the trembling male player, who was afraid of surgery, and took the initiative to propose to go out for alert. After all, they were still in the town and were not completely safe. After walking out of the door, she opened another room next door and asked A013 to guard next door. If there is any situation, you can report to her at any time. According to Lin Qing's understanding of the dungeon world, such places are generally limited in range. Even if they run out of the range of Changshengmen, they may not be able to leave Qingshui town. If they really have to stay here for 2 days, it is really not safe. Lin Qing decided to go around the town in person and explore the map. However, before leaving, she took out a paper cutter and cut out some paper figurines. After these figurines were cut out, they seemed to really come alive, moving their limbs clumsily. After adapting for a while, they lined up on the ground, waiting for Lin Qing's order. This prop is quite interesting, but it's a pity that the number of times it can be used is limited. Lin Qing sighed and told the little people on the ground, "Go to the east, west, south and north of the town respectively, and help me explore where you can go. If you encounter obstacles or abnormal situations, report to me in time. By the way, don't be discovered by other people in the town, especially the 2 monks from Changshengmen. Understand?" The people cut out a paper on the ground nodded one after another. "Okay. Now act," Lin Qing ordered them. The little paper people accepted the order and jumped down from the window one after another. With such thin bodies, Lin Qing was worried that a gust of wind would blow them away. However, the paper figures cut out by this paper-cutting knife do have some strength. Under Lin Qing's gaze, these little people were not blown away by the wind, but fell directly to the ground, quickly dispersed, and ran in 3 directions. Lin Qing was relieved and decided to start her own exploration. However, After leaving the inn, she kept a watchful eye and took the initiative to use the actor's mask in a dark alley to change her face. This made her look like an ordinary village girl. At this time, Lin Qing was a little troubled. Qingshui town did not look small, and this area was just a commercial district. Where should I start exploring? The voice of the prompt system sounded again. Ding! A bronze treasure chest appeared in the grove outside the west gate on the street to the right of the host. The host can go to explore, but remember not to enter the temple at the gate. Hearing its voice, Lin Qing instantly became motivated. Okay. Thank you. She turned around and walked towards the street on the right with a bamboo basket at hand. It was already noon, but this commercial district was not bustling at all. Every household stayed inside, and the occasional shops that opened their doors only seemed to open half of their doors. When the stranger Lin Qing walked over, these small business owners looked like they had seen a monster, and even half of their doors were closed in a hurry. Lin Qing. Did they think she was a monster? Looking at these small shops, Lin Qing's hand started to itch again. There are so many supplies here. I wonder if I can rob them. Just as she had this thought, the prompt system sounded again urgently. Ding. In this world, the host had better not have such thoughts. I didn't expect that the system would be so active today. Lin Qing laughed subconsciously and explained, Don't worry. I'm just thinking about it. This world is full of abnormalities, and I don't have to have the supplies here. After walking for a while, she could already see a strange temple at the city gate not far away. This was the west city gate that the system suggested she go to, in order to prevent the night from being too long. She went to the grove outside the city gate first, and took the bronze treasure chest. The bronze treasure chest was guarded by a bamboo leaf pit viper, and Lin Qing easily dealt with it. After opening the box, there were some simple survival supplies and a space teleportation prop. This prop was different from the space prop Lin Qing had obtained before, and it could teleport back to the place she had been to. Lin Qing was still very surprised. However, the name of this prop still made her face flash a strange color. Name: Beta version of space teleportation. Number of uses: 3 times. Note: this item is a beta version, and the side effects are unknown. Please use with caution. The concept of this item is pretty good, but it's a beta version. After reading the item introduction, Lin Qing still felt a little disappointed. Although the function of this item is very surprising, it is a big problem to not know the side effects. Lin Qing has not forgotten the teleportation badge that can send people to the enemy in a matter of minutes. No wonder it is a heaven-defying escape item. But it is only rated C. Lin Qing decided not to use it unless there was an emergency. At this time, the little man who went to explore the west had given her the answer. According to their description, after passing the small woods here, there is a big lake there, and there is no way to go on. So Lin Qing directly chose to let them come back. Her face became serious. The existence of such a big lake is similar to an air wall in the dungeon. If there is no guidance from the locals, it is easy to get lost on the lake. This means that this road is blocked. I wonder if the other little people have any news. I hope there will be a good result. Lin Qing waited for a while at the city gate and put the returning little paper man into his pocket. The city gate here is terribly deserted. There are no NPCs entering and leaving the city gate. There is only a big lake and the city god temple at the city gate. At this time, Lin Qing's eyes fell on this strange temple. The temples enshrined in such places are generally local gods, who will protect the area. Since the system told her not to enter the temple, although she couldn't enter, it would be okay to ask. Right? Lin Qing waited in the nearby residential area for a while, and finally got the chance to find an old woman passing by. She suddenly jumped out, scaring the old woman so much that she almost threw all the eggs in her basket out. Hey, girl, you are so careless. You scared me to death. The old woman covered her chest and said. Lin Qing explained with a smile and gave her 2 freshly opened pears. Sorry, Grandma. I'm new to your place and don't know the rules. But after walking around the town for a long time, people on the road kept their distance from me, and I didn't even have a chance to get close to them. I had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Chapter 233. Something happened. Oh, so that's what happened. The old woman accepted the pear and looked much better, but her eyes kept rolling towards Lin Qing. She first looked at Lin Qing carefully and saw that Lin Qing really looked like a girl from a decent family. Then she explained, It's not a water ghost. Every household in the town is in a panic. fearing that they will be targeted by the water ghost. Lin Qing seemed to be thinking about something, and glanced at the city gate temple not far away. Isn't there a temple at the city gate over there? Don't the gods here care about it? The old woman curled her lips. Don't mention it. It is said that the gods in this temple are invited from the mountain of Changxingmen. What's the use of it? I guess the ancestor is far away from here, and the clone can't hear it. Lin Qing was shocked. Unexpectedly, this temple is also related to Changxingmen. But what she couldn't figure out was that since Changxingmen was so poor, how could it build a temple here? Judging from the situation, there is still a lot of money for incense offerings, so it should not be short of money. At this time, the old woman seemed to have thought of something. Oh, I've told you too much. You can't hear the help from the ancestor, but you only listen to the bad things. Oh, ancestor, I'm just talking nonsense. Don't blame me. As she said that, she bowed 3 times to the temple and hurried away. Lin Qing now has one more clue, and she is also confused. This Jingshui town should have been covered by the Changsheng sect, but Dr. Song had to ask 2 brothers to come down the mountain. Could it be that these are all decorations? She looked back at the small temple with black exterior walls, and finally decided to follow the system's advice. Suppress her curiosity, and not go inside to check. After all, according to the principle in horror movies that if you are not curious, you will not die, the same principle applies here. But unexpectedly, when she just turned around, she saw the so-called senior brother coming towards her. Lin Qing was instantly shocked. However, her face has changed now, so this person should not recognize her, and there is no mark left on her body, so she should be safe. With this mentality, Lin Qing carried the bamboo basket, lowered her head slightly, and passed by Gu Lang. However, at this moment, a voice behind her suddenly called her. Wait a minute. Girl. Gu Lang's voice sounded, and Lin Qing stopped instantly, and dozens of ideas flashed in her mind. In summary, it is nothing more than running away, or just doing it hard. Her breathing was a little rapid, and then she saw Gu Lang slightly adjusted the collar of his Taoist robe, and bowed to Lin Qing, saying, Excuse me, young lady. I am Gu Lang, the eldest disciple of the head of Changsheng sect. I just met you, and we hit it off. Can I get to know you? This guy looks quite decent, but I didn't expect him to just chat with her. Faced with this sudden situation, Lin Qing couldn't help but regret that she randomly chose a female face she had seen before. She could only remain calm and force a smile at the corner of her lips. So you are the Taoist priest of Changsheng sect. But today's situation is special. I'm afraid I can't accept the Taoist priest's kindness. I have to go home quickly. Gu Lang seemed to understand something, raised his eyebrows and said, Could it be a water ghost? Don't worry, young lady. I will definitely be able to deal with them today. If you are still worried, why not go with me and observe how the Taoist priests deal with these things? Lin Qing was about to speak and pour out the story she had made up. But unexpectedly, this guy said something different. He held Lin Qing's arm and walked towards the Qin mansion. We are still short of a cook on the Changxingmen mountain. I see that the girl is kind and elegant, and she must be able to cook delicious dishes. Why don't you think about going up the mountain with me? The treatment is also quite good. Lin Qing, is the Changxingmen he mentioned the same place as what she saw? No. Just when she wanted to refuse, she suddenly felt that there was a problem with the little paper man heading east. They seemed to have encountered some special situation and suffered heavy losses. It seemed that only one little paper man escaped back. Lin Qing's heart tightened instantly. From the pictures sent back by those paper men, Lin Qing vaguely saw a special blurry scene. It was a few children who were being pulled up by the water ghost and dragged straight into the water, and the so-called second brother was standing not far from the shore, watching all this with a smile. And it seemed that there was nothing wrong with this scene. The picture sent back by the little paper man ended, and Lin Qing almost felt dizzy and nauseous. She looked at the senior brother who seemed to have become a normal person, and a cold chill rose in her heart. Lin Qing suddenly realized that when he went out just now, he took a few junior brothers and sisters with him. Why is there only one senior brother on the street now? Could it be that he threw all those children down to feed those water ghosts? At this time, she gave up the idea of struggling and decided to go back with him to see how this man dealt with Dr. Song and their disappearance. Lin Qing's silence was indeed a woman's shyness in front of senior brother Gu. After all, he was a romantic man, and he was also a disciple of Changxingmen. And there were still many young girls who admired him. In this case, he did not seem to have any doubts about this girl. Gu Lang enthusiastically introduced a section of Chang Shengmen, and stopped talking until he reached the gate of Chen's mansion. At this time, he also saw the black smoke rising from Chen's mansion. The servants of Chen's mansion were running and crawling, stumbling out of the gate, shouting, "No! The water ghost is coming! Help!" Hearing this, Gu Lang's face seemed to change, and he immediately let go of Lin Qing's hand, and anxiously grabbed a maid who ran out of Chen's mansion. "What's going on? Where is Tao's song?" The little maid cried, and shook her head frantically. "Ah! I don't know. The water ghost ate people." Hearing the word eat people, Gu Lang did not hesitate anymore, summoned the gourd-like magic weapon from the pocket around his waist, and strode into Chen's mansion. Lin Qing thought about it, and hurriedly followed him to see what was going on. At the same time, she realized that she had overlooked one thing. Most of the half-grown children who came to the trial had their luck stolen by the master. Then those who stayed in the mansion were a group of people without luck protection. But for the water ghosts, they were a very delicious piece of fresh meat. After all, these people were all disciples selected by the master. Even if they had the qualifications to practice, they should not be too bad. They followed him to Qingshui town, which was undoubtedly a meat bun hitting a dog, and they would never come back. Thinking of the little friend Ergu and the strange look between the two brothers, Lin Qing gritted his teeth and followed him. Chapter 234 Main Mission. Unexpectedly, when Lin Qing just stepped into the gate of Chen Mansion, the sound of the survival system on the bracelet sounded. Ding! The player triggered the main plot of the mysterious Immortal Sect dungeon. Dungeon Mission 1. Save the human being captured by the water ghost, not achieved. Dungeon Mission 2. Before dawn. Survive one night in this dungeon, and explore Qingshui town and Changsheng Gate, and find more than 50% of the clues, not achieved. Dungeon Mission 1 Reward, a purification tree, which can be planted in the player's room, and within a certain range, it can purify the player's polluted mind, cultivable. Dungeon Mission 2 Reward, 1,000 World Gold Coin Minting Rights Authorization. After listening to the mission, Lin Qing was instantly shocked. Unexpectedly, a dungeon mission in this high-difficulty world can actually open the coinage right. This is a full 1,000 world gold coins. Even now, there are only a few hundred in Lin Qing's backpack. You can get 1,000 world gold coins by completing a mission. Ignoring the need for gold, this task still made her very excited. As for the purification tree, she didn't expect that there would be such a prop. But it needs to be used within a certain range. That is, there is a requirement for the coverage range, purifying the player's mind, which is equivalent to the fountain in the game. However, the complexity of the task is here. Even for her, she has not yet figured out the weirdness of this copy. Then it is no wonder that such a rich task reward. After thinking it through, Lin Qing only stopped for a few steps, and quickly caught up with Gu Lang in front. At this moment, the master of Chen Mansion commanded a group of servants to put out the fire, except for a few children who were not kidnapped. Their faces were covered with black ash. Standing blankly in the corner, Gu Lang seemed to be distressed and asked, "What happened? Where is Tao's song? Why is he not here?" A child cried and wiped his tears and said, "No. I don't know. Tao's song said he would go to the town to inquire about the news. Took a few people away, and never came back. Later, I don't know why, a group of water ghosts suddenly came to Chen Mansion. They dragged some brothers away, leaving us behind, and then lit this fire," another child added. The eldest brother frowned for some reason when listening to their description. Damn. It was clearly agreed that the situation was not like this. What's wrong with this surnamed song? He called for reinforcements, but he didn't follow the rules. He wouldn't be a ghost sent by the water ghost. Hearing this, the child who was originally frightened burst into tears, and the others were also infected by this terrifying atmosphere and sobbed softly. The eldest brother was furious, with veins popping out on his forehead. Damn it. I knew it wasn't a good thing to bring you out. Shut up and stop crying. Hearing the eldest brother's roar, the older children didn't dare to cry anymore. But the younger children still couldn't stop crying. At this time, Master Chen also came up and said with a bitter face, "Master, look at what's going on. This water ghost has never come ashore, and it attacks us like this. I think these guys simply look down on my Changsheng sect. They dare to come to provoke us. They are simply tired of living." The eldest brother seemed very angry about this matter. When I went to Qingshui River in the east just now, I had already figured out the approximate location of their nest. The second brother had also built the relevant magic circle, just waiting for these guys to take the bait. It seems that they came to my house to make trouble in order to stop my actions. Don't worry, Master Chen. This time, I will definitely catch them all in one fell swoop. As he said, he turned to the group of junior brothers and sisters standing at the wall and said, "Come with me to Qingshui River. Those fellow disciples of yours who were abducted should be there. Let's go and rescue them together." Ah, this is not appropriate. These young Taoist priests are too young, so it's better for them to stay in the mansion. Chen Das Hanren also saw the discomfort and tried to persuade them in a subtle and tactful way. No need. What if the group of water ghosts come back again? They are not stupid to use this method of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Follow me. As he said, he led a few people out the door. At this time, he saw Lin Qing following in, so he stopped and his face eased a lot. Sorry, Miss Chunhua. I will take my junior brothers and sisters to deal with the water ghosts first, and then agree to what you promised. Lin Qing pretended to be a little surprised and nodded slightly. Master, your junior brothers and sisters are also young, and I have so many older brothers and sisters at home. How about I go with you to help take care of them? Besides, I also believe in your Taoism and will definitely protect us. Right? Lin Qing pinched his throat and almost made himself sick. But it was obvious that this sentence was also very useful to the eldest brother. He took Lin Qing's hand and assured with emotion, "Of course. I didn't expect Miss Chunhua to be so bold. Please rest assured that I will definitely protect you well." Lin Qing casually echoed a few more words, took out a few peaches from the basket, and distributed them to the frightened children to establish a good relationship with them. These children who had been hungry had never seen this kind of fruit before, and soon they became friends with Lin Qing on the way to Qingshui River. At this time, Lin Qing was slightly relieved. At the same time, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. What's going on? According to the explanation of the eldest brother, he just went to the river to find out the water ghost's nest, and it seems that he is really fulfilling his duty of catching monsters. Compared with Master Song, the attack of the water ghost is indeed his negligence in his duties. Moreover, the eldest brother just now actually questioned that Master Song was a ghost, and he did not doubt the players he took away. At present, the clues are complicated, but what Lin Qing can be sure of is that the attack of this group of water ghosts should be that these children have lost their own luck protection, so they are regarded as a feast. However, Gu Lang did not pursue Master Song and the others at the moment, but chose to directly confront the water ghosts. At present, this is good news for Lin Qing. After all, this means that the player's escape will not be discovered by the two people from the Changsheng Gate. Lin Qing did not eat the so-called qi-inducing pill. If this senior brother really taught these junior brothers and sisters the so-called exercises, I am afraid she would be easily exposed. Dr. Song is also performing surgery. If the fairy insects in the stomachs of the two players are also taken out, they will probably be discovered. Thinking of this, Lin Qing took a deep breath. At this time, they walked such a long distance that they could already see the big willow tree next to the Qingshui River, and the second senior brother squatting next to it, who seemed to be studying the formation. The fat Taoist saw a group of people coming, and his face was full of smiles in an instant. Senior brother, you are here. Chapter 235 Reversal. How's it going? Second brother? Did the water ghost come ashore again? The eldest brother walked over and looked at the flat green water. It's strange. Since you left, the water ghosts here have been hiding and not coming out. This is really worrying me. Old Jew. The second brother sighed. This damn group of water monkeys. They went to Chen's house to make trouble just after they arrived. I was a step late, and they actually captured some junior brothers and sisters. They really deserve to be punished. The eldest brother pinched his waist and stared at the water's surface angrily. The second brother glanced at the extra woman and pretended to cough twice. Big brother, are you catching water ghosts? Why did you bring a girl with you? Aren't you afraid of scaring her? The eldest brother turned his head and introduced enthusiastically. This is Miss Chunhua. It's not because she heard about our catching water ghosts that she is willing to follow and take the initiative to take care of these radish heads. Miss Chunhua is very brave. You can just say some things directly without worrying about scaring her. Ah, this. The second brother looked troubled. Lin Qing took the initiative to say, then I will take these young Taoist priests to stand far away. The two Taoist priests have something to do first. In this case, she still couldn't hear clearly what the two were talking about. At this time, Lin Qing suddenly found that a small white paper man was swaying on the branch of the willow tree, so close that it was just above the heads of the two brothers. She immediately asked the small paper man to listen to what they were talking about. Big brother, you should go into the water? Although your magic power is stronger than mine, I still have to control the magic circle, so I have to give you this opportunity. After all, these little top-quality things can't be left to the greedy guys like the water ghosts. You are smart. Didn't I leave those few tonics just now to you? Then these kids are just for me. But Master has just planted insect eggs, so the plan of refining pills will be delayed a lot. Hee. Senior brother, you don't know that old guy. He keeps all the good things for himself. It's not easy to find such a group of children with good qualifications. But he can't let us satisfy our cravings. Ha. That's not it. These water ghosts came at the right time. I'll go first, so as not to leave less people for the old Taoist to nag. By the way, help me look after my girl Chunhua on the shore. I didn't expect there is such a talented person. This person is mine. After saying that, with a splash, the senior brother jumped into the turbulent river and instantly sank under the water and disappeared. At this time, the second senior brother waved to Lin Qing, indicating that there was no problem. Lin Qing smiled and nodded at him on the surface, but suddenly broke out in a cold sweat behind him. This verified her guess. As expected, the two brothers knew that there were insect eggs in the qi-inducing pill. However, what happened to the master's medicine refining that was delayed? Could it be that they were using these newly initiated children to refine the pill? Thinking of this, Lin Qing felt sick. She had never seen such an evil cultivator before. It was just like a cult. If this was a recognized cult in Qingshui town, it would be fine. But it actually had a good reputation and even built a temple here, which was no different from ordinary religions. This made her unacceptable. However, according to the prompt system, the origin of this world had changed, which led to a series of changes in the cultivators. Could it be that this is the reason for the series of strange experiences she has encountered since she went out? Lin Qing glanced at the children he had just met. It was obvious that they had not recovered from the experience of the water ghost attack just now, and their eyes were in a dazed state of shock. Obviously, they are some talented children. If they were in a normal world of immortal cultivation, it would definitely be a good choice for them to join the immortal cultivation sect. However, in this world, they just stepped into another hell cave at the end of their rope. Not only have these people's luck been deprived, but even their future has been divided up, which made Lin Qing a little angry about this sect. I wonder if this kind of evil sect can be wiped out in one go to avoid harming people. However, at this moment, Lin Qing suddenly realized that A013 sent him a message. Danger next door. Extremely dangerous. Danger is approaching. Lin Qing's heart trembled, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. So he immediately called him back to the pet space. She asked anxiously, "How is it? A013. Are you okay?" "I was injured. Master, I need to enter a dormant state, and I need zombie crystal cores to replenish my energy." "Okay." Lin Qing threw some zombie crystal cores into it, and then asked, "What happened in the inn?" "Master, that monk surnamed Song is not a good guy. The other two are also in danger, but they are still alive. Be careful. He is chasing you." After saying this, A013 also fell into a dormant state. This time, A013 was upgraded again, but he didn't expect to meet this player, and was still in a completely defeated state. This player surnamed Song must be quite powerful. At the same time, Lin Qing also vaguely guessed a little bit of the truth and realized that he had overlooked an extremely obvious problem. Since the origin of this world has been polluted and the monks have mutated, then this player who is wearing the identity of a Taoist priest is also limited by his identity. He used the identities of a Taoist priest and a player to confuse other players, including Lin Qing, who did not notice his abnormality. After he solved the two players, he must have thought that Lin Qing was next door, so he came to hunt her down. A013 was considered to have blocked this disaster for her. Lin Qing's heart sank. At this time, the curse rebounded on her body and suddenly emitted a ray of light, which soon disappeared. Lin Qing noticed that a new message popped up on the bracelet interface. Ding! The player item curse rebound has been used once. Cursor, Song Chung. Curse content, use A013's blood to curse his master to be dug out by the water ghost. But still alive and breathing. Curse rebound has automatically taken effect, rebounding the curse for the player, and rebounding the curse content to the cursor intact. Seeing this prompt, Lin Qing took a breath of cold air instantly. Unexpectedly. This guy is so cruel. This makes her life worse than death. Seeing this, Lin Qing's eyes also flashed a chill. Fortunately, she had already worn the curse rebound to block his conspiracy. This world is too weird and evil. Lin Qing has not forgotten her main task, which is to save the children captured by the water ghost. There is no Urgu among these children, which proves that he was also captured by the water ghost just now. At present, the second brother is guarding the river, and there are people around her, which restricts the current actions. This needs to be thought of. Chapter 236 Rescue. Lin Qing originally planned to use the actor's mask to explore this dungeon. However, the main rescue mission that suddenly appeared was contrary to her original plan. She stood there, looking at the 5 shivering children, and after a little contemplation, she made a choice in her heart. If she was here, the second brother might not attack the children. But this meant that she might not be able to complete the task of saving people from the water ghost. However, if she followed to rescue people underwater, it meant that it was impossible to stay where she was. Of the 2 choices, Lin Qing gritted her teeth and chose the first one. Even if she could attack the second brother and solve the temporary crisis of these children. It was unknown whether the player surnamed Song would mainly target the players or these new disciples. Lin Qing's heart sank, and she told herself that this was just a dungeon, and completing the mission was the most important choice at the moment. After a moment, she used the invisibility talisman and disappeared from the spot. Soon, the second brother on the shore also found the missing woman and asked the children, "Brothers and sisters, where is the girl just now?" The children shook their heads helplessly, indicating that they didn't know. The smile on the second brother's face froze in place, and his curved eyes also revealed a strange light. Since the eldest brother had reserved this woman, it means that he had placed her under his nose for supervision. However, I don't know what the woman noticed and ran away. A trace of pity flashed through the second brother's heart. This is not easy to deal with. Otherwise, the eldest brother would have thought that he had eaten the delicious meal he had reserved. He licked the corner of his mouth, looking at the fairy insect pills that exuded an alluring fragrance, and a glimmer of greed flashed across his eyes. If he was not afraid of not being able to explain to the master, he really wanted to swallow these people into his stomach. But no, if the number is too different, even the master will be angry with them. This is the fairy insect holy body that the master has worked hard to find for immortality. At this time, the second brother's eyes fell on the river not far away, and he vaguely heard the sound of someone going into the water. But he looked around and didn't see anything suspicious from the coast. So he narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it the water ghost coming out again? Here. After Lin Qing disappeared, she quickly put on the water ghost's outer clothes and took the evil repelling Peachwood sword. After seeing that the second brother found her leaving and didn't do anything to the child, to be honest, she was relieved. After she was mentally prepared, she went into the water along the river surface and soon felt a chill coming from the river. Why is the river so cold? Is it going to freeze? Lin Qing shuddered. But since she was already underwater, it was inconvenient to wear other props, so she could only grit her teeth and swim under the river. Soon, she touched the bottom of the riverbed. After all, this is a small river surrounding the town, and it looks about 8 or 9 meters deep. But even at this depth, it was already dark in Lin Qing's vision. The riverbed was full of river sand and clumps of water plants, and there were some fish swimming around not far away. Just now, I saw the place where the senior brother went into the water, so it should be nearby. Why is there no clue at all? She was a little puzzled, and didn't even see the shadow of a water ghost. According to the picture sent by a little paper man, the water ghost in this copy is not quite the same as what Lin Qing encountered in the ghost night of the mountain village. If the female ghost under the well is considered a kind of ghost that can appear like a soul, then the water ghost in Qingshui town is a kind of materialized monster similar to water monkeys. They don't know if they are formed by the gathering of resentment. Not only can they move freely in Qingshui town openly, but they are not afraid of the sun. But they just prefer to appear at night. At this time, just when Lin Qing was about to explore further, he suddenly saw a group of things similar to water grass swimming from a distance. It was like a group of seaweed, floating with the rapids at the bottom of the river, and soon came to Lin Qing. However, when Lin Qing saw its true face clearly, he subconsciously clenched the peachwood sword in his hand. This group of seaweed-like things is just the hair of the water ghost. Its limbs are twisted and slender, with extremely hard claws. The gray face was buried in the messy tangled hair, and there was some kind of gray fluff on the skin of the body. It looked like it was not wearing any clothes, more like a monkey swimming in the river. It was biting a broken arm in its mouth, with a hideous face, making a squeaking sound, waving its limbs, and swimming quickly in the direction away. Lin Qing instantly realized that this was a water ghost that had escaped. It seemed that the senior brother was also there. She immediately swam in the direction where the water ghost was swimming. Soon, on the opposite bank, Lin Qing found dense holes dug out on the riverbed. It seemed that some social animals had built nests on the riverbed. Is this the lair of the water ghost? There are so many holes. Where should I go in? Lin Qing was a little confused. At this time, she tried to send out the small paper figures she had collected, intending to let them separate to help explore the cave entrance. Fortunately, even in the water, these small paper figures were very powerful, waving their limbs and rushing in like swimming turtles. Huh? This should be able to tell the way. She observed the place where the water ghosts built their nests. Except for the occasional swimming fish, it seemed very dark and quiet. But except for that water ghost, it seemed that no other water ghosts could escape. Could it be that the senior brother has succeeded? Lin Qing was a little uncertain. However, according to the senior brother's approach, it would not be a good thing for the rescued children to fall into his hands. Just as she was on guard, she suddenly received a message from the small paper figures. It was a water prison with cages made of stones and water plants. Through the gap, you can see a lot of children huddled together, including not only the Changsheng sect disciples that Lin Qing is familiar with, but also some unfamiliar children. Probably the children of Qingshui town who were abducted by the water ghost. Lin Qing still remembered which cave entrance this was, and immediately swam in. Unexpectedly, these places that looked like caves were not only narrow, but also had thick silt, and a rotten fishy smell spread in them. Although the water ghost's coat could make people suffocate, this smell was overwhelming and wrapped around Lin Qing, and it was obviously getting stronger. Fuck. When will this end? Just when she was about to be suffocated by this rotten smell, she finally came to a cave with air along the road. Chapter 237 Underwater. However, this place doesn't seem to be the place where the little man swam from. Lin Qing was a little confused. This place is more like an altar for something. There are all kinds of strange and rugged stones, half the height of an adult, placed on the open ground. And there is a shadowy light coming from somewhere on the river surface, like some invisible creatures dancing. At the end of these strange stones, there is a black stone statue. Lin Qing is a little far away from it, and can't see the appearance of the stone statue clearly. But she has a feeling that when she looks over, there is also a cold eye on the black stone statue looking over. This invisible sight seems to be omnipresent, looking over from all directions. Lin Qing broke out in a cold sweat, instantly realized that the effect of the invisibility talisman was ineffective. Damn it! Lin Qing was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and immediately took out another talisman from the space backpack, cut his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, and slapped it on his body. At the moment when the invisibility talisman took effect, Lin Qing's figure disappeared into the air again. At this time, she felt that the strange power that was spying on her disappeared. No, it is not correct to say that it disappeared. To be precise, their eyes were still here, lingering around the figure of the intruder. But the invisibility talisman was an A-level item that completely concealed Lin Qing's aura, and even a boss of a higher level could not detect it. Huh? Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Lin Qing was careful, trying not to make any noise, and then moved away from here. At this time, she deeply realized that if she only had the chameleon scales in her hand, she might not be able to deceive this underwater boss. This kind of prying sight seems not to be confused by shadows and light, and can even see through entities. This world is too weird for her, and Lin Qing is not sure to take action, so she strategically chooses to retreat. However, some small gifts can still be left. Relying on the induction of the little paper man, Lin Qing soon walked to a cave where water ghosts live. They look very leisurely, lying in the wet cave, or soaking in the water, hanging upside down on the top, or even climbing on the wall, as if they have entered a deep sleep. Seeing this scene, Lin Qing's heart suddenly came to her throat. What kind of luck is this? Can you find the lair of water ghosts all at once? However, there are too many here, so she can only choose to continue moving forward without alarming them. Although the current situation is extremely dangerous, as long as there is a slight mistake, these monsters may be awakened. In this situation, Lin Qing is extremely calm. Adrenaline and a rapidly beating heart play a role, making her mind clear and analyzing the best route. While Lin Qing was moving, a doubtful thought flashed through her mind. That is, she did not find any signs of fighting along the way. This proves that the senior brother did not come here. This seems to be completely different from her speculation outside. But no matter what, since she came here, Lin Qing still gritted her teeth and continued to do the task. Just when she was about to successfully leave this area, suddenly a water ghost moved, and it seemed that this group of guys were waking up. Lin Qing dodged and immediately accelerated the speed of advancement. When they completely blocked the road, they came to another wet underground river. This should be a flowing underground river, without much rotten and fishy smell. At the same time, she also felt that the little paper man was getting closer and closer. The images sent back by these little guys are not very smart. Can they only selectively send back certain results? Lin Qing suddenly realized how the little paper man got in. The road that looked extremely flat might be a big trouble for Lin Qing. Fortunately, these were not problems. When Lin Qing swam out of the underground river, he also saw the half-grown children trapped in the water prison. They looked very scared, but at the same time, their expressions were dull, as if they were used to the environment they were in, or they were given some confusing medicine by the water ghost. But Lin Qing knew that this was just a precaution made by the children to protect themselves. Some of them dared not cry even if they cried, and they covered their mouths and shed tears silently. However, at the end of the water prison, Lin Qing still heard a scream coming from it, which seemed extremely desolate and harsh in the empty cage. When Lin Qing arrived, a heart-wrenching scene appeared in her vision. The two guarding water ghosts were roaring and besieging the guarding children. One of the children's intestines had been dragged out by it, and it seemed to be all over the ground. He was shivering, leaning on his arms and lying on the ground, revealing his broken belly. The other child turned his head down and was completely dead, leaving only an empty body. The air was filled with a strong smell of rust, and there was a spreading loneliness of misery and helplessness. At this time, the remaining living child was in so much pain that he couldn't even howl. His head was covered with beads of sweat, looking at the approaching claws of the water ghost. His eyes were full of fear. At this moment, Lin Qing's sword stabbed at the water ghost. To ensure success, she also took out the freezing gun and fired 2 bullets in succession, freezing the souls of the 2 water ghosts. At this time, the evil repelling peach with sword also played its role. When Lin Qing swung the sword body carried a righteous white sword energy and cut off the head of the evil water ghost. The headless water ghost fell straight down and hit the boy's body. Ergu, are you okay? At this time, Lin Qing lifted the effect of the invisibility talisman and looked at the dazed little friend on the ground. She didn't have much contact with this child, and didn't think he was much special. In this world, Ergu was more like the most ordinary NPC. But when she saw this scene, she still felt very uncomfortable. When Ergu saw Lin Qing's body appear in the air, his pupils shrank instantly, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. It seemed that even the feeling of pain disappeared. He raised his hand tremblingly and forced a smile. Ah, Shuchi, why is it you? Hee hee. If it's not me, then who else? Who do you think will save you? Lin Qing lowered his voice and said softly. Seeing this poor child, he sighed in his heart. How about this? You close your eyes first. I will help you put your intestines back. This kind of minor injury is normal for a man. You should be able to accept it. Ah, Shuchi, are you comforting me? Ergu said and cried with his teeth bared. This fucking hurts so much. Can I really live? Chapter 238 Transfer. You can live. I'll find you some wood ash and sew up your belly. You can live with it, Lin Qing said quickly, and then simply put the organs scattered on the ground back. As for the damaged belly, it can only be temporarily wrapped with 2 rounds of tape. Just after doing this, there was movement in the cave where the water ghosts were resting in the distance. Lin Qing realized that they probably had discovered the intruders. Damn, I didn't expect these guys to be so sharp. Lin Qing looked at the children trapped in the water prison, opened the prison door, and said to them sternly, Now you hold hands and stand together in a line. I will take you out now. Everyone come in order. Otherwise, whoever makes trouble will be thrown down to feed the water ghosts. Seeing someone coming to rescue them, the sluggish children also saw hope, and immediately hurriedly held hands as Lin Qing met. Several young disciples of Changsheng sect recognized Lin Qing's appearance and asked in surprise, "Did the senior brother bring you to save us? Where is the senior brother?" Lin Qing also noticed the abnormality and asked subconsciously, "Didn't the senior brother come? Have you never seen him?" "No." The young disciple shook his head. Lin Qing frowned. The man came down earlier than her. Even Lin Qing had already found his way here. It made no sense that the senior brother couldn't find him. Could it be that the demon Taoist was still lost here? The situation was urgent, and she didn't have time to think too much. After seeing the children holding hands obediently, she immediately carried Ergu, who had fainted from the pain on the ground. "Come here. Someone. Hold one of my hands. Close your eyes for a while. And don't open your eyes no matter what." The tall and thin girl in the front held Lin Qing's hand. She looked flustered but calm. Just now, under Lin Qing's order, it was this girl who comforted the little children and achieved her request in a short time. The content of the first task was to rescue these children. But Lin Qing alone could not successfully bring these children out among so many water ghosts. So she planned to take a gamble. If she lost, the mission would fail. At this time, Lin Qing had taken out the space cube. Although she had just obtained the beta version of space teleportation, compared with safety, the space cube was more reliable. And in the Hell Maze copy, this item has been proven to be able to carry teammates to shuttle. And it seems that it should be able to bear the weight of many people. At this time, the sleeping water ghosts had also passed through the dark river and roared towards the water prison. Lin Qing sneered and threw out a thunderstorm talisman. The rumbling purple lightning thunder resounded in the underwater cave and struck the evil demons and ghosts crawling out of the water. She then used the space cube. But before leaving, they detonated the bombs they had left along the way. As the explosions rang out, the underwater cave began to shake violently because it lost its support. The rubble broke and the river water poured in. Even the water ghosts were hit by the sudden rocks, or trapped in the narrow space at the bottom of the river. Screaming and struggling, only a few water ghosts floated out along the underground river. The strange sound of the Qingshui River resounded throughout half of Qingshui town. At this time, the second brother who had stayed on the shore, after seeing this strange phenomenon and the dense black insect eggs floating out from the water, his face turned gloomy. "What's going on? How did the senior brother provoke that thing? This is really troublesome." At the same time, Lin Qing came to the so-called safe place under the effect of the space cube. When she saw the surrounding environment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, it was right in front of Qin Dashan's house. Although it was not as absolutely safe as Lin Qing imagined, at least it was in a safe area, which was in line with her expectations. When the group appeared, an old servant of the Qin mansion immediately found them and shouted excitedly to call Qin Dashan. "Master, the captured person is back." Qin Dashan also ran out in a hurry. When he saw the child rescued by Lin Qing, his face was also full of joy. "Really? It's true. Go and call someone." He shouted loudly and ordered his men to call people. Especially when she saw the tall and thin girl next to Lin Qing. She immediately rushed over with tears on her face. "Xiao Huan, it's really you. I didn't expect you to be alive. I was really scared to death." The tall and thin girl also burst into tears. "Dad, it's me. I'm really back. It was the Taoist priest who personally went into the water and rescued us. If it weren't for her, we would definitely not survive." Qin Dashan held his daughter and said to Lin Qing with tears in his eyes, "Thank you very much, Taoist priest. No matter what conditions you ask, I will agree to it." Lin Qing's face sank slightly and frowned. "You're welcome." At this time, she saw the eldest brother, the second brother behind him, and the little disciples who followed him out. These people actually followed closely and rushed back. Especially the eldest brother. He looked like he had just finished fighting. And there were muddy water and water plants on his Taoist robe. He saw the rescued people, who looked calm and didn't pay attention to Lin Qing's expression. He smiled and said to Qin Dashan, "We have blown up the water ghost's nest. And now the people have been rescued. The mission of Changshengman is not wrong. Of course. Thank you for your hard work. I will order people to prepare a banquet to celebrate the success of you." Qin Dashan hugged his lost daughter, nodded repeatedly, and told the servants. At this time, the eldest brother also threw the person he was dragging behind him in front of him. Chandashan saw this scene, but was shocked instantly. He looked panicked, looking at the good Taoist Song, who was actually emptied of his treasures. But his heart kept beating, and a strange smile appeared on the man's face. It seems that he is still alive. Master, what are you doing? Chandashan said helplessly. The eldest brother laughed and said, This man lured my Changshengmen disciples and tried to find out the secrets of my Changshengmen. It was also his bad luck that he was besieged by the water ghosts on the shore and ended up like this. But he still refused to tell me where the 2 missing disciples went. Chandashan was shocked. This Taoist Song. The eldest brother then made the final summary. This man is an outsider Taoist priest. He came to my Changshengmen territory and not only broke the rules, but also kidnapped my disciples. You must be careful of this kind of outsider Taoist priest in the future. Hearing this, Chandashan was already sweating. Yes, I was confused for a while and entrusted the wrong person. But he also said his difficulties. But Taoist priest, the water ghosts have been rampant for many days. It's not that we don't want to pass on the message to you and other immortals through the ancestor's temple. The truth is, after entering the temple, this ancestor will not give us a way to live. Chapter 239 Senior Brother. These days, we have also burned incense and prayed to the ancestor, and offered tributes, but the ancestor did not care about the water ghost. If it weren't for this Taoist priest Lin, who came and contained the water ghost for a while, I'm afraid that all the children in Qingshui town would have been eaten by this monster. When saying these words, Chandashan's face was not red, and he was out of breath. And he poured out all the beans. However, when the senior brother heard these words, he did not look at him, but instead looked at Lin Qing, who was carrying Ergu. Under his calm eyes, there seemed to be hidden information that even Lin Qing could not understand. This man took away her credit openly, and Lin Qing didn't care. But he didn't feel strange about it, as if he knew her appearance very well. This man also brought the Taoist priest surnamed Song back. Lin Qing still couldn't figure out what his attitude was. He just looked away and explained calmly, This monk surnamed Song destroyed the magical power left by my ancestor. So you naturally can't contact Changshengmen. And the immortal method this person practices belongs to another path, which is completely opposite to our Changshengmen. At this time, as if a certain word touched his nerves, the monk surnamed Song, who seemed to be wearing a weird smile mask, also became conscious. His eyes swept from the ground to the side, across the crowd standing on the street at an unimaginable angle, and finally his sight fell on Lin Qing, and the corners of his mouth let out a hoarse laugh. Ha. You are really amazing. Tell me how you did it. I was obviously one step away from success. Don't you want to find the other 2? Let me tell you, you will never find them, because they have been hidden by me. Ha. Hidden. Understand? They are gone. However, these 2 people will live, and will live until my master wakes up. Ha. Do you think you haven't been targeted by the master? Ha. You are also selected, and all players who come to this copy must die. But I am still alive. I am still alive, and I will never die. The master accepted my sacrifice. Ha. This person seemed to be crazy, talking incoherently about some words that they couldn't understand. But Lin Qing felt a chill in her heart. However, after she thought about it carefully, she found that she didn't leave any handles, except for the strange altar under the water. She didn't touch any strange things. I hope these are all illusions, Lin Qing told herself. After all, in front of this crazy man, anything is possible. It's outrageous that this person has fallen to this point and can still be alive. Ah! At this moment, the man's entire body suddenly exploded, and in front of everyone's eyes, he turned into a pile of meat, and actually ran away in different directions. The situation came too suddenly. Even Lin Qing did not expect it. Not to mention Chandashan, who was frightened and fainted when he saw this scene. Fortunately, the children were taken into the Qin mansion. Otherwise it would really be a long way to go. At this moment, Ergo on Lin Qing's shoulder suddenly woke up. He looked much better. His face was not so pale, and his face was even more rosy. Hey, are we out now? He turned his head and saw Gu Lang, and said in surprise, Big brother. Then he struggled to jump off Lin Qing's shoulder. After being so seriously injured, it took only a short time for him to go from dying to a child who looked very healthy. Lin Qing realized something, and her heart sank. If she guessed correctly, it should be the so-called elixir that took effect. At this point, everyone entered the Qin mansion again as if nothing had happened. Although Qin Das Hanren fainted temporarily, he woke up again and asked the Taoist priests of Changshengmen to calm down. During this period, people kept coming to look for their relatives, and the rescued children were taken back one by one, except for the surviving disciples of Changshengmen. However, under the hospitality of Qin Das Hanren, this terrifying experience seemed to be nothing. At this time, Lin Qing's bracelet also issued a reminder. Dungeon Mission 1. Save the humans captured by the water ghost. Achieved. Dungeon Mission 1 reward. A purification tree, which can be planted in the player's room, and within a certain range, it can purify the player's polluted mind. Cultivable. Hearing the sound of the task completion, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, in this weird dungeon world, I found a little sense of normality. With the system mission, this is a copy of the mission for her. At this point, since the senior brother did not reveal her identity, Lin Qing also planned to continue playing the role to see what information she could find out. At this time, Ergu was also sitting next to Lin Qing's small table, gnawing on a chicken leg, and said excitedly, "Shaoqi, you don't know? I actually dreamed that you became a powerful Taoist priest and went to the water ghost's lair to save me. I really don't know how. Even in a dream you are more powerful than me." Hearing this, Lin Qing's heart skipped a beat. He realized that something was wrong. "You mean? It was a dream that I rescued you just now?" "Ha ha ha. That's right. Wasn't it the senior brother who rescued us?" Ergu laughed and said, and suddenly his stomach started to growl. And then, he farted a long string of farts. Hearing this sound, the attention of other reserved disciples of Changshengmen was also drawn, and they laughed at the same time. In this cheerful laughter, except for Lin Qing, only one person was not laughing, but looked at Lin Qing with scrutiny and inquiry. When Lin Qing noticed him, the senior brother had already come to her with a wine bowl and sat right opposite Lin Qing. Lin Qing's heart was alert, and she didn't know what this man wanted to do. At this moment, the senior brother said calmly, "You did this, although you rescued the child harmed by the water ghost. But you did something wrong and harmed the people of Qinshui town." Lin Qing frowned. Hearing the cold look from the eldest brother, he still said calmly, "In the underwater lair, there is another god enshrined. Compared with the ancestor, this god is not a guy to be trifled with. You have blown away his disciples and grandchildren. He will not forgive you, let alone the people of Qinshui town." Lin Qing thought of something and was about to speak, but was interrupted by the eldest brother again. "You don't have to argue with me first. If you survive this night, I can tell you something about this world. But it's getting dark soon." Chapter 240. Back to the room. At this time, Lin Qing suddenly realized that this senior brother was not as simple as he looked. Whether it was the matter of the Taoist priest surnamed Song or the problem of the water ghost, it did not develop according to her idea. She frowned. "What do you mean?" At this time, the senior brother stood up again, smiled mysteriously, and did not answer her. Instead, he took away the wine bowl, sat back at another table, and talked about something with the second senior brother. Is this person deliberately making a mystery? Or is it true? The development of this world is too incredible. Even Lin Qing is not sure. After all, the danger level of this copy is the highest she has ever been through. If she is not prepared, she will easily be tricked and eat the qi-inducing pill. Even the Taoist priest surnamed Song who appeared looked like a player, but he actually took advantage of the player's fear and directly attacked people. This series of attacks forced Lin Qing to be cautious. At this moment, a servant from Chen's house came forward in a panic and reported, "Master, and all the Taoist priests, please go and have a look. For some reason, a lot of black insect eggs and green water ghost corpses have emerged from the Qinshui River. For some reason, those things are actually coming ashore. This won't be a problem, right?" Hearing this, Master Chen also stood up hurriedly. "Ah, what should we do? The people in Qinshui town have lived on the Qinshui River for generations. These insect eggs will not bring back the plague, right?" The eldest brother knocked on the table with his index finger. "These are just things from the water ghost's nest, and they will dissipate after one night. However, tonight, if Qinshui town does not want to have any trouble, then stay in the house honestly. Don't open the windows. Don't open the door. Every grievance has its perpetrator. And even if something else comes up, it won't come after you. Second brother, how is the formation on the riverside? The second brother said, don't worry. Eldest brother, I, old Jew, can do two things at once. And we can definitely carry the things in the river to the shore. The eldest brother nodded. Okay. He looked at Master Chen. I just put the clay statue of the ancestor back. Tonight, you take people to guard the temple, kill a rooster, and offer it at midnight. As long as the statue is not broken, it means that the crisis is completely over. Okay. Okay. Master Chen hurriedly agreed and hurried to prepare for the offering. At this time, a young disciple asked in a daze, then, Senior brother, what should we do? The senior brother slowly ate the last piece of meat on the plate, put his hand back and scolded, what should we do? What we have to do is to eat today's meal. Don't blame me for not reminding you. When you return to the mountain, it will still be radish and pickled vegetables, without any meat. Otherwise, our sect can't afford to support people who eat for free. After hearing this, the young disciple didn't dare to speak, and quickly ate the remaining rice in the bowl, fearing that there would be no chance later, and he wouldn't be able to eat such a full meal. The senior brother knocked on the bowl. You too. Eat quickly. We have to rush back before dark. Otherwise, even the senior brother can't guarantee what will happen later. After hearing this, the remaining children devoured their food like a whirlwind. After Lin Qing's observation, the various signs shown by the senior brother seemed to indicate that he knew about the existence of the players. But at the same time, he did not look like a player. Could it be that this is another NPC who knows the player? Lin Qing was very curious about what secret he was talking about. But his condition was to survive tonight first. For Lin Qing, it was a condition, more like a reminder. In order to ensure safety, Lin Qing chose to return to the room. However, when she sensed the location of the room, a strange look appeared in her eyes. Unexpectedly, the location of the room this time was fixed. That is to say, she had to go back to the dormitory of the disciple of Chang Shengman first. Okay. I went out for a circle and went back again. Lin Qing sighed in her heart. Although she had a teleportation prop in her hand, since she could take a bus back to the sect, she would go back. The elder brother was more like a kind of indifference to Lin Qing's existence. So when returning to the sect, Lin Qing just took it as his acquiescence. On the way back to the sect, a group of people were still sitting on the gourd. But compared to the curiosity when they came, several young disciples were missing. And even Captain Song who asked them for help was missing. However, no one asked about this matter. Finally, after returning to Changsheng Gate, Lin Qing turned around and ran to her room, followed by Ergu, shouting, Ah! Xiuqi, where are you going? Wait for me. Lin Qing did not intend to continue communicating with him, and quickly distanced herself from him and returned to the cupboard of the original hut. After returning to her room, Lin Qing immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower and change clothes. She didn't want to bring anything from outside back to her room. After a careful inspection, Lin Qing was relieved a little, thinking back to everything weird she had experienced today. This was too incredible, but so real. This place seemed to be filled with heavy fog, which gave Lin Qing, the new intruder, a headache. The master and senior brother of Chang Shengman, the water ghost and stone statue shadow of Qingshui town, and the crazy behavior of the player Song Chung. Today, one fact after another overturned her guess. Lin Qing felt a faint pain in her temples and decided to calm her mind a little. Since she was back in the room, it should represent temporary safety. After changing into clean clothes, Lin Qing saw that the little bear had prepared a whole table of rice, stir-fried vegetables, roast chicken and vegetable soup, as well as juice desserts. Master, is the exploration outside going well? A 013 he. It saw that Lin Qing was in a heavy mood and asked cautiously. Lin Qing touched its head. Fortunately, the little bear's meal was hard work. A 013 also fell into a short sleep. Hee. As long as the master likes it. The little bear was taken away by Lin Qing and turned to clean up the feces of the cuckoo chickens. The cuckoo chicken that was hatching in the corner also clucked, and its small eyes as big as green beans stretched and retracted as its neck stretched, looking like it was exploring something. Next to it was a little sea eagle, and because of the growth potion, it grew twice as fast as normal, and it looked different every day. Its fur was still falling off, and it was plucking up the wings of an adult sea eagle. But the eyes were innocent, and the appearance of this plush fat ball made Lin Qing reach out and touch the fur twice, sighing that it felt really good. The upgrade of the room was still in progress, and no changes could be seen. However, Lin Qing was not in the mood to eat now, but took out the reward for this dungeon mission from the space backpack. Chapter 241 Discussion. This is a sapling planted in a palm-sized flower pot. It is emerald green and emits a light golden light, as if flowing with some mysterious power. When Lin Qing took it out, she felt a light and clean breath coming from the ground and pouring into her body. This gentle, clean and pure power made her feel as comfortable as if she was soaking in a hot spring. Is this the purification tree? Lin Qing closed her eyes and felt this clean power wrapping around her body. Just when she was amazed, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach, and soon a feeling of nausea and vomiting came to her heart. Lin Qing subconsciously ran to the bathroom, and at the last critical moment, she vomited a pool of black mud. When she saw the vomit, she almost fainted, and her heart suddenly beat. What on earth is this? What's going on? However, after vomiting these things, Lin Qing felt much more comfortable in her stomach. She observed carefully and found nothing, then pressed the flush toilet to flush the strange thing away. Is this the power of the purification tree? Lin Qing immediately realized that it was this clean power that worked. Even her mind, which had been exploring outside, seemed to become clear. Lin Qing was a little surprised. It is indeed a prop rewarded by the task, and it is really different. After vomiting this pile of things, Lin Qing's appetite seemed to be much better, and then she started to eat. Of course, she did not forget Lin Ning, and prepared to send her a portion. At this time, she saw several messages Lin Ning sent her. The latest message was, "Sister, are you okay over there? Why didn't you take the photos I asked you to take?" Lin Qing scrolled up and saw what her sister gave her. It turned out to be a defensive item, the light barrier. She immediately sent it to Lin Ning. "Do you have many defensive items? I still have some here. You can keep them for yourself." However, Lin Ning did not respond to her, perhaps still busy. At this time, Lin Qing took advantage of the waiting time and finally figured out one thing. She decided to remind other players of the world she had experienced. This is a thankless act. Although she doesn't know what other people's attitudes are, Lin Qing is very clear about the dangers of this world. This kind of copy world that violates common sense is often easily overlooked by people. The unusual status quo. Lin Qing even suspected that there were players who had experienced this world and did not survive, resulting in no one discussing this matter in the channel. After thinking for a while, she typed out a paragraph. "Hello everyone. I am rich overnight. I don't know if anyone has experienced this dungeon I am currently experiencing. After the merge, this is the first high-risk dungeon I have experienced. So I want to introduce it to everyone and listen to everyone's opinions." Soon, her comments were pushed up. Fuck. Who is this? Rich overnight. The awesome player who jumped from 10th to 5th. Hey. This is a big guy. What dungeon can be difficult for you? Asking us for opinions is not a big deal for us. Dun big guy's sharing seems very serious. Judging from what he said, this dungeon doesn't seem to be very simple. Hurry up and tell me. Why are you dithering and having such a long conversation? Are you deliberately trying to stir up the interest of the players in the channel and be mysterious? Yes. You didn't even throw out the name of the dungeon first. Isn't this pure nonsense? Don't listen to the above. Sir, get out if you don't listen. When Lin Qing sent the content, this group of people had already sent more than a dozen pieces of content, which shocked her a little. They really said all kinds of things. However, due to human nature, Lin Qing just pretended not to see it. The copy I'm in is called Gini Xianzong. After entering the copy, you become a new disciple of Changshengman. And then you are recruited by the eldest brother, together with a group of young disciples who are also new to the sect. You go to the master's cave to receive the teaching of drawing qi into the body. In the copy of Cultivating Immortals, you can also practice drawing qi into the body. Can you really become an immortal? I only saw the disciples of the immortal sect. Isn't this the process in the novels? After being recruited by the master, you embark on the road of cultivating immortals. Is there any problem with this? If there is, no. If there is a problem, will the rich boss still share it with us? Such a good thing will definitely be swallowed by himself. Who will take the initiative to share a copy of the paradise? I also noticed that the name of this copy is actually called Weird Immortal Sect, which proves that the rich boss has triggered the main task. Just looking at the name of this copy, it is a bit abnormal. This word cultivation and weird are linked together, which is definitely not a good thing. Not to mention that behind the door of our room is a world of survival, which is not that simple. Let's hear what the boss says. Lin Qing continued to send out the content. Yes, as everyone said, I seem to have experienced a Xiaoxian dungeon with full benefits, but I was more cautious in it. My sixth sense told me that there was an unspeakable weirdness in this world, so I didn't eat the chi-attracting pill in the dungeon. Among them, there were 2 other players who were disciples like me. For some reasons, I couldn't communicate with them, so they took the pills on their own initiative. Fuck. This Xiaoxian dungeon can't be the kind that has problems. I seem to realize what the boss is talking about. Is there something wrong with the pill? The boss can stop keeping me hanging. What happened next? Get rich overnight. You? Are you telling a story? Can you explain the matter simply? What are you doing with such a long conversation? It's a waste of everyone's time. The above is just a free sharing. If you don't like it, you can choose not to listen. No one is forcing you to continue reading. Cold knowledge. Turn off the bracelet screen, and you can instantly communicate without watching the channel. That's right. I don't know what's so good about this. Obviously, the boss is seriously describing the environment and sharing his experience. I don't know how many smart guys think they are better than the boss. At this time, it's not that Lin Qing didn't post the full version of this matter, but at this time, the light outside the room has completely darkened. Now, Lin Qing's room has a window. She clearly felt that the last ray of light outside disappeared, and the window dimmed instantly, and the light disappeared into the darkness. But at this time, she felt a strange sight staring at her through the window. That power seemed to have substance, making her unable to ignore it. Chapter 242 Black Stone Statue. Lin Qing immediately closed the curtains. After blocking the strange sight, she immediately felt a lot of pressure relieved. It was already dark outside, but the pair of eyes seemed to follow her like a shadow, which made Lin Qing terrified. What is that in the dark? After saying this, she immediately thought of what the senior brother said to her. That is, the thing in the water would find her. Lin Qing then understood what he meant. She had obviously returned to the room, but the shadow of fear seemed to hover over her head again. Lin Qing immediately took out the evil-repelling peach with sword and 3 thunderstorm talismans to prevent the things outside from breaking through the wall. This upgrade time is too long, so I don't know if her current level 7 room can withstand the attack of foreign monsters. Just then, there was a regular knock on Lin Qing's door. No, or the sound of knocking on the cabinet door. As the knock-knock sound rang out, it echoed throughout the room. Not only did the little bear look alert, but even the cuckoo chicken had its hair standing up, showing a fighting posture. Master, is there an enemy attacking? Lin Qing's expression was slightly restrained, and he nodded cautiously. This monster is a bit strange. Let's see what it wants to do first. She still remembered that the eldest brother said that there was another god worshipped under the water, which undoubtedly reminded her of the strange stone statues under the water, as if they were doing some kind of strange sacrifice. At that time, Lin Qing had met that thing, and it didn't feel good to be stared at by it. Even now when she thought about it, she would feel an inexplicable chill in her heart. And at this moment, the knocking sound outside the door suddenly stopped. The room suddenly became quiet, and the silence was even more terrifying than the knock on the door just now. Lin Qing signaled Xiao Xiong to keep quiet, and then she tiptoed to the door of the room. After listening for a while, and finding no sound outside the door, she turned on the defense system beside the door, to see what was going on around her. This panel that could see the situation outside the door was used by Lin Qing as an electronic cat's eye, and a camera-like picture appeared on the screen. In the dark and lightless midnight, the thatched house outside the cabinet door was dilapidated, and it seemed that nothing appeared. Could it be that I am hallucinating? But Lin Qing was sure that the sound she heard was real, and it was not the door of this thatched house, but the cabinet door inside. She did not let down her guard because of the current situation, but instead had greater concerns. However, when she stood at the door, nothing unusual happened. After waiting for 10 minutes, the strange knock on the door still did not seem to appear again. In order to divert attention, Lin Qing opened the bracelet and planned to finish communicating with the players in the channel. When he opened the chat box, he found that these people had already imagined a lot of things. What's going on? Where are the people who are talking halfway? Let's go! I guess this person didn't intend to tell us. Otherwise, how long would he have talked about it? I think it's because the dungeon is special. Now I see that this big guy is still in the dungeon. Maybe he is in some danger now. This person is ranked 5th. Even such a powerful player finds this dungeon difficult. Is there anyone who can analyze and discuss what is going on? Sorry. I'm back now. There was some movement outside the room just now. So I checked it out. There is no problem for now. I will continue to tell you the following guesses. Welcome. Welcome. The boss is back. The front row sells melon seeds and cola, etc. Welcome to come to me to buy. I can't wait any longer. Hurry up. Hurry up. Finish the content. Don't panic. Boss. Talk slowly. I'm willing to wait and listen slowly. The more detailed this weird dungeon is, the better. These contents are important reference resources. If they are useful, I am willing to reward you. That's right. Except for players voluntarily sharing. This opportunity to know the dungeon environment in advance is rare. The boss's enthusiastic sharing is already a blessing for us. Once you enter this repetitive dungeon, it can increase a lot of chances of survival. Although Lin Qing knew that the content she shared was more important, it was rare for so many people to speak for her like now. She sent out the edited information. According to the explanation of the game, the chi-inducing pills in this world are very strange. And there is a kind of insect egg called fairy insect in it, which directly uses the human body as a breeding ground. This strange pill seems to be made by the master of this sect, who wants to refine the recruited disciples into pills. The other 2 disciples look kind, but from their conversation, they seem to know all this. But at the same time, they agree with this matter. Originally, I met a player who is a Taoist priest. He said he would help the 2 players take out the insect eggs. But later he turned against them and killed the 2. I also escaped by accident. However, the man behind was killed by the Taoist priests of this sect. Lin Qing described the content of the dungeon he experienced today to them, and also mentioned the strange knocking sound just now. Fuck. Get rich overnight. Do you know what you are talking about? Don't insult the sacredness of cultivating immortals in my heart. Okay. Are you telling a ghost story? After listening to this description, I don't know why. I always feel a little scared in my heart. Me too. I was lying on the bed, but I subconsciously covered myself with the quilt. No. Tonight, I have to put all my defensive props out in formation to protect me from surviving the dungeon. Boss, I am really in a dungeon with ghosts. Crying. I look left and right now, and always feel that something is wrong in the room. Me too. I was planning to go to bed, but I opened the channel before going to bed to see what everyone was talking about. But after watching the whole thing, I am now completely sleepless. Get rich overnight. How do you feel now? Is the thing outside the door still there? What exactly is it? Have you figured it out? Now, the players who get rich overnight are basically wiped out. If they really die, it's okay. But I'm afraid they will become some kind of half-human, half-ghost thing. Come on. Rich guy. I want to hear how you spend the next day. You are my only reference in this world. Don't die. Otherwise, a little guy like me will die even more. Everyone is talking about feelings, but no one is doing analysis. Then let me tell you my opinion. Get rich overnight. Do you know that in some legends or biography novels, there is a theme called Cthulhu, which feels very similar to your current experience? Chapter 243 Conjecture. Lin Qing noticed that this message was sent by a player named Green Spirit, who was ranked above Lin Qing and ranked 4th. Green Spirit then sent another message. If this is the case, I advise you not to explore the truth of this world too much. Sometimes, the more you know, the more you may be noticed by the things in it, and then be contaminated. That's right. Getting rich overnight doesn't mean that the progress of one of the tasks is stuck at 50%. Even if it is successful, it means that there is no need to explore all the truth. What the above said is equivalent to not saying it. Right? What is the repeater saying here? The boss above is actually the boss of Green Spirit. It feels like what he said is close to the truth. Does this copy really exist? It feels impossible to succeed. Fortunately, the boss first entered this copy and realized the truth. If rookies like me entered, we would only be able to leave alive. But not alive. I made it out alive. By the way, can the monsters in this dungeon really affect people's sanity? I always feel that after the last dungeon, There will be another voice in my body. I don't know what's going on. I thought I was hallucinating. Fuck. What dungeon did the above experience? I posted it for everyone's reference. If this is the case, even the players will change. How can we play team exploration in the future? Do teammates who look normal actually have a monster living in their bodies? Has the above been offline for 3 years? When I returned to the real world last time, didn't I hear any gossip? There are many people who rely on themselves to be survival players to do evil in the real world. It is said that some of them are non-human. Oh, interesting. The above person elaborated on this. I really didn't know about this situation. A senior reader of the K-series advises you not to listen to it or to inquire about it. This kind of thing is very weird. It's like when you stare into the abyss. The abyss is actually staring at humans. You don't know when you will be secretly stared at by this kind of thing. And you won't know whether a core is replaced or something is planted in your body. That's right. Let's end this matter here. Some things will also appear on a large scale from person to person. Although the description of getting rich overnight is relatively conservative. If there is really something hidden in it, then other people will be finished. Ah, what should I do now? After listening to this, I will be stared at by this kind of thing. Don't worry. Don't think too much. The experience of getting rich overnight can only give a reference. There are so many players in the channel, and it is estimated that only a very small number of players can enter this world. However, when you explore or pass the dungeon in the future, if you find something wrong, try to share your experience, so that other players can be more vigilant about such places. Yes. Anyway, thank you for sharing. Sometimes when you experience ordinary dungeons, it is easy to lose vigilance. I believe that with the rich man taking the lead, everyone will pay more attention to such things and improve the survival rate. Lin Qing was relieved to see that this matter caused such a big discussion. Especially the suggestion of the green spirit made Lin Qing ponder. If it is this type of world, it can be used to explain some abnormal places in this world. The more you know, the more danger you will encounter. Lin Qing looked at one of the messages, and her face gradually became serious. But if she didn't explore, she might not be able to complete her second task. There was no progress bar for this 50% progress, and she didn't know where the limit was and whether she could succeed. After discussing in the channel, Lin Qing also had a general understanding of what happened today. But if she didn't do anything, Lin Qing just had this thought, and suddenly noticed that the door of the room in front of her suddenly shook for a moment. Although Lin Qing had been chatting, she was also guarding the door, and soon noticed this tiny movement. However, she soon noticed that it was not only the door that was moving, but the whole room was shaking, as if some external force was distorting the space here. Then, the strange knocking sound rang again. Knock, 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 knock. At the beginning, the knocking sound was still very light and slow. But as the knocking sound continued, the sound became rapid and heavy, as if there was a big hand outside the door controlling it, impatiently wanting to come in. This time, the noise was much louder than the first knocking sound. It was like living next door to a house under renovation. And even the sound became extremely harsh and unpleasant, which made people particularly irritable and uneasy. And they especially wanted to go out and argue with the thing that made the noise. When Lin Qing realized this thought, her hand had already touched the door handle. Fortunately, the power of the purification tree was working, and a green light enveloped her body, pulling her head out of a certain psychedelic moment. At this time, Lin Qing's hands had begun to tremble. She took a lot of effort to use her other hand to take the hand on the door down. Lin Qing realized what happened, gasped, and was a little scared. However, at this time, fear is the most useless emotion. She immediately found 2 earplugs to plug her ears, making the sound instantly much smaller. Although she almost got caught, it at least made her realize one thing. That is, with the current level of her room, the things outside the door can at least not break into the door directly. So they would use these little tricks to lure her out of the door. Was that power trying to control my body just now? Lin Qing reacted and realized that it was still not absolutely safe now. The room can prevent things outside the door from entering, but it can't prevent the infiltration of the power of that weird thing. Damn. What on earth is this? Although Lin Qing was very curious, she thought of what the players in the channel said just now, and she still planned to put an end to her curiosity and wait for the night to pass before dawn. And when it was safe outside, she would never step out of the room. Although the reward for Mission 2 was very tempting, she had to have a chance to use it. If she failed here, she would have nowhere to cry. At this moment, her eyes suddenly went dark, and she felt that the scene in front of her seemed to be a little strange. Her room seemed to become a little strange, and she seemed to have returned to the group of strange black stone statues in the underwater water ghost's lair. The suffocating feeling like a tie gradually enveloped her. Chapter 244 Room Upgrade. Master. Cluck. 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 When Lin Qing regained consciousness, she found herself lying on the floor. Cuckoo Chicken was stepping on her chest, looking down at Lin Qing, while Little Bear was waiting anxiously. What happened to me? With the help of Little Bear, she sat up with her arms, and then she realized that something was not good. Little Bear almost cried anxiously. Master, you just fell straight down and scared us to death. Cuckoo Chicken also clucked and seemed to be responding to something. Lin Qing recalled everything that happened just now and immediately reacted. He grabbed the Little Bear's hand and asked, Little Bear, did I open the door or do anything strange just now? The Little Bear shook his head. No, Master. I don't know why your face suddenly changed drastically just now. It looked like you saw something, and then you fainted. It was the egg under the Cuckoo Chicken that emitted a light. And then the sound outside the door stopped. So we are safe for now. After hearing the Little Bear's explanation, Lin Qing looked at the Cuckoo Chicken again. The flax-colored hen shook its feathers and jumped down from Lin Qing gracefully with chicken feet, looking very famous. However, the small eyes that secretly observed Lin Qing betrayed its emotions. Lin Qing couldn't help laughing. Thank you, Cuckoo Chicken. Cuckoo Chicken has done a great job. You are rewarded with dried insects and dried fish. Cuckoo Chicken, cluck, cluck, cluck. Lin Qing turned on the bracelet system and saw a pop-up reminder. Danger detected for the player. The egg sheath of the human-faced insect took the initiative to defend the player, and is currently in a deep sleep. Seeing this message, Lin Qing couldn't help but feel scared. After all, that thing just now invaded the room and even tried to control her body. If it really succeeded, it would be unimaginable. She opened the system panel again and checked her sanity value, and found that it remained at an extremely dangerous value of 50%. It was actually a mental attack, Lin Qing murmured, and her expression became extremely serious. She took out the blessing of the Virgin Mary and used this item to pull her sanity value back to normal and temporarily stabilize it. And then she began to worry about the outside again. Is it because of the attack of the egg case of the human-faced insect body? Is the attack of the outside thing over? Or is it still brewing a greater crisis? Lin Qing didn't dare to guarantee it. After listening to the player's explanation just now, she couldn't check the monitoring system, not knowing what the enemy is like. But being attacked twice by this thing, Lin Qing still felt quite unhappy. But now it's a big problem to survive this night. If there is another attack just now, Lin Qing can't guarantee what she will do. She thought for a moment, took out a bundle of ropes from her space backpack, and said to Little Bear, Little Bear, you are in a special situation, and should not be affected by things outside. Tie me up first to prevent me from losing consciousness and being controlled by things outside. Okay, Master. Although Little Bear was a little hesitant, she still listened to Lin Qing's words and tied her hands and feet. At this time, Lin Qing also tried to empty his mind to prevent being affected by things outside. Just after everything was prepared, the knocking sound outside the door became more rapid and violent. In addition to the shaking of the room door, even the door handle seemed to be turned from the outside, turning violently, as if it could break into the door in the next second. Seeing this scene, even Lin Qing was surprised. After all, this was a level 7 room. Without the owner's permission, outsiders could not break in. Little Bear, hurry! Hearing Lin Qing's order, Little Bear also took out the freezing gun that Lin Qing gave it, fired a bullet at the door handle, and instantly spread a thick ice wall on the door. This time, the measure seemed to be effective. In addition to the sound of knocking on the door, the power that could turn the door handle seemed to be temporarily sealed. Unexpectedly, this time she was affected so deeply by the monster outside. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Just when she thought she was temporarily safe, suddenly Lin Qing felt that her head seemed to be heavy, although the sanity value has been maintained at a normal value. Her eyelids and body seemed to have stopped listening to her. Damn! Why is this thing unreasonable? Lin Qing tried to open her eyes, and even felt that if it didn't work, she would let Little Bear shoot bullets at her and freeze her into an ice sculpture first. After all, she still had a universal elixir on her body that she hadn't used. I just don't know if the panacea can save her life in the ice. As the knocks on the door became stronger, even the ice that had frozen the door seemed to crack with some fine and dense lines, as if it was breaking. Lin Qing even saw a half-human-high black stone statue standing vaguely in the crack of the door, with a mysterious expression on its face. Lin Qing's heart shuddered, and she shuddered instantly. Little bear, you? Just when she was about to implement the plan, the sound of the game system suddenly rang. Ding! The 8th level room upgrade has been completed. Room upgrade results absolute defense. Detected that the player is in danger. Do you want to turn on the absolute defense system? When Lin Qing heard this voice, she almost burst into tears and hurriedly said, Open! Open! Open immediately! Okay. The absolute defense system is about to be activated. It is detected that the boss outside the player's door is extremely dangerous. It needs to consume a lot of room energy. The existing energy value in the room is insufficient. Do you want to recharge the energy value? Lin Qing. She had a vague, ominous premonition. But the crisis is right in front of her. The thing outside the door is about to come in. Go. 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 Recharge quickly. Okay. This energy recharge will consume 500 world gold coins. The defense system is about to be deployed. The deployment time is 6 hours. Absolute defense is deployed successfully. As the system voice fell for the last second, the walls of the whole room emitted a blazing golden light. Lin Qing was pierced by this light and subconsciously blocked his eyes with the back of his hand. After the light subsided, Lin Qing opened his eyes and saw that the ice blocks beside the door had shattered all over the floor. The door, which had been opened a crack, was tightly closed again. As for the knocking sound that destroyed people's psychological defenses, it also disappeared completely. At this time, Lin Qing was completely relieved. Huh. It seems that the absolute defense system has been deployed. It should be really safe this time. She asked Xiao Xiong to untie the rope, and then approached the door and listened closely. Sure enough, there was no sound outside. Not only that, even her body suddenly became lighter, and the heavy feeling of being controlled by the body disappeared. Although she was painfully cut off from 500 world gold coins, Lin Qing couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being a Krypton gold system. This money is worth spending. The only negative news was that half of her small treasury disappeared in an instant. Chapter 245 Sharing. Lin Qing comforted herself that the money she earned had to be spent. This was spent to save her life, and she would work hard to earn gold coins in the future. Although she is temporarily safe now, she doesn't know whether the things outside have left or not. The defense system will only protect her room and the people inside, and it is estimated that the attack capability is not enough. Remembering to get the black stone statue, she didn't expect that this thing actually followed it back here. If it was provoked by an ordinary player, he might have died long ago. I didn't expect that the level 8 system could actually open absolute defense. It seems that the higher the upgrade, the more functions the room has. Lin Qing frowned slightly. The strange gods in this dungeon world seem to be not only the black stone statue, but also the ancestor of Chang Shengman and the things behind Song Chung. They seem to belong to different camps behind them. No wonder the prompt system said that this is a high-risk dungeon. The dungeon is special, and the difficulty and mortality rate are high. Just in a small Qingshui town, they can almost face each other. How can the difficulty of this dungeon not be high? Lin Qing analyzed in his heart. For the players after the merge, only a few opened the 8th level room, which means that any player who went out to explore, as long as they provoke this thing back, would definitely not escape the crisis of death. But what's the matter with Song Chung? Is he a player who came in with us and accidentally drew the identity of a Taoist priest, but has been here for a long time? Lin Qing always felt that this person might not be simple. After all, who can run without a human form? After such a commotion, Lin Qing was a little tired and quickly laid down on the bed to rest. But before going to bed, she subconsciously glanced at the message channel again and found that those players were discussing what she had just shared, and they expressed their opinions. Among them, there were many examples of sharing the strange world they encountered. One player's sharing caught Lin Qing's attention. After listening to so many speculations from everyone, I also share a strange thing I experienced in the dungeon world. It was in a hospital dungeon. I was a patient's family member who came to the hospital to visit. One of the main tasks is to explore more than 50% of this dungeon called Icon Life Hospital. At the beginning, I still felt a little strange. It's just exploring the map. Is it so dangerous? But as time passed, I realized that this Icon Life hospital is not as simple as I imagined. In the ward area of the hospital, every room is inhabited by so-called patients. I couldn't think of a suitable word to describe them at the time. I just subconsciously felt it was very strange. At that time, other players also entered this copy, including two groups of players, belonging to several players in a room. Their two teams divided the work and cooperated very systematically, and quickly explored more than half of the content. Basically, they explored the entire hospital below the 6th floor of the inpatient area, because they didn't look easy to mess with at the time. And I was alone. I didn't choose to show up, because I had some kind of follow-up props. I planned to follow them to pick up leaks and see if I could get anything. But when they explored the 7th floor, they seemed to be abnormal. Their minds began to lose control, and they even started to fight violently with each other. Even their expressions seemed to become very strange. I was scared at the time, thinking that there was something on the 7th floor, so I didn't dare to act rashly. But when the second day started, I squatted at the door to watch their actions. But this group of people did not appear as usual. Instead, I smelled a strong smell of blood outside their room. So I made a judgment that they were all dead. Among them, when this player was speaking, some players questioned, "I wonder if you have overlooked something and deliberately blamed others for your own interests. Maybe you saw that someone opened something good and deliberately caused the consequences." Having said so much, I think you just want to take advantage of this discussion trend to plunder other people's resources. Rationalize it. It feels like a little story I made up. The player responded quickly. While being a survival player, I am first a human being. Although they may not know good from bad, they are at least my kind and my race. First of all, I will make it clear that even in the survival copy, I will not attack them unless other players attack me. Of course, you can question me like this, but please listen to me finish the following story. So the player continued to tell the content along the lines of what he had just said. After discovering this, I felt very bad, and my first reaction was to return to the room. But when I returned to the room, the more I thought about it, the more wrong it was. After all, there are other groups of players here, and it might be someone else who did it. So I went to the doors of other players in the same room to take a look. But I didn't expect that there was also black and red blood seeping out from under their doors. Lin Qing noticed that it was very unlikely for two powerful groups of players to get into trouble at the same time. After she had seen their strong organizational strength before, she had once envied this method. But because of the rules of the room survival game and the fact that players could not be sincere to each other, she gave up this kind of recruitment. But even so, the strength of the team cannot be denied. Now that two groups are in trouble at the same time, this is obviously abnormal. Except for a few high-level players. It is hard to believe that this is something that players can do. Lin Qing continued to watch. Yes, as you guessed, the players in the room were all dead. But, or to put it another way, they became monsters affected by the dungeon. After I opened the door, a lot of blood flowed out of their bodies. But their flesh was still alive. And even some form of mutation occurred. I don't know how to describe this situation. It's just like a nightmare. I left this room and hurried to the next location. But the other room was even more strange. The floor of the room was full of blood, and there was a heavy smell of decay. But no one was there. I am a timid person, so after a quick check, I left quickly. After hearing what the big guy shared just now, I also remembered this dungeon. I thought I had subconsciously forgotten it, but I didn't expect that all the scenes in my memory suddenly came flooding back. Chapter 246 Plan. After seeing the end of the player sharing, Lin Qing fell asleep unconsciously and tiredly. That night, she slept quite deeply, but was affected by the daytime dungeon and had nightmares all night. When she woke up in the morning, Lin Qing felt that she had not recovered from the nightmare. But when she thought about what she had dreamed, the dream had become blank. Forget it. It's not a good dream. Just forget it. When Lin Qing walked out of the room, there was already a smell of food in the activity room. Little Bear had already prepared a hearty breakfast. There were not only pickled and refreshing pickles, but also light and delicious porridge, a basket of small buns, and a plate of barbecue. Little Bear turned his head and greeted Lin Qing. "Good morning, Master." Lin Qing's eyes lit up. "Good morning, Baby Bear." After she finished washing and cleaning, she immediately sat down and ate a hearty breakfast. She ate a belly full of warm breakfast. And then she felt alive instantly. This is how people live. Get out of the ghost world. Lin Qing patted her belly and lazily lay on the back of the chair. It seemed that everything from last night was forgotten. However, since she survived the night, Lin Qing still remembered that the senior brother said that he would tell her something if she met this condition. I don't know how much information he has about the world, but it's not a bad thing to go and listen. Maybe 50% of the exploration progress will be achieved. After thinking this through, Lin Qing planned to go out and take a look. However, before going out, she still planned to check if there were any changes in the 8th level room. Yesterday, the situation was dangerous. After relaxing the tension in his mind, he was exhausted, and even Lin Qing didn't have the energy to continue checking. Now that time is free. Lin Qing walked around the room and found that the storage space and the number of grids in the planting area of the space backpack have increased. And the space that can accommodate monsters has also expanded by 1 grid. The activity area is also much larger and not as crowded as before. In addition to these, there is an additional conversion device at the door of the room, which shows whether to go to the current copy world, the secret immortal sect, or the vampire manor. However, the vampire manor belongs to a special ownership world and can no longer be explored, or related tasks can be triggered. In other words, Lin Qing can treat it as an extra area of the other world. It looks pretty good. Lin Qing tried it first and opened the passage to the vampire manor. Soon, there was a chirping of birds outside the door, and the sound of the wind blowing in the wilderness. Lin Qing opened it and saw that it was indeed this world. As the scenery of this world came into view, even Lin Qing felt a little relaxed. If there were no copy tasks, it would be nice to relax in this world. She closed the door reluctantly. Suddenly she thought of something. Can the NPCs between copies be transferred? If possible, she wanted to bring Ergu and the children to the vampire manor. In this way, could they get rid of the cause and effect of this world? However, these are just Lin Qing's guesses. After all, she has never seen such a thing. So she asked the prompt system. System, do you know what conditions are required to transfer the natives of this copy? Or what consequences will there be? This time, the prompt system was silent for a long time. Just when Lin Qing thought it would not answer her question, its voice suddenly came out. Ding. According to the system query, there are generally very strict conditions for transferring natives between different copies. If there is a copy owner, the copy owner's consent is required. If not, it is a free generated world, and an immigration fee must be paid to the survival system. Lin Qing, hearing about the immigration fee, she instantly felt something was wrong. After all, the pain of spending 500 world gold coins last night was still vivid in her mind. The survival system would not ask for a huge amount of money for this immigration fee. Right? Lin Qing just suddenly felt like helping out. However, if the fee is too high, it would be very uneconomical for her. At this time, the prompt system said, in the dungeon world, the scarcity and importance of the natives will also affect the cost of migration between dungeons. The less important the natives are, the lower the fees they need to pay. The price of the lowest level NPC is 1,000 ordinary NPCs for 1 world gold coin. So cheap? Lin Qing said, and soon felt that there was something wrong with this transaction. Isn't this human trafficking? But between different worlds, dungeon NPCs will have a certain impact on the world, so ordinary players will not choose to migrate. In view of the special dungeons, it is recommended that the host proceed with caution. Okay, I understand. Lin Qing also thought that the worms planted in the bodies of these children, that kind of thing, did not know what the impact was, and this problem also needed to be solved. She asked again tentatively, prompt system, is there any place that can give more tips about this mysterious world copy? I have explored Qingshui town. Can I still explore Changshengmen? Ding. Changshengmen can be explored, but it is recommended that the hosts do not go to the back mountain of Changshengmen and the Master's Retreat Cave. Okay, I understand. After listening to the prompt system, Lin Qing also had an idea in her heart and did not continue to ask. It seems that the crisis of things outside the door has been temporarily resolved. Since she can explore Changshengmen, she will try not to go to places prohibited by the system, and other things should not be a big problem. After everything was ready, Lin Qing opened the door of the room again, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her hands. To be honest, she was still scared about what happened last night. After making some psychological preparations, she slowly opened the door of the room. With a creak, the shabby cabinet door was opened from the inside. Lin Qing also saw everything in the shabby thatched house. The sunlight through the shabby window lattice, and the little brat sleeping soundly on the straw. She instantly showed a vigilant look in her eyes, and took out the peachwood sword. When approaching, she asked tentatively, "Ergu? Is that you?" The little brat turned over and wiped his face. It seemed that there was still a hazy sleep in his eyes. "Ah, Xuqi? Are you awake?" Lin Qing carefully observed his expression, and did not find anything unusual. So she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The sun is shining on your buttocks. It's time to get up. But how did you find this place? Did you stay here all night?" Ergu yawned. "Yes. You ran away in a hurry yesterday, and I was afraid that you would have an accident. So I followed you. You are so good, hiding in the closet and not coming out all night." Lin Qing listened to his chattering and suddenly realized one thing. Ergu was outside her room all night last night. Thinking of this, Lin Qing frowned slightly and looked at the seemingly ordinary kid with an inquiring look. "So, did this guy know about the black statue last night?" Chapter 247 Visiting. Seeing that Ergu couldn't get anything out of him, Lin Qing blocked his mouth and threw him a roasted chicken leg. "Here. Breakfast." "Hey!" When Ergu was hit by the chicken leg, he was stunned for a moment. When he saw that it was a chicken leg, his eyes lit up instantly. "Oh my god! Where did you get this chicken leg from, Xuqi?" He sniffed the chicken leg with his nose, and then he started to chew it happily, and said while eating, "This is not something you stole from Chindashan's family yesterday. You still remember to leave it for me. You are really loyal. I was really satisfied with the meal yesterday. It was not because of the eldest brother. It is said that if you become an immortal through cultivation, you can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. This old saying is really effective." Listening to this guy's chattering, Lin Qing's head began to hurt. If she hadn't seen the scene yesterday, she would have really thought that this was a normal person. But after seeing this guy's stomach ripped open and still alive and kicking, Lin Qing was still a little uneasy. She tried to guide him. "You ate so much yesterday. Didn't you feel uncomfortable at all?" No. I wanted to vomit. But unfortunately, there was not enough time. Otherwise, I could have eaten another plate of fried chicken." Ergu finished the chicken leg given by Lin Qing in 2 or 3 bites, and sucked on the chicken bones twice after finishing. Tasting the taste, "This is good. It feels better than what I ate yesterday. Xuqi, do you have any?" This guy looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. But Lin Qing already knew the experience of these two people, and understood that this was because he was used to being hungry. So he had such a strong obsession with food. She threw another bag of torn bread over. "Here. A new thing. I guarantee you've never eaten it before." Ergu caught it excitedly, took a bite and his eyes widened. Then he wolfed it down without drinking a sip of water, and in less than 10 seconds, he ate a palm-sized piece of bread. "Woo woo woo. It's delicious. Where did you get this thing from, Xuqi?" Lin Qing smiled mysteriously. "Secret?" At this time, she patted the dirt on her butt and stood up from the ground. "Let's go and talk to the senior brother first." "Talk about something?" Ergu's eyes flashed with confusion. But seeing Lin Qing's confident look, he followed behind him half-believingly, muttering, "Did the senior brother say something? Why don't I remember? Could it be about practicing martial arts? But didn't the senior brother say that he would take a day off today?" At this time, Lin Qing had already walked on the original path, relying on yesterday's memory. She first came to the open space where she had originally gathered, and then turned to the 3-story building where the 3 brothers lived. In addition to being a place for the 3 brothers and sisters to live, this place also serves as a canteen for new disciples. However, it is just a large empty room with a stove, and there is a faint smell of oil smoke. It is morning, and the 3rd sister is already sweating, waving a spatula to make fried rice. There is nothing more than a pot of carrots and potatoes stewed in it, and some ingredients that Lin Qing can't recognize are added. This is also the first time Lin Qing has seen this 3rd sister. The woman in front of him looks only about 15 or 16 years old, thin and weak, with a headscarf on her head, revealing a pair of bright and energetic black eyes. She looked like a pole, but she held the spoon steadily, stirring the ingredients in the big pot. There was only a little oil in it, which Lin Qing thought was not very appetizing. But even so, the group of half-grown children, who had just entered the canteen, had been waiting in the cafeteria early, staring at the dishes in the pot with eager eyes. Before Lin Qing said anything, Erga could not help but rush in. I almost forgot to eat breakfast. It seems that I came at the right time. Unexpectedly, this guy's stomach was still very big, and the chicken legs and bread just now did not satisfy him. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Qing's eyes. But the third sister was busy cooking, and had no time to pay attention to them. She just shouted, "Third sister, those who come late should go to the back, and don't block the way of the people in front." Lin Qing walked over. "Third sister, today the eldest brother asked me to find him. How should I go upstairs?" Hearing the word eldest brother, the third sister finally raised her head. After seeing Lin Qing's current appearance, she was a little surprised. "Little girl, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. The eldest brother has a worse temper than me. You go to him now. Don't touch bad luck." At the end, there was even a sense of gloating in her tone. However, seeing Lin Qing's determined look, the third sister realized that she was not joking. So she waved her spoon and pointed to the staircase in the hidden corner. "Go. It's on the 4th floor above. His room is the most fancy. When you come down later, call the second brother down as well. This guy is like a pig, eating but not working. And he is too lazy to go downstairs. There is really nothing you can do about them." Lin Qing followed her instructions and found the location of the stairs. So he nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." She was not worried about these things now, but was only worried that this person would change his mind on the spot. In order to avoid any more trouble, Lin Qing decided to come over immediately and get information from him. Soon, she went up the stairs to the 4th floor. The floor above was in a state of disrepair and creaked. Lin Qing saw the fancy room mentioned by the third sister at a glance. Sure enough, the door was decorated with plants and flowers from the mountains, and it looked like a relatively elegant environment. Lin Qing walked over and knocked on the door. A voice came from inside immediately. "Who is it?" Lin Qing said, "It's me, senior brother." Hearing Lin Qing's voice, there was a rustling sound inside, and then someone came to the door on the floor. This senior brother seemed to have just woken up, and he looked very casually dressed, and even his hair was just casually gathered up. "Good morning, senior brother." Lin Qing greeted him with a smile. However, compared to Lin Qing's relaxation, when the eldest brother saw Lin Qing standing at the door, his sleepy face immediately became stunned, and he rubbed his eyes twice. And then he looked like he had seen a ghost. "Fuck! You are not dead yet. You actually survived?" After saying this, even he was shocked, and he covered his mouth instantly, looking like he wanted to close the door and stop Lin Qing from coming in. But how could Lin Qing do as he wished? Before he closed the door, he quickly stretched out his foot and blocked the door that the eldest brother wanted to close. And then he lazily said, "Elder brother, you should not have forgotten what you promised me yesterday. What exactly do you want to tell me? I'm really curious." Chapter 248 The Truth. This, that. Listening to Lin Qing's words, the eldest brother hesitated and looked very reluctant. Lin Qing crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. "Elder brother, I think you want to break your promise. Otherwise, why don't you dare to say a word? Who dares not to say it? Just say it. Do you dare to listen to me if I dare to say it? If you dare to listen, come in." After hearing this, the eldest brother looked stimulated, scratched his messy hair, and began to get angry. Lin Qing did not show her fear, and stepped in before he finished speaking. At least the prompt system did not say that it was dangerous here. She was still more confident and escaped with the props in her hand when there was a problem. "Hey, it's really a ghost. A yellow-haired girl is so arrogant." The eldest brother was furious, turned around and closed the door, and said to Lin Qing, "Don't blame me for not warning you. I will eat children." Lin Qing was already sitting on the rattan chair in the corner, calm and composed, looking from the window of this room. You can see a rolling white sea of clouds and the green peaks of mountains. It seems that this man is enjoying himself. I don't know how much of the funds of Changshengmen were embezzled by him. Tell me, what happened here? You deliberately took me back to Chen Mansion that day. You must have seen my identity and wanted to save me. But what about the scene you and the second brother performed by the river that day? Lin Qing came to find him, not relying on passion or recklessness. After experiencing what happened last night, Lin Qing figured out some things. On the way here, those things were also connected together. giving her another guess. So she came to verify the truth. What do you mean you can see the truth or not? And you come to act again? What are you talking about? I don't know. The eldest brother sat opposite Lin Qing and poured himself a cup of hot tea, with no intention of paying attention to her. Seeing this man playing tricks, Lin Qing was mentally prepared. She slowly said her guess. It is true that there are fairy insects in the qi-inducing pill, and it is also true that Master wants to make pills. In fact, you also want to save these children. Otherwise, why would you take them to the foot of the mountain for a big meal? After hearing Lin Qing's words, the eldest brother sneered and almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Little girl, you are not old, but you think a lot. Then why don't you guess that I just want to help Master feed the lamb a little bigger so that he can eat well? I'm still acting for you. You are too flattering yourself. Who are you? Do you deserve me to act for you? This guy has the face of a handsome young Taoist priest, but his mouth is too poisonous. If Lin Qing didn't want to hear something from him, he would have taken out the freezing gun, frozen him into ice, and thrown him into the sea of clouds. However, Lin Qing was still a patient person. Why didn't you want to save the child kidnapped by the water ghost in Qingshui town? But you didn't doubt that I rescued the child from the water ghost's lair. Why did you catch Taoist Song at the door of Chen's house? Of course, the most important thing is, aren't you curious about why I survived last night? The eldest brother was silent. Lin Qing knew that he had hit the point. So he continued. So you know about the existence of players, right? At the beginning of the dungeon, Lin Qing thought that the so-called master was the dungeon boss. So he was always very wary of him. But this dungeon is not just a boss. In addition to the god behind the Taoist priest surnamed Song, that is the god worshipped by the water ghosts at the bottom of the Qingshui River. This guy knew that the things below were not easy to deal with. So he didn't even think about saving people, but went to Chen's house to eat and drink. Because as long as you go into the water and enter the water ghost's nest to save people, you will inevitably be targeted by the things there. So the eldest brother was sure that Lin Qing would not survive this night. And even when he saw her in the morning, he looked like he had seen a ghost. After hearing what Lin Qing said, the eldest brother sneered. What if I know your identity? A bunch of ghosts looking for death. I can't get enough of it. I just want to live a life in this sect. It's okay to tell you. But are you sure you can accept the truth of this world? Lin Qing nodded. The eldest brother lay back on the rattan chair and swayed slowly. His eyes seemed to drift to the sea of clouds and the sky outside the window. And his mind was empty. This world was originally very normal. Gu Lang told Lin Qing a story. Thousands of years ago, even the Changsheng sect had not been born on this mountain. But many sects of cultivating immortals had already been born. These sects have various secret treasures of cultivation. Those with spiritual roots can draw air into the body, swallow clouds and spit out mist, and seize various magical powers. Even when they cultivate to a certain level, those great men of the sect can become immortals and ascend to the upper realm through the Tianmen. Therefore, attaining the Tao and ascending is the ultimate dream of all immortal cultivators. But 500 years ago, after the last immortal cultivator ascended to heaven on this continent, the so-called immortal gate was still not closed, and a strange black and red gas drifted out from it and scattered all over the continent. This black and red gas seemed to be filled with an evil and strange power. It distorted the immortal sect's understanding of immortal cultivation, and even brought in the so-called gods from the sky. These gods can satisfy people's desires, which is easier than cultivating immortals. After all, compared with the Taoists who practiced hard all year round, this kind of thing can achieve desires with shortcuts, and who can control the spreading situation. However, soon someone discovered that the way these so-called gods achieve their wishes is actually through sacrifice, so that the wisher can obtain various distorted powers. For example, if a person wants his deceased wife to come back, then what he gets may be a monster in human skin. When all this was discovered, it was too late. Not only the human world, but even the sect has become a distorted place. After all, this day-to-day practice is too boring, and it is not as refreshing as ascending to heaven in one step. By the time someone discovered this power, the strange power had already tampered with the origin of this world and modified the orthodox way of cultivation. This made it very easy to succeed in cultivating immortals. However, the price paid was also difficult for people to accept. That is, the price of various exchanges, including flesh, blood, soul, and even mysterious things such as luck. It is undeniable that the cultivators, who have tasted the temporary sweetness, will never give up. under their wishes. All the cultivation methods have undergone essential changes. The rules of the world have been changed. And the original powerful cultivators, the more they are changed, directly become monsters. Chapter 249 Doubt. Lin Qing thought about it for a moment and realized the great influence of this matter. This is equivalent to overturning the whole world. No wonder even the prompt system said that the origin of this world has changed. It turns out that this is the case. She thought of something and frowned. So now, the immortal cultivators have become dangerous? The higher the cultivation level, the more dangerous it is? Then your master should also know about this. But why doesn't he stop? Hee. Stop. Do you think it's that easy? The eldest brother sneered at Lin Qing's words. This old guy. I don't know how many pills he has eaten. Wanting to encourage himself to rise. If he stops at this time, it will cost him his life. Right? Lin Qing, then you can't stop him from doing this? She thought of those children who had just entered the door. They were full of expectations and thought they had come to the land of hope. But they didn't expect to fall directly into the abyss. The eldest brother rolled his eyes. Now the world is in chaos. Natural disasters are everywhere. Countless refugees and starving people are everywhere. I don't know how many of these children died on the road to escape from the famine. Now the master has brought them back to the sect. And they have food to feed them. They can live a little longer. Isn't this good? Being eaten by hungry wolves and vicious dogs. Or exchanging children for cannibalism. Compared to this way of death. It is good to live here safely for a while. Isn't it? But isn't Qingshui town good? People there live pretty well? Lin Qing pointed out the doubts. After all, the reason given by the eldest brother seems very absurd. Oh! Are you talking about Qingshui town? It was an accident there. After all, it is a place covered by the gods under the water. And it is protected by a barrier. It looks like it can still live like a person. But time is also stuck in a certain period of time. And there is no reference value. This time it was Lin Qing's turn to be silent. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be like this. In the eyes of this senior brother, there was no problem with his logic. And there was no problem with the logic of the master. The children who were brought back could have food and clothing for a period of time. Which seemed to be no problem. However, after going through this circle of logic, no problem was the biggest problem. Is this chaotic copy really reasonable? The senior brother looked at Lin Qing's expression. And suddenly thought of something. With a hint of curiosity in his eyes. By the way, I am very puzzled. How did you escape from the pursuit of the underwater god? You made a big fuss there. And he was willing to let you go. This is impossible. Lin Qing also kept him in suspense. Guess? The senior brother shook his head and lay back. Forget it. Don't guess. It's boring. Survive it. It has nothing to do with me. From her words, Lin Qing also realized one thing. That is, even the survival players in the advanced room may fall into this world. Whether it is the so-called chi-inducing pill, the real talisman that steals luck, the Taoist priest who comes to your door, and the exploration in Qingshui town. In it, as long as you take a wrong step, it may lead to a dead end. Moreover, even if the player completes task 1, after returning to the room, he may be controlled by the black stone statue. And eventually the room is invaded. After all, even if the player is above level 8, he will not spend 500 gold coins in advance to open the absolute defense. Who is willing to spend a huge amount of money to bet on something that is unlikely to happen? This kind of boss that can be hard controlled through the door of the room. Even some powerful players have to weigh whether it is cost effective to open this function. This senior brother seemed to know a lot. Even Lin Qing was a little curious about where he came from. After all, there are not many people who are proficient in the history of this world, and who can change their minds and accept the world's behavior reasonably in the face of the world's changes. He has a bit of a sense of assistance to save people, but he will not interfere excessively, even in the face of so many truths. He has not fallen into any madness. It is undeniable that he is a great man. Lin Qing glanced at his room. It is said that the layout of the room can show the owner's thoughts. But this person is like a normal person, with a simple bed and cabinets. And it seems that his life is also very simple. Have you finished listening? Go quickly after listening. Seeing Lin Qing's eyes wandering, the senior brother began to get angry again and wanted to drive people away. However, Lin Qing had not finished asking the last thing. That is, she planned to take these little disciples away. When she told this person about this plan, The senior brother was directly angry and laughed. What did you say? Take people away? You are so kind-hearted. If you want to take them away, just take them away. That's really generous. There are thousands of such people in this world. Do you want to take them all away? Can you feed them? Can the curses they carry be eliminated? Haha. Then I tell you, the problem here is not something you can solve. Nor can it be resolved in a short time. Get out of here and go back to your room. Lynching, what you said. I was indeed scolded like a big scapegoat. However, after listening to so many speculations from the senior brother, Lynching suddenly had another guess. She stared into Gu Lang's eyes and suddenly asked, Are you a player too? He knew so much about survival. And he also knew about rooms. And his conversation with Lynching was full of a modern tone. Even if he was a little bookish, it seemed very deliberately disguised. Hearing this, the eldest brother's eyes froze for a moment, turned his head, and did not answer Lynching's question. Lynching said, From what you said, the Taoist priest surnamed Song also participated in the cycle of Qingshui town. He is indeed a player. But he is no longer in the same camp as the players exploring this world. In other words, he has been left in this world in some way. Unlike you, he has lost the memory of the cycle. So that's why you strongly refused to go to Qingshui town that day? Lynching looked at the shock that flashed in his eyes, and continued, Then why did you stay here? You obviously didn't lose your memory. The eldest brother interrupted her. I obviously didn't lose my memory. But I am the one who survived. Sometimes the person who survives, but is the most sober, may be the one who falls into the depths of hell. Because the dead have been relieved of death. The living have to continue to live unwillingly. I have tried countless methods. But I can't die in this world. Hearing his words, Lynching was shocked and realized what he meant. Then he heard the eldest brother say calmly, My name is Gu Lang. And I have a girlfriend. She also participated in the survival game. We cooperated very smoothly in a room. But in this world, a trace of sadness suddenly emerged in his eyes. Chapter 250 passed. Gu Lang told Lynching a story from his past. He and his girlfriend went into the room survival game together. In order to ensure the efficiency of exploring the world, they decided to pile up resources to upgrade a room together. After all, in the broadcast rules of the survival system, the higher the room upgrade, the safer it is for the survival players. And compared with the players who explore alone, the two have many more advantages. However, until this world, when the two arrived, they didn't know that some changes had taken place in the cultivation world here. And they were still excited about exploring the world and completing tasks. This caused the two to encounter a strong crisis when carrying out the main task. In particular, the time spent was about to exceed the stay time in the dungeon where the player's room was located. In order for Gu Lang to escape, his girlfriend chose to sacrifice herself. But this still did not save the mistakes of the two. In the stipulated time for exploring the dungeon, he did not return as scheduled and was rejected by the room. As the room disappeared in this world, Gu Lang also realized that his chance of playing the survival game ended at this time. In other words, he became a player left in the dungeon world, and changed from a player to a fixed NPC. After listening to his story, Lynching was shocked. Unexpectedly, this was the reason. Although she had thought about what the punishment would be if she couldn't return to the room, it was too miserable for the players to be trapped in the dungeon world. She remembered something. Was that Taoist Song also forced to stay in this world? Gu Lang nodded. Yes. He came a little later than me, and was more greedy. It was obvious that he was bewitched by that kind of god. But although he sometimes lost his memory, he did not give up the plan to escape and kept making various attempts. After all, if a water ghost wants to leave the river that imprisoned it, it needs to pull down a scapegoat. At this point, Gu Lang paused and looked at Lynching with an ambiguous look. Lynching, what do you want to do? She held the props tightly, and her heart suddenly became alert. This is not a good sign. Gu Lang chuckled. Don't be nervous. I'm not that guy who does evil things all day to get back to the room. What's so good about that place? If you are unlucky, you will die. I still want to stay here with my girlfriend. Lynching, that's not what you meant just now. Although this person told her a lot of things, it was hard to tell whether some of them were true or false. Lynching only believed half of what he said. However, the player surnamed Song still left Lynching with a lingering fear. After all, his existence was really weird. It was uncomfortable to think about it. If such a lunatic escaped from the dungeon, It would not only be a disaster. Lin Qing thought of this question. So she asked casually, "What about the 2 players he captured? If he continues, will he succeed?" Gu Lang shook his head while lying on the rattan chair. "Who knows? I don't want to explore the truth behind it. It's better to understand some things. Too much exploration may get me involved." Lin Qing nodded gently. "That's true." As she spoke, she looked at the mountain scenery outside the window. No matter how beautiful the picture was, it couldn't erase the lingering shadow in her heart. She always felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Gu Lang suddenly began to urge her. "You've heard enough. So hurry up and leave. Don't delay my hard-earned holiday." Lin Qing heard his intention to drive her away, and asked shamelessly, "In this case, Senior, do you know where the treasure chest is? You should have a lot of materials in your hands." Hearing this, Gu Lang glared. "Why? You still want to eat and take? Get out." "No. Nothing." Lin Qing. I didn't expect this trick to work. Although he was frustrated, Lin Qing still planned to go out and take a look. Maybe he could explore a few more boxes and complete the main task by the way. However, when she was about to say goodbye and leave, Gu Lang's voice suddenly came over. "Little girl, I'll tell you one last thing. Don't think about saving those children. These are all lives. Since you are in the dungeon world, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you will regret it." Hearing this, Lin Qing's heart was also trembling. She thought she was also a very calm person. But Gu Lang's words seemed to have another mystery. She turned her head. "What do you mean?" Gu Lang sighed and said, "I suggest that you don't take anything from this world except the things in the treasure chest. Everything here has problems. Otherwise, even if you can go back alive, you won't last long. Of course, if you are kind, you can also leave some of the supplies you opened. Here I can thank you for the other children." Gu Lang's words were very straightforward. Lin Qing understood what he meant and nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Senior." However, she did not forget to explain to Gu Lang why I was able to survive last night. Because the level 8 room has an absolute defense function, which can resist the attack of the black stone statue. After hearing this, Gu Lang's shaking of the rattan chair froze for a moment. Soon, Lin Qing heard a voice from him. "Okay. Thank you for the answer." Then, there was a long silence. Lin Qing understood something in his heart and knew that this was not the time to disturb him. So he walked out silently. After Lin Qing left, as Gu Lang shook the rattan chair again and again, the wind and clouds in the mountains began to change again. And it looked treacherous. He said to himself, "It turns out that it was just a little bit back then. Just a little bit. If I hadn't lost the upgrade materials, perhaps the development of things would have changed. I'm sorry for you. The gains from this trip were still quite rich for Lin Qing. I don't know if this counts as the exploration progress of Task 2, but it's also a gain for her to get this information. As for the adoption, it was originally a thought she had in mind. But since the senior brother said so, Lin Qing still had concerns in her heart. Although I don't know if this player is trustworthy. After all, this guy's logic has accepted the practice of turning people into elixirs. Although Gu Lang's words sound quite logical, some of them are terrifying when you dig into them. I don't know if he has been affected by this place. This world is too weird." Lin Qing shuddered. In order to prevent danger, she decided to give up this option temporarily. As for the exploration task, Lin Qing was still unsure about how to count the 50% progress as the advancement status. After all, Gu Lang just told her so many things. But there was no system pop-up prompt of success. Chapter 251 Big Fish. Although Lin Qing coveted the 1,000 world gold coins, her life was more important. She had already made plans that could not be completed. However, when she walked out of the room, she suddenly realized something. That was when Gu Lang just mentioned that when he and his girlfriend entered this world, it was the time when the copy world changed strangely. And in his worldview, thousands of years have passed. This means that the time of the copy world is also changing. Lin Qing thought of the experience in the previous world and vaguely realized that if the copy world changes, the corresponding tasks of the players will also be affected. Even in the same world, different tasks may be triggered due to different time. This is too real. Lin Qing frowned slightly. Compared to the so-called worlds in the game copy, it is more like the real one. She didn't know why this idea came up. Maybe this world is too special. She comforted herself thinking so. And the time when Gu Lang entered the game, If it is simply speculated according to the real timeline, this is not the same player as them. It should even be before her. Lin Qing recalled what Captain Jiang said before. That is, before that, many humans had already entered the game as players. Could it be that some of the disappeared people, in addition to death, also became NPCs in the dungeon world? Lin Qing's face was solemn. If her speculation was true, it would be a bombshell. This undoubtedly filled Lin Qing's heart with a sense of crisis. After all, being trapped in the dungeon world is not easy, and there are dangers to life. Lin Qing thought of the NPC who was also trapped in the dungeon. A demon from the vampire world. He seemed to know a lot of things and was quite powerful. But he was willing to stay in such a small dungeon? Was it voluntary or forced? Lin Qing exhaled lightly. No matter what. It seems that I still have to trust myself the most in the future. Hurry up and improve my strength. When Lin Qing walked out, the third sister in the cafeteria had finished serving food. The other little disciples were holding the edge of the bowl and eating in big mouthfuls. Lin Qing saw Ergu at a glance. He still looked like a starving ghost, eating heartily. When he saw Lin Qing walking over, he didn't even have time to raise his head. Lin Qing had expected it. She remembered what the eldest brother said, and felt that these children were still a little pitiful. After all, they were once people in the civilized world, and even if their hands were stained with blood, they would occasionally have a flood of sympathy. She brought out a box of instant noodles and said to the third sister, "This is a meal for all of you fellow disciples." The third sister looked at her puzzled and hugged the box. "What is this?" "It's food. You can cook it and eat it." Lin Qing demonstrated it to her. Soon, the third sister's eyes lit up when she saw the operation method. "This is great. Is it the eldest brother's idea?" Lin Qing nodded. Seeing this scene, the other children also curiously came up with their bowls. Especially Ergu, who squeezed in front and shouted, "Let me see! Let me see!" However, the third sister scolded them in time. "Go away. I'll call you when it's cooked." As she cooked a pot of instant noodles, a tempting aroma came from it, and there was another noisy noise in the cafeteria. Lin Qing did not participate in this activity again. Time is precious. She wanted to see if she could find something here to advance the progress of the exploration. Since she could not go to the back mountain and the master's cave, she could only wander around the nearby mountains. However, based on yesterday's shadow, she did not plan to leave far. After finding 2 wooden boxes in the forest, she suddenly heard the sound of the prompt system. Ding! The existence of a black stone treasure chest is detected nearby. But because it is guarded by a mutated monster, it is dangerous for players. But you can try to get it. Hearing this, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Finally heard good news. After all, this is a black stone treasure chest, which can guarantee the opening of props, not to mention other survival supplies. After a while, Lin Qing saw a box in a pool at a mountain stream. At the bottom of the dark pool, there was a black shadow, which seemed to be squatting in the water, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Lin Qing instantly realized that this intelligent little monster was not easy to deal with. This dilapidated sect couldn't even clear out the monsters in its own territory. It was unlucky enough. However, it was still relatively easy for her. Lin Qing took out the freezing gun and fired a bullet at the water surface. In an instant, a trace of cold air emerged from the pool, and even a whole piece of ice spread on the water surface. The thick ice layer directly sealed the pool water here. Lin Qing easily raised his foot to control the speed of flight, quickly took the box on the stone platform, and put it into the space backpack. The black fish in the water was waiting for its prey to take the bait, but it didn't expect the prey to play tricks right in front of it. Because the water surface was frozen, it couldn't even jump out of the water, so it could only ram into the ice with all its strength, trying to break the ice with brute force. When Lin Qing returned to the shore, the black fish had already knocked a big hole in the ice, and took the opportunity to jump out of the water. Oh! This guy is quite strong. He can even break a palm-wide ice surface. Lin Qing was a little surprised, and quickly left the place. The big fish that came out had 3 heads, blood-red eyes, and black flames flashing between its fins, looking like some kind of legendary monster. The middle one spit directly at the place where she had just stood, dissolving the land there into a piece of black scorched earth. This attack missed, and it wanted to use the force to bounce up and rush towards Lin Qing. Lin Qing thought, this is also a small monster. I wonder if it can be put into the sealed storage space and sold at a good price. After all, she spent so many gold coins in this copy. Otherwise it would be too much of a loss. Do it right away. She took out the thunderstorm talisman. And when the blackfish jumped over, she flew past, followed by a side flip, hooked the thunder talisman between her fingers, and stuck it on the scales of the big fish with a snap. With a thunderbolt from the blue sky, purple-blue lightning with pure energy fell from the sky and struck the black big fish. The big fish was paralyzed by the power of thunder and lightning, and fell straight down, with a loud bang. Lin Qing was still very satisfied with the effect. The fish was electrocuted and lay on the ground with its eyes turned outward. However, the fish tail occasionally shook stiffly because of the flowing current, proving that this guy was still alive under such a strong current. The fish meat turned outward where the thunderstorm talisman was exploded, and even a strange fragrance wafted out. It's very effective. Lin Qing landed on the ground, reached out and grabbed it, and put it into the sealed storage space. Chapter 252, Meet the Merchant again. After getting rid of the big fish, Lin Qing no longer planned to explore the nearby area, although the prompt system said that it was still possible to explore except for 2 places. There were too many unstable factors in this world. This Changshengmen territory could be easily broken into by the underwater god. According to Gu Lang's explanation, the player surnamed Song had some strange skills. Now that she didn't know where he went, Lin Qing always felt a little uneasy. Since she had gained something, she planned to go back to the room. However, just as Lin Qing was on her way back, suddenly, she discovered something strange. That is, she couldn't get out of this area. She circled twice, and finally returned to the mountain stream where she fought with the strange fish. Lin Qing frowned. She felt that she still had the ability to recognize the road in an unfamiliar place, and it was impossible that she had taken the wrong road. There was a problem with this place. Could it be that when she was fishing for big fish just now, she attracted something around? After all, she was not familiar with this hill, and she didn't know what was causing the trouble. But it didn't dare to show up and confront Lin Qing. Lin Qing thought about it, and it was not a solution to wait like this. She took out the item she got in Qingshui town, which was called the test version of space teleportation. Although it was unknown what side effects this item had, it was a useful method at least. Lin Qing directly let this item take her back to the dilapidated thatched house where the room was located. For this kind of small ghost wall, the effect of a sea-level item should be enough. As a strong light flashed, Lin Qing's eyes narrowed reflexively, and in the next second, he returned to the thatched house where he originally lived. Huh? It seems that he is back. Lin Qing looked at her hands and feet. There was no dislocation or damage, and she was a little relieved that she was not affected by the side effects. However, just as she was about to walk over, she suddenly saw a familiar person lying on his back in the corner. He was wearing a straw hat, barefoot, and wearing a linen shirt, carrying a large bamboo basket on his back, and sleeping against the door sill with his eyes squinted, under the warm sunshine and mountain breeze. This guy was sleeping quite comfortably. Lin Qing walked up quietly, and when she was about to test him, she suddenly heard the voice of the peddler under the hat. "Oh, it's the guest who is back. Congratulations. You survived successfully." He raised his head, squinted his eyes and smiled, and stretched his waist. Lin Qing pretended to be fine and blinked. "Why are you here?" She was still a little surprised to see 007 here. 007 smiled and took out a bottle of water in a crystal bottle from the backpack behind him. "Of course I'm here to deliver something to the guests. I just got the holy water and ran here following your coordinates. I'm quite punctual, right?" Lin Qing raised her eyebrows and took the holy water and looked at it carefully. This thing actually emitted a colorful scene in the sun, which looked quite strange. She put it into the space backpack and checked the introduction. It was indeed the correct item. So she asked, "How much is this bottle?" 007 pointed a finger. "I won't keep you in suspense. 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. It's quite expensive." Lin Qing frowned, showing a little dissatisfied. "This is almost catching up with the price of a prop." The peddler chuckled. "But the price of this holy water is genuine. After all, it can increase the number of times you can use your props, which is almost the same as buying a new prop. This makes sense. However, based on the principle of not bargaining, Lin Qing still said, "How about this? This bottle of holy water costs 80 gold coins. And I just captured a new dungeon monster. How about you take it away?" Here, 80 gold coins. You are making things difficult for me. A small business. And it's not easy to do business. The peddler began to cry and play the emotional card for Lin Qing. There is no truth in the mouth of a businessman who does business. Lin Qing certainly did not give in and played the emotional card with him. Young man, you should have a long-term vision for this business. It's not easy for survival players. You just run errands and do some risk-free business. In the future, I will often come to you to trade with the dungeon monsters I get. You will make money back every minute? How about this? 90 gold coins. 10% discount is really a good deal. How about I add a little more money for the dungeon monsters you got? The peddler smiled. I didn't expect that business could be done in this way. But Lin Qing really needed this holy water. So he nodded and agreed. After all, the dungeon monsters should be quite valuable. So Lin Qing still had some expectations. At this time, there seemed to be a lot more dark clouds above the mountains. And the sky was a little dark. The peddler didn't know what he found. And a trace of vigilance appeared on his face. He knew that Lin Qing's room was here. So he urged her to come in. How about this? Sir? Let's go inside and talk. This world seems a little unusual. I was right. You are so powerful that you can survive intact until now. Listening to 007's flattery, Lin Qing narrowed her eyes. How dare you come to such a place? Aren't you afraid of losing your life in a minute? The peddler smiled and said, Customer choice is our greatest duty. Being able to meet customer needs is what we do. If it weren't for trading with this guy a few times, it would be quite pleasant. Lin Qing might have thought that this guy was bragging. After all, he is a guy who can travel between the dungeon world and the outside of the player's room. Lin Qing will not underestimate merchants like them. But it is still surprising for Lin Qing that this guy with special abilities can abide by the rules so much. She walked into the room and asked curiously, what if someone violates the trading rules? The peddler seemed to trust Lin Qing a little, and did not avoid her. He smiled and explained, we, the world merchants in the game, have a respected master. If the trading rules are violated, the master will punish the untrustworthy players for us. After hearing the peddler's words, Lin Qing's heart trembled. It seems that getting along with these guys in a friendly way is the right choice. If there are players who really want to attack them, they may really suffer. The peddler did not continue to talk. And Lin Qing also knew that what happened next should not be known to her. She first gave him the gold coins of the holy water traded, and then took him to the basement, intending to show him what was down there. The strange big fish was sealed in that unique space, and it looked like it was in a dormant state. However, Lin Qing was afraid that releasing it would wake this guy up. So he thought this method was safer. How is it? This monster is a creature in the current dungeon world, and it looks pretty strong. Chapter 253 Ergo. The peddler's eyes lit up when he saw the three-headed mutant black fish. He traced the fish sealed in the giant glass, and put his palm on the glass surface, looking very excited. Not bad. Not bad. Specimens of this special world are very rare. The guest really gave me a big surprise. This trip is really worth it. Special world? Lin Qing caught this word from his words. Is it because the origin here has changed? The peddler smiled and said, almost. But places that can be so chaotic are not common. If the guest was not here, we would not want to come to such a place. The peddler spoke ambiguously, and did not intend to continue to reveal. Lin Qing was used to this kind of real man, and he was thoughtful. It seems that the special existence of the peddler knows a lot of information. But unfortunately, he said too little. At this time, the voice of the peddler came from the glass wall. After evaluation, this big fish is born in a special copy, so it is more scarce. But because it is less dangerous, I can only give you 120 gold coins. 120 gold coins. This price is still much lower than Lin Qing's psychological price. The peddler nodded. Since you just completed a transaction, I will increase your quota by 30 gold coins. A total of 150 world gold coins. How about it? 150 gold coins. It's quite appropriate. Lin Qing nodded slightly. After all, the black fluid last time was quite special, and she still spent a lot of effort to catch it. That guy was more dangerous. So the peddler gave a higher valuation. Although this big fish cost Lin Qing an A-level item, she also got a treasure chest. So it was not a loss. Okay. Since the guest agreed, I will pay, and then put this monster away. As he said that, He took out a money bag from the backpack and counted out 150 world gold coins. Lin Qing put it away after confirming that it was correct. At this time, she saw the peddler began to put the backpack in front of the sealed storage space and then knocked on the glass. At this moment, the big fish lying in the space was wrapped by a black force, penetrated the glass cover, and flew into the backpack. Seeing this scene, Lin Qing was still a little surprised. A big fish more than 3 meters long just shrank into the basket with a diameter of half a meter, as if it was sucked into a black hole, and then disappeared. Lin Qing estimated that his bamboo backpack should also be a space artifact to be able to hold so many things. Okay, the deal is done. Let's have a happy cooperation. After putting away the big fish, the peddler carried it on his back and said goodbye to Lin Qing. As soon as the door opened, he hurried away as if he had something to do. Lin Qing. She was still thinking about asking him what props he had on him. Okay. Lin Qing weighed the purse in her hand. Apart from the cost of buying holy water, it was still a small profit. People, sometimes you can't be too greedy. She still understood this truth. After sending the merchant away, Lin Qing was about to go back when she turned around and found Erge not far away. But he looked a little strange and stared at Lin Qing. Lin Qing was alert in her heart. But seeing that he didn't move, she asked tentatively, "Erge?" In the hazy rain, Erge's figure looked a little cold. He walked over slowly, as if he had noticed something, and there was a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. "You are not Xiaoqi." His words were not questions but statements, and it seemed that he had already confirmed this fact. Lin Qing didn't know where he had noticed it from, and didn't admit it immediately, waiting for him to continue. "Xiaoqi is not that powerful. Xiaoqi. Believe me, Xiaoqi won't leave me alone." "Xiaoqi she," Erge muttered in his mouth. His expression was a little crazy for a while, as if he was in a closed state. Lin Qing's last impression of him was still in the cafeteria. Now that he did this, it seemed that he had learned part of the facts, and the truth was exposed. However, Lin Qing continued to ask his question. "How do you know I'm not?" Erge started to cry. "I didn't lose my memory. You are the one who saved so many people underwater. I saw it with my own eyes. It wasn't the senior brother. Xiaoqi and I grew up together. She's not as awesome as you. No matter who you are. Get out of Xiaoqi's body." He looked a little sad, and even lifted up a winding scar on his belly and said, "This is the proof. You saved me at that time." Lin Qing. The senior brother's magic to reverse the facts is not very strong. He can't even deceive a child. However, it doesn't make sense for her to admit it now. Besides, this world is not over yet. Lin Qing doesn't know what the consequences of denying her identity will be, so she doesn't plan to respond. She scratched her head. "You must have remembered it wrongly. If you don't believe me, go ask the senior brother?" "No, I won't go. There's something wrong with this sect. When my intestines came out, I found that there was a worm growing in my body. Woohoo! Am I a worm or Erge now?" Erge looked extremely helpless. He squatted at the door of the thatched house with his legs hugged and didn't dare to go in. The drizzling rain wet his face. Lin Qing was also very surprised. She didn't expect that this person could still react. She thought this was an ordinary NPC, but she didn't expect it to awaken. Thinking of what happened last night, Lin Qing frowned. "Then were you here last night? Do you know what's here?" Erge cried loudly. "Who knows? There's just a broken stone standing at the door. Who knows what this is?" Lin Qing's heart moved. From what he said, Erge seemed to be immune to these things. Her eyes fell on his belly. Was it because of the influence of the fairy insect? Or did this guy have this ability? Thinking of this, Lin Qing sighed and comforted him. "Whether I am Xiaoqi or not, I still have to live my life in the future. Now that you have seen it clearly, think about how to move forward." Erge didn't seem to be comforted at all. "Where can I go? Woo woo woo. I didn't expect that the so-called fairy sect has become a black shop. It's better to stay in the crowd and wait for death." "Lin Qing, at least you have the ability now. It's not bad to go down the mountain and make some food. Listen to me. Don't stay in the mountain anymore." Erge nodded, not quite understanding. Sniffed his nose and said, "That's right. At least I can pretend to be a fairy and fool people. After all, being cut and being able to recover quickly is an ability that ordinary people can't have." Lin Qing felt that he had gone off track. However, this is at least a motivation to keep people alive. "So I didn't reject him. Chapter 254 completed Mission 2. However, at this moment, Lin Qing's bracelet rang, and a message from the survival system came out. Dungeon Mission 2, Before Dawn. Survive one night in this dungeon. Explore Qingshui Town and Changsheng Gate, and find more than 50% of the clues achieved. Dungeon Mission 2 Reward. 1000 World Gold Coin Minting Rights Authorization. World Gold Coin Minting Rights Token has been sent to the player's space backpack. Please check it. When Lin Qing heard the system voice, she was still stunned for a moment. When she realized what was happening, a wild surprise welled up in her eyes. Mission 2 was actually achieved? She immediately checked the space backpack and found that there was an extra metal seal in it, which was the so-called coinage rights token. Name: World Gold Coin Minting Rights Token. Introduction. The coinage token issued by the upper world to the lower world can meet the coinage needs. Of course, this requires the dungeon owner to have a certain amount of gold coins and strong financial resources. Evaluation. Mastering the power of property is the dream of every dungeon owner. But the rare coin tokens rarely appear, which makes the dungeon owner with the right to mint coins a must-have. After reading the introduction, Lin Qing was delighted. It seems that this is really a coin token. I didn't expect that 1,000 gold coins would fall from the sky. This sudden gift package still made her dizzy. However, Lin Qing has not completely lost her mind. She understands that the completion of Task 2 is closely related to Ergu in front of her. Although she had heard so much information from the senior brother before, it did not meet the exploration requirements. Unexpectedly, Ergu took the initiative to expose her, but directly pushed up the exploration rate. Could it be that this Ergu is also a person who is inseparable from this dungeon? Lin Qing looked at this guy who looked very ordinary, and he was a little kid with a runny nose. He could not see how important he was. Seeing Lin Qing's stunned look, Ergu stretched out his hand and shook her eyes. Hey, what's wrong with you? Lin Qing came back to her senses. Nothing. I just thought of something. As the light in her sight gradually dimmed, Lin Qing also planned to return to the room. But with the completion of the task, this dungeon would also end soon. Ergu seemed to notice something. Shuqi, are you leaving? Lin Qing nodded. I'll leave you some delicious food, so you can live well in the future. For the sake of gold coins, Lin Qing was willing to give him some daily necessities. These were all the supplies that were opened in the treasure chest before, so it was not a loss to give them to him. Ergu fell silent while holding a box of food. Okay, I got it. He called Lin Qing, Xiaoqi. Will I have a chance to see you again in the future? Lin Qing was stunned for a moment, but still said very friendly, maybe. So you'd better live well. Maybe something wonderful will happen in the future. Looking at the dark, Lin Qing didn't know if there would be danger, so he said goodbye to him. Let's go. See you later. Yeah, I will live well. Ergu pouted and tears fell again. But when Lin Qing closed the door, the following words startled her heart, and she felt a chill. She heard Ergu slowly say at the door, I actually know that Xiaoqi is dead. I made a wish in a dilapidated temple, and met an old immortal in my dream, who said that Xiaoqi could come back to life. At that time, I thought it was just a dream. But Xiaoqi really survived. Even when we went to the master to recruit disciples later, the master didn't notice it. I was glad that this was true, thinking that all this was true. But I didn't expect that Xiaoqi was not Xiaoqi anymore. It seems that gods can also lie. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that there is one thing I can't figure out. Xiaoqi is dead. So am I still alive? Am I dead too? Ergo didn't say anything later, and Lin Qing returned to the room. Ergo gave another layer of information explanation. Could it be that the little disciples recruited into this Changsheng Gate are all in this state of neither human nor ghost? Thinking of the situation last night, even a player of Lin Qing's level can be affected. So if Ergo's small body is not affected, it would be really strange. If this is the case, it is indeed an explanation. However, all this is Lin Qing's speculation. In any case, this world has little to do with her. She would rather go to fight monsters in such a weird place than come again. She also took the opportunity to finish the unfinished things quickly, especially the matter of minting world gold coins, which must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After all, Lin Qing's losses in this world are not small, and she must recover quickly. However, at this moment, her bracelet suddenly rang, and it turned out to be a message from Lu Yin. After reading the message, Lin Qing sighed. Sometimes it really depends on luck. Lu Yen wrote that he entered a world similar to Xiuxian. But the spiritual energy where he was relatively thin. Unlike the cool fairy movies where he could fly with a sword. But it was quite reliable to exercise his body. There was also a link to buy a personal store attached to it. This is a pill that can improve your physical fitness. Each pill can improve your current level by 20%. I'll leave one for you. Boss. This guy is kind enough. It's worth the few props she generously gave away. However, Lin Qing still had tears in her eyes. According to him, there are still serious and reliable immortal cultivation copies. She didn't know how lucky she was to encounter such an immortal cultivation mutation. Lin Qing suddenly realized that after the merger, the two copy worlds she encountered were not easy. Except for the vampire copy, which was her own choice. In the first deep space world, the prompt system directly alarmed. And the players who went out were frozen into human ice sticks by the deep space universe, and were directly eliminated. And the second world, this damn mutation world, is still the most difficult she has encountered. It can be said that the survival rate is 0 copy. Could it be that her previous luck has begun to run out? Or was she specifically targeted by the survival system? Lin Qing felt that the latter was very likely. After all, this survival system was unusual, and it was very likely to do such a thing. I hope the next world will be simpler. Lin Qing wished herself. She continued to open the black stone treasure chest, and put away the supplies and props inside first. However, the props inside this time surprised Lin Qing. Lin Qing held the hilt in his hand. And after feeling the pressure, the metal handle with a sense of technology began to glow and condensed into a bright ray. A-level prop. Laser sword? Lin Qing read out the name on the introduction. Chapter 255 Coin Minting. Name, Laser sword. Number of uses, determined by energy blocks. Note, due to its excellent mobility, this item is highly praised by players. Players who need to replenish energy blocks can contact Merchant 471 to provide you with sincere after-sales service. After reading the introduction, Lin Qing couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! Cool! This high-tech laser sword seems to be made of some special metal, and it is emitting a faint blue light at this time. When you touch it, it feels cold, and you can vaguely feel that there is a strong energy fluctuating underneath." Lin Qing feels that this laser sword is very powerful. Even the three-headed fish just now can be easily cut off. She put away this item, and took out some supplementary supplies from it. It actually came with a set of fully functional space suits. Seeing this item, Lin Qing couldn't help but think of the oppressive deep space in the last world. If she walked out rashly at that time, she would probably get a hypothermia reward. Now that she has this item, at least she is not worried about this situation anymore. After decomposing the Blackstone treasure chest, Lin Qing collected the upgrade materials. Although this dungeon world is extremely dangerous, fortunately she also completed the main task by accident. She received a considerable reward, especially the tree that can purify people's minds, which is equivalent to a very powerful item. And Lin Qing noticed that this reward item can also be upgraded, which should play a greater role in the future. In addition, there is also the token of coinage rights that can cast 1,000 coins. Lin Qing took out the item out of curiosity. It looked like a bronze seal with complex patterns and a square metal block. When he held it in his palm, he could feel the heavy weight of the seal, and even the strange power emanating from it. Lin Qing thought of something, and took out another world gold coin to compare it with it. On the front of the world gold coin, there was a pattern made up of geometric figures, and on the back was the colorful aurora color. Before, Lin Qing had not deliberately looked at the appearance of the world gold coin. After all, this thing can be transferred between each other, and who would come to see it for nothing? But now Lin Qing felt that the energy in the world gold coin and the energy emitted by the metal seal had similar fluctuations. But the fluctuations of the metal seal were stronger than those of the gold coin. It seems that the function of this metal seal is to empower the cast gold coin to become the appearance of the world gold coin. But can ordinary gold coins do it? Are there any other conditions? Lin Qing scratched his head. But this matter is easy to solve. She had taken out several ancient gold coins from the treasure room of the castle before, and now was a good time to try out the effect. Lin Qing did what she said, and immediately found the ancient gold coin thrown in the corner of the space backpack. She put the ancient gold coin on the table, and pressed it with the coinage seal. At the moment of contact, the ancient gold coin on the table seemed to be attracted by a magnet, and then under the influence of an invisible force, it was suspended in the air, and even the surrounding space was distorted. When the space was distorted, the pattern on the ancient gold coin also changed in some way, as if it was carved by a pair of invisible big hands, and turned into a pattern of interwoven geometric figures. At the moment of completion, the ancient gold coins converted into world gold coins fell on the table, and even made a crisp metallic sound. Lin Qing's expression was a little strange. Is it done? It seems quite simple. She picked up the newly minted world gold coins that fell on the table, and felt that the hidden fluctuations in it were no different from other world gold coins, and even the effect of the new coins could not be seen. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this is done. At present, she has not many gold coins in her hand. It seems that she has to tell Quincy to let him clean up some gold coins for her. However, for some reason, the effect of this minted gold coin gave her a strange feeling. In the games that Lin Qing played in the real world, the official currency is generally issued by the official game, and even the numbers that are simply modified by typing code are limited. So even if there is currency inflation, it is very slow under human control. In the room survival game, the world gold coin is the official currency that players rely on, and it is very precious, even for world merchants, such as the 007 peddler that Lin Qing met. In the eyes of this worker, this special currency is also very rare. After all, Lin Qing had to do everything he could to get some money from him. That's strange. Lin Qing touched his chin, staring at the exquisite game coin and wondering, since the copy owner can obtain world gold coins by obtaining the coin minting rights, other qualified players should also join the coin minting army. But the game still maintains a good currency circulation. Is it possible that someone is deliberately controlling the increase in world gold coins? However, this is just her speculation. Lin Qing's only knowledge of currency was learned when she was in school. Although the operating logic in the survival game is very similar to the world Lin Qing is familiar with, there are also great differences. There is also a superior who manages the world merchants. 007 calls him the master. Lin Qing does not think that this master is an ordinary guy who can control so many guys, who can shuttle in the dungeon world and even the player's door. It seems that he should also be a heavyweight. Could this person be the mastermind behind the survival game? Lin Qing thought of this question. Even though she has experienced so many dungeons and became the master of a dungeon, the mysterious veil behind the survival game does not seem to be unveiled in front of her. Instead, it becomes more mysterious as she learns more. There are dungeon worlds of different types, levels and difficulties, various mysterious props, and even players can complete the transformation of their identities and become the master of a dungeon. The shadow of crisis looms over Lin Qing's head, constantly urging her to speed up her pace of becoming stronger. Lin Qing's eyes became sharp, and he clenched the metal coin in his hand. He has never felt such a strong sense of oppression. But every upgrade in the game requires a step-by-step approach. The upgrade of the room level is the last hurdle for the survival players. Survival players go out to explore and bring back upgrade materials and props to make themselves stronger. It is undeniable that the voice on the radio was right at the beginning of the survival game. No matter which condition is missing, it is difficult to survive in this game. Chapter 256 Instructions. Thinking of this, Lin Qing contacted Quincy first. She had a pure black gem rose pocket watch in her hand, which was a communicator given to her by the devil. She could talk to him even without entering the dungeon world. My master, I respectfully follow your instructions. When Lin Qing opened the pocket watch to communicate, he heard the familiar voice of the devil from the pocket watch. How is the world running now? Is there any problem? Lin Qing thought for a while and asked. Quincy replied, It's running very well. The seeds you gave me are of excellent quality. I'm having them hybridized. I believe the results will come out soon. Lin Qing was a little surprised by his words. It's almost fruitful. It was only 2 days since she left the last dungeon. Could the seeds germinate and hybridize so quickly? Could it be that after she left, the flow rate of the dungeon world also changed? When Lin Qing was thinking about this, Quincy's voice came from the pocket watch again. Yes. In the more than 2 years since you left, I improved the planting methods according to your requirements. Let the natives learn knowledge and spread culture. And now the manor is very prosperous. The harvest of the farm is not small, although it will be destroyed by some intruders. I have taught them the lessons they deserve. Now the natives dare to protect their own interests. Things seem to be going well? Lin Qing was a little unsure. After all, the time development of the dungeon world was a little too much, which was beyond her expectations. But this is not the point. She has not forgotten the reason for looking for Quincy this time. So she cleared her throat and said, "Well, you did a good job on these things. The reason I came to you this time is to ask you to pack a bag of gold coins for me. The shape and weight should be similar to the ancient gold coins in the treasure room. I need it urgently." "Okay, master. I will prepare it for you right away." Quincy agreed very readily, but he seemed to guess what Lin Qing was going to do. So he asked, "Have you got the right to mint coins?" Lin Qing said vaguely, "Well, the mission reward." Then, Lin Qing heard laughter from Quincy. "That's really good. I didn't misjudge you. Don't worry, master. I will definitely prepare the full amount of gold coins and notify you when the time comes." Lin Qing nodded. Okay. The voice of the communication was hung up, and it seemed that the devil should have started working. Lin Qing felt that it was quite good to have a spokesperson who was fully responsible for the dungeon world. After all, it was not easy to find such a diligent assistant. And this assistant had not asked for salary. Thinking of this, Lin Qing became a little uncertain. After all, people still pay attention to some interests when doing things with each other. But when they came to Quincy, they were willing to work for Lin Qing. No matter how you look at it, the smart and cunning devil should not make decisions that benefit others. Lin Qing couldn't figure out Quincy's purpose for the time being. After all, this devil didn't even want the universal gold coin such as the world gold coin, which was too selfless. Forget it. Let him do it first to see what the purpose is. No matter what, be wary of this devil. Lin Qing made up his mind. At the same time, on the Changshengmen Mountain, in another disciple dormitory, suddenly, in the heavy rain, a man wearing a black hooded cloak emerged from the muddy land. He grabbed the air, and in an instant, a tortured person appeared in his hand. He was covered in blood and washed by the rain. The dried blood flowed to the ground and merged with the rain to form mud. Suddenly, the man under the hood said, "Think clearly whether this is your room or not. Otherwise, repeat the punishment in the morning." As the thunder roared above his head, a face that looked like a young woman appeared between the flashes of lightning. If Lin Qing was there, he would find that the voice of this person was exactly the same as Song Qing's. Hearing the voice of this devil, He Jian had no idea of resisting at all. Not to mention physiological incontinence. He had been completely tortured into a person who was neither human nor ghost, and had no idea of resisting at all. "Yes, it's here." He said these words uncontrollably, as if he had used up all his courage. Song Chung sneered. "That's good. Don't tell me you remembered it wrong again. If you weren't such an idiot, that woman wouldn't have gotten alert and run away. Now that woman is no longer under my control. Otherwise, I wouldn't look down on players of your level." "Yes. Yes." His eyes gradually lost focus, and he was controlled like a puppet to open the door. As the door of the wooden house was opened, it seemed like another space existed inside. Modern room construction and convenient facilities. Even the player's game room can't help but make people miss everything in the original world. Ha ha ha. I can finally come in. It's worth all my efforts. As the man in the hood showed a crazy smile. It resounded in this rainy night, which made people feel a little creepy. Even He Jian, who thought he had no feelings. He looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face of the girl in front of him, with fear and hatred in his eyes. How could he become like this? This man is a devil. Absolutely a devil. This devil also disguised himself as a human player to enter the room, and even planned to go through the dungeon, which was simply unimaginable. He secretly prayed in his heart that when this dungeon world ended, his room would be able to exclude this demon. But this face of He Jian fell into the eyes of the young woman, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha. Hand over your bracelet. Now you are my subordinate, and you must obey my orders in the future." Hearing this order, even if He Jian tried desperately to control his hands, his consciousness and body seemed to have separated. His right hand smoothly took out the bracelet strap on his left wrist, and then respectfully put it in the hand of the young woman. "Ha ha. Well done." Young woman sneered. "From now on, we will be players surviving in the same room. I hope you can give me more advice in the future. My roommate. I didn't expect this guy to be so shameless." He Jian also gradually realized that his previous guess was just wishful thinking. After having his bracelet, his room would probably not eject people, even if he was somewhat unwilling now. It seemed that everything was settled now. "Ha. What's there to be depressed about? Although your status has changed now, you are still alive. which is better than being neither human nor ghost. Do you think you can survive smoothly if I don't perform surgery to remove it for you? Let me tell you. This idea is all a dream. Ha ha ha. The man under the hood was lying on the floor. And another weird laugh came out. Chapter 257 Reminder. Ah. H.U. In the room. Lin Qing sneezed suddenly for some reason. She rubbed the tip of her nose, and felt a little itchy in her nasal cavity. Strange. What's going on? Is someone talking about me? She finished her exercise check-in for today, and was studying how to use the props she had already obtained. And then she sneezed suddenly. However, the next second, she saw the little bear sweeping up the fluff on the ground again. And then she realized the reason for the sudden sneeze. The little sea eagle has reached the molting period. From its sloppy appearance when it was a child, to its furry state. And now it is changing its feathers. During the awkward period of the new and old feathers, its new wing tubes grew out. And it seemed that the feathers were much harder than before. And there was a lack of connection. But when these new feathers are all tied together, it can fly. Lin Qing opened a set of eagle training props. And she is now looking forward to the growth of the little sea eagle. After all, influenced by martial arts movies, who hasn't dreamed of riding a horse and driving a falcon across the grassland when they were young? She now has a horse, a falcon, and falcon training props, which can be regarded as a complete set of equipment. But when it comes to the bald eagle, Lin Qing still has a strange look in her heart. In the information she found, this guy is slightly different from golden eagles, falcons, and other birds of prey. Although the bald eagle has a large body, it is born specifically for fishing. In addition to hunting some smaller land creatures, it also specializes in robbing prey from other beasts. Especially likes to rob and pick up leaks. In short, this guy is actually a loser. Lin Qing looked at the little sea eagle with a helpless smile on her face. After all, it was a raised cub. So what else can be done but to raise it? But the advantage of the size after growing up is quite intimidating. Good boy. I hope you can give more surprises in the future. Lin Qing touched its head, and the little sea eagle cried twice. And the cuckoo chicken immediately jumped out of the incubator, thinking that she had done something to its good daughter. Okay. Lin Qing spread her hands to show that she had not done anything bad. And the cuckoo chicken went back and continued to jump back into the incubator to hatch eggs. Speaking of the egg case of the human-faced warm body, Lin Qing was also a little surprised. This guy actually protected her. After this incident, Lin Qing completely accepted this new member, and looked forward to it waking up from its slumber and hatching as soon as possible. After all, this guy has a good origin, and he must be able to help her in the future world. Lin Qing is still looking forward to it. At this moment, Lin Qing took another look at the information on the bracelet. When Lin Ning sent her the message asking her to take a picture of the props, Lin Qing replied to her, but still did not receive a reply from Lin Ning. Lin Qing was a little worried about her sister, and frowned subconsciously. What's going on? Seeing that the game ID was still on, Lin Ning should not have been in trouble. But according to the agreement between the two, she should have replied to her when the dungeon was over. But no matter what, Lin Ning was still alive and had no trouble, which was the best news. Maybe it was because of the dungeon that she did not see the message. Lin Qing comforted herself in this way. She pressed the TV remote control and planned to see if there were any new dungeon prompts, which could also give her more survival experience. Now, it seems that a love movie is playing on TV. The two protagonists are in love on the dark bed, which looks extremely ambiguous. And the development that follows is simply unbearable to watch. As the sound sounded, even the little bear was curiously looking over here. Lin Qing immediately frantically found the remote control and planned to turn off this part. Little bear, don't look. However, the remote control seemed to be out of order. Lin Qing pressed the button, but couldn't turn it off. A colorful advertisement box popped up directly afterwards. Succubus channel advertisement. Dear players, are you lonely now? Do you want someone to accompany you? Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling. Now Succubus can provide exclusive services for you. Men, women, transvestites, etc. Only you can't think of it. There is nothing we can't do. Now just use your bracelet terminal to call the number XXXX. You can order your own little baby. It's better to act than to be moved. Hurry up and take out your terminal to call. The exclusive little baby is waiting for you to kiss. When the advertisement was over, the cursor on the TV screen suddenly flashed, and the display screen finally went black. At this time, The little bear asked curiously. Master? What is a succubus? Lin Qing cleared his throat. Well, you are still young now. These things are not for you to touch. You will know when you grow up. Oh, the little bear nodded thoughtfully. And then walked away. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. And was speechless in his heart. She spent gold coins to watch TV. And it also pushed ads that could not be turned off. What kind of capitalist is this? Succubus doesn't sound right. Is there really a bowl player who would order such a thing? These people are all different. Forget it. Let's just check the world channel to kill time. Lin Qing just opened the channel to see if anything happened today. And suddenly saw the message King Fengzhan sent her. When Lin Qing saw this old acquaintance, her eyes lit up for a moment. After the merger, the previous small area channel was no different from dead. And basically no one spoke. And after the maze incident, King Fengzhan seemed to be less willing to share experience. Lin Qing was still very curious about what he wanted to talk to her about. But when Lin Qing opened it and saw it, the pupils in her eyes suddenly shrank. The message King Fengzhan sent her was, Fu. I saw the message you sent in the channel. I wonder if you noticed it. The higher the level of the room upgrade, the greater the danger the player encounters. This game seems to be targeting high-level gamers. I hope this is not my illusion. So I want to confirm it with you. Seeing this message, Lin Qing's heart sank. However, this is just a personal speculation. Without a lot of data support, it is difficult to judge whether there is random interference from the update of the world behind the door. She thought about it and gave him a reply. I don't know it now. If there is only a small amount of data, it should be difficult to support it. But after the merger, the world outside my room is indeed dangerous. Lin Qing described the deep space world and this mysterious world, and then said, but I do feel that the danger of the world behind the door has been strengthened. After a while, Qi Fengzhan sent a message. That should be correct. According to what I know now, some players in high-level rooms will be specially paid attention to by the system. And extremely difficult worlds will be refreshed outside the door, especially for players who upgrade very quickly. So I want to remind you to pay attention. Chapter 258 Damage Props. Okay. Thank you. I'll pay attention. When Lin Qing saw this, she was really shocked. She can basically upgrade a room level in one world now, which is considered a player with a fast upgrade speed in the channel. She originally thought that the higher the level of the room upgrade, the safer it is. But she didn't expect Qi Fengzhan to bring her such explosive news. Thinking about the situation in these two worlds, Qi Fengzhan's news is not groundless. If this is the case, as the room level increases, Lin Qing will also usher in a more difficult world. In this incredible, there is a trace of rationality. Sure enough, this game will not let players pass the dungeon comfortably. There is another thing. That is, in some worlds behind the door, if you don't pass the dungeon task, it may lead to room downgrade. My dungeon this time is in a cloud world, and the task is relatively easy to do. But if it is really not completed, it will still cause a lot of trouble. So I especially remind you. The message sent by Qi Fengzhan directly shocked Lin Qing. Although she was used to some things in the survival game, she couldn't help but be surprised by such vicious consequences. This devastating consequence directly made the player return to the pre-liberation era. Lin Qing also talked about her survival world and gave him some reference opinions. The two exchanged information and ended the chat. Although the chat with him ended, Lin Qing's heart was still a little restless. It seems that I have to try my best to complete the world mission behind the door in the future. If there is a condition that you must die if you fail to complete the mission, this is good. Even if the player stayed in the room, he might not know how he died. Thinking of this, Lin Qing sighed in her heart. Although she had a reminder system in hand, she could not say that she was foolproof in the dungeon world. After Qi Fengzhan's reminder, even hiding in the room was not a completely safe option. Thinking of this, Lin Qing's eyes fell on the open world channel. At this time, the channel was also extremely lively, and there were even more beggars, who were telling their tragic experiences and finally asking for food and props. Lin Qing originally thought that this was just a show, but she didn't expect that there were really good people willing to donate their supplies. It seems that although the players have been devastated by the game, there are still many good people. However, it is not easy to be a good person in the survival game. Some people even accuse themselves of having too few donated supplies, and directly argued with the donors in the channel. It can be seen that the donors were very helpless. This kind of thing cannot be evaluated subjectively, and Lin Qing quickly glanced over it. However, in the next second, Lin Qing saw an important message that a player was sharing his experience. Family members, I am speechless. I didn't expect that some worlds behind the door would randomly damage items. This is so shameless. Those were the survival items I got from the treasure chest with great difficulty. But they were all damaged by a casual rule. There is no place to complain. Fuck. So shameless? How many items are in your backpack? How many are damaged? There are 10 items in total. 2 C-level items and 1 A-level item. Especially the A-level item. It can be said to be a life-saving item. I didn't expect it to be damaged in such a casual sentence. It's heartbreaking. My condolences. Op. You only have 3 items. I have 7 items. But 5 of them were damaged in a world, leaving only 2 small pieces for me. I felt like the sky was falling. Ah. Why haven't I seen this situation in the channel before? Are you exaggerating? Who wants to brag this time? These are all true. Why would I curse my own items? Isn't this just because I'm bored? I'm just posting this to remind everyone. May I ask the OP? What world did you experience? Can I refer to it? It feels random. Not very useful for reference. The world I experienced is a gravity world. Probably 10 times the gravity of our blue planet. What I experienced is different from the OP. It's a drifting world. That is, a raft floating in the water with the current. Now only you two have encountered this kind of world in the channel. Even if some divers are excluded, the probability of this should not be high. Otherwise someone would have complained long ago. It's just a matter of luck. Alas, it's really adding insult to injury for this unlucky guy. I think with my unlucky nature, this kind of weird condition will find me sooner or later. Pfft. Don't say discouraging words upstairs. Come on. The magnetic field of luck still needs to be maintained by a positive attitude. Do you want to use tarot cards for divination? It only takes 1 gold coin. If the divination is really out, you don't have to leave the room. The corners of the lips that were originally raised just raised halfway down. I thought he was a good person, but I didn't expect him to be a fortune teller advertising. Goodbye. I don't believe this. Even if my luck is bad, I only believe in my own strength. By the way, are there any other strange conditions? I plan to take a small notebook to write them down so that I don't forget them. It's useless to remember. If it is destined to happen, it will happen. If it is not destined to happen, don't force it. Remember this. You might run into that. Or you might die as soon as you go out. Just be patient. Live one day at a time. When Lin Qing saw this discussion, her heart skipped a beat. This is even more terrifying than what Qi Fengzhan said. That if you fail to complete the task, the room level will drop, randomly damaging her hard-earned fortune. Lin Qing was almost vomiting blood and dying. She had previously experienced a world with limited item numbers, and thought it was just a special dungeon. I didn't expect that the survival game has changed a lot of tricks. The random damage of props is obviously aimed at players with many props. Whether it is a certain number or a fixed probability of damage, it is very distressing. Comparing these two methods, if the dungeon only limits the number of props, it is a very mild method. Looking at the game players below cursing the survival game system crazily, Lin Qing also followed suit and cursed, and shared his previous experience by the way. Not only are props damaged, but there are also prop restrictions. That is, a dungeon world will limit the use of a fixed number of props, which requires the player's ability to select props. I hope everyone will pay attention to it. After she posted it, she immediately received a response. It turned out to be a big shot who got rich overnight. It turns out that the big shot has also encountered such an outrageous thing. It's like we are in the same boat. Thank you for sharing. I didn't expect that even a powerful player like the one who got rich overnight couldn't escape. It seems that this survival system is indeed random. Very good. I have balanced it. Chapter 259 Gods. The topic of item damage and item limitation has aroused a lot of discussion in the channel. Some players even began to actively discuss the countermeasures for the two situations. As for the encounter in the mysterious world, Lin Qing thought about it, but did not elaborate. Although the channel seems harmonious, it is unknown whether anyone will be bound by the so-called gods. Before figuring out the attitude of these guys, Lin Qing decided to put it aside. In the real world, King Fengzhen held a meeting with them and reminded them of this matter. It is not necessarily that other high-level players did not notice it. Thinking of this, Lin Qing tilted his head back and sighed. It's really difficult. If there is an alliance to join in the real game, now even players have to be suspicious of each other. When Lin Qing finished sighing and was about to go back to the room to rest, Lin Ning's dialogue box finally popped up. Sister, I finally got out of that damn world. Seeing this message, Lin Qing was relieved. Ning, what's going on? Are you in danger? Lin Ning said, woo. Yes, I entered a mushroom world, and then turned into a fighting mushroom. I couldn't see the message on the bracelet, and I almost couldn't come back. Lin Qing, mushroom world? Lin Ning, yes. Sister, it's like a colorful fairy tale world, and all kinds of different kinds of mushrooms make up that world. And there is also a person in black clothes who appeared among us players, claiming to be the master of the copy, and issued tasks for us to see who can survive to the end in front of a group of vicious mushrooms. I hate spores the most now. They are so hard to beat. After listening to Lin Ning's words, Lin Qing knew that the survival world was definitely not as easy as she said. Pat your head. Congratulations Ning for surviving to the end. Tell me what delicious food you want to eat. Chef Bear can make it. Lin Ning, I want to eat potato flour. I need some fast food to fill my stomach at this time. Lin Qing, no problem. She remembered that when she opened the treasure chest, she also opened half a box of instant potato flour, which was just right for her to make immediately. Lin Qing chatted with Lin Ning and talked about the mysterious situation she encountered in this world. At the same time, she put the casserole potato flour into the pot, and the fresh fragrance of potato flour floated in the room instantly. This kind of world is really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, your level is high. Otherwise it would be too dangerous. Lin Ning also looked worried. Lin Qing nodded. Yes. Have you used the upgrade materials I gave you last time? Upgrade quickly. At least there is a safety guarantee. By the way, do you have a lot of gold coins in your world? Gold coins are needed everywhere here. Come to me if you need it. Lin Ning, okay. Sister. After the two finished chatting, the casserole potato noodles in the pot were cooked. Lin Qing did not forget to cook a portion for herself, just as a midnight snack. After all, in the survival world, fat people have a higher chance of survival than thin people, and a tall and strong physique is more convincing than a thin body. Of course, Lin Qing did not forget to give Lin Ning a semi-finished casserole potato noodles, as well as some pasta made by Little Bear. Anyway, these can be put in the space backpack, keep warm and cold, and can be eaten at any time, and will not go bad for a long time. In addition, Lin Qing did not forget to send a copy to Lu Yin. After all, this guy was thinking about her. So he was right. Lu Yin, who received the message, thank you, big brother. I'll kowtow to you. Lin Qing. Lu Yan's behavior has always been exaggerated, and she has gotten used to it. At this time, Quincy's voice also came from the black gem dial. Master, your order has been completed, and you can come to get the purse now. Okay. Lin Qing nodded, and then took out a crystal ball from the space backpack. It was after Quincy's reminder that Lin Qing discovered that the world stone placed in the space backpack could communicate with the copy world. As the master of the copy world, she can probe her consciousness into the ball to achieve the purpose of communicating with the characters in the copy world. She can also exchange some supplies with Quincy inside. Although Lin Qing thinks that this kind of consciousness is a very mysterious thing, it's already a game world. Why is she still entangled with bicycles? She put her palm on the crystal ball, and a strong suction force instantly condensed inside, wrapping herself in it. Now, Lin Qing's soul seemed to be in a dark world, with only a little green water drop. When she looked over, she was immediately attracted by the water drop. When Lin Qing opened her eyes again, she had come to the world in the water drop. The green was the field, the gray was the swamp valley, and the wind in the sky made her soul like a free-flying bird. Lin Qing raised her hand to look at her state, which seemed to be between the visible and invisible. She instantly understood that this should be the so-called state of consciousness. Wow. Cool. After feeling Quincy's position, Lin Qing followed his breath and came to an open space. Here, gray stones were piled up to look like an altar, surrounded by 12 pillars, like a gathering place for some crazy believers. When she saw the bag of gold coins, countless offerings, and the familiar black uniform butler standing by, Lin Qing's heart finally died. She covered her eyes, unable to look at the demon in front of her and the believers who were bowing not far away. Quincy seemed to feel Lin Qing's arrival, put his left hand on his chest, knelt on one knee and said, "My master, you are finally back." Lin Qing. She looked at the crazy believers not far away, like a petrified person, who were calling for the arrival of the blue-black god while kneeling and crying, looking extremely excited, then waited for Lin Qing to accept their tribute. The bag of gold coins. Lin Qing pointed at himself with his index finger and asked the demon, "What is the blue-black god? If I understand correctly, are you talking about me?" Quincy still knelt on one knee, smiling, "Yes, of course it is you. My great master, this is the great honorific name I gave you. The blue-black god. It sounds a bit like some kind of fake." Lin Qing subconsciously complained, "You might as well omit the two words in the middle and just call me the blue god." The demon thought for a moment. This sounds a lot simpler. It can be improved, or it can be abbreviated. Lin Qing looked at the sky speechlessly. She pressed her throbbing temples, listened to the crazy voices of the complex and orderly believers, and felt that she could squeeze onto the altar in the next second. She finally realized that it was a mistake to let the devil manage this world. This guy's mental state is 10,000 years ahead of humans. The last time she was so embarrassed that her toes were digging the ground was when she was speaking on the podium in elementary school. Chapter 260 World Update. If you don't say that demons understand human psychology. This embarrassing situation is simply a talent. Seeing that Lin Qing was silent, Quincy took the initiative to explain, "According to your instructions, the planting methods here have been improved, and towns have been built. We have done business with merchants and players, and established a military civilian defense team to resist invading robbers. The residents of the town have a good life. Everyone is very grateful to you. In addition, you eliminated the Earl and rescued so many victims. The villagers called you a brave outsider. I just guided everyone a little, but I didn't expect everyone to give you so much face." At this point, the demon blinked. Lin Qing had a cold face, and the demon couldn't see it anyway, although it was a little crooked. To be honest, the demon did a good job in 2 years. Lin Qing affirmed him and came back with a purse and some sacrificial offerings. That is, some grains, meat and other things. Unexpectedly, there were not only some ancient gold coins in the purse, but also some world gold coins. Lin Qing counted them, and there were exactly 56 coins. You know, these are world gold coins, and only some players have them. This is an unexpected surprise. When Lin Qing stamped the coin stamp on the 999 ancient gold coins, she already had 1,459 world gold coins in her space backpack. She has become a little rich. I didn't expect that after deducting the consumption, I could earn so much. Lin Qing is still very satisfied with the harvest of this world. But unfortunately, I don't know how long the world operation settlement cycle is. After all, it was said that in addition to the world gold coin income, there was also an operation treasure chest. Lin Qing was still looking forward to it. World gold coins brought Lin Qing a good night's sleep. When she woke up again, it was already past 7 o'clock in the morning. Lin Qing pushed open the door, and the smell of fried eggs and fried beef from the kitchen came from the little bear. After she finished washing up, the little bear chef had already set the tableware and greeted Lin Qing with a smile. "Good morning, master." "Good morning, little bear." After Lin Qing finished breakfast, she took the opportunity to inspect the vegetables in the planting area upstairs. Now the fruits have begun to bear fruit, especially the durian tree. Although it is not very tall, it has grown fist-sized fruits. Although Lin Qing doubted whether this kind of fruit tree that grew into a deformed shape due to the size of the space could succeed, she still looked forward to success. After all, the fruit and vegetable yield rate in the planting area in front is still quite high. When Lin Qing finished today's punch and exercise, physical training practice, and petting the little sea eagle that had lost its hair, the time had come to more than 8 o'clock. Logically speaking, the world outside the door could have been refreshed long ago. There was no new news from the prompt system. Lin Qing was a little surprised. Could it be that there is a problem with the world outside the door again? Before he finished speaking, the voice of the prompt system came from Lin Qing's mind. Ding! The world outside the host has been updated. Ding! After system detection, the world outside the door is now an abandoned space station world. The difficulty is high, because the copy is a special type with a very high mortality rate. It is recommended that the host explore with caution. The name of this copy is Abandoned Space Station. For some reason, The affiliated space station of Alpha 139 Star suffered a catastrophic disaster, and all the experimental personnel stationed in the space station were killed. Here, as a survivor of a space station, you will strive to survive and explore the truth. In addition, other players have appeared in the world where the host is located. It is recommended that the host be vigilant. This world type is different from the previous copy world. Players must go out to explore, and the room will be locked, and they cannot return to the player's original room freely. The player's prop bar will also be locked this time. At that time, the player will lose the opportunity to freely select props for use. The survival system will randomly select 3 props for the player to use. When Lin Qing heard about the abandoned space station, her heart sank. As a world on the World Selection Black Card, Lin Qing had analyzed this world before. This abandoned space station is in outer space, and the living environment is immeasurable. The pressure is simply full, and it is not a copy that ordinary players can pass. Now I still encounter it, and it is a high-level world like the last weird immortal sect. Even the room is locked, unable to return freely, and props are restricted. Lin Qing simply feels that she is being targeted. She asked uncertainly, "Prompt system, do you think I can successfully survive under such restrictions?" The prompt system was silent for a moment. Exploring the space station can get treasure chests. The host can try to get props from the treasure chest, and the abandoned space station has an advanced weapons depot. It is recommended that the host explore the weapons depot to replenish ammunition and weapons. That's not bad. At least there is a supply of weapons, and other props and items in the space backpack can be used. It sounds good, Lin Qing pondered. But she suddenly had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered to ask, "Prompt system, what is the monster in this copy?" The abandoned space station that suddenly changed must have had some sudden crisis, which led to the hasty evacuation of the experimenters, or the sudden death, which led to the abandoned place. The next second, the prompt system's words still made Lin Qing's heart jump. "It's the Zerg." Unexpectedly, it was a bug again. Lin Qing's eyelids began to jump uncontrollably, and he always felt that something was not good. It was another guy related to bugs. The fear and terror of the last world is not over yet, and it is going to continue. However, according to Lin Qing's understanding of science fiction movies, the existence of the Zerg is simply an invincible existence. Whether it is anti-physical weapons, physical strength, attack speed, recovery speed, etc., they are all bugs comparable to humans. In other words, if you encounter such a thing, you can only run. Now Lin Qing can't call props at will, which is even more difficult. Lin Qing, I have deeply felt the hostility from the survival system. For players with higher room levels, it is simply discrimination. Lin Qing silently cried for himself, and while calculating non-prop weapons, he waited for the announcement of the survival broadcast. After a while, the radio doorbell rang by the door, and then a gentle female voice came. The world outside the door has been updated, and the 48-hour countdown has been started. Players are welcome to explore. Note, in this exploration journey, the backpack prop column will be locked, and 3 props will be randomly selected for the player later. This random selection is fair and just according to the principle of probability. That is, all players are at the same level. Due to the special nature of the world, players cannot refuse this world, but can bring back world items that can be harvested. After leaving the room, if the acquisition conditions are not met, you will not be able to return to the room. Good luck to all players. Chapter 261 World 10, Abandoned Space Station. Before leaving the room, Lin Qing's heart was half cold. But soon, she calmed down quickly. Since it was randomly selected according to probability, there were still many useful props in her space backpack, as well as some conventional weapons accumulated. So there was still great hope. Lin Qing first took out the complete set of space suits from the space backpack and put on the life support system according to the instructions. This was to prevent the outside environment from being unstable and to prevent being dropped into the damaged location of the abandoned space station. After all, according to the trend of this game becoming more and more dog, this is not impossible. According to the extremely cold radiation environment in outer space, if the body is really exposed, it can only die. Before leaving, Lin Qing waved to the little bear like a chubby bear. "Let's go, little bear. Take good care of the home." "Good, master. Come on." The little bear also noticed the unusualness of this world update and cheered Lin Qing up. Lin Qing had already felt that there was an invisible force rejecting her. The survival system was right. This time, we have to go out and explore no matter what. Lin Qing took a deep breath first, and fresh oxygen instantly entered her lungs. Her heart, beating like a drum, pumped blood rapidly, transporting nutrients in the blood to various parts of her body. She felt her mind was much clearer. And then she grasped the metal door handle of the room. I hope this exploration will go smoothly too. In the dark metal cabin, there was a thick layer of space dust. Outside the glass porthole made of composite materials, there was a huge yellow planet. On the surface of the planet, there is a huge eye of the typhoon, like a black abyss-like eye, staring directly at this lonely space station floating alone on the rotating orbit. This is the scene that Lin Qing saw first after stepping out of the door. She subconsciously took a step back. This is the fear from the depths of her genes, which made her feel the oppression of the huge planet, the gaze from the giant, the weakness of human beings, and the vast and boundless black and lonely universe background. Although Lin Qing had seen this scene once in the room when she was in the deep space world, she had to admit that this kind of universe background has an inherent sense of oppression. Forget it. Let's not watch it. Otherwise, I will have giant phobia in a while. Lin Qing reacted and moved his eyes away from the porthole to avoid being controlled by the emotions from the depths of his body again. If she was traveling in the sky, she could adjust her mentality and appreciate the grand scene as if nothing had happened. But this is a survival world, and she has not forgotten that one of her tasks is to explore. So she has to start quickly. Before triggering the main mission, she had to try to find the weapons depot of this space station and replenish the weapons. Thinking of this, she felt a little relieved. Then she opened the space backpack to check which items could be used this time, so that she would have a better idea. However, when Lin Qing saw which 3 items they were, he was stunned. In the prop column of the space backpack, almost all the prop frames were dark, and only 3 A-level props were firmly lit. These were the insect mother core, the wind silver ring, and the reverse time hourglass. Fuck. What's going on? Don't I still have a few repetitive items? Even the puppet strings can help me control some of my own people. But there is no protective item. Is there really no shady deal with this system's random selection? Lin Qing began to be unable to help. First of all, she was extremely repulsive to the first item, the worm mother core. After all, this thing is basically unsolvable. After mimicking the worm mother, it will not even recognize the identity of humans. And it is unknown how to remove it. She definitely can't use it. One of the 3 items is considered useless. The second item is okay, as she kept the wind breath silver ring that she used to save her life, which at least bought some time to escape. Then there is the reverse time hourglass. Although this item is very powerful, it will also seriously damage the player's body, and it is best to use it with the cooperation of healing items. If you can't find healing items in the space station and use them in an extremely dangerous environment, even if it is reversed for a period of time, it is not good news for players who explore alone. Well, this is basically missing 2 items. If it's not me, who else can I do? Facing the pressure of survival, Lin Qing teased himself and looked around. This cabin looks like a rest area for experimenters. Apart from some broken daily necessities, there is basically nothing useful. She has to leave here and go somewhere else. But first, she has to get out of this damn place. Lin Qing studied the door of the cabin. It seems that this is a door controlled by an intelligent system, and you need to swipe a card to open the door. But where is the employee card? Lin Qing, this is a good question. This spacesuit is a bit too bloated, and I can only turn around in the cabin. If I want to find something here, it seems a bit difficult. Will something happen if I take off this spacesuit? After all, this is an abandoned building, and maybe even the oxygen supply system is broken. Lin Qing hesitated. However, before she finished speaking, a headset on the spacesuit helmet suddenly made a sound. Welcome to the Gamma Space Station, Barbara. The independent intelligence system of the space station is at your service. I will explain your question to you next. Due to an unexpected situation, the explosion occurred in the east wing of the space station, which is the experimental area. But the life support system is in the west wing and remains in good condition. The location of the lander is the staff area, where the environment is normal, and you can take off the helmet to breathe. Lin Qing was still shocked when she heard the voice. However, Barbara, who claimed to be the intelligent system of the space station, Sounded like she was really solving her doubts. So Lin Qing continued to listen. She thought to herself, I don't know how long this place has been abandoned, but it can still maintain a good environment. And even the intelligent system can operate normally. It seems that it should be a civilization with a high technology tree point. This place is at least much more advanced than Blue Star. However, facing this intelligent headset system, Lin Qing did not retain full trust. After all, in this unfamiliar situation, an unfamiliar artificial intelligence tells you that the environment is fine. If you really believe it completely, you will take off the helmet directly, and then your brain will be crazy. Lin Qing took out the instruction manual, quietly followed the steps, operated the detector of the space suit, and was relieved when he saw the normal oxygen content and normal adaptation data on the screen. It seems that this artificial intelligence did not deceive me. It is actually quite friendly, Lin Qing said in his heart. But she suddenly had a question. Why did this artificial intelligence identify her as a lander? After all, the prompt system said that she was exploring as a survivor. Chapter 262 Teammates. Forget it. Maybe this is a loophole. Or the artificial intelligence is mentally retarded. Anything is possible. Lin Qing carefully took off the helmet and tested the environment first. Sure enough, she could breathe normally and her body did not feel any discomfort. She could still put her feet on the ground, indicating that the gravity system here was also functioning normally. After putting the space suit into the space backpack, Lin Qing changed into a camouflage military uniform and put on a protective mask. Although the defense effect is much worse than that of a protective vest, it is military-grade quality after all, and it is more wear-resistant and durable than ordinary clothes, and it will not be easily cut by metal blades. In the following time, Lin Qing began to search in this employee cabin, from the 1-meter-wide bed, to the bottom of the bed, the wardrobe, and the corner of the single sofa. They were all searched, but the identity card was still not found. Strange. How do I get out of this place? Lin Qing scratched his head, and suddenly thought of a place he had not entered to see. This is the bathroom with only 1 square meter of space next to the door, with a toilet, shower, and washing function. However, the hot water here seems to be drawn from other places. There is no water storage container, and there is only a louver-shaped ventilation hole on the ceiling. Lin Qing found the employee card on the toilet in the bathroom. There are also scattered spots of blood around, and there are overturned daily necessities. It looks like someone has struggled here. Lin Qing put on a pair of gloves and carefully picked it up. There are also some bloodstains on the employee card, but the name of the owner of this cabin can be seen. Name, James David. Identity, experimental staff in the greening planting area. Level of authority, level 3. Affiliated company, Petrie Biotechnology Company, Limited. It seems that this employee is called David. I don't know what happened to him, so he hurriedly left his ID card here. Lin Qing thought thoughtfully. But you need an ID card to go out here. So why is this ID card left here? She thought of a possibility, and her eyes fell on the dots of blood and the vents above her head. Could it be that he was taken away by a monster? Without entanglement here, Lin Qing took the ID card and quickly came to the door of the cabin. With the beep of the card reader, she quickly opened the door to the corridor outside. The set intelligent voice system said, "Congratulations on stepping out of the room and welcoming a new day. Breakfast has been prepared in the cafeteria, including your favorite chicken breast sandwich, salad and milk. The green planting area is in very good condition today. The grass and trees are growing very vigorously, and the space station can maintain a good circulation, which is inseparable from your credit. Finally, I wish you a smooth work today." Such a long paragraph suddenly rang in my ears. Lin Qing had been alert to the situation outside the door, but she didn't expect to fall into a trap here at the card reader. She immediately ran away. Just kidding. The monsters here are Zerg. The sensitivity of that alien creature is not comparable to that of ordinary creatures. Although the voice of this intelligent system was neither fast nor slow, it still echoed in this iron station and was transmitted for a long distance. After leaving the cabin far away and no strange creatures appeared, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. She also listened carefully, and it seemed that there were no other strange sounds except the sound of her running. Hey, is it possible that I am wrong? In this space station that looks like a space ghost, it seems that only Lin Qing exists. It's like being abandoned by the human world. Lin Qing shook her head and drove away this abnormal emotion. Maybe because of the special environment, She always felt a sour feeling in her heart this time. She sighed subconsciously. It seems that humans are still social animals. The first few worlds are at least down-to-earth planets. Leaving the planet really feels like a weaned child. But the prompt system said that there are other people in this copy. Why can't I see them? For some reason. Even if it is a player who enters the copy at the same time. Lin Qing still hopes to meet some. After all, this means seeing some normal humans. At this moment, the voice of the prompt system came out. To the left of the player's position, there is a room B061, which contains a black stone treasure chest and a bug hiding in the ventilation duct. It is recommended that the host go there to get it. Hearing the familiar system voice, Lin Qing also became alert. Okay. She carefully distinguished and found the dormitory of employees in Area B according to the sign. It seems to be here. Lin Qing touched the Fengshi silver ring, took out a pistol, and walked along the sign cautiously. At the same time, in Area C of the employee area, the public activity room, the other human players that Lin Qing wanted to meet gathered here at this time. In this activity room of about 20 square meters with sports facilities, the atmosphere of these 5 players was slightly heavy. One of the tall and fat men was injured, and blood was flowing from his arm. Another slightly older woman was bandaging him, perhaps because the bandage was a little tight. The player screamed exaggeratedly, "Oh mom, be gentle. It hurts too much. How can the bleeding stop if it is not tightened? Look at you. You have to be curious to explore that cabin. It's a big dark area, and the flashlight can't illuminate it. I don't know what hurt you. You got injured just after leaving the room? You deserve it." The boy whimpered and said aggrievedly, "Isn't this too excited? My treasure hunting prop showed that there was a treasure chest inside. But I didn't know there was nothing inside. And I was injured." Although the mother was in a scolding tone, she was obviously more tolerant of her son. After all, life and death in such a place are unpredictable, and it is normal for her to worry about her son's safety. She glanced at the girl across from her and said arrogantly, "Hey, Comrade Xiao Xiao. Can you see if there is any medicine to treat the wound? Give my son some more. Otherwise, we don't know what's going on here. What if he gets infected?" "Oh, okay. Annie was in an emergency just now, and I didn't have time to look for it. Now I'll look through it again. I remember there is a hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medicine." Hearing this, the girl put down her weapon in a hurry and then searched. The mother seemed to think that the time was a bit long, so she urged impatiently, "Can you find it? If you can't find it, I'll ask others to borrow it, so it will be faster." Okay, Auntie. I'll find it right away," the girl named Xiao Xiao said hurriedly. This time, she found a small brown medicine that was shielded from light from her space backpack and held it in front of her eyes. "This is Yunnan Baiao. It should be useful." Chapter 263 Quarrel. Chen Jun frowned, holding a long knife and glancing at the 3 people who were shouting. The boy seemed to be injured by something, and pus with a fishy smell flowed out. Even after cleaning, he still had a lingering strange smell. As for the girl named Xiao Xiao, she had a lot of supplies on her, but it was a pity that she was too kind. Even though the mother and son repeatedly exceeded the bottom line, this person still tolerated their demands. Even Chen Jun couldn't stand it. Next to Chen Jun, a blond boy sat on the billiard table. He wore lip studs and earrings, was tall, and had a deep face like a Westerner, but looked extremely arrogant. Seeing Chen Jun looking over, she took the initiative to speak out her inner thoughts for her. "Heh, I didn't expect someone to be so rude. I remember the girl just said something polite, but the mother ordered her around like that. According to your country's words, this is too rude. Beauty. What do you think?" Chen Jun pursed her lips, sneered, and didn't reply. This man looks slick, but he has good strength. Just now, he also reacted and discovered the monster hidden on the ceiling. So he gathered the equally confused people and hid here. But this man is too greasy. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 were dropped at the nearest location and formed a team in advance, and if she didn't know the character of her teammates, she would definitely not want to choose such a person as a teammate. Chen Jun originally thought that this was an underground base or something, but when she walked to the porthole, she realized that this place that looked like a fortress base was actually a floating space base. Now they don't know the outside situation. After saving the mother and son, they temporarily hid here and planned to discuss a solution. "What are you talking about? Young man, you are too harsh. Do you still want to be selfish in such a place? I tell you, We don't know anything in this unknown situation. We need to work together. If we lose one teammate, we may lose one chance to be saved. Do you understand? The activity room is not big. Of course. The mother heard this and quickly retorted. The blond man shook his shoulders, spread his hands and shook his head. The girl named Xiao Qiao was a little embarrassed. She not only contributed gauze and alcohol, but also healing medicine. Although she was the one being asked, her face still turned red, and she stammered, Aunt Jiang is right. In this environment, we still need teamwork. Now we don't know what the situation is in this space base. Why is there no one here? What's going on? I think we still need to figure it out. Wrong. Aunt Jiang glared at Xiao Qiao. Now we need to send someone out to explore and see what the monster in the dark is. She rolled her eyes and glanced at the two people not far away. The woman in black clothes always held a gun with her. It was obvious that she was not easy to mess with. As for the man, although he looked smiling on the surface, the look he occasionally showed was still frightening. In the end, she still chose to set her sights on this girl, who looked easy to control. Xiao Qiao, I just saw that you have a defensive prop. Since you have such a powerful prop, you should serve everyone more. Otherwise, you can go out and see what happened here? Don't worry. If there is any danger, you can ask for help in the team group, and we will definitely help you. After hearing this, Xiao Qiao bit her lip and shook her head subconsciously. No, Aunt Jiang. I'm most afraid of this kind of environment. If the system hadn't forced me to leave the room, I would definitely not have come out. Jiang Ling's face drooped instantly, revealing a ferocious face. Then what's the use of you? You might as well die. Now we are a team. We can call each other comrades. What's wrong with making some contributions? Humph. It's like asking for your life. After these words came out, Xiao Qiao's determination was shaken a little, and she hesitated. Before Xiao Qiao spoke, Chen Jun, who was not far away, couldn't stand it anymore, and sneered, Auntie, you are so old. Don't bully an enthusiastic girl who just graduated from school. What's the matter? It's not enough for others to provide you with medical supplies. And now you are morally blackmailing you to go out and explore? To put it nicely, we are teammates in a team. To put it bluntly, we are just a bunch of scattered people who have been put together temporarily. Everyone knows that there are unknown dangers outside. Now you force a little girl to go out. But why don't you let your son go out? I'm afraid you are reluctant to do so. Jiang Ling glared at her after hearing this long speech. You, girl, why do you look so serious and just say something to others? Isn't this bullying the elderly? She became more and more angry as she spoke. She stood up and was about to walk in front of Chen Jun to argue. But the blond man had already jumped off the billiard table and stretched out a thick and strong arm to block her eyes. He smiled and said, Auntie, please speak calmly and don't get so angry. The girl behind me doesn't look easy to mess with. She looks like a martial artist. Do you have to mess with her? After saying this, he lowered his arm and made a gesture of invitation. How about you try it? Jiang Ling subconsciously glanced at Chen Jun. There was only a chill in the eyes of this girl, and there was also the momentum of a martial artist. Just by looking at her for a moment, her heart suddenly jumped and she felt a sense of fear. In order to save her face, she first took 2 steps back in a pretentious manner, and then spat at the other side. Bah! You can only be so arrogant here. If you have the guts, wait and see in the real world. My husband is an official of XXX. You have offended a big shot if you offend me. Chen Jun smiled coldly at her. Okay, I'll accompany you anytime. As she said to the girl named Xiao Qiao, aren't we going out to explore? Let's team up together. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up instantly, showing a light of emotion. Okay, thank you. The two of them walked out, and the blond man behind them couldn't sit still. Wait, I'll go with you too. I am a fan of science fiction dramas in my spare time, and my main job is an expert in designing spacecraft. I am more familiar with this kind of science fiction copy. As soon as these words came out, the two people in front stopped instantly. However, according to the man's theory, Chen Jun did not choose to believe him at the first time, but asked instead, Oh, what happened here? What do you think? Opinions? The golden-haired man touched his chin, as if thinking in distress. Chapter 264 Exploration. It feels like an alien graveyard. But we can't rule out the possibility of other alien creatures. Hey, didn't an artificial intelligence show us the way just now? Why don't we ask it what the danger is here? Before Chen Jun could ask, he heard the golden-haired man confidently using his hands to make a megaphone gesture. Hey, is there an artificial intelligence here? Or a voice system? Or an intelligent robot at the base? After shouting, the activity room was still extremely quiet, filled with an awkward silence like picking toes. Everyone looked at him as if he was a fool. The golden-haired man spread his hands nonchalantly. It seemed useless. Chen Jun was also a little speechless. If he could call out an intelligent system like this, it would be too simple. However, at this moment, the TV in the corner of the activity room suddenly lit up, and the face of an intelligent AI-like girl popped up on the screen. She looked very beautiful, but familiar to the public, and her appearance was at the level of human memory. I received your call, Lander. I am happy to serve you. This is Barbara, the intelligent system of the space station, and I will explain your current doubts to you. This is the auxiliary space station of Alpha 139. Because the samples brought back from the planet by the experimenters were not handled properly, a biological crisis occurred in the space station. Now there are Zergs in the space. Please stay vigilant and go out to explore. Hearing this, before everyone could react in surprise, Jiangling was already anxious. Is the monster that bit my son just now that Zerg? What should I do if he is bitten? Will his life be in danger? Ah, Mom, how can I turn into a bug? What should I do? Jiangling's son also began to get anxious. Barbara said, Dear Lander, I am sorry to hear that your relatives were bitten. Because the Zerg currently filling the space station are basically mutated organisms. Once humans are bitten by the Zerg, they will be transformed by the Zerg's genes and finally become a bug. What? What should I do? How can my son turn into a bug? Woo woo woo. I can't accept it. Before the artificial intelligence finished speaking, Aunt Jiang suddenly went crazy and started sitting on the ground waving her hands and feet like crazy. The intelligent AI paused for a while, and after hearing Aunt Jiang's words, it said, I'm sorry to hear about your experience. However, there is a vaccine that inhibits the change to the Zerg in the laboratory. Perhaps you can go there to get it. Because of the existence of the protective net, there are not many bugs in the staff area. But if you go to the experimental area, the Zerg there will increase exponentially. If you need it, I suggest you go to the armory to pick a handy weapon first, which may have a higher chance of success. The following is a flat map of the space station. The black dot is your current location. The blue dot is the location of the armory and the experimental area, and the red dot is the nearby Zerg. However, because of the existence of some special function Zerg, even the detection system cannot provide you with accurate detection. So you need to pay more attention to it. This intelligent system sounds very helpful and speaks very logically. Chen Jun and the golden-haired man looked at each other and instantly understood what he meant. Chen Jun tried to imprint the map on the screen into her mind. The golden-haired man even took out his camera and snapped a picture. From the map, one can even find the red dot coordinates of a bug nearby, which is slowly approaching. Although they are not interested in the experimental area, if they can get some high-tech weapons from the armory, it will be very helpful for survival. Jiangling panicked for a moment and grabbed Chen Jun's hand casually. Girl, I see that you are very capable. Can you help me save my son? He can't die. Otherwise, I will count out to you a few times, and you will be kind enough to take us to the armory first. Chen Jun was caught off guard for a moment and was entangled by this man. She frowned and said, Don't do this first. We must go to the armory. This road looks very safe. There are not many Zergs around. It's okay to take you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Girl, you are such a good person. Jiangling was already panicking for her son and could only try her best. She looked at Xiaoqiao again. Miss Xiaoqiao, I was panicking just now. And the old woman said that, since you are a kind person, then I will help you to the end. Please help me look after my son for a while. Xiaoqiao nodded quickly. No problem. Auntie, I will do my best to help you. The blonde man looked at the situation between the four people and chuckled. Since it's decided, let's start. In the shocked eyes of the four people, the blonde man raised his hand and took out a weapon from the invisible space backpack. It was a rocket launcher that could be launched on the shoulder. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Since it is a large-scale Zerg, we need to give them some powerful guys to taste. Lin Qing also came to the room location mentioned by the prompt system. However, you need to swipe your card to enter and exit the room here. I wonder if the card in her hand will work. She was alert to the surroundings first, and took out David's employee card to try it. Sure enough, a red warning sound was displayed. Warning, warning, warning. Someone who is not an employee of this room wants to break into the cabin. Lin Qing was speechless for a moment. This damn idiot system didn't give her any peace of mind. Wouldn't this sound attract monsters? She was quick-witted and immediately raised her gun and fired 3 bullets at the smart panel for swiping the card, directly penetrating the panel and the speaker buried inside. She felt a little better. Huh? This idiot should shut up. But there was no identification card, so she had to try to break the door violently to see if she could get in. However, just when Lin Qing was about to act, the originally hard steel door suddenly shook for a moment, as if there was something behind the door. Lin Qing took a step back to avoid being hit by the monster inside. She had not forgotten that the system said there was a bug hidden inside. It seemed that the screaming alarm sound had aroused the nerves of the bug inside. The monster became a little irritable and used some hard parts to hit the silver steel door. Soon after 3 or 5 hits, a big bulge appeared in the middle of the steel door, and it seemed to be torn. Lin Qing also took advantage of the close distance to observe the strength of the bug inside, at least in terms of physical hardness. Her flesh could not resist it. Maybe she could try to wear some steel armor, but at least she couldn't resist it now. With a last clang, the middle of the steel door was easily torn into a big hole like a thin piece of paper. A black insect claw suddenly poked out from the hole. Chapter 265 Bugs. Lin Qing's heart suddenly jumped, seeing a head popping out of the steel door torn apart by the huge insect claws. It was a strange black insect that looked more than 1 meter tall. Its narrow head was an inverted triangle, covered with dense scales, but it seemed to absorb all the light, especially a pair of dense black compound eyes, which showed a mysterious wriggling when scanning the corridor environment, as if not wanting to miss any details. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The insect saw Lin Qing and did not open its mouth, but the vibration of its abdomen made a rhythmic hissing sound, showing a tendency to attack. The corridor was narrow, and Lin Qing was originally leaning against the wall in the distance. Since the insect had discovered her, she fired without hesitation and attacked directly at the exposed head. Bang, 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 bang. The insect reacted quickly, and some changes occurred in its head. The scales on the side of its neck stood up directly, blocking the bullets. As the bullets fell to the floor one by one, making a metallic collision sound, none of the bullets hurt the bugs. Lin Qing's heart suddenly sank. This meant that this kind of bug was intelligent. She did not hesitate, pressed the remote control of her subordinate, and immediately started Plan B. Boom! As the remote control bomb placed under the door exploded, a loud noise was heard instantly, and even Lin Qing, who was too close, was shocked and had a tinnitus for a moment. It seems that this bomb is quite powerful, and I was a little careless. Lin Qing smiled bitterly, as the faint buzzing sound in her ear canal weakened. She shook her head, trying to get rid of the discomfort, and at the same time saw the result of the explosion at the scene. She placed the bombs under the steel door, which had completely blown the door open, revealing a broken hole. As for the slender black insect, half of its head and a section of its limbs were blown off, revealing its rolling flesh and blood, dripping red blood. What surprised Lin Qing was that even in this situation, it still did not die, and struggled to stand up from the ground, trying to attack the invader. Lin Qing was a little surprised. Even though half of its head was blown off by the iron sheet, it still had the consciousness to fight back. The strength of this insect race is really strong. She raised the submachine gun in her hand and shot at the head and heart of the insect. When the corpse had no nerve reflex, she breathed a sigh of relief. After this battle, Lin Qing was thoughtful. It seems that this kind of insect can still be eliminated by conventional weapons, and it should be easy to solve if handled properly. But is this the strength of the Zerg? Lin Qing asked herself, or is it that there are more than just this kind of bugs in the space station? She looked at the hole that was blown open. It was pitch black inside. She wondered if there would be other dangers. Lin Qing took out a glowing lighting stick from her space backpack and threw it in, instantly illuminating everything in front of her. It was full of sticky, fishy mucus, which was wet and stuck on the walls and the floor. It looked like a nest cast by some creature. Lin Qing, the person who remembered to hide the treasure chest here, is really a talent. Although she didn't have a big obsession with cleanliness, this kind of place still had a creepy and cold feeling. If it weren't for the system's prompt, there might not be many players willing to set foot in this kind of place. But for Lin Qing, there was at least a black stone treasure chest here. For the props and resources inside, she could only grit her teeth and walk in. The light of the portable flashlight illuminated the road ahead. When Lin Qing walked in, she found that this staff cabin was very large. At least much larger than the room she had just arrived. It was just that because it was filled with the stench of mucus and the occasional scattered insect exuviae, people always had an ominous premonition. This looked like a one-bedroom suite with a huge sightseeing porthole. But it was now closed and messed up by insects. Looking extremely embarrassed. Soon, Lin Qing found the black stone treasure chest mentioned by the system in the bedroom. The moment she put away the treasure chest, she left immediately and never stopped. However, just as she rushed out of the door, she suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from the ventilation duct above her head. It was like some creature was rushing over from a distance in the ventilated iron passage. Lin Qing still did not choose to stay. She had already got what she wanted, and did not need to entangle with these monsters. After leaving this area, she breathed a sigh of relief. Now she is still in an unfamiliar area. Lin Qing found the signpost on the wall, which showed that after turning this corner, she would be near the cafeteria. She calmly analyzed the current situation. Now that I have the treasure chest, I should go to the armory. But this space station does not look small. Where can I find a location? Just then, a monitor at the corner suddenly lit up for a moment. And the voice of artificial intelligence came again. Dear Lander, it seems you have a new question. Do you need me to answer it? It was the voice of the intelligent system named Barbara. Lin Qing understood the source of the voice and looked at the flashing red-eye camera on the corner. As the intelligent system of the space station, it seems to know everything as long as Barbara takes over, including Lin Qing facing the bug and the counterattack. She thought about it and nodded. Okay. I want to go to the armory here now. Can you give me any advice? Hearing Lin Qing's voice, Barbara quickly answered, of course. Dear Lander, now searching for a suitable route based on your location. The best matching route has been completed. You can go to the cafeteria first. There is a display screen there. I can call it to show you the best route. Of course, you can also follow my instructions. But Barbara can only communicate with you where there are cameras. If the camera is damaged or the road section is missing, you may lose contact with me. After saying this, the intelligent system did not speak again, as if waiting for Lin Qing's decision. Lin Qing smiled and said, Since you have suggested it, I will go to receive the map. After all, as you said, if the connection is lost and I go the wrong way again, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Thank you for your trust, Barbara said. Lin Qing raised her foot and walked along the sign of the cafeteria. During this period, she seemed to be the only one in this area, except for the occasional flashing lights. It was like a silent cemetery. However, Lin Qing did not trust Barbara much. After all, it was a space station system that she had just met, and it was so warm and hospitable. And she always felt that there was something abnormal. And according to the information she knew now, she didn't know what happened here, and the position of this artificial intelligence. So she temporarily followed Barbara's advice, and waited and saw what would happen. Chapter 266, Convergence. Soon, Lin Qing arrived at the entrance of the so-called cafeteria. This place seemed to be a specially built small square, and there was even a mechanically controlled fountain that changed into various patterns from time to time. In addition to the cafeteria, there seemed to be a department store and a cinema, as well as several entertainment venues, which looked like a place to relax and have fun. As for the big screen that Barbara mentioned, Lin Qing also saw it. It was an electronic screen about 3 meters long and more than 2 meters wide, which was posted on the opposite side of the square and looked like some kind of fancy outdoor advertisement. After Lin Qing walked over, the dark electronic screen lit up for a moment. It seemed to be turned on, and then a bright blue map covered the entire plane. Lin Qing saw the dense markings on it, as well as the eye-catching passages and tiny red dots, especially near her. The dots here seemed to be clustered. Now I don't know if this topographic map is useful. In addition to memorizing it in her mind, Lin Qing also took a photo for backup. However, at this moment, the alarm in her mind suddenly collapsed. For some reason, she always felt that something was wrong here. Her eyes sharpened and she asked, Barbara, what are those red dots near me? A voice came from the intelligent sweeping robot 1 meter away. Dear Lander, the red dots represent bugs. The blue dots represent you. And the green dots are the weapons depot you are going to. Hearing this explanation, Lin Qing immediately exploded. Fuck. You said these dense red dots are all bugs? Lin Qing finally knew where this weird feeling came from. It came from the dark restaurant glass. No wonder she felt that there was someone. It turned out that these TMD were all bugs gathered here. Damn it. Barbara. You won't hurt me. As the glass on the restaurant wall shattered, a hissing sound came out from the darkness. It was a group of bugs. After Lin Qing realized what was happening, he ran away again. Dear Lander, of course I won't hurt you. My mission is to guide the Lander to adapt to the environment well. Lin Qing ran through a corridor, and Barbara's voice came from the camera on the wall. After hearing this, Lin Qing was almost laughed at by this guy. She asked while running, Okay. You said this was unintentional. Right? Then how do you explain? Where did these bugs in the space station come from? Lin Qing knew that Barbara would definitely hear it, so she shouted directly into the air. As expected, when she ran to a separate corridor window, she heard a voice from a panel on the wall. An accident happened here. The biohazard leaked, causing the Zerg's contaminated genes to spread. Most of the experimenters in the space station have become bugs. The bug you just killed and the eyes you saw in the square were all transformed by the experimenters here. Unexpectedly, Barbara directly told the secret of the space station. Lin Qing was also a little surprised. She stopped running. It was already a distance from the small square. Since she got rid of them, there should be no problem now. But Barbara revealed a shocking secret to her, and Lin Qing was still a little confused. Unexpectedly, it was a human who was transformed into a bug. She instantly felt mixed emotions in her heart. But the weird distortion had completely lost the characteristics of humans, and only the hunting instinct was controlling it. It is completely a bug. Since Barbara is so easy to talk to, Lin Qing continued to ask, how did this leak happen? Who is in charge of all this? But this time, Barbara did not respond to her. I'm sorry. This question is top secret. With your current ability, I can't answer it for you. Very good. Lin Qing nodded. If this intelligent system really answered all the questions, it would be really weird. However, she did not encounter any danger all the way here, which proved that there was no problem with the map Barbara gave. At the same time, when Lin Qing passed by a porthole, she suddenly found something strange. This space station seems to be too big, and you can even see another part of the bend. Lin Qing always thought that this employee area occupied most of it, plus the experimental area and the arsenal, etc. It should not be too big. But from the other part of the space station that was exposed, it looked bigger than the cruise ship Lin Qing had seen. Just like a spaceship. Could this space station be a transformation of a spaceship? Lin Qing asked in confusion. Forget it. Maybe people with this level of technology like large space stations. It's not impossible. According to the intelligent prompt, Lin Qing used some kind of movement tool, or elevator, in the space station to come to another area of the space station. At the same time, she also saw the familiar figure of a human player not far away. Barbara said, I saw that you were alone, but there were landers gathered in other places of the space station. I didn't expect that they actually chose the same route and welcomed your encounter. Now, the navigation instructions for you are over. Lin Qing. Thank you so much. This is really an extremely enthusiastic arrangement. Just when Lin Qing was planning to run away quickly while they didn't notice, Qin Jun suddenly looked over here consciously. She recognized Lin Qing at a glance, and her pupils shrank instantly. Get rich? Unexpectedly, she met Qin Jun in this copy, and Lin Qing was also a little surprised, since she was discovered. She walked over with dignity, and saw the 4 extra players. One of them was a middle-aged woman holding her son and crying, complaining while crying why her son was so miserable. Lin Qing instantly felt that she had come to the down-to-earth reality from the cool external control copy. If you ignore this background, you would think that this is a crew filming a script. But Lin Qing greeted Qin Jun directly. Wujiang? You are here too. I didn't expect it to be quite a coincidence. Qin Jun nodded. Were you also suggested by Barbara to come to the armory to get equipment? Hearing Barbara, Lin Qing instantly realized that artificial intelligence also appeared in front of them. It seems that Barbara also suggested that they come to the armory first. Lin Qing nodded slightly. Yes, Jun said. At present, one member of our team has been bitten by a bug. It is said that due to the problem of genetic pollution, he will eventually be assimilated by the Zerd gene. We plan to try to go to the laboratory and find the vaccine, which may be of some use. Jun looked cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and it seemed that he still planned to take on this task. But at this moment, the middle-aged woman who was crying while holding her son seemed to react. Get rich overnight. Did you get rich overnight? The player ranked in the top 10? Lin Qing is not stupid, and it will not benefit her to admit her identity now. She did not speak. Chapter 267 Discussion. I didn't expect that at such a young age. He wouldn't respond to your talk. Humph. Even if you become rich overnight, you can't be so arrogant just because you are strong. Jiang Ling saw that Lin Qing didn't respond, and complained. Lin Qing looked at Jun. What's the situation now? It seems that these people have been here for a while, but for some reason, they didn't take any action. Jun was about to speak, but the blonde man next to her spoke first. The road to the armory is blocked. According to Barbara's display, there are many bugs on the other road. Now we are considering which road is more suitable. He whistled at Lin Qing frivolously. Beautiful. Before he finished speaking, Lin Qing had already taken action, and the black muzzle of the gun pointed at his chest. The man behind the blonde man lost his voice and shrugged innocently at Lin Qing. Sorry. I just want to liven up the atmosphere. This is too heavy. Lin Qing put down his gun and sneered. If you want to liven up the atmosphere, you can come and sing. You don't need others to make jokes. Hee hee. I just want to liven up the atmosphere. Is it necessary to make a fuss? It seems that you can't afford to play. Jiang Ling in the corner whispered. But even if she spoke softly, she could still be heard in the originally small space. Even Jun frowned, thinking that Jiang Ling was talking too much nonsense. Now is not an orderly society. Players like those who became rich overnight have all fought their way out of the bloody sea of the dungeons. Girls who can climb to such a position must not be easy to control. In her opinion, even if these top players look easygoing on the surface, they are also ruthless. Jiang Ling has something to ask of the players, but she keeps complaining about them. She really thinks she has lived a good life. As for why the blonde man didn't dare to continue speaking, someone would really shoot in this situation. At this time, Jun, the team leader, stood up and explained, Don't argue with him. Time is tight. Staying here is not a solution. Let's discuss which way is more suitable. Okay. Lin Qing smiled and nodded. She knew Jun before, so she gave her face. Jun understood and knew that Lin Qing would not pursue the matter for the time being. While she was relieved, she explained, one of the two roads has collapsed. Even the intelligence of the space station does not know what happened there. It may be in good condition, but this is just speculation. There may be a turnaround. As for the other road, Barbara has clearly indicated that there will be many wandering bugs. Based on the information I have now, I prefer the first road. Although it is unknown, I can still take a gamble. At worst, we will encounter bugs in the end. Anyway, we will not suffer any loss. Jun's idea is indeed correct, and Lin Qing also agrees with her point of view. So he nodded. Then do as you say. Since Barbara gathered these people here, she wanted to guide these players to work together. In this case, she will wait and see what happens. Anyway, Lin Qing has no obsession with the position of captain. She is more willing to be a bystander of the team. The blonde man also agreed. I have no problem. As for the other girl, who looked insignificant next to him, she also said, I will listen to everyone. Among the last two people, in addition to the young man who was groaning in pain, there was also his mother, who seemed dissatisfied with the result. Is there no safer way? I'm still with my child. Why don't you go to the armory first? And we'll wait here. Otherwise, my son is injured now and can't help. If I cause trouble for you, it will be troublesome. After saying that, her son screamed in pain. Oh, what should I do? It hurts so much. Am I going to turn into a bug? After hearing this, Jun had a speechless expression on her face. If you encounter bugs on the road, this boy is indeed a burden. And he also has the risk of mutation contamination. It is indeed a risk to go together. But this is combined with an exaggerated expression. And the expression on his face that I just don't go. What can you do to me? No matter how you look at it, it makes people feel a little itchy. And they can't wait to punch him a few times. I have seen moral kidnapping, but I haven't seen many such shameless people. On the contrary, Lin Qing's face is calm. Along the way, she has also seen many top players. And this is nothing. Only the girl named Xiao Qiao beside him said stupidly, if that's the case, don't let him go. The risk is too great. That's right. My son is like this now. I have to stay and take care of him. Otherwise you can help me get some weapons. And we will go to the laboratory together later. Jiang Ling quickly joined in. I didn't expect this person to be so arrogant. And Chen Jun also realized the current difficulty. It was clearly agreed that we would go together to get weapons, and then go to the laboratory. How come they have to go in to help get weapons now? Could it be that he will say that he can't even go to the laboratory? And he has to help get genetic reagents? Chen Jun looked at Jiang Ling's calculating face, and realized that this person probably had this idea. The annoying thing about this kind of person is that they always don't want to contribute, but want to take advantage secretly, which is very annoying. However, their purpose is the weapons depot, whether it is to save people or not. Chen Jun could only accept this result with a cold face. Okay, we will set off in a while. When there is news, or if I find another way, I will notify you in the team group. That's right. Thank you, little girl. Jiang Ling seemed to have a smug smile. But suddenly, she didn't know what she thought of, and said anxiously, you said there is a road over there? Is it leading to other places? Is there a laboratory? Chen Jun looked at the map. There is a road. It looks like it can go through. That won't work. What if you take the weapons, and leave us mother and daughter and run away? Hearing this, Jiang Ling immediately overturned her previous decision. No. How about I take the children and follow you? And you send me a message every few distance to see if it is safe. Let's move on. As she said, she pulled the little girl Xiao Qiao next to her. Kind comrade Xiao Qiao. The captain is busy. For the sake of us being a team, please give this task to you. Xiao Qiao was flattered. Okay. I will send a message in the team group. But Auntie, you have to follow the route map given by Barbara to avoid getting lost. Okay. What a good child. Still thinking about Auntie. Jiang Ling's attitude seemed to have changed 180 degrees. And it can be said that she spoke softly. But everyone with eyes could see that this person was treating people as fools, and was just using them as flesh to explore the way. Chen Jun's face turned cold. Okay. Then we can move forward now. Chapter 268 Armory. The first road Chen Jun chose was indeed much more difficult to walk. This looked like an area where various instruments were placed, and there were many explosions. In addition to the road full of obstacles, even the walls of the passage were bombed into potholes, which looked extremely difficult to walk. This kind of road full of obstacles can easily make people overlook some details, and there may be some bugs hidden. Entering here is also an area that Barbara cannot explore. This means that the intelligence of the space station cannot give them hints here, and the players need to make decisions by themselves. The first problem now is that the passage here is too narrow. Among the four of them, at least one person is in front, and one person is behind. The blonde man took the initiative to say, the three of you are ladies. Although ladies are usually given priority, it seems that men should be in the front now. He winked at the three people, and said with a smile, I should be right this time. Chen Jun said, that makes sense. However, due to the limitation of props, everyone should first talk about the weapons in your hands, and the useful props. If you encounter insects, you must have the strength to fight to reduce the losses for our team. The blonde man was the first to say, I have a shield and a rocket launcher. I also have a handheld submachine gun and a detonator, which can be used as much as you want. As for props, there is only one offensive prop now, which is a one-time prop and can be kept as a backup. Xiao Qiao also said, I have a protective prop that can be used multiple times, and an offensive prop, but the use distance is limited, and it must be a contact strike. There are also some weapons and ammunition. The last one was Lin Qing. After listening to what the two said, she also talked about her current situation. I only have one speed item, and the other two can be regarded as useless. As for weapons, I have some, and I can fight against bugs when I encounter them. Chen Jun was also a little surprised about Lin Qing's situation. She didn't expect Lin Qing to be restricted so much. In her opinion, with Lin Qing's ranking, he should have a lot of good items in his hands now. I didn't expect that he didn't even have an offensive item, which was really surprising. But of course, She wouldn't see the overnight wealth because of this. After all, such a ruthless person would not reduce his strength much because of the presence or absence of one or two items. She nodded. Okay. I currently have a healing item and a perception item. I am good at long swords, so I can fight against bugs when I encounter them. I also have weapons and explosives. From this point of view, the team strength is indeed good now, and we should have a great chance of winning. Lin Qing had the experience of fighting insects just now, and took the initiative to say, just now I encountered a bug and used a bomb of this type. She took out an identical one from her space backpack and said, this amount of explosives is estimated to be able to kill a bug, but you need to pay attention. Using it in a small space will also affect yourself. It is best to leave a distance. Xinjun took the bomb and looked at it, frowning. It seems that this monster's defense is really strong, so we need to pay more attention. The one who has the ability to defend and attack. Go first. Xinjun pointed to the yellow-haired man. I will be responsible for the rear, in case there is any danger behind. Baofu will follow behind the first place and can help him. Xiao Qiao is in front of me. How about this arrangement? No problem. The three nodded in agreement. Okay. Let's move now. The four people followed the lineup and lined up in the narrow passage. In addition to the dust everywhere, there was also poor contact electricity, and the blue light strip above their heads would flicker, giving people an unsafe premonition. But on the contrary, after they advanced about 50 meters, they found that this place was indeed very safe. It seems that this road is indeed correct, the blonde man said excitedly. After walking about 20 meters and turning the corner, they can see the location of the weapons depot. But Lin Qing didn't think so. She always felt that there was something unusual here. Besides, this is a blocked road, and they haven't seen the collapse point yet. Soon, Lin Qing's premonition came true. As they walked the 20-meter distance, when they turned the corner, an isolation door appeared in front of them. This kind of heavy-looking lead door seems to be set up to isolate fires or prevent partial disintegration of the space station. Once it falls, it will be difficult to restore it to its original position. Besides, the operating lever here is also damaged, and even the opportunity for manual operation is cut off. It looks very thick. At least it can't be destroyed by the bombs we have now. If the dose is higher, it is estimated that the space station structure in this area will also be blown away, and we will have to go to outer space to become mummies together. The yellow-haired man spread his hands and said, What can we do now? I didn't expect that at such a close distance. We can't even find the location of the weapons depot. Xinjun also seemed to be thinking about something, and seemed to be trying to find a solution. Only Lin Qing raised his head and looked at the structure above. This kind of passage usually has ventilation ducts. If the connection in this place is not sealed, can you get out? However, this method also has great risks. If you encounter insects inside, it will be difficult to even turn over in the ventilation duct, and you will only become a lamb to be slaughtered. Lin Qing repeated this method. Ventilation duct? Xinjun glanced at the top of her head. There was one above their position, and she could feel the slight airflow flowing in it. It looks like it is connected. It may be because someone only lowered the isolation door and did not isolate the ventilation duct. These are two independent systems. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she immediately said, Help me. I'll jump up and see. Okay. Lin Qing agreed and helped her up. Xinjun removed the isolation grill and threw it inside, then supported herself with both hands, curled up and entered the ventilation duct. It's okay here. I've seen the light ahead. It looks promising. I'll go ahead and explore the way. Okay. Be careful, Lin Qing told her. Okay. Xinjun's vague voice came from the ventilation duct above. It seemed that she should have crawled forward for a distance. At this time, there was only a weak breeze in the ventilation duct, which seemed extremely quiet. The blonde man regretted. I don't know if the general is afraid. I should have gone with her just now. In this kind of terrifying scene, a reliable embrace will solve all problems. It is also a place to create romance. Romantic? Lin Qing glanced at him with a smile, and the blonde man didn't dare to speak. He was afraid that the boss had a bad temper and would suddenly attack. Chapter 269 Pollution. While the three were waiting, Lin Qing noticed something was wrong. She frowned and looked at the team message, but still no prompt content came. Wu Jiang hasn't given any news yet? Blonde man, is there something wrong? I'll go up and take a look. As he said that, He jumped up with the help of the surrounding objects, grabbed the opening of the ventilation duct, and was about to crawl in. Wujiang. Just then, his unexpected voice suddenly came from the duct. Qinjun is back. The two jumped down from the ventilation duct. Lin Qing saw that even Qinjun, who always looked calm, looked a little pale, even scared. What's going on? What's going on over there? Lin Qing's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. Qinjun shook her head. No, there is no problem with the armory. The problem is that on the road, I saw humans whose genetic pollution failed. Although they were transformed in the direction of insects, they still retained some human physical signs. It's just two. Qinjun paused and thought of a suitable word. Unbelievable. She slowly said her opinion. Those people should have fallen on the way to the armory. And then the colleagues outside the isolation door suddenly pressed the door lock. Some people even stuck to the isolation door and the gap. Just looking at it made my sanity value drop by 90. The resistance of this kind of monsters I encountered before should not be so poor. The only possible explanation is that this kind of transformed people will be accompanied by mental pollution. Hearing Qinjun's explanation, everyone present looked gloomy, especially Xiaoqiao, who showed a trace of fear on her face. What should we do now? Do we still want to go? Or let's go back. It's too scary to just listen. The blonde man also nodded. This kind of monster with pollution value can only be resisted with anti-pollution props or potions. But none of us have such items now. It is not a good idea to move forward rashly. He thought of something and smiled meaningfully. Don't forget. We get weapons and go to the laboratory. It is not a copy mission. It is a losing business to risk your life for a worthless player. Qinjun looked at Lin Qing. Get rich. What do you think? Lin Qing was also thinking about this problem. According to Qinjun's practice, when she saw those things, she would definitely look away immediately and be on guard. This is not just a matter of looking or not looking. It seems that entering another space will reduce the sanity value. It does not seem to be a good idea to move forward rashly now. However, even the prompt system said that the arsenal here is more advanced, and it seems that it can replenish ammunition to deal with the Zerg. Lin Qing was more inclined to accept its suggestion. I think we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater now. Now that we are here, we might as well give it a try. After all, we don't have any powerful offensive props. Ordinary guns are basically useless against this type of mutant bugs, unless they have more powerful bombs. But it is easy to endanger ourselves. This space station is obviously a future technology. This kind of civilization's technology should be able to effectively control the bugs. Qinjun nodded. Well, what you said makes sense. I agree with your idea. She looked at the blonde man and Xiaoqiao. Now it's a 2-to-2 suggestion. At present, the two of us plan to continue the action. If you are willing to return the original route, I also support your decision. But I want to put this here. Even if we successfully reach the armory, there is no guarantee that no accidents will happen. After all, the environment of the dungeon is unknown and can change at any time. So we may not be able to return the same way and bring back attack weapons for you. As soon as she finished speaking, the blonde man and Xiaoqiao also pondered, and it seemed that they were a little difficult to make a decision. After all, Lin Qing and Qinjun made their words very clear. At this time, the blonde man suddenly smiled and said, It's a bit sad to see two beauties go alone. Since you are going, I will go too. Sister Xiaoqiao. I'm sorry. Xiaoqiao looked dazed. She didn't expect her ally to betray her so quickly. Although she wanted to help Aunt Jiang, she really couldn't move in this terrifying dungeon. It took most of her courage to get here. She was about to back out, but she was afraid of going back alone. How about this? I'll wait for you here, and I can also be your backup if you encounter danger. Okay. Qinjun nodded, but did not expose her thoughts. After all, everyone has their own way of survival, even if they were forced out of the room. Not everyone wanted to continue exploring in such an unsafe environment. After discussing, Xiaoqiao directly found a smaller instrument room and went in. Lin Qing and others continued on their way, since Qinjun had explored the road once. This time the blonde man jumped up without any humility, and it seemed that he wanted to go first. Qinjun and Lin Qing followed closely and climbed up the ventilation duct. This time, she deliberately wore sunglasses that blocked light, trying to reduce the loss of sanity while reducing the vision. In the dark ventilation duct, only the dazzling light of the flashlight can be seen. The ventilation duct should not have been cleaned for a long time, revealing a musty smell. And there is dust suspended in the air, and a faint fishy smell. It seems that there are insects crawling here. When Linqing thought of the iron sheet under her palm, there would be insects crawling, and she instantly got goosebumps. She was still a little nauseous about this thing. But soon, the blonde man in front said, "We are here, but you can only get off at the door. There is no ventilation duct in the armory. Okay, be careful. I don't know if those things are still alive now. Try not to alarm them." Linqing heard the voice from Qin in front. "Okay," said the blonde man. Then Linqing heard that he took down the baffle of the ventilation duct, and the flickering lights in the corridor shone in instantly, reflecting the strange and changing black shadows. After the blonde man took down the baffle, he threw it forward and jumped down from the vent. Next was Qin, and the last one was Linqing. When Linqing landed, he could see the surrounding environment clearly. The various corpses that looked like dried mummies unconsciously posed in various struggling postures, and with the body organs of humans and insects. They looked terrifying and disgusting. The monsters with human faces and insect bodies that Linqing had seen before could at least comfort himself that they could be regarded as abstract paintings, and the two species did not belong to the same layer. Then this scene was just like a painting by a crazy artist, which concretized and mixed all the crazy and terrifying things together. Chapter 270 Search. Although Linqing knew that looking over would reduce her sanity, the field here seemed to have a strange atmosphere that made her go to check involuntarily. Linqing struggled to pull herself over from there, and moved to the door lock of the armory. The blonde man was operating the door lock and asked Barbara to open the door. Qin and Linqing looked at each other, and their faces began to turn pale. At this time, the blue light strip of the armory lit up for a moment. The thick round door that looked like the door of a bank vault was open from the outside, and even a white nitrogen gas was emitted from it, which looked like a cold storage. Are the weapons here like popsicles? They still need to be frozen? The blonde man shrugged and walked in first. Linqing and Qin followed closely. But in order not to be frozen into popsicles, they can only open the door of the armory now, which makes them feel very insecure. As soon as he entered the door, Qin took the initiative to say to Linqing, "Go get the weapons. Take as many as you can. I'll guard the door." Okay. Linqing did not give in to Qin, so he went in decisively. On the cold transparent shelf, Linqing saw streamlined weapons made of unique white and blue metal. Under the light from the top of the warehouse, it looked like a layer of light blue sand. Beautiful and powerful. Linqing put on gloves and tried the weapon. Even though this thing was frozen in the cold storage, Linqing seemed to be able to touch the hot temperature inside through the gloves. Linqing threw the weapon directly into the space backpack and took a look at the introduction. This is a high-energy cannon made of a unique mineral energy, so it is not very stable and must be stored in the cold storage after a period of use. However, this high-energy particle cannon has an automatic navigation function, and it is very easy to face insects. However, since they all have such powerful weapons, I didn't expect that all the experimenters would fail here. Was it because the incident was too sudden and serious, and there was no early warning, or other reasons? While Linqing was searching for weapons and energy blocks in the arsenal, he was thinking about the current situation. Although things are a bit weird now, the world is big, and the fist is the biggest. She felt that she had the confidence to get the weapons, so she worked harder to search and destroy. After a while, the things in this arsenal were basically confiscated by the two of them. As soon as the blonde man entered here, he immediately took the weapon without delaying for even a second. When Linqing was about to carry them all away, Qin's voice suddenly came from the door. "Not good. The mummies here seem to be strange? What's wrong?" Linqing also loaded the weapon and asked. She had thrown an energy beam gun to Qin in advance, so she was not too worried about safety issues. They seem to be moving. Oh no. It's not my eyes. This thing has really woken up again. Qin immediately made a judgment. Let's go. Let's go quickly. Forget about the things we haven't taken yet. After saying that, she ran outside and shot at that direction without hesitation. The mummy that began to wriggle was then blasted into mincemeat by the energy beam. Qin was also a little shocked by the power of the energy beam gun. It worked so well, she said in shock. Linqing also saw that those randomly assembled monsters began to move, and immediately followed Qin to run outside. The blonde man said, "You go first. I'll cover you." Could it be that the airflow in the cold storage caused the temperature change here? So these things came alive. He aimed and fired while paying attention to the surrounding environment. Soon after, Lin Qing also entered the ventilation vent. He stretched out a hand to him. Come up quickly. After the temperature changed, the mixed monsters here woke up one after another like hibernating animals. Unlike before, this was affected by the extreme cold. Here it comes. The blonde man shot and hit the monster. He jumped up and grabbed Lin Qing's hand. Lin Qing pulled him hard and pulled him into the ventilation duct. Oh my god. This is too exciting. But unlike his tone, the blonde man was full of excitement and seemed to have been aroused by the desire to fight. Anyway, these things can't come up, so why not destroy them together? He raised his gun again, and it seemed that he wanted to continue attacking. But at this moment, Lin Qing stopped him and made a hushing gesture. Don't talk yet. Listen carefully. What are you listening to? The strange sounds of the insects below? The blonde man sneered. And at this moment, Chen Jun also interrupted his conversation, frowning and said, the sound seems to come from the ventilation duct. That's right. Lin Qing nodded. She remembered something and quickly said, let's go. It's probably because the sound just now was too loud, and it attracted insects from other places. Hearing this, the two people in the ventilation duct changed their expressions. After seeing the tragic scene of the space station, no one can be sure that there will be only one kind of insect here. If it was a small bug, it could even shuttle through the ventilation duct, which would be terrible. The three of them didn't think twice and immediately returned along the same route. The speed was nearly twice as fast as when they came. Hurry! They are coming! The blonde man was left behind, and he could even hear a buzzing sound not far away, as well as a fast airflow. Soon, Lin Qing and Chen Jun jumped down the vent. Only the blonde man was left on top. Damn! It seems too late. As he said this, he raised a black shield while jumping down, directly blocking the vent and resisting the buzzing attack. Even in this situation, the winged bugs still did not stop attacking, and they were ramming frantically. There were thumping sounds coming from the shield and the iron vent. It looks like there is no danger for the time being. The blonde man breathed a sigh of relief. At least these little bugs can't break simple defenses. What about your shield? Lin Qing glanced at the shield on top, and the meaning was self-evident. If they leave now, this shield must continue to work. Otherwise it will stay here. Blonde man, that's a good question. He rubbed his palms together twice, and made an eager gesture. Why don't you go first? As long as I take it down quickly, this thing will never catch up with me. Lin Qing nodded. Okay, then we go first. And the difficult task is left to you. Blonde man, oh no. I just mentioned it later. And you really abandoned me. Just then, Chen Jun suddenly said, Xiao Qiao is missing. What? When they heard this, they turned their heads together and saw that the instrument room where Xiao Qiao was originally staying was empty, without any trace of anyone. Lin Qing frowned subconsciously. She got into trouble? Chapter 271 Mimicry. Xiao Qiao looks very cautious. She shouldn't run around. Is there something wrong? Chen Jun also frowned. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. After all, they are all the same kind. Although this player is a bit virgin and timid, but he is not a bad person. If he just disappears, it would be a pity. Lin Qing opened the team interface. After Chen Jun pulled her in, there was only a message from Xiao Qiao. We are blocked here. It's a bit dangerous. Don't come over now. I don't know if Jiangling didn't see it or what happened. She didn't respond. Lin Qing said, her name ID is still on, so she should not be in danger for the time being. I will send a message to the group to ask what's going on. Then, she sent a casual greeting. At Xiao Qiao. We are back. Where did you go? Yeah. Chen Jun looked solemn. At least she should have gone out by herself. Maybe she went back to meet up with Jiangling and the others. The blonde man also nodded. That makes sense. The bee's flapping wings sounded much smaller, no longer obsessed with attacking and defending props, and seemed to be about to disperse. But at this moment, Lin Qing saw the messages sent one after another in the teen group, and couldn't help frowning. Xiaoqiao Lu Shui and Jiang followed me just now and told me to go back. I'm on my way back now. What's wrong? Yongrong Fugeling? When did I go to find you? I can't even take care of my son now. How could I go to find you? You're too self-indulgent. After the last sentence, Jiang Ling also said 6 ellipsis marks to express her speechlessness. Seeing this, Lin Qing was instantly nervous. Oh no! Something really happened. At this time, Xiaoqiao Lushui also sent a message. And Jiang? Are you kidding me? Aren't you behind me? Can't you see me? Yongrong fugling. I said I didn't go. So I didn't go. Do you want me to send you a photo of my son now? Really? Even if you don't want to help me. You don't have to lie. It's really speechless. Xiaoqiao Lushui, woo. Wujian boss. Fu boss. Can you come and save me now? I came out after hearing what Aunt Jiang said. And the one I saw was indeed Aunt Jiang. So how could there be 2 Aunt Jiangs? This is too weird. Or the person behind me is not a human at all. Woo. Seeing that Lin Qing's expression was wrong, Qin Jun and the blonde man immediately checked the team's message and saw this message sent by Xiaoqiao. Qin Jun's face became more and more gloomy. Could it be that there are other players in this space station, and they want to trick Xiaoqiao out with disguise? What if they are the kind of players who want to steal props? No. I'll go over and take a look first. Lin Qing observed the traces around. There was a lot of dust accumulated here. But looking at the footprints back, there were indeed only 2 people. But at the same time, there were only 4 people. She thought, what Xiaoqiao meant may not be a human. If it's not a human, then what is it? Could it be a bug? After Qin Jun subconsciously asked the question, she was suddenly shocked by her own words. Her pupil shrank. Could it be? There really are such bugs? Lin Qing had a rough idea in his mind. According to the clues left in the corridor, the footprints coming here and the footprints going back don't match. This means that the person who came here didn't even walk. This kind of place can't be a ghost. If people are excluded, it can only be insects. The blonde man also squatted down to observe. That makes sense. I know that there is a kind of insect in nature that can mimic. Since this space station is full of Zerg, it is estimated that there will be all kinds of insects. If it can disguise as a human, it is theoretically possible. Qin Jun also immediately thought of the urgency of the matter and immediately sent a message to Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao, the things behind you are probably insects. I don't know what they want to do by taking you away, but it is definitely not a good thing. What you have to do now is to take out your defensive props and offensive weapons, and take action before they take action. Try to break them up, and then find the door or blocking objects that separate them. But be sure to pay attention to the room with ventilation ducts, where insects will go in. Okay. I'll try first. Xiaoqiao looked a little panicked. I don't know if she did it. After saying this, there was no reply for a long time. Lin Qing's sight also fell on the ventilation duct. According to the clues just now, this group of mimicry insects should be able to fly. I don't know if it came from the ventilation duct or the corridor outside. If it was the corridor outside, then Jiang Ling and her son were still outside and would be in danger. I don't know if she has encountered it now. That woman is very scheming. She deliberately hid under Barbara's surveillance. It seems that if she encounters danger, she can also get early warning from the intelligence system. But Lin Qing had another idea. What if Barbara's position was not on the side of these players? She was not sure yet, and did not tell Qin Jun and the others about her problem. At this time, the 3 of them had walked out of the corridor and returned to the entrance. We should be able to see Jiang Ling and her son in a while. But there was no news about Xiaoqiao. I don't know what the situation is now. At least she should not be out of danger. However, when Lin Qing and the other 3 returned to their original position, they saw that Jiang Ling was the only one under the original camera. She looked drowsy. When she saw the 3 of them coming back, she stood up and said with bright eyes, "You are back. That's great. My son is saved." But the 3 of them were stunned for a moment, revealing a confused look. The blonde man pointed out first. "Your son? Where is he now?" He. "Where can my son go? Isn't he next to me?" Jiang Ling reached out and touched it, but found nothing in the original position. Her heart tightened instantly, and she looked at the place beside her, and was dumbfounded. Her son, who was 18 years old, disappeared out of thin air? No. My son was here just now. How could he disappear? Jiang Ling seemed to be crazy instantly, with a crazy look in her eyes. Who is it? Who is it? Who took my son away? The 3 watched her face change, like a mentally ill shrew, rolling on the ground. Where is my son? Where is my son? She was incoherent, and her mental state seemed extremely unstable. But excessive noise would attract those monsters. Lin Qing had no choice but to use a knife to hit her neck, and Jiang Ling fainted instantly. "It's quiet now," the blond man said, scratching his head. "But what should we do now?" "For no reason. We lost 2 teammates at once. This is not a good sign." Chapter 272 Question. Why not ask Barbara? Lin Qing's eyes fell on the camera above her head, which was still flashing red light, proving that it was operating normally. She asked, "Barbara, you should have seen what happened just now." "Right." Sure enough, an intelligent female voice came from the camera above her head. "Dear Lander, of course I saw everything just now, and even issued an emergency reminder. But some insects will emit some hallucinogenic hormones, and this mother just now was also affected, resulting in not noticing the enemy's attack. Just now I tried to remind the 2 people, but it didn't work. So I'm sorry." Hearing this, the 3 people present felt their hearts sink at the same time. Lin Qing continued to ask, "What type of insect is this? Why did it drag humans away?" The intelligence system said, "You can think of this insect as an insect like a worker ant. The doctor has named it N12. Its usual job is to search for food and build nests. The human it dragged away was targeted only because it was transformed into an edible insect." Barbara's statement made Lin Qing's heart sink. She asked, "My other companion was taken away by an insect that can mimic human beings. It can speak human language and even simulate people around us. Do you know what happened?" The camera was silent for a moment, and then a voice came out. "After inquiry, the insect you mentioned is very similar to the type named E09. It is a kind of insect similar to a flying insect swarm. It usually likes colonies. Once it finds a suitable target, it will lure the prey back to the nest as a place for hatching. But this kind of bug is usually not very aggressive and has weak defense. Judging from your companion's reaction, she should be out of danger soon." Hearing this answer, everyone present was relieved for a moment. After all, it was still quite empty after losing a teammate. Chen Jun also asked, "Where will these 2 people be taken?" "Do you know?" Barbara replied, "Most of the areas currently occupied by the Zerg are located in the space station warehouse, laboratory, and botanical garden. According to my big data calculations, the lander who was just dragged away has a high probability of going to the experimental area. As for the other lander, all 3 places are possible, and I can't give an accurate judgment." "Well, at least there is an explanation." Chen Jun looked at Jiang Ling lying on the ground and murmured, although the behavior of the mother and son was a bit annoying. In this survival world, who wouldn't be crazy? It seems that the mother only regarded her son as a support pillar. Lin Qing pondered. "Then the last question is, why are there so many bugs here? Since you know everything, why didn't you tell us in advance?" A trace of inquiry flashed in her eyes. "Just now when we went to the armory, we encountered a group of mummies mixed with humans and bugs. They were on the verge of death and survival. What's going on?" The camera above shook its head. "Sorry. It's related to the secrets of the space station. I can't give an answer for the time being. As for the bugs you encountered under my surveillance, I will try my best to remind you, but I can't do anything else. Please forgive me." After saying this, the camera seemed to freeze, and there was no answer. However, Lin Qing had a clue in his heart. Since it was a secret of the space station, it might be related to the main mission, but he didn't know when they could trigger the mission. It was strange that they had entered this dungeon for several hours and had traveled to many places, but they had no clue about the main mission. However, the main mission of the dungeon was randomly triggered, and whether it could be found was purely a matter of luck. Lin Qing had already begun to lower his expectations. The blond man also said, "Are we just waiting here? If we don't explore, what about the main quest?" Chen Jun, "This world is different from the previous copies. People who are alone are easily attacked by bugs. Besides, we have gained a lot just now. There is no need to rush." Lin Qing also said, "We are confused about this intelligent system now, let alone the space station. Going out to explore is not necessarily a good thing. Let's stay together." The blond man looked a little crazy. "Ah, this copy is so cool. And it's a space station in space. It's incredible that it looks like a movie. You are sitting here and not moving. It's really a waste of resources. Right?" He looked a little excited. "Since you don't go, then I will go alone." At this time, Lin Qing and Chen Jun looked at each other, and understood the meaning in each other's eyes at the same time. Jun stopped the blonde man. William, take a look at your personal information and tell me what your current sanity level is. Sanity level? The blonde man was stunned for a moment, although there was still some rage on his face. He subconsciously opened his personal panel. When he saw the sanity value, his face turned pale. Now it's 69. No wonder. Lin nodded and understood the reason. For safety reasons, she usually wears a full set of protective equipment and an isolation mask on her face. Jun also wore a mask to block out the breath. Just now when he went to the armory, only the blonde man was more confident and did not bring any protective gear. It seems that the air in this space station is also strange. After seeing the sanity value, the blonde man's face turned pale instantly, and the irritability just now faded away. Damn. I almost got into trouble. One of the reasons why Lin wanted to rest on the spot now is also one of them. Her sanity value is now around 85. And it seems to have dropped a lot. Jun probably has the same problem. And it may even be more serious because he went there twice. Sanity can slowly recover. If you decide to continue exploring with low sanity, it is not a good idea. Especially in such a dangerous dungeon. It is easy to lose your life because of some rash actions. Then let's rest here. Wait for our sanity to recover and Jianling to wake up. Then we'll discuss what to do. Our goal now is not to find boxes and trigger tasks, but to survive in these 2 days. Jun also said seriously. She knew in her heart that if the two players were really dragged away, there would be little hope of saving them now. If it was just to kill monsters, it would be fine. But it would be more difficult to add some invisible damage. And they couldn't use props now, which weakened their strength. And the difficulty of the dungeon was much higher. If she wakes up, she will definitely be unwilling. The blonde man pointed at Jianling on the ground. What should we do with her now? Chapter 273 Props. Now their exploration has temporarily reached a deadlock. When the sanity value is reduced and irrational actions may be taken, going out to explore is not a good choice. However, now their two teammates have been taken away by insects, and the situation is unclear. Xiao Qiao is still okay. At least according to Barbara. She should be able to get out of the predicament. Especially Jianling. If she wakes up and continues to clamor to go out to find her son, then according to her current mental state, how can she explain the current situation? As time passed, the scene fell into silence for a while, without using props. The recovery process of sanity value is extremely slow. Could it be that they really have to stay here now, waiting for the main task to appear automatically? Lin said first, I'll go out and see if there are any clues nearby. In order to prevent danger, I won't go too far from here. Jun nodded, still with a tense face. Okay. Be careful. Yeah. Lin turned around and entered another passage. She only said half of her words just now. In addition to exploring clues, she also wanted to open the black stone treasure chest to see what props there were. Now she only had 3 props on her. If she really encountered any danger, even with the weapon she had just collected, she might not be able to guarantee her safety. After all, this place was too weird. Lin felt that this space station was very strange from the beginning. Barbara hesitated and refused to tell her the secrets of the space station. There must be something fishy about it. After entering a remote corridor, Lin checked and made sure that there was no one and no monsters, and then took out the black stone treasure chest from the space backpack. This black stone treasure chest looked quite normal, as black as ink, with a deep luster, giving her a familiar sense of stability. Lin prayed in her heart, I hope there will be a useful prop. Please, please. Then she opened the treasure chest. But to her surprise, there was no other supplementary supplies in it. Only one prop? Is it so special? Lin disassembled the treasure chest casually, put the 6 black crystals into the space backpack, and then carefully examined this inconspicuous prop. This is a pink crystal stone, which looks no different from the one just mined. However, when Lin saw the introduction of this prop, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she became very interested in it. Name, Command Pink Crystal. Number of times it can be used, once. Note, this pink crystal was made by the witch Alex, and it contains fascinating black magic. But please note that the mental suggestion of black magic may be different, which will have an uncontrollable effect on the player. This is a prop that can give you psychological hints. Lin was thoughtful, and did not put the props into the space backpack as usual. She now carried the 3 props that could be used with her. although she did not want to use the other two props. If she really had to use them, there was nothing she could do. She took a deep breath and left the area, intending to continue wandering around to see if she could find other treasure chests. However, just after Lin Qing left, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared at the top of the originally dark corridor. Hiss! 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 The insect's mouthparts trembled twice, and it seemed to make some strange chirping sounds. Then it shook its wings and disappeared in an instant. I'm back. Unfortunately, Lin Qing went around here and only touched 2 wooden treasure chests, which was better than nothing to replenish her supplies. When she returned to the original place, she saw that Jiang Ling had woken up. However, the blonde man had tied her up, and the middle-aged woman began to curse, and her voice was extremely unpleasant. When Lin Qing walked up to her, she heard a sentence. Now my son has been kidnapped by insects, and you actually don't care about it. You can't even think of a way, and you knock me out. Oh my God! Where is this justice? If my son dies, I won't live either. She looked very tough, with a momentum of not giving up. Chen Jun looked very headache. The situation was special at that time, and the sanity of the 3 of them was unstable. If this person yelled and attracted the bugs wandering nearby, it would be very bad. Lin Qing had to take action decisively. But now it seems that this player is not giving up, which seems to be more troublesome. Get rich overnight. Miss Get Rich, please save my son for my sake. He is not strong enough, and now he has been caught by the bugs. He must be very scared. Woo woo woo. What should I do if he leaves me? When the middle-aged woman saw Lin Qing, she suddenly threw herself on her legs and burst into tears. She looked sobbing and crying very sadly. Although a mother's love may be paranoid and degenerate, her love for her children is real. Lin Qing resisted the urge to chop again, lifted her clothes, and asked Jiang Ling to stand up. After entering the game, when did you meet your son? Although Jiang Ling didn't know why she asked this question, she subconsciously said, after the merge. Lin Qing asked her to stand up by herself, and said with temper, he was able to pass the previous level by himself, which at least proved that he was not a fool. Since you have also experienced the dungeon alone, whether it is with others or in cooperation, at least you know that those who can successfully survive are indeed capable. Yeah. Jiang Ling nodded. But my child. Lin Qing couldn't bear it anymore and continued to interrupt her. No buts. Barbara only said that he was dragged away by bugs, and there is still a certain chance of survival. If you want to save him, you can go by yourself. Don't think that blackmailing or kidnapping others can succeed every time. Okay. Okay. Perhaps because the child was dragged away, Jiang Ling looked much more tired, without those bluffs. But suddenly, she silently shed tears again. I am a middle-aged woman. You want me to rescue alone? This is unrealistic? Rich girl. Can't you really help me? Anyway, you are going to explore the space station. Why don't you go to the experimental area and other places to look for clues? As she said this, she looked at Chen Jun and the blonde man with tears in her eyes. And then with a thud, her legs knelt heavily on the ground. Children, and he begs you. Chapter 274 Main Mission. You all have mothers, so you should know how I feel now. I can't watch my child die. You are a mother, but we also have mothers, and our relatives are also worried about our safety. Do we have to go deep into danger to save your child? Chen Jun also sighed and said, Auntie, please get up first, and we will discuss countermeasures. Jiang Ling still didn't want to get up, but her moral kidnapping just now did have some effect. Although Lin Qing could attack some bosses without hesitation, he felt both pity and hatred for this kind of people. Just when everyone was silent, a broadcast sounded on the bracelet at the same time. Ding! The player triggered the main plot of the abandoned space station dungeon. Dungeon Mission 1. Successfully survive for 36 hours, not achieved. Dungeon Mission 2. Explore other areas of the space station except the staff area and find the truth behind it, not achieved. Dungeon Mission 1 Reward. 3 World Selection Black Cards. Dungeon Mission 2 Reward. 2 silver cards for item unlocking. 2 white cards for item destruction command termination. And 1 unlimited item card. Because this task is a team task, after 24 hours. On the premise of completing 2 tasks, 1/2 of the team members survive to trigger the return to the room condition. Team rewards are randomly distributed and can be collected by surviving players. Wish all players a smooth mission. After the system task voice broadcast was finished, the blonde man's face changed first. Fuck. What does this mean? If we fail to complete these 2 tasks, or even if the remaining survivors are less than 3 people, we can't return to the room? It seems so. Qinjun nodded, looking a little unhappy. Only Lin Qing looked relatively calm. Although she had guessed the general content of the task, she was more surprised by the flexibility of the task. Whether it was the time limit or the number of people, the survival system behind seemed to know their current situation. So it set the task. After all, they still had a troublesome teammate who couldn't get rid of. So this was purely to make things difficult for them. As expected, compared to the other 3 people present, Jiangling was the only one who looked excited. So we should all go now. Right? This is not what I said. But it's the system's task. If we don't complete the task, we can't go back to the room. Lin Qing wondered, do you have any relatives in the survival game? Why does the system take care of you so much? Relatives? Jiangling seemed to have thought about it carefully. I don't think so. If so, wouldn't you have arranged a better dungeon task for me? Lin Qing. Although the main task triggered is more difficult, it at least solves their current dilemma. The most basic thing is that they have a clear task content and know where to put their efforts. The atmosphere at the scene eased a lot, and the 4 people present also planned to start the action again. But at this moment, Xiaoqiao Lushui sent a message in the teen group. Thank God. Thanks to the guidance of the general, I finally got rid of those bugs that can turn into humans. But I don't know where I am now. The place is a bit strange. There is sunshine and green grass. It looks like a small park. Does anyone know where this is? Seeing Xiaoqiao alive, Qinjun breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message. I'm glad you're okay. Barbara just mentioned that there is a botanical garden here. Did you go there? Xiaoqiao Lushui, botanical garden. It seems like it. There are not only green plants and flowers here, but also simulated sunlight. It looks like an artificial greenhouse. I didn't expect that there is such a place in this space station. Qinjun, okay. If it's safer there, then you stay there first. Now the main task of the dungeon has been released. Have you received it? Xiaoqiao Lushui, received. That means that for team tasks, not everyone needs to complete it. It only needs 1 member to complete it. Okay? Qinjun, it seems so. So if conditions permit, I suggest you explore there first to see if you can find any clues to advance the main task. However, before she finished speaking, she saw a new message from Xiaoqiao Lushui. No. There are other things here. Ah. What did I find? Is this also a bug? Sister Wujiang. There are bugs here. And they are very big ones. But they can actually be invisible. I almost got discovered. This is simply too scary. Invisible bugs? Qinjun's pupil shrank. Although Lin Qing and the others have been on alert all around, they have not found anything. But what if the bugs can be invisible? If they can completely rely on their own changes and lurk in the environment, it is difficult to detect them simply by relying on human eyes. Lin Qing also realized that something was wrong. But he had always felt that there was something strange around him. But he could not catch any traces. At this moment, the alarm of the prompt system in the brain suddenly sounded. Alarm. Alarm. An invisible sickle-shaped flying insect is approaching quickly. Please pay attention. Lin Qing's mind was instantly tightened. And he quickly said, be careful. The monster is coming. However, at this moment, a stream of bright red blood, like a torrent, sprayed into the air. Everyone present widened their eyes, and the blond man also hurriedly put the protective gear in front of him. Quick! Everyone hide in first. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Qing had already used the wind breath silver ring and quickly left the place. However, Jiangling, who was in a hurry to leave, stood at a distance far away from them. Even when Xiaoqiao sent a message, she couldn't help but start to urge. However, this time, she showed an expression of disbelief on her face, and fell straight forward, with another puff, inserted into the flesh and blood. A black shadow slowly emerged in the air behind her. It was a black bug they had never seen before, with black hardened limbs and sickles, and sharp serrations comparable to artificial saw blades. Its wings vibrated behind it, making silent vibrations, just like a lurking assassin, making people terrified and suffocated. Jiangling knew she was going to die. She felt the severe pain piercing her body, but she had an unwilling impulse, and raised her hand with great effort. saying to the three people not far away, "Child. Save my child. Child. You can't die." The next second, a silver blue beam of light shot at the bug that appeared. The blue particle beam penetrated the bug's body, making a hole. The bug screamed fiercely and waved its wings behind it to run. Lin Qing's face was ashen, and he raised his hand and shot again. Chapter 275 Decision. Everyone obviously did not expect this sudden turn of events. This insect that can only be invisible actually appeared among them silently. And except for Lin Qing, who reacted first, no one noticed it in advance. "Is it dead?" Chen Jun frowned. After Lin Qing fired that shot, the black insect that wanted to flap its wings to escape had its wings broken by the powerful energy cannon. Its stealth abilities seemed to have changed, and only half of its body disappeared in the air. It seems not. At this time, Lin Qing walked over and saw the insect lying on the ground. It still did not give up escaping, shaking its wings to escape, and at the same time, the part pierced by the energy beam seemed to have some visible healing trend. After seeing this incredible scene, Lin Qing showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. After all, it was beaten into this state, but it could still survive. And it even seemed that if it was given some more time, this degree of injury could be healed. The powerful recovery ability of the Zerg has exceeded Lin Qing's expectations. In order to prevent the monster from resurrecting, she raised her hand and shot the bug's head again. This time, after destroying its brain, it stopped moving again. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Jiangling's heart was pierced by the bug, and blood flowed out of the hole. It can be seen that she was still holding on and had not taken her last breath. Chen Jun hugged her upper body and shook his head at Lin Qing. It's too late to save her. Lin Qing also understood what this meant, and sighed in his heart. If you say this person is selfish, she is still thinking about her child and dragging everyone into the water. If she is selfless, she was still thinking about her child before she died. It can only be said that people are complicated. I still have props in my space backpack, and I will give them to you after I die. You must find a way to save me. This time, she forced herself to finish this sentence, and then her neck tilted, and her hands fell down, and it seemed that she had no vitality at all. If the other props in the player's space backpack could still be used, perhaps there would be hope. But because of the requirements of the dungeon, they could only be powerless and watch the loss of a teammate. Chen Jun sighed, wiped her face with both hands, and helped Jiangling close her eyes. For such people, sometimes it really makes people feel helpless. But the dungeon is often ruthless. And she died here. Chen Jun asked, what should we do with Jiangling's body? As the old saying goes, the dead should at least be buried in peace. Should we just let her stay here? Lin Qing shook his head. The conditions are not good enough now, so we can only put her here. And I also suggest that we stay away from here for now. After all, the bloody smell here is too strong, and I am worried that it will attract other insects. After packing up the props and supplies dropped by Jiangling, the three of them each chose a prop that was allowed to be used, and began to leave the area. Time is running out. Which area should we explore first? Lin Qing asked. Now a new problem is in front of them. That is, although the main task has been triggered, the two tasks are contradictory. If you want to survive for 36 hours smoothly and explore other areas of the space station, according to normal people's thinking, if you want to stay safe, you should try to reduce the scope of exploration as much as possible. After all, this can reduce the chance of encountering danger. Exploring other places, the possibility of players encountering danger will increase significantly. If only one of the two tasks can be completed, it is fine. However, the condition for returning to the room is to complete both tasks, which undoubtedly makes the three people look heavy. Should we go to the botanical garden first and meet Xiao Qiao? After all, the more people, the safer it is. Chen Jun pondered. Lin Qing shook his head. Let Xiao Qiao stay there first. At least it can disperse the risk. After all, if we encounter a group of sickle bugs that can be invisible, we may not be able to protect everyone. That makes sense. Then I will send her a message first. Chen Jun nodded and began to send a message to Xiao Qiao. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Qing recalled the space station map given by Barbara. In this map, the staff area is in a separate space station block, and there is an elevator corridor connecting to other places, which is radial at the end. The experimental area and botanical garden are in another part. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qiao accidentally ran so far. And Lin Qing remembered that Barbara said that there are more bugs in that area. It seems that this exploration mission is very difficult. For some reason, Lin Qing had a premonition that something was wrong with this dungeon mission. After entering, his eyelids kept twitching. He always felt that something bad was going to happen. But even so, they had to explore the dangerous area. After all, this involved whether they could return to the room. If they were really left in this weird space station dungeon, they would be helpless. Soon, William, who was in charge of the front defense alert, discovered something unusual. Come and take a look here. He raised his shield and his tone sounded a little unusual. Lin Qing held his weapon and looked up ahead, and indeed found a viewing corridor. There are huge portholes here, through which you can see the dark black space outside, and the solar panels on the space station, which are like the fins of some fish, slowly rotating with the space station. There is also a huge yellow planet not far away, which always looks a bit bad. According to Barbara's explanation, this planet should be a planet discovered by humans during the great voyage of space, and it should have very rich resources that will arouse human interest. The people on the space station are also here for profit. The blonde man shrugged and said, I have seen many science fiction dramas with this kind of plot, and they should be similar. When Lin Qing saw the planet again, his fear of it had subsided a lot. After all, he always kept a vigilant heart in space, and he had no time to care about what was happening outside. She looked at the weapon in her hand thoughtfully and expressed her opinion. Aren't the devices we got made of the energy stones on this planet? Who doesn't want to control this controllable and powerful energy? That makes sense. But it seems that they didn't succeed. Is it because they encountered the Zerg? Qin Jun also saw this planet and sighed in admiration. Lin Qing nodded. It should be related to them. The drastic changes here also seem to be related to the Zerg. Perhaps we should be able to find relevant clues in the work area. As he said, Lin Qing looked back at this huge and lonely yellow-brown planet. At least the humans here should have explored it. So they brought these things back. Chapter 276 Crisis. Hiss. 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 At this time, there was another unusual noise in the ventilation duct in the corridor. The three of them immediately became alert. However, this sound seemed to come from the depths of the ventilation duct, and it was unknown what it meant. Did they find us? Qin Jun pointed his gun at the ventilation duct above his head, and it seemed that he had no intention of relaxing. Maybe. Lin Qing also kept an eye on the surroundings to prevent any danger. However, until they came to the end of the corridor, there was still no obstruction. This is too smooth. The blonde man looked relieved. I worry for nothing. If I had known it was so simple, I would have come here a long time ago. Don't let your guard down. Since Barbara said that weapons are needed here to check the bugs, it means that there are more things here than what we see now, Qin Jun said in a deep voice to the partner in front. At the same time, she winked at Lin Qing again, and the two of them took turns to be alert. In addition to defending against possible dangers in front of them, they also had to prevent attacks from behind and above their heads. The closer he got, the more uneasy Lin Qing felt. This feeling was stronger than any previous sense of crisis. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the prompt system in his brain. Ding. After system detection, the host has entered a highly dangerous dungeon area. In this area, there is a king insect hatched by human scientists. This insect can command insects of other races as a leader, and has extremely high talent and learning ability. It has now evolved into the boss of the dungeon. Warning. Multiple high-level Zerg species are detected near the host, and they are currently surrounding the host. It is recommended that the host be vigilant. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Qing's heart, which had sunk to the bottom of the valley, was lifted again. She did not ignore the system's words just now. There are not only Zerg kings here, but also multiple high-level Zerg species? Could it be that they are now running into the royal family on patrol? Lin Qing's face was a little ugly, and he warned Qin Jun. Be careful. Another wave of new Zergs is coming. Ensuring safety is the most important thing. And retreat if it doesn't work. Hearing Lin Qing's words, Qin Jun immediately took a defensive response posture. Just now, when the invisible bugs appeared, it was Lin Qing who issued a warning first. Although the three people are still calm now. Since Lin Qing said so, she must have her reasons. Hearing the movement behind him, the blonde man also stopped moving forward. What's wrong? Be careful. There is an enemy attack, Qin Jun warned. At this moment, before he finished speaking, a piece of steel in front of them suddenly fell down. The blond man's pupils shrank instantly, and he raised his weapon reflexively and shot at the insects. In addition to the front, insects also crawled out from their sides one after another. They seemed to have a purpose, wanting to surround the three people and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Although the newly acquired weapons were very effective, they could not stop the insects from crawling out of the wall one after another, as if there was no end, and they took over the actions of one insect after another. Lin Qing's scalp tingled, and he had never encountered such a scene. They simply entered the nest of some kind of ant beast by mistake, and they could even see their huge jaws and sharp teeth. Retreat first. We'll think of a way later. Seeing more and more insects surrounding them, Qinjun casually cut off the head of a nearby one, and then the next one. She also felt unprecedented heavy pressure. Even though she had encountered some copies before, she had never been as strenuous as this one. After all, we can still retreat now. If the retreat is cut off in a while, it will be even worse. The three of them could only fight and retreat at the same time. However, just when they were about to return to the space corridor where they came in, suddenly a giant piece of meat blocked their way. It squirmed, like some kind of fleshworm. But even if it was hit by a weapon, it could not hurt it at all. Instead, the reflected energy beam was directly rebounded by its thick and smooth skin, blasting a hole in another wall. Damn! How come the information Barbara gave me is completely different? What exactly is this place? It's not an exaggeration to say it's a bug nest. The blond man finally realized that something was wrong. We have entered a trap set by the bugs. How can they be so smart and know we are coming? Who knows? Let's find a room to hide first. Lin Qing raised his weapon, broke the door lock of a nearby room, and kicked it in. This is obviously a Hongmen banquet. Lin Qing almost forgot. They, or these Zerg, are not just simple copy NPCs. They can be said to be a high-level alien species. Just because of the copy and appearance, they ignored their intelligence. This highly organized Zerg with various abilities, under the unified leadership of the King Bug, must have been reported to it by other bugs in advance about their coming. The calmness along the way was precisely the biggest abnormality. After Qinjun and the blond man hit in, Lin Qing immediately pushed an experimental instrument and blocked the door. But the insects outside were very powerful, and there was a trembling sound on the steel wall. It seemed that they knew they were inside, and were performing aggressive behaviors. Time was running out, and Lin Qing could only pant and explain quickly. We made a mistake just now, and the entire space station has become a place for the Zerg to breed. They are everywhere, and can even eavesdrop on our information. So before we came, we were already known by their leader. Leader? Qinjun caught one of the important words. You mean, this group of insects has a commander? That's right. Lin Qing nodded. From the bait just now to the current attack, they will even cut off our retreat. It seems that every step is in order. What we are facing now is a monster with the intelligence of an adult. It even has a group of subordinates who are planning to capture us. So what should we do now? Wait for death. The blond man was accidentally scratched by a bug on one arm and was treating the wound. If it doesn't work, I'll cover you. You go first. Qinjun was about to say something when the blond man suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. How is it possible? It's just that I was scratched by a bug. I may not be able to turn into a monster. If it doesn't work, let them bite me a few more times to mix the smell in first, and then find an antidote. In this case, he still seemed to be trying to liven up the atmosphere. Even Lin Qing couldn't help but admire him. This kind of person has a good mentality. But now, even a good mentality can't solve the problem. She heard an abnormal hissing sound coming from the ceiling. Chapter 277 Reverse Time Hourglass. At this moment, a bug bit a hole in the steel plate above his head, and they actually wanted to tear the steel plate down. Lin Qing's face turned cold, and he pointed his gun at the monster above his head. His palm felt numb, and he fired a beam of energy. But other bugs came up and took over, as if they were not afraid of death. Lin Qing shot directly at the hole. While she was fighting monsters, she was paying attention to the movements around her. The door in the wall could not stop them for much time, and a big crack had already appeared. Qinjun and the blond man were guarding there, but the number of bugs surrounding them was far more than she had imagined. If this goes on, the bugs will come in soon. Lin Qing's mind was spinning, thinking quickly about the current problem. They had obviously entered the insect nest now, and they could not escape with their current strength. But why did these bugs want to catch them? Was it just because they lacked food? Lin Qing vaguely felt that he had missed an important piece of information. What is Barbara's position? Is she on the side of humans? Did she ask them to come here to find reagents just now to save people? Or did she become a spy of the Zerg after the processor was eaten by the bugs? These questions hovered in Lin Qing's mind, like a messed up adventure group, swarming up, allowing her to vaguely touch a touch of the truth. But it was like a thin layer of gauze and mist, and she couldn't see the face of the truth. Just then, the blond man exclaimed, "Be careful!" A bug that looked like a poisonous scorpion with sharp claws drilled in from the gap. It took advantage of the gap when Chen Jun changed his weapon, and suddenly swung a poisonous scorpion tail at its tail. William directly blocked it for her with his shield. "Thank you." Chen Jun fired, piercing the scorpion's body. But at the same time, her heart was shocked, and she realized something was wrong. The shield in William's hand fell, and he spat out a trace of blood, and then fell down. Chen Jun then saw that this scorpion belonged to the mutant Zerg and had two tails. He blocked one of them with his shield, but the other one directly pierced his left arm. "Damn it!" Chen Jun's face changed drastically. But at the same time, he burst out with great strength. While catching the blonde man, he used William's shield again to block the gap that was about to be broken. "I still have a healing item on me. It has the ability to detoxify. Man, hold on." However, in the current situation, she has no time to free her hands, so she can only throw the detoxification item over and let William use it himself. It's useless. The detoxification item fell on the blonde man, but the poison in his body had spread rapidly, and he had no strength to use it. Lin Qing was also blocking the Zerg above his head, and had no time to pay attention to it. This situation has pushed everyone into a desperate situation. As the situation here deteriorated, the bracelets of the three people also popped up messages at the same time, which were messages sent by Xiaoqiao Lushui. "Help! Where are you? I have been discovered by a colorful insect. It can actually laugh and make a giggling sound. This is simply too scary. I was caught by it. It seemed to have some human command and actually took me to a place like a laboratory. Help! Isn't this Ed Zhong's son? How did he become like this? Is there anyone who can save me? I don't want to die yet." In the team group, the IDs of the three players dimmed one after another. At the same time, the swarm of insects surrounded them from all directions, and even a bug came in from the ground. It hugged Lin Qing's feet and tried to bite her, but was kicked away by her. However, without the help of the blonde man, only Lin Qing and Chen Jun could not hold out for much time. At this time, Lin Qing saw the death messages of players popping up on the bracelet screen one after another, and her heart sank. This means that she and Chen Jun are the only two living people. Their mission failed. Lin Qing gritted her teeth and felt a sharp pain in her back, as if she was stung by something. Although the fabric of the clothes can help her resist some blades, there are still gaps, and it cannot completely protect her like wearable defensive props. Although Chen Jun's face was not obvious, Lin Qing also vaguely felt that she was also seriously injured. Amid the sounds of weapons and shells, Lin Qing knew that the current situation could not be changed, so she chose to use the time-reversing hourglass. As the hourglass was used, a silver stream of light suddenly enveloped the two ends of the transparent glass. Under the coercive action of a certain force, the golden sand that was originally flowing down suddenly began to turn back rapidly, forcing it back to the triangular funnel above. Lin Qing also felt that the surrounding environment began to change in some way. The scene she had just experienced began to surround her, and then went backwards frame by frame. Lin Qing endured the pain of being penetrated by a powerful force, and forced herself to stay alert, and then saw the hourglass suspended in the center, flowing back to the quicksand at the other end, and began to stop. She saw a familiar scene, just when the three of them were about to step into the corridor and use the elevator to get to the other end. "It's here." Half an hour ago, Lin Qing stretched out his hand and held the hourglass. In an instant, a powerful white light emanated from the hourglass, and at the same time the light exploded, and the hourglass shattered in Lin Qing's palm, merging with Lin Qing's body in the form of some particles. Bang! Lin Qing felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and at the same time his stomach began to churn. And then, he was thrown out by a force. Then he felt his legs soften, as if he had lost some kind of support. When his feet touched the hard ground, Lin Qing also bent his knees and knelt straight down. Who? 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 Lin Qing supported the ground with his palms, panting, and when he opened his eyes, he found that there was an elevator corridor in front of him. Qin Jun and the blonde man had already stood up, and while admiring the scenery outside the porthole, they took the elevator to the other end. First, Qin Jun found Lin Qing falling down. Her face changed instantly, and she jumped down from the escalator she had just stood on. Bao Fu, what's wrong with you? She helped Lin Qing, who was holding on to the ground, up, with a worried look on her face. You were also injured by that bug just now? Seeing Qin Jun jump down, the blonde man followed. She was fine just now. Why did she suddenly fall down? Could it be that she has become weak before she even got there because of her overnight wealth? Qin Jun's face turned cold. What time is it? You are still talking nonsense now. Come and help. William shrugged and supported the other half of Lin Qing's body. Am I wrong? She looks as ugly as a piece of paper now. Is she afraid or something else? Chapter 278 Analysis. I met many big players, who were not really famous in the dungeon before. It seems that they don't have much ability when props are banned. The blonde man was still talking about his theory. But even though he said so, he and Qin Jun helped Lin Qing to a chair. Qin Jun's face was cold. Teammate like you, if there were no conditions to restrict the survival of players, would have been killed by someone. At this time, William scratched his mouth and signaled himself to shut his mouth. Although Lin Qing was physically unwell, her mind was always clear. She was not surprised to hear the chat between Qin Jun and the blonde man. As she slowly recovered and opened her eyes, her vision changed from blurry to clear. And then she was at ease. She figured out one thing. So when she recovered, she sent a message in the channel as soon as possible. Just now, the death of the player Xiao Xiao, Jiang Ling's son, and William one after another proved that what they said was true. At least under the premise of the dungeon requirements. These players can still be trusted. They will protect their teammates and not kill each other. Now, everyone, listen to me. First of all, what I am going to say next must not be said out loud. Talk to other players. If you have any questions, communicate directly in the team group. All our previous conversations have been known by those bugs. They have a command brain comparable to that of humans and have regarded us as prey. After seeing this message, Qin Jun immediately looked up at her, with incredible shock in his eyes. Then he quickly asked in the group, Bao Fu, how did you know? Lin Qing looked calm, and then sent a second message in the channel. I just came back from half an hour in the future. Our mission has failed. The death toll is less than 3. And after entering the experimental area, we encountered the encirclement of the Zerg. As for the reason why I came back, it is because I used a prop that can reverse time. This prop has only one chance. If we fail again, it will be game over. Xiaoqiao Lu Shui, woo woo woo. Don't scare me. Bao Fu. I'm a coward. Wu Jiang, Bao Fu. I believe you. But what should we do now? From what you said, even if we don't enter the experimental area, it will be equally dangerous. Qin Jun directly grasped the key point and heard another meaning in Lin Qing's words. According to her, now they, the players, are directly under the surveillance of the Zerg. Doesn't it mean that the monster knows everything about their actions now? The blonde man thought of something, and sent a message with anger on his face. Has the artificial intelligence of the space station also rebelled? Xiaoqiao Lu Shui, artificial intelligence rebelled? Are you saying that there is something wrong with Barbara? Indeed. If it really wanted to help us, it would not have commanded us to go to the experimental area. Now that I think about it, it's too hateful. Get rich overnight. No. I don't think that Barbara has rebelled. Wu Jiang, what do you mean? Could it be that Barbara is good and we blamed it wrongly? Get rich overnight. Do you still remember that Barbara said that it is the intelligent system of the space station? But even if it is an intelligent system, it is created by people. What if someone deliberately designed this space station to be a trial ground for the hatching of the Zerg? X-Man, you mean? Barbara is indeed on the side of humanity. But on the opposite side? She is still bad. Wu Jiang, you mean? Someone is controlling Barbara from behind. Rich overnight, for us. It is indeed in a hostile position. For the time being, Barbara can be regarded as an enemy. But I think it is also contrary to the Zerg's position. Xiaoqiao Lu Shui, wow. Boss, I am completely confused. Please tell me the result directly. Rich overnight. You should have heard Barbara say that this space station has undergone a drastic change. In this drastic change, all the experimental personnel in the space station were basically sacrificed. Root. According to our findings from the weapons depot, the humans there have undergone some kind of fusion mutation, which happened suddenly. Someone must have specifically induced this. Now it seems that the initiator of this purpose has not been completely successful. He is even still alive, doing one experiment after another in some form. When we first came in, we were called landers by Barbara, proving that the artificial intelligence knew that we entered the space station from outside. We are the investigators who are investigating this space station incident. After saying so much at once, Lin Qing's thoughts were slowly sorted out, and he roughly knew the current purpose of the person behind the scenes. He wants to kill us, or to completely control us. Being transformed into Zerg should be an easy way. After all Zerg will be controlled by the King Bug. This race is best at obeying the leader, and will not betray. Chen Jun seemed to understand what Lin Qing meant, and said in the group, "You mean? The person behind everything is a human who has been transformed into a Zerg? Ex-hero, your statement is too bizarre. But think about it. It seems to make some sense. Why do we feel that we have no way out? This damn copy. Other useful props can't be used. It's simply that there is no place to use the energy. Xiaoqiao Lushui, what should we do now? Will I be discovered by the bugs wherever I hide? Think about it. Their sense of smell is indeed different from that of humans. Maybe it will be more sensitive. Are they watching me in secret? It's terrifying to think about it. Wujiang, indeed. The current solution seems to be to catch the person who controls the bugs behind the scenes. But he must be hiding behind and refuses to come out. But we can't find him. We can find out our whereabouts. Even with the weapons of the space station. It can't stop the enemy from hiding in the dark. Baofu, do you have an answer? Lin Qing took a deep breath. There is indeed a way now. But I need you to believe me, and play a play with me. I can't tell you the reason for this for the time being. But only in this way can we successfully survive 36 hours, and find the truth of the space station. Chen Jun nodded and said in the group, "Okay. Baofu, I believe you. No matter what you do, I will do my best to assist you. Ex-hero, okay. Although I think you make sense. If it's too unexpected, I don't know if I can accept it." Xiaoqiao Lushui, wait. Baofu boss. Do you know what happened before I died? Did I die suddenly? Or was I caught by a bug? What do I need to do now? Chapter 279 The Core of the Insect Mother. You became rich overnight. You were able to save Jiangling just now. But you watched her being killed by insects. Now her son is missing, and may be in danger. You even pretended to faint. If you don't want to go, just say so. There is no need to do such a dirty thing. I agree. Even if she is at a high level, she is still irresponsible, and has no courage at all. It's just a false reputation. Humph. Anyway, as long as there are 3 players alive in the dungeon mission, it's fine. It doesn't matter if you don't have such teammates. Let's explore other places to rescue teammates. Haha. Do you think I am willing to team up with you? You are just a bunch of noobs. Separate. Explore alone is the best. I don't want to share other props with you. Half an hour later, the 3 players seemed to be unequal in the discussion, and had a dispute halfway. Then the quarrel became louder and louder, and the 3 of them left unhappily. Chen Jun and William wanted to save Xiaoqiao, but Lin Qing thought it was not worth it. She parted ways with the 2 of them, and went to explore the experimental area by herself. This time, they took the elevators to different areas. Lin Qing stood on the escalator, looking at the familiar scenery as before. But in her heart, she was deducing the current situation. Chen Jun gave her the healing props just now, and the effect of the reverse hourglass was also offset to some extent. Now her body does not seem to have any other problems. Now all she has to do is to lure the snake out of its hole. This time her plan is a bit too bold, and even she is not completely sure. But she can only give it a try. However, unlike last time, this time Barbara's voice came from the elevator camera. Dear Lander, it seems that you have had a quarrel with your companions. It seems that it is not good for you to explore alone in this situation. Lin Qing sneered. So what? If we don't get along? We don't get along. If it weren't for the limited copy tasks, I wouldn't stay with such people now. The camera was silent for a while, as if even it couldn't figure out the truth of the matter, and was judging Lin Qing's words. Lin Qing continued to ask, Barbara, Why do you say that the experimental area is dangerous? They are just a group of insects that have been hatched. Do they have such great power? Barbara, of course. The Zerg species here are very excellent. And there are many high-level Zergs. The weapons you are advised to obtain are only able to deal with some low-level insects. Among the high-level Zerg, your weapons, even the energy cannon, are just a small toy. This time Barbara's statement was very humane, and it seemed to have added a lot of emotion. Lin Qing suddenly stopped before entering the experimental area. After all, she didn't forget the grand occasion here just now. Okay. Thank you. Lin Qing nodded slightly, held the prop in his palm, and then headed towards the corridor in front with the weapon on his back. Setting foot on this road again, Lin Qing was a little panicked in his heart, but he did not show it on the surface. Just being alert to the surroundings. Just like last time, the prompt system read its lines again. At this time, the wall in front suddenly collapsed, revealing a swarm of insects, rushing towards Lin Qing. Lin Qing raised his gun and fired, then eliminated the first wave, and when he felt that he could not stop it, he began to retreat, and encountered the huge insect body that even the energy beam could not kill. At this time, she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she used the worm mother core, and she didn't know what would happen, so she was still a little nervous. You chose to use the item worm mother core. Warning: this item is an alienation item. After using the worm mother core, your sanity value will drop rapidly, and it will not be able to recover in a short time, and you will no longer identify with your human identity. Do you still choose to use this item? Use? Lin Qing didn't expect that this item actually required double confirmation, but the swarm behind her had already caught up, so she had to make a choice quickly. Confirmation successful. The moment the system confirmed, Lin Qing instantly felt that her mind became blank. Her body seemed to have undergone some changes under the action of the worm mother core. The smell, sound, spirit, and various subtle movements, all gathered around the newly born worm mother like a net. In the center of the darkness, only the flickering light was the brightest. He exudes the maternal radiance, and a vast and gentle spiritual sea, connecting countless points of light. Mom? It's Mom! The smell of Mom. 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 The hissing sounds that were originally incomprehensible and monotonous seemed to become pleasant and beautiful in an instant. Woo woo woo. We finally have a Mom. How can Mom come? Didn't Mom disappear a long time ago? What's wrong with Mom? How can Mom appear on a human body? Who said this is a human? This is our Mom. Great Mother. Please accept my most respected love. Is there any food? Mom seems to be unconscious now. Do you need more food? Food? Then Mom will eat me. And Mom won't be hungry. Mom must eat the best food. Aren't there several humans coming in here? One of them has not been completely transformed into a Zerg, so it should be edible. The others are also being monitored and can be taken at any time. Good idea. Mom looks very weak. He should not be able to absorb our energy now. Humans are the best. What should we do about that person? Didn't he say he would tie people to the laboratory? Mom is here. Don't listen to him. Who is he? But he has merged the genes of the king bug. He has no power to command us. Hunting. Hunting. Alive. Let Mom choose and eat. When the woman woke up, she was lying on a smooth and flat ground. There were countless voices and various thoughts echoing in her mind. But these thoughts seemed to be very weak. Just pure excitement and activity. Cheering for the arrival of something. She had a headache. Seeing the surroundings were strange and familiar, and there were Zerg soldiers busy around. She rubbed her temples, slowly controlling her discomfort. But at the same time, she was a little confused. Who is she now? Lin Qing? It seemed like a very familiar name. But what was more familiar was that some cute children couldn't help but keep calling her mother. She was about to blurt out and ask who she was now, but what she said was, "I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Woo woo woo. Mom is awake. Come right here. The mutant human was hidden by the doctor. Woo woo woo. I finally found him. Mom. Mom. Food is here. Then the woman saw that the intelligent mechanical door was opened. And then 2 black 2-meter-tall bugs with double pincers came in, with a human whose whole body was still alienated. The woman smelled it and asked curiously, "Is this food?" Chapter 280 Botanical Garden. In the team group, X-Hero. Is the method of getting rich overnight reliable? What if she really can't turn back into a human? Wu Jiang, Believe in Baofu. She will find a way to solve it. Xiao Qiao Lu Shui, ah. Wu Jiang. Have you arrived? I still haven't seen the colorful bug. Do you think Baofu is hallucinating? I always feel that this kind of time and space reversal is not reliable. Especially thinking that I have died in another time and space. But I am still alive now. There is always a weird feeling. Wu Jiang interrupted her in time. Wait. Don't think too much. We are almost there. You just hold on. At this moment, Qin Jun suddenly felt that an invisible wind was sweeping across the entire space station. She frowned. William, do you feel that there is an invisible layer in the air? The blond man shook his head. No. Are you too vigilant and a little too sensitive? Really? Qin Jun thought, and glanced at the surrounding environment. There was indeed nothing unusual. Maybe the air supply system has started to work. She looked up and saw the camera not far away. There was no light flashing, and it was impossible to tell whether it was good or bad. Although Qin Jun said so, she was still a little worried about Lin Qing's safety. But Lin Qing asked them to investigate the vicinity of the botanical garden first. After all, Xiao Qiao had encountered the colorful insect here, and was taken to a strange laboratory. There should be secrets hidden here. At this time, Qin Jun finally saw the so-called botanical garden. She squinted her eyes slightly. On the ceiling here, a smart computer simulated the light of the day, and even the temperature was almost the same. She could also see a spherical artificial sun. Ex-hero, it looks like the ecosystem is quite complete. I didn't expect that even without the maintenance personnel, it can still maintain a normal ecosystem. It's incredible. Warrior, but aren't the plants here too big? I don't think they are from the human planet. Ex-hero, is it because of the different levels of technology? Or are these plants from alien planets? Warrior, maybe it's from alien planets. But such a large oxygen-producing ecosystem is really shocking. Ex-hero, no wonder there are so many experimenters on the space station. It seems that these guys have made sufficient preparations. At least they have arranged a touch of green during their long interstellar career. Otherwise, they really forget what their hometown looks like. Warrior, go in. Be careful. While chatting, the two walked into a green place comparable to a tropical rainforest. Unlike the natural environment, although the grass and trees here are very tall, they seem to be different from normal ones. Because here, except for the green leaves blown up by the artificial wind, the rustling sound of branches, and the flowing water of the stream, there seems to be no trace of life. It was as if all life here had been devoured. X-influence, what a pity. It would be perfect if there were some wild animals. But I understand that the conditions here are harsh after all. If there were only green plants, the maintenance cost might be doubled. At this moment, Qin Jun stopped. The place where she was standing looked like a pebble pit in a stream. But opposite to the next door, there was a complete insect exuvia. This insect exuvia was at least 3 meters high, and the black carapace looked brittle. And some places had begun to break and become bumpy. General, we are in the wrong location now. It's not on the route Xiao Qiao gave us. Ex-hero, so we didn't come in from the same door? Did Xiao Qiao go through another door? Xiao Qiao Lu Shui, what wrong location? It sounds scary. General, can I go find you first? General, don't expose your location first. I guess it's not safe here. Xiao Qiao Lu Shui, okay. I'll wait for you. Sir. Just then, Qin Jun and William made a new discovery. The ground here is paved with mud. But not much. I knocked. Maybe there is space underground. Should we go in from underground? Ex-hero, the laboratory is underground. It makes sense. But what if the player is transferred? Where should we go down? Qin Jun shook his head. Just then, a female scream suddenly came from a distance. Ah! Help! The change came suddenly. It's Xiao Qiao. Qin Jun's face changed, and he and the blond man rushed to the scene. Unexpectedly, they were discovered so quickly this time, and the two of them didn't even find any clues. But Lin Qing said that the colorful insect must not get close to Xiao Qiao, and if she encountered that thing, she would probably not be able to deal with it. However, at this moment, the sunlight and temperature of the entire greenhouse began to change in some way. In addition to the temperature drop, even the plants in the botanical garden seemed to have some kind of impact. Suddenly, Qin Jun realized what was happening. She widened her eyes and her pupils shrank, and saw the dark swarm of flying insects on the top of the greenhouse, which seemed to have gathered here from different places with the help of ventilation ducts. There are also some bugs that can crawl between the trees and grass, shuttling quickly between the trees, and seem to be moving at an incredible speed. Then, Qin-jun and the blonde man came to the place where Xiao Qiao made the sound. But they found nothing except a group of struggling footprints. We are too late. Xiao Qiao was captured by the monster. The blonde man spread his hands, thinking that there should be no hope this time. No. Let's follow and see. Maybe we can just enter the underground. Qin-jun thought this was a good opportunity. The blonde man scratched his head. What about the other bugs that are surrounding us now? At their current speed, they will catch us sooner or later. Then let's find the basement before that. Qin-jun picked up a piece of soil, smelled it, and carefully observed the footprints around him. Finally, he chose a direction and followed it. It should be here. At this time, they followed the direction of the footprints and seemed to have come to the center of the greenhouse. There is a tree that looks like it can reach the sky. It looks very strong and has a diameter of at least 3 meters. The footprints finally disappeared under a tree trunk. It seems that this is the location leading to the basement. It looks like there is a mechanism to enter. The blonde man looked around, found a raised button, and tried to press it. The next second, the tree that looked intact opened a door leading to the basement, and there seemed to be a smell of formalin coming from inside. At this time, the surrounding insects also basically rushed over, and there were also black moths coming towards them. The two of them didn't think about it, and went in directly.